A voice echoed from the dark. "Hey." A tall, muscular man looked down at a young man and asked, "You're an outsider, aren't you?" The young man's green eyes flashed with wariness. The young man suddenly found himself kneeling on a cobblestone street, completely bewildered. The surroundings were an unfamiliar town with a towering clock tower. Still confused, he stammered to the blue-haired man, "Where should I start?" The man replied calmly, "I understand you're confused, but please calm down and listen to me." However, the young man panicked and ripped open his shirt to check his body, causing the man to shout, "I told you to calm down. Why are you taking off your clothes?" The man began to explain that this world was called Area, a place where swordsmanship and magic existed. It also housed all sorts of magical beasts, creatures, and monsters. Area was an arena where all beings fought each other for survival, a world of greed that constantly summoned outsiders from all dimensions. And where they stood was Xenovis, the starting city for those who were summoned. When asked if he knew martial arts or magic, the young man just shook his head and dazedly asked what those were. The man concluded that he was classless, then told him to follow him and asked for his name. The young man introduced himself as Lee Sungmin, and the man promised to take care of him, inviting him for a meal to explain more about Area. Touched by his kindness, Lee Sungmin profusely thanked him. As they walked into a narrow corridor, the man asked Lee Sungmin if he was thirsty and handed him something. Lee Sungmin naively accepted the bottle of water and thanked him again, while the man simply replied that there was no need. Without any suspicion, Lee Sungmin took a long gulp. Immediately, his cheeks puffed out unnaturally. Instead of swallowing, Lee Sungmin spat the liquid in his mouth directly into the blue-haired man's face. The man clutched his face, screaming in pain, while Lee Sungmin casually revealed that pretending to be an idiot wasn't easy, and he knew it was goblin nerve poison. He explained that this poison was colorless and odorless when mixed with water, but had a slightly fishy smell, numbed the tongue, and would be extremely burning if it got into the eyes. Lee Sungmin exposed the man's scheme, tricking newcomers to sell them as slaves, making the man horrified and wonder how he knew. The man roared, disbelieving that Lee Sungmin was a newly summoned person. Lee Sungmin denied it, asserting he was indeed a newcomer and classless, while the man, his face contorted by the poison, lunged to attack. He easily dodged the attack and delivered a swift kick to the man's groin. Lee Sungmin revealed that even though he was new, he had 13 years of experience. Seizing the moment when his opponent was off guard, he quickly snatched the dagger tucked into the man's belt. Without hesitation, Lee Sungmin swung the dagger across the throat of the man who had tried to harm him. He coldly reiterated the rule in Area as the man collapsed. Don't trust others easily. After searching, Lee Sungmin only found 100,000 air and the dagger. Thinking to himself that the man didn't have much money, he sighed, thinking it was better than nothing, then tucked the dagger into his belt and looked down at his body. Lee Sungmin recalled when he first arrived, checking his body. He realized it had no scars or muscles, and concluded that he had returned to the time he was first summoned, 13 years ago. He wondered if all of this was caused by that item. In a flashback, he introduced himself as Lee Sungmin, a 27-year-old C-rank mercenary, living a vagrant life like the underclass in Area. He had no talent or background, and all his efforts failed to elevate him, and he was tired of that life. Finally, a glimmer of hope appeared when he luckily found an undiscovered dungeon. He fought hard in the dungeon to find a single treasure chest, and opened it with great anticipation. Inside the chest was only a mysterious stone whose use Lee Sungmin couldn't comprehend. But just before dying, he saw a notification. The stone had been activated, sending him back 13 years. It turned out that the past life stone had the ability to send its owner back to the past. Realizing he had truly regressed, Lee Sungmin quickly summoned his status screen with a flicker of hope. However, the status screen was still blank, classless, no special attributes, no skills. He despondently realized everything was exactly the same as the first time he arrived in Area 13 years ago. Lee Sungmin dejectedly thought he had returned with nothing, but then he realized he still had the most precious thing: the memories of 13 years in his past life. And thanks to those memories, he knew there was something only the classless could achieve, and he immediately headed to a building. It was a clinic called Healthy Osteopath. Lee Sungmin recalled that many types of outsiders were summoned to Area. Some were mages, others were warriors, but the most common type were the classless. They could learn anything and receive growth points, but because of that, they were considered the lowest class of society. He too had been classless, enduring countless hardships to survive as a C-rank mercenary. In the end, he died a pathetic death without achieving anything. So, he sought out an old man and asked directly, "Can you perform the bone restructuring procedure for me?" Lee Sungmin stated firmly, determined to do whatever it took to become stronger in this return. The plan was successful, and he rejoiced when he received notifications that he had learned low-rank martial body framework and pure Zen. He thought to himself, he had missed these opportunities 13 years ago, but now he had obtained 2 out of the 3 things that could change his potential. Lee Sungmin thought about his first opportunity, the martial body framework, a skeletal structure that allowed for faster mastery of martial arts. He recalled that in Zenovis, there was an acupuncturist who could artificially create this body framework. This procedure required the practitioner to be classless and have not yet learned any skills, something he missed out on in his previous life. But in this life, he met the conditions and possessed the low-grade martial body framework. Sungmin clenched his fist, determined that he could now become even stronger with the advantage of being classless and his new body framework. The second opportunity was the book Pure Meditation. This was an internal meditation technique, essential for martial arts, with its effectiveness determined by speed and stability. He remembered that in his previous life, he had only learned a second-rate method, but later found this first-rate meditation book at an old bookstore. The owner, unaware of its value, sold it to him for only 40,000 air, and just like that, Sungmin had secured 2 of the 3 opportunities he had missed, all within the first day of being summoned. The final opportunity was the prize for a competition to be held at the Colosseum in a year's time. Since the competition was only for classless individuals, the entry requirements were not too high. He was confident he could win if he stayed in Zenovis to train, but the immediate problem was money for survival, at least 30,000 air per day. To earn money and hone his skills, Sungmin decided to hunt monsters and sought out a street vendor. The vendor, with a gruff appearance, asked the young man what he wanted. Sungmin indicated he could fit into a set of armor, and the vendor confirmed its previous owner was around his age but had died. With a bright smile, Sungmin pointed to a spear, 2 daggers, and a leather tunic, stating he wanted to buy them. The vendor looked skeptical, asking if he had enough money, and Sungmin replied he had 60,000 air. The man burst into laughter, saying the entire lot was worth at least 300,000 air, and chased him away. Sungmin desperately asked if he could buy on credit, but only received threats from the vendor. The vendor appeared confused, stating Sungmin gave him no other choice. Lee Sungmin decisively proposed, "I'll sell this outfit. How much will you give me?" He confidently advertised that the clothes were from a high-dimensional space and could easily fetch 300,000 air if sold to the right buyer. Hearing this, the vendor burst into hearty laughter at his naivety. He snapped, questioning why Sungmin had changed his demeanor from pitiful to experienced. "You're classless, aren't you? And still a child? Trying to get a discount by playing on my sympathy?" he taunted. Lee Sungmin smirked and admitted it, causing the vendor to laugh at his audacity. Unexpectedly, the man threw him an item and said he would put it on credit, without needing the shabby clothes. With a wide grin, he admitted he liked how Sungmin was shrewd, like a veteran, and believed he wouldn't die easily. He concluded that Sungmin could pay off the 240,000 air debt after he made money, leaving Sungmin stunned as he offered his thanks. Now, Lee Sungmin, clad in leather armor and wielding a spear, entered the dense forest. He mused that equipping the armor, despite incurring debt, was the right decision to increase his survival rate, but he was still unaccustomed to being favored, wondering if this was luck, something rarely seen in area. Lee Sungmin remained cautious, suspecting the kindness might be a trap for a backstab. He stood alone in an open clearing in the forest, which would be his first hunting ground. The scene reminded him of his first arrival here 13 years ago. In his memory, a weak and terrified Lee Sungmin could only tremble while holding a wooden stick. Returning to reality, he stood firm with his spear, a stark contrast. He let out a dry laugh, mocking his pathetic state back then. At that moment, a series of notifications appeared, as memories of combat skills from his past life flooded back. Lee Sungmin dashed through the dense forest. He agilely navigated the treacherous terrain. His first target, a goblin, appeared with a wary expression. With the Soul Chaser spear technique, he felled it with a single blow. His spear easily pierced the enemy. Immediately after, he powerfully threw his spear at another goblin. The forceful throw pinned the monster to a rock, but also threw him off balance. Lee Sungmin let out a small cry from a sharp pain. His left hand was red and smoking from a burn. He realized that using an unfamiliar hand to throw the spear was the cause. Despite this, he simply smiled and decided he needed to train his hand to become calloused. He clenched his fist, affirming that even if he returned with nothing, everything would start again from here. Meanwhile, in a distant place, a blonde-haired individual was meditating within a dark red aura. Suddenly, a pure blue energy sphere formed in the person's hand. The blue energy enveloped the body, causing the person to be surprised. Returning, Lee Sungmin had finished his hunt and found an inn under the night sky. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted by the innkeeper. The plump innkeeper happily recognized him. "Oh, it's you, Sungmin." "Hello, Jack. This is for tonight's lodging," Lee Sungmin said, placing a pouch on the counter. Jack was surprised by the expensive spatial pouch, but Sungmin simply explained he got it cheap from a familiar vendor. Jack examined the pile of goblin teeth and bodily fluids on the counter, commenting that Lee Sungmin was quite shrewd. He picked up 2 teeth and offered Sungmin 2 nights' stay, since the Mages Guild would pay a high price for them. Jack added that he was truly impressed, causing Sungmin to ask again in confusion. He recalled first meeting the boy, a classless kid who had audaciously offered to pay for lodging with monster drops, and he had thought the boy wouldn't survive. However, Sungmin had continuously brought back spoils every day for 2 weeks, earning Jack's profound admiration. He asked if this was talent, since most classless people couldn't achieve this, which made Sungmin freeze. Jack laughed loudly, saying that with this talent, Sungmin could become a Zeon. But the boy coldly replied that he needed rest, and turned to leave. Sungmin walked up the stairs, ignoring Jack, who was calling after him in bewilderment. Once alone, he angrily clenched his fist, muttering about the word talent. Stepping into the hallway, he bitterly thought that word had nothing to do with him. Memories flooded back. He recalled dying as a C-rank mercenary in his previous life, simply because he lacked any talent. Back in his room, Sungmin opened his status window, starting to review his skills, beginning with the Soul Chaser Spear technique. He listed the techniques he had learned in his previous life, such as Lightning Step, Bone and Skin Strengthening Technique, and Stone Breaking Hand. Sungmin thought that thanks to Arya's skill learning mechanism, he had been able to easily regain them. However, he was keenly aware of the harsh truth that all of them were second-rate martial arts. He visualized his weak skills being utterly useless against first-rate techniques. His only hope was pure saint meditation, a first-rate skill. But as he meditated on his bed, he knew relying solely on it wasn't enough, as it also had limitations. A surge of internal energy radiated as Sungmin resolved to seek out superior martial arts. The next morning, Jack's voice calling Sungmin echoed from the ground floor of the inn. As Lee Sungmin prepared to leave, a voice rang out, asking if he was going to the forest again. It was Rura, the innkeeper Jack's daughter, who worriedly asked why he went hunting every day, even though he could die. Sungmin replied that since he was an outsider, he had to hunt monsters to earn money for survival. Rura irritably called him foolish, arguing that even outsiders could find work. She suggested he work at the inn, saying her father seemed fond of him too. Sungmin flatly refused, saying he didn't know how to cook or clean. Rura couldn't understand, believing that apprenticing at the inn and living safely was better than risking his life. In response to her concern, Sungmin simply remained silent and smiled. He said he would return before dinner, and turned to walk away, despite Rura calling after him. In Sungmin's mind, images of the past surfaced, when some people had to accept compromises just to survive. He recalled having to force a smile while performing grueling chores. But this time, Sungmin would not live like that again. He wanted to achieve the aspirations he had always harbored. With iron resolve, Sungmin swore he would do everything possible to have a better life than his previous one. Suddenly, a loud bell began to ring. Sungmin stood in the city square as the bell continued to toll. He looked up at the clock tower, realizing it was the noon bell, signaling the time for new outsiders to be summoned. His gaze was immediately drawn to a magic circle forming over the fountain. From within the light, a person with long black hair and distinctive clothing appeared. Sungmin thought it was a child, looking about his age, and wondered if they came from the martial world. Lee Sungmin thought the newcomer looked bewildered, and would certainly attract thugs. Just as expected, 2 strangers approached the person with the familiar trick of offering water. Sungmin quietly observed, his expression showing clear annoyance. He decided to turn away, telling himself it wasn't his business. Lost in thought, he unexpectedly crashed into a passerby. Falling onto the ground, Sungmin looked up and quickly prepared to apologize. Towering over him was a giant man, and Sungmin barely managed to utter an apology. The man sneered, declaring that his collarbone felt like it was broken. Without warning, the man grabbed Lee Sungmin and slammed him hard onto the ground. The scuffle quickly drew the attention of a curious crowd. The giant yelled at the crowd, blaming the boy for breaking his bones. He said he would teach the boy a lesson, and then demanded everyone disperse. The crowd looked at each other blankly, unsure how to react. Eventually, they obeyed and began to leave. The giant's accomplices appeared, confirming he was the leader, and continued to lure the newcomer. Lee Sungmin angrily realized he had been dragged into trouble with an entire gang, and the leader's punch was a type of martial art. He identified the man as a third-rate martial artist, who cruelly declared he would break both his ribs and collarbone. The narration explained the martial arts ranking system, where third rate is the lowest rank achievable through training. However, Lee Sungmin's current body had not yet reached that level, making him realize his critical situation. He desperately thought that he couldn't defeat the man alone, and no one in Xenovis would step in to help. Lee Sungmin shouted, warning the newcomer not to drink the water because it contained neurotoxins. The black-haired person calmly brought the water bottle to their lips, seemingly ignoring the warning. Sungmin desperately thought the other person was too young to be of any help, but still held on to hope regarding the abilities of someone from the martial arts world. Suddenly, the newcomer poured the water bottle onto the ground, avoiding the thug's trap. The muscular leader stepped forward, mocking Sungmin and threatening to sell him to nobles with strange tastes. He unexpectedly threw a massive punch, but Sungmin managed to duck and evaded in time. With determined eyes, Sungmin told himself that he could not die at the hands of such a mediocre opponent. He utilized the lightning evasion step, dodging the opponent's kick as fast as lightning. Immediately after, he used iron skin and bone strengthening to harden his arm, ready to block the attack. Sungmin's reinforced arm stopped the thug's powerful punch. The two subordinates shouted in astonishment. "Boss!" Seizing the opportunity, Sungmin counterattacked with the stone-shattering fist technique, unleashing a flurry of blows onto the opponent's chest. The force of the punches pushed the leader back, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. The thug merely sneered, admitting that Sungmin knew a few tricks. But then he puffed out his bare chest, showing off a body completely unharmed by the attack. Sungmin was stunned, realizing the opponent had trained in external hardening techniques, and his own skills were useless due to his lack of mass and muscle. Meanwhile, the two other thugs urged each other to finish things quickly, to avoid attracting the guards. Despite being injured, Sungmin let out a challenging roar, refusing to give up. The newcomer with long black hair watched the fight from a distance with eyes full of interest. As the leader charged again, Sungmin desperately thought he had no chance without his spear. In desperation, Lee Sungmin drew his dagger for self-defense. Suddenly, the newcomer appeared, used a weapon to block him, and demanded he repeat what he had just said. Lee Sungmin was completely stunned by this sudden intervention. The thug leader roared in anger and lunged, throwing a punch toward the stranger. That person calmly raised a hand, preparing to block the attack. With a single palm strike, that person yelled, "Get lost," and sent the martial artist flying into the air in an explosion of energy. Turning to Lee Sungmin, that person coldly chastised the thug for daring to interrupt and being so disrespectful. All three thugs lay piled up, unconscious in the middle of the road. Lee Sungmin realized in horror that the internal energy palm strike just now could not belong to a first-rate or second-rate martial artist. He fearfully concluded that this person was definitely a master. When that person asked where they were, a terrifying name flashed through Lee Sungmin's mind. Weiji Hoyon, the Little Chunma. He recalled that the demonic cult was one of the most powerful heretical factions, worshipping absolute strength. The strongest person would become the Chunma heavenly demon, and their children were called little cult leaders. Such a little cult leader had been summoned to area, and that was Weiji Hoyon. In his previous life, Lee Sungmin knew that Weiji Hoyon was a martial arts genius he could never hope to match. He couldn't believe that Weiji Hoyon himself was now in his inn room, sitting on his bed and introducing himself as 13 years old. Sungmin swallowed, realizing the other person was 1 year younger than him, and stammered out his own introduction as Lee Sungmin, 14 years old. Weiji Hoyon smiled, asking Sungmin about how this world of area was completely different from where he came from. Weiji Hoyon asked again to confirm that the demonic cult did not exist here, and Lee Sungmin affirmed it. Hearing this, Weiji Hoyon burst into delighted laughter, seemingly very interested in this information. His bright red eyes flashed with a sharp, calculating glint. Hoyon suddenly questioned Sungmin about what he had shouted in the square earlier. Sungmin awkwardly tried to recall his warning about the water containing neurotoxins. Unexpectedly, Hoyon laughed loudly again, scolding Sungmin as arrogant for daring to speak to him that way. Overwhelmed by fear, Sungmin quickly bowed and apologized, calling Hoyon the little lord of the demonic cult. Although outwardly submissive, Sungmin gritted his teeth in resentment at having to bow before a 1-3-year-old kid. Weiji Hoyon merely smiled silently, observing Sungmin's reaction. Afterward, he changed the subject, saying he had noticed Sungmin using martial arts. Hoyon bluntly remarked that Sungmin's skills were truly terrible, causing him to stiffen with anger. He continued to criticize, saying that the skills themselves were bad, but the way Sungmin used them was even worse. Hoyon asked where Sungmin had learned those useless skills, while images of the feudal battle earlier flashed back. The memory of his punches having no effect on the thug made Hoyon's words even more bitter. Sungmin tried to force a strained smile, intending to say that he didn't understand. But Weiji Hoyon cut him off with a shocking declaration. "I will teach you martial arts." The entire room fell silent after the sudden offer. Lee Sungmin froze, completely unable to believe what he had just heard. Weiji Hoyon crossed his arms and explained that if he were to teach him, perhaps Sungmin's terrible skills would improve, causing Sungmin to stammer a question back in utter astonishment. Weiji Hoyon agreed but set a condition, which astonished Lee Sungmin. Completely confused, Sungmin stammered, asking what the condition was. Weiji Hoyon suddenly shouted a simple request. "Be my friend." Lee Sungmin froze, stunned by the proposal. He still couldn't believe what he had just heard. Sungmin's confusion peaked. His mind was completely blank. In a flashback, a child's voice called out, "Father." It was young Weiji Hoyon, innocently expressing his wish for a friend. His father, a terrifying figure, questioned his son about the concept of friends. Hoyon excitedly held up a book, explaining that he read friends could overcome any adversity together. The father replied that while that might be true, it only applied to ordinary people. Weiji Hak, the demonic cult leader, declared that a successor to 10,000 demons like Hoyon had no need for friends when ruling by strength. He roared, ordering his son to focus on training, causing the young Hoyon to obey fearfully. Young Hoyon sadly turned away while his father stood there, cold and unmoving. Weiji Hak reflected on his harsh words. He realized they were perhaps unnecessary, seeing his son standing amidst a battlefield full of defeated foes. Although he had gathered 50 second-rate warriors for his son's training, Weiji Hak had not expected the result. A child barely 10 years old had easily defeated them all. A truly terrifying talent. Weiji Hak secretly thought it was a pity. If only Hoyon had. Weiji Hoyon smiled brightly, pointed forward, and stated his condition. "Be my friend." A flashback revealed that Weiji Hoyon had to begin martial arts training from a young age, under the supervision of his father, Weiji Hak. Back in the present, Lee Sungmin was utterly confused, not understanding why Weiji Hoyon wanted to be friends, and naively asked if people of the same age automatically became friends. Finally, the two shook hands, officially accepting the agreement. Weiji Hoyon happily placed a hand on Sungmin's shoulder and declared, "Lee Sungmin, starting today, you are my friend." Lee Sungmin was dumbfounded, internally screaming because he couldn't believe his 7-year-old self was making friends with a 3-year-old child. Keeping his promise, Weiji Hoyon began teaching him martial arts, starting with the Purple Mist Divine Art. This was a meditation technique from the Manhwa sect, characterized by the purple internal energy that radiated when cultivated. Sungmin surprisingly asked why it wasn't a demonic cult technique, while respectfully calling Hoyon young master, which made the boy frown. Weiji Hoyon moved closer, questioning why he used such formal address, since friends should treat each other casually. After a moment of tense silence, Lee Sungmin awkwardly agreed. Hearing this, Weiji Hoyon immediately flashed a deeply satisfied smile. He explained that he himself used the heavenly demon divine art, but it was a martial art reserved only for the demonic cult leader and young master, so he couldn't teach it to outsiders. Weiji Hoyon confidently asked Sungmin's opinion again about learning the Purple Mist divine art. A month had passed, and Lee Sungmin was now standing in the forest with a spear and a new scar on his face. He realized the opportunity to be personally taught martial arts by Weiji Hoyon for an entire month was incredibly valuable. Standing amidst a pile of goblin corpses, Sungmin felt that he had grown slightly stronger. He assessed his current strength as being between a third-rate and second-rate martial artist, a massive improvement compared to his previous life. However, Weiji Hoyon had bluntly judged that even with his personal instruction, Sungmin was still too weak because he completely lacked talent, causing Sungmin to roar angrily in his mind. Lee Sungmin was about to collect the spoils from the monster he had just defeated. Suddenly, he was startled by an unusual movement. The monster abruptly came back to life and launched a powerful attack, forcing Sungmin to jump up to evade. He landed safely, and realized he had nearly died due to his lack of vigilance. The creature roared, and Sungmin identified it as an orc. He quickly scanned his surroundings. He swept his gaze across the dense forest. His eyes were still searching. He detected no other dangers. Determining the orc was alone, Lee Sungmin immediately leaped onto its back. He put all his strength into driving the spear through the monster's chest. The sharp spearhead pierced its body. Lee Sungmin pulled the weapon out of the corpse, ending the battle. He felt proud that he could now easily handle an orc, but immediately dismissed Weiji Hoyon's mocking voice in his head. However, Sungmin found it strange because orcs typically did not live in this area. Suddenly, a strange voice complimented his skill. Sungmin cautiously turned around, spotting a strange man approaching from the woods. The man clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself as Wun Hae-ryong, the one formerly known as the Destructive Sword. When Sungmin asked why he was there, Wun Hae-ryong only gave an ambiguous reply. Wun Hae-ryong revealed that he came here because he was connected to the orc Sungmin had just defeated. Afterward, Woon Hae-ryung led Lee Sung-min to a town. There, a man named Do Sang-ryang looked skeptical upon seeing how young Sung-min was. Woon Hae-ryung immediately vouched for him, asserting that he had personally witnessed the boy's impressive skills. A masked person introduced himself as Wang Pai, the Dark Blade, and expressed confidence in Woon Hae-ryung's judgment. Next, a cheerful female mage introduced herself as Lanier, from the Bellis School of Thought. Lanier asked Sung-min if he understood the job situation, and he confirmed that he did. Their mission was to deal with a recently established orc tribe that had been constantly attacking villages and adventurers. Woon Hae-ryung explained that the mercenary guild had offered a reward of 2 million air, and combined with the spoils of war, the total income could reach 3,500,000 air. Lee Sung-min secretly wondered about the profit distribution, and Woon Hae-ryung declared that it would be split equally among the 5 of them. Sung-min calculated his share would be 700,000 air, and admitted that this was a lucrative opportunity, hard to come by. However, his experience from his previous life made him suspicious, wondering if he could truly trust these complete strangers. Suddenly, Sung-min froze as he seemed to recall something about Woon Hae-ryung. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to hide his suspicion and agreed that it was a good offer. Woon Hae-ryung happily patted Sung-min on the shoulder, saying that with him participating, things would go much smoother. Sung-min politely brushed his hand away and thanked him, but then he intended to ask something else. He looked toward the 2 men carrying heavy luggage and asked who they were. Woon Hae-ryung contemptuously explained that they were just porters, low-class, classless ones. One of the porters bowed, while Sung-min silently confirmed that he belonged to the martial world. Lanier gave money to a porter, asking him to buy an apple, illustrating that the lives of the classless ones consisted of carrying luggage and living off small change. She turned to Lee Sung-min and Woon Hae-ryung and said there was no need to pay attention to them. Woon Hae-ryung placed his hand on Sung-min's shoulder, saying that the porters would follow automatically, and urged the group to depart immediately. Sung-min coldly replied that he had no problem with that. Woon Hae-ryung flashed a meaningful smile. Meanwhile, Lanier happily enjoyed her apple. The entire group proceeded into a dense forest, with the 2 porters silently following behind. On the way, Sung-min asked Do Sang-ryang about the number of orcs, and was told there were about 50, with 30 of them capable of fighting. Do Sang-ryang sneered, confidently stating that the orcs were both stupid and slow, so there would be no danger. When Sung-min asked about the plan, Woon Hae-ryung declared they would split into 2 teams. He explained that he and Sung-min would go together, while Do Sang-ryang, Wang Pai, and Lanier would be in the other group. The plan was to lure the orcs out of their village so that each team could eliminate them separately. Lanier explained that she would use wind magic to spread the scent of humans, as orcs are very sensitive about their territory and would rush out to attack. Wang Pai added that their group would hide to ambush the orcs, while the mage prepared offensive spells. A porter handed Sung-min a flare, explaining that the 2 of them would use it to lure the remaining orcs. Woon Hae-ryung concluded that it was a simple plan to eliminate the divided orc horde. Sung-min nodded, thinking that the plan, though somewhat crude, wasn't bad. It was just a pity they didn't have enough people to set a trap. Woon Hae-ryung suddenly stopped when he saw a bone totem pole, realizing they were approaching orc territory. He ordered the team to split into 2 groups here, wishing everyone caution and luck. Woon Hae-ryung took the lead, followed by Lee Sung-min and a porter walking through the forest. The porter was panting, drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Lee Sung-min glanced back, thinking that this journey was indeed too much for a classless person. The man continued to cough and wheeze, barely able to take another step. Lee Sung-min's gaze sharpened as he observed the situation. He abruptly turned back and asked the startled porter, "Hey, what's your name?" The man replied that his name was Braith. Lee Sung-min stated frankly that he would not be able to protect Braith when the orcs attacked. He gave Braith a choice: run away now or continue following them. Sung-min glanced at Woon Hae-ryung, knowing that the man wouldn't care or offer any help. After a moment of silence, Braith made his decision. He asserted that he could not run away. Lee Sung-min understood, as he knew better than anyone, the fate of those who quit at the mercenary guild. He accepted Braith's decision and simply told him to take care of himself. Woon Hae-ryung cheerfully turned back and announced that they had arrived. He pointed toward a clearing in the trees, where the orc tribe's wooden fence stood. As Woon Hae-ryung prepared to use the flare to lure the enemy, Lee Sung-min quietly activated an item. Woon Hae-ryung was astonished to see Sung-min pull out a large jar from a rare spatial bag. He narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, "I see. But what is that thing you just took out?" Lee Sung-min poured water onto the ground and explained that they would use mud to mask their scent. Woon Hae-ryung seemed impressed by the young man's experience, which Sung-min humbly claimed he learned from his master. He asked in return why Woon Hae-ryung hadn't done the same thing. Both Sung-min and Braith happily rolled around in the mud puddle. The porter Braith even offered to fetch more water to make more mud. Suddenly, Wun Haryong shot a bright red flare into the sky. The signal immediately attracted the attention of a nearby group of orcs. Turning to Sungmin, Wun Haryong proposed a new plan. Sending the porter ahead. He explained that Braith could act as bait to distract the orcs, helping them attack more effectively from behind. Braith turned pale with horror at the suggestion, while Sungmin silently observed. The porter desperately pleaded, saying he would be killed, but Wun Haryong casually dismissed him. The swordsman then coldly threatened that if Braith didn't comply, he would personally kill him. Immediately after, Wun Haryong burst out laughing and said he was just joking, but Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth in silent fury. He decisively stood up, turning his back on Wun Haryong. Facing the swordsman, Sungmin declared that he would go first. Wun Haryong looked at him searchingly, then indifferently agreed. Entering the forest, Sungmin quickly determined that 13 orcs had been lured in. Without hesitation, he charged into attack, bringing his spear down on the head of the nearest orc. The sharp spearhead flashed, reflecting the image of the unfortunate orc. Lee Sungmin, having just taken down one, immediately counted. Only 12 orcs remained. He quickly eliminated another, reducing the enemy count to 11. Surrounded by monsters, he wondered if he could do it. But then Lee Sungmin immediately cast aside his doubts, asserting that he had to do it. He suddenly thought about why he had stepped forward, realizing it was all due to empathy for Braith's frightened face. Even though Braith was unrelated and he didn't know him, unlike those who had bullied him in the past, the only thing they had in common was that both were classless. Lee Sungmin bitterly thought about the rules of this world, where the strong dictated everything. Facing the pack of orcs, he admitted that those rules were truly fucked up. In his mind, Weiji Hoyon's teachings echoed from a distant memory, scolding him for still not understanding, despite repeated lessons. Weiji Hoyon demanded that he summarize and engrave the lesson into his mind. The core teaching for a spearman was only one thing. Back in reality, Lee Sungmin told himself that was why he would become stronger, repeating the mantra, "Attack from a distance." He yelled, determined to maintain distance from the enemy, and then unleashed a series of powerful spear techniques, attacking the orcs from a safe distance. He recalled his weak past, when he was easily overwhelmed by other mercenaries. But then those very individuals were miserably slaughtered by orcs. He envisioned the scene. If he hadn't intervened, Braith would also have been crushed helplessly by an orc. Braith groaned in pain as a giant hand squeezed him tight. But in reality, Lee Sungmin stood tall before an orc he had just defeated. With blood splattered on his face, he wore a satisfied smile. Around them, the corpses of an entire orc pack lay scattered, while Wun Haryong observed and Sungmin helped Braith walk. Wun Haryong coldly used a knife to cut off the ear of a dead orc. He tossed the ear up, muttering that there were 13 inches total. Turning to Sungmin, Wun Haryong said it was all thanks to him and that he had collected enough evidence, while Sungmin secretly thought the other group must have finished their task too. Then, he called the porter and threw the bag full of orc ears to Braith, telling him to keep it safe. Wun Haryong suggested regrouping with the other party, and Lee Sungmin agreed. Braith watched them with a serious expression. As he passed by, he whispered a sincere thank you to Lee Sungmin. Sungmin silently watched the man walk away dejectedly. He watched Braith's retreating back with a pensive gaze. Before long, they met up with the other group, and Wun Haryong inquired about the situation. Du Sangriang rested his foot on an orc corpse, scoffing that they seemed to have had a tough fight. Wun Haryong gave a wry smile, replying that not at all, because their new companion had handled everything very quickly. Wang Pei, still masked, added, "Actually," Wun Haryong nodded in agreement with a mysterious smile, saying that this was the difficult part. Hearing that, Lee Sungmin's eyes suddenly flashed with horror as he seemed to understand something. The moment Lee Sungmin realized the conspiracy, Wang Pei made his move. Sitting and eating, Lanier froze as a knife suddenly pierced through her chest. She only managed to cough up blood in utter shock before collapsing. Wang Pei stood there as Lanier staggered and fell, while Do Sangriang hadn't even grasped what was happening. Immediately, Wang Pei was behind Do Sangriang, swinging his sword to end a second life. Lee Sungmin rushed to intervene, but Wun Haryong blocked his path with his sword. "You're in the way," Wun Haryong growled, facing Lee Sungmin, who was seething with indignation. Memories flooded back. Lee Sungmin recalled being scolded by a supervisor in the past. "Hey, you classless brat, hurry up." At that time, he was just a frail teenager, new to this world. He had to carry heavy sacks and constantly apologize to make a living. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a noisy crowd nearby. "What, never seen an execution before?" the overseer asked, startling the young Sungmin. The man explained that the condemned was a reckless and audacious mercenary from the martial arts world. He had killed all his comrades to claim the bounty for himself, but was eventually caught and sentenced to death. Lee Sungmin stared at the man on the execution platform. It was Woon Hye-young. Back in the present, Woon Hye-young's greedy smile perfectly matched his memory, and Sungmin understood everything. "What a surprise," Woon Hye-young said. "I didn't think you'd react this quickly," he continued as if Sungmin already knew, and in his heart, he affirmed, "That's right, because I saw you executed in my past life." He remembered it clearly. It was 13 years ago, and it was the first execution he had ever witnessed. Woon Hye-young appeared confident, stating he had witnessed Lee Sungmin's fight with the orcs. He commented that Sungmin was quite skilled for his age as he stumbled forward. Then he lunged, roaring that compared to him, Sungmin was just an amateur. Sungmin analyzed internally, deeming his opponent a second-rate fighter, a tough opponent. However, he could predict his next move, a diagonal slash. As Woon Hye-young executed exactly as predicted, Sungmin had a plan to counter. He decided to use the reach of his spear to interrupt his attack. The spear tip clashed with the sword, halting Woon Hye-young's attack in disbelief. Sungmin taunted, confidently claiming he had experience from his past life, and was trained by the little Chunma himself. Woon Hye-young stepped back, admitting that Sungmin was indeed not bad. But as he was about to speak further, he suddenly coughed up a large amount of blood. Woon Hye-young looked in shock, not understanding what was happening, and Sungmin coldly explained it was poison. He revealed he had sprinkled a slow-acting poison on the mud puddle he stepped in. Woon Hye-young looked in horror at his trembling sword, realizing he couldn't withstand any more attacks. Sungmin provoked him, asking how the martial arts master felt. Unexpectedly, Woon Hye-young didn't attack, but lunged away in a different direction. Lee Sungmin was stunned by his opponent's unpredictable move. It turned out Woon Hye-young had circled around and taken the porter, Braith, hostage. He pressed his sword to Braith's neck, threatening that the porter would die if Sungmin took another step. Lee Sungmin stared blankly at the scene before him. Woon Hye-young smirked, thinking Sungmin's compassion for the porter was his fatal weakness. He was convinced that this empathy would make Sungmin hesitate to act. However, Lee Sungmin merely thought, "Is he really that stupid?" He wondered if taking Braith hostage would affect him, while Woon Hye-young yelled at him not to move. With years of mercenary experience, Sungmin knew he couldn't be swayed by emotions, and he helped Braith simply because the contrast was stark between Braith's terrified face and Lee Sungmin's cold eyes. He continued his unfinished thoughts. Meanwhile, Woon Hye-young gasped for breath, the poison ravaging his body. Lee Sungmin told himself to set aside his emotions and focus, as his internal energy was nearly depleted from the continuous battles. He analyzed that with his current condition, a direct spear thrust was too risky and could be countered. Furthermore, he didn't know how long the poison would last, and needed to conserve energy in case Du Sangriang was defeated. "I can't drag this out any longer," Lee Sungmin muttered. "I have no choice but to." Suddenly, the trembling Braith, who was in fear, smirked with determination. He suddenly channeled all his strength into his legs. Braith lunged his entire body at Woon Hye-young, creating a powerful collision. Lee Sungmin was completely stunned by the unexpected action and shouted, "Braith?" Pinned by Braith, Woon Hye-young roared in anger, "You damn porter, get off me!" But Braith grabbed the sword's hilt, bravely impaling both of them in a final act of sacrifice. With a savage grin, Woon Hye-young snarled at the horrified Braith, "I told you to get off." Unexpectedly, Braith grabbed the sword, leaving Woon Hye-young momentarily stunned. Lee Sungmin shouted in panic, "Wait, stop, we can talk," but it was too late. He could only rush forward and thrust his spear into the enemy. The scene of betrayal within the mercenary group flashed back, with Du Sangriang gasping beside Lanier's corpse, and the silhouette of Wang Paiye attacking Du Sangriang. Braith lay there, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was dead. Lee Sungmin stood exhausted beside the two corpses, the battle finally over. Returning to the inn, he was greeted cheerfully by Weiji Hoyon. Weiji Hoyon commented, "You're back quite late today," to which Sungmin tiredly replied, "Yeah, I made some money." He collapsed onto a chair in extreme exhaustion, ignoring Weiji Hoyon's gaze. Lying on the bed, Sungmin tormented himself. If I had more internal energy, Braith wouldn't have had to die. He gritted his teeth, hating this familiar feeling of helplessness. Suddenly, Weiji Hoyon stood beside him and asked directly, "You killed someone, didn't you?" Sungmin was surprised, and Weiji Hoyon explained with a smile, "Thanks to the scent, I can smell human blood on you." Sungmin explained that it was a second-rate fighter who tried to kill him, but Weiji Hoyon didn't seem to believe him. He moved closer and asserted, "You're hiding something." With sharp eyes, Weiji Hoyon stared directly at Sungmin. He pressed, "Exactly what are you hiding?" making Sungmin break out in a cold sweat. Weiji Hoyon sat on a cabinet, Looking down at Lee Sungmin, who had just woken up, Lee Sungmin asked in surprise why Weiji Hoyon said he was hiding something. Weiji Hoyon casually replied that it was obvious Lee Sungmin could defeat a second-rate fighter after learning the Zixia divine skill. He narrowed his eyes at Lee Sungmin and commented, "You are different." Weiji Hoyon began to explain that he had traveled all over the city to learn about this world. He recounted witnessing the lives of the classless, such as seeing someone rummaging through trash. Most of them, in Weiji Hoyon's observation, had to devour filthy things to survive. He concluded that the classless lived incredibly miserable lives. Weiji Hoyon explained that killing, even a small animal, required great determination. But Weiji Hoyon returned to the main point. Looking directly at Lee Sungmin, he reminded that on the very first day he was summoned, Lee Sungmin went into the forest to hunt monsters. Lee Sungmin awkwardly replied that it was necessary for survival. Weiji Hoyon immediately countered, asking if other classless people didn't know that. He explained that they knew but couldn't do it, as risking their lives to kill another creature was very difficult. Lee Sungmin could only vaguely reply that he was a quick adapter. Weiji Hoyon realized Lee Sungmin was evading and announced he would move on to the second issue. He bluntly stated a sentence like a knife. "You have no talent." Lee Sungmin collapsed on the floor as Weiji Hoyon pointed out that he only absorbed 30 to 40% of what he was taught. However, Weiji Hoyon pointed out a contradiction. Despite only using a spear for 2 months, Lee Sungmin's spear techniques were very skillful. He concluded that Lee Sungmin did not make the elementary mistakes a beginner martial artist would typically make. Weiji Hoyon commented that despite lacking talent, Lee Sungmin had mastered martial arts in just 2 months. He questioned intensely, "What exactly are you?" Faced with that question, Lee Sungmin could only remain silent. He tried to deny, "I don't know what you're talking about." Weiji Hoyon narrowed his eyes and warned, "My friend, I don't like liars." The atmosphere in the room became extremely tense. Lee Sungmin then retorted that everyone has their own secrets. He asked back if forcing others to reveal their secrets was how Weiji Hoyon made friends. Weiji Hoyon was silent for a moment, seemingly thinking. Then he laughed, admitting he also had a secret. Weiji Hoyon proposed they exchange secrets, but Lee Sungmin immediately refused. Undeterred, he made a more attractive offer, his secret plus a supreme martial art. Lee Sungmin sneered, saying that was useless because he was untalented and had no internal energy. Weiji Hoyon crossed his arms, clearly not believing that excuse. He made a shocking offer. "Then I will give you 1/5 of my internal energy." Lee Sungmin was completely stunned by the unbelievable offer. He shouted asking why, and Weiji Hoyon calmly replied, "Because I'm curious." Weiji Hoyon explained that, because Lee Sungmin was his only friend, he wanted to know everything about him. He asserted that this was his concept of friendship, and asked if that was enough. The room fell silent again, with only the flickering candlelight. Lee Sungmin breathed a sigh of relief, agreeing to exchange secrets and asking Weiji Hoyon to promise something. He proposed that Weiji Hoyon not kill him after hearing his secret, and was met with the affirmation that no one would kill their friend. Weiji Hoyon decided to reveal his secret first and began to untie his hair. With his long black hair let down, Weiji Hoyon smiled and declared, "I am a girl." Lee Sungmin was stunned, his eyes wide with extreme shock at the unbelievable truth. Weiji Hoyon explained that her father, the leader of the demonic cult, wanted her to be a son because only men were allowed to rule the sect. Meanwhile, Lee Sungmin was still frozen in shock. She said she was used to pretending to be a boy and would continue to do so, then asked for Lee Sungmin's turn. Still in a daze, Lee Sungmin clutched his head and asked for more time to process the information. The first thing he announced was that from tomorrow, they would have to stay in separate rooms, causing Weiji Hoyon to ask in confusion why. Lee Sungmin took a deep breath, preparing himself to reveal his own secret. His face became serious, ready for the most important confession. He looked directly at Weiji Hoyon and said he was a reincarnator. Weiji Hoyon's red eyes widened slightly, showing surprise at the strange term. She thought to herself, "What the hell is that?" Completely not understanding the meaning of the word. After being explained, Weiji Hoyon mumbled, "So, you died and returned to the past." She nodded, admitting that although it was hard to believe, it explained all the strange points about him. Weiji Hoyon added that in a martial arts world, she would consider it a lie, but in this world, anything was possible. Lee Sungmin then asked back, "But why did you think I would kill you after hearing your story?" He explained that although he looked like a 4-year-old boy, his mind was actually 27 years old. Weiji Hoyon asked if Lee Sungmin felt offended that she had deceived him and pretended to be his age, but Sungmin replied that it was not an issue at all. He told her to think about it again. Sungmin recalled, asserting that in approaching, teaching martial arts, and making friends, he was always the one who took the initiative. He declared, "You never deceived me. On the contrary, you adjusted yourself to make me comfortable, so I have no reason to stop being friends with you." In the 2 months they spent together, Sungmin always considered Weiji Hoyeon his friend. Weiji Hoyeon smiled and asked if that was enough for a friendship. Lee Sungmin was speechless at her question. He lowered his head, his voice full of emotion. "Thank you, Weiji Hoyeon." However, Weiji Hoyeon's attitude suddenly changed, and she taunted him, saying she couldn't believe Sungmin had trained for over a decade across 2 lives and was still at this level. She announced that she would put aside her numerous questions for now. Instead, Weiji Hoyeon smiled brightly and said, "Now, I will transfer my internal energy to you." Lee Sungmin looked up sharply, completely stunned by the offer. The narration explained that internal energy is the energy accumulated in the bodies of those from the martial arts world. Martial artists can use this energy to unleash superhuman powers. Since the methods for increasing internal energy are very limited outside of meditation, martial artists spend their entire lives meditating to cultivate it. Weiji Hoyeon placed her hand on Sungmin's back, remarking that his meridians were not pure. She explained that this is why most people do not transfer internal energy to others, as it accumulates many impurities. But that's because starting martial arts at 14 is not too early, she said, then decided to transfer 1/5 of her internal energy to him. Weiji Hoyeon leaned close to Sungmin's ear, instructing him that how much he received depended on himself, and commanded, "Use the Zixia Shengong." Lee Sungmin's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of the technique's name. Weiji Hoyeon placed her hand on Lee Sungmin's back, transferring a powerful surge of internal energy into his body, causing him to writhe in pain. Her hand emitted a dark purple aura, swirling with power. Panting from exhaustion, Weiji Hoyeon asked about Sungmin's condition. After the transfer, she slumped onto his back, while Sungmin looked at the new energy within him in astonishment. Sungmin couldn't believe that just 1/5 of Hoyeon's internal energy was more than everything he had accumulated in his previous life. Hoyeon asked how much he had absorbed, and Sungmin hesitantly guessed about half. She explained that the rest had likely been absorbed by his meridians. With that, Weiji Hoyeon, exhausted, collapsed onto the bed, causing Sungmin to panic and call her name. He worriedly asked if she was okay, but Hoyeon simply replied that she was a little tired. They were silent for a moment, Sungmin sitting on the bed next to Hoyeon, who was resting. Sungmin awkwardly broke the silence, asking why she was doing all this for him. Lying on the bed, Hoyeon answered simply, "Because you are my friend." She added that he didn't need to feel guilty, as she was doing it for her own satisfaction. Weiji Hoyeon reiterated her statement with certainty. She suddenly remembered her promise, and said she would teach him a powerful spear technique, despite Sungmin's protests that he had received more than enough. Sungmin was stunned to tears, as Hoyeon casually mentioned the Ju Tianji Shang Chongmin style, and even promised to modify it for him. Hoyeon reassured Sungmin once more, saying this was also for her own satisfaction. Then she revealed the true reason. She would not let her first friend die in vain like in her past life. Lee Sungmin was completely dumbfounded, exclaiming Weiji Hoyeon's name in utter disbelief. As he was about to bow his head in thanks, Hoyeon immediately headbutted him and declared that friends do not bow to each other. Lee Sungmin rubbed his forehead, irritably wondering why Weiji Hoyeon cared whether he bowed or not. "I care," Hoyeon replied firmly, sitting up straight on the bed. She suddenly pushed Sungmin down onto the bed, suggesting they have a more interesting conversation. When Sungmin asked about the topic, Hoyeon smiled and said she wanted to hear stories about his past life. Hoyeon excitedly asked what she was like in his past life, making Sungmin a little flustered. Sungmin explained that due to being preoccupied with survival, he only heard rumors that she had become powerful and dominated area. Hoyeon happily accepted the news, while Sungmin continued to recount that she had left the city a month after being summoned. He further revealed that afterward, she had disappeared for 3 years. Hoyeon speculated that perhaps during that time, she had been traveling. She confessed that she had always craved freedom more than anything, escaping the demonic cult and the pressure of succession. Hoyeon said that was why she was so happy to be summoned here and meet a friend like Sungmin, making him blush. Afterward, she announced her plan. "I will leave this place in a month." She affirmed her intention to enjoy freedom and explore this world. Hoyeon promised to teach Sungmin the Jutianji Shang spear technique for a month before departing, and asked about his plans. Caught off guard, Sungmin could only exclaim, "What?" Hoyeon looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Lee Sungmin, in this life, what kind of life do you want to live?" The question made Sungmin seriously contemplate his purpose in life. Fragments of painful memories of his humble mercenary life in his previous existence shattered and reappeared in his mind. He silently resolved to live a better life than his past one. Hearing this, Hoyeon merely smiled and commented that it was the most vague answer she had ever heard. Weiji Hoyeon challenges Lee Sungmin's answer, directly asking if he has any goals. Sungmin turns away, sadly admitting he doesn't know. Hoyeon tells him to think about it and let her know when he has an answer. Suddenly, she changes the subject, eagerly demanding to hear about his past life. Sungmin replies, "There isn't much to tell." Secretly thinking she's quite a troublesome child, he reflects on his lonely life in Xenovis, realizing he never had a single friend, just like Hoyeon. And then it dawns on him. Weiji Hoyeon is also his first friend. They spent the entire night talking and sharing stories together. A month later, on a bright morning, Hoyeon calls Sungmin's name. She declares it's time to test what he has learned. Sungmin, in his new armor and holding his spear, understands this is their farewell match. He resolves to go all out, as Hoyeon will be leaving the city after this fight. Hoyeon laughs, stating it's obvious he'd go all out. The match begins as Hoyeon lunges into the air. She confidently announces she'll give him a 20-move head start. Sungmin grips his spear, aware of the challenge to defeat her within 20 moves. Hoyeon then proudly announces the name of the spear technique she created for him. 9 Heavens Extreme, Spear Sungmin Style. When Sungmin asks why in confusion, she explains that since it was made for him, it deserves to bear his name. Sungmin is horrified internally, not wanting his name associated with it at all. Nevertheless, he focuses, realizing this spear technique combines everything he knows from the Soul Chaser spear technique. Lee Sungmin decides to start the match. He lunges forward, unleashing the first move of the Soul Chaser spear technique. Weiji Hoyeon calmly raises her hand to block the incoming attack. She easily blocks the spear tip with her palm and counts. 1. Lee Sungmin tries to push forward but is held firmly by Hoyeon. Hoyeon swings her hand, deflecting the spear, and counts. 2. Undeterred, Lee Sungmin regains his balance and prepares for the next move. He unleashes a series of lightning-fast thrusts, but Hoyeon easily counters them all. She blocks another strike and calmly counts. 3. Hoyeon remarks that he's become less foolish, knowing how to combine blocking, pinning, and thrusting. She explains that rotating the spear outward is for blocking and parrying attacks, while rotating the spear inward is for pinning and suppressing the opponent's weapon, and thrusting is for piercing the target. Hoyeon irritably asks how he can use a spear without knowing these basics, and Lee Sungmin sheepishly admits he's self-taught. She orders him to practice daily, and Lee Sungmin is grateful for her guidance. The match continues, with Hoyeon blocking 2 more moves and counting up to 5. On the 6th move, she reminds Lee Sungmin not to use his waist and to put more explosive force into each strike. Heeding her words, Lee Sungmin grits his teeth, trying to channel all his strength. Hoyeon blocks the 7th move and admits the attack has improved slightly. Despite this, Lee Sungmin desperately realizes the vast power gap between them. Lee Sungmin thinks to himself that even as a second-rate fighter, he can't overcome Weiji Hoyeon's right hand. He is overwhelmed, realizing that's the level of a martial arts master. Seeing his dejected expression, Hoyeon taunts him, asking if he's already planning to give up. Lee Sungmin mutters under his breath, denying any intention of surrendering. He roars that it won't happen and charges forward. Hoyeon calmly blocks the attack, counting to 10. Lee Sungmin grits his teeth and unleashes a barrage of rapid attacks, but all are blocked as Hoyeon counts to 15. She continues to easily deflect all his spear movements until the 19th move. Hoyeon calmly states, "Now for the final move," and blocks Lee Sungmin's 20th attack. She smiles smugly as the match concludes. Lee Sungmin stands with his head bowed, utterly defeated. He shivers at the insurmountable power gap between them. Hoyeon approaches from behind and places her hand on his shoulder. In the training ground, she declares decisively, "You lost." She praises him for doing well, but Sungmin can only sigh, saying she blocked every move with just her right hand. Hoyeon pats him on the back, reassuringly, explaining that he has good instincts, which are intuition, not experience. She reiterates that Sungmin sensed her movements even if he couldn't react, which is the ability to perceive the intangible. She asserts that this in itself is a talent, and one day it will become his great weapon. Hoyeon smiles and says that this makes her look forward to 10 years from now, leaving Lee Sungmin bewildered as to why. Weiji Hoyeon commented that the previous match was too easy for her. However, she was still satisfied with Lee Sungmin's skills, particularly praising his final attack. Hoyeon unexpectedly proposed they meet again in 10 years, leaving Sungmin completely bewildered. When asked about his goal, Sungmin tremblingly admitted he hadn't decided yet. Hoyeon then offered a bold suggestion. "Then, make me your goal." Hearing this, Lee Sungmin unconsciously clenched his fists. Hoyeon explained that people need goals, Otherwise, they just drift aimlessly through life. She encouraged him to become as strong as her in the next 10 years, but Sungmin yelled to cut her off. That will never happen. He desperately screamed that even if he made her his goal, he could never become like her. Sungmin poured out a torrent of resentment, claiming he was untalented, while Hoyeon was a born genius who had used countless elixirs. He bowed his head, asserting that their starting points were completely different. Hoyeon calmly replied, pointing out that his inferiority complex was resurfacing. She stated directly that it was something she truly disliked about him, making Sungmin grit his teeth in anger. Hoyeon continued to analyze that his habit of seeing himself as a victim from his past life was holding him back. Provoked, Sungmin roared. What do you know? He screamed that he was summoned to area with nothing, not a shred of talent. In a flashback, he recalled his miserable life of risking his life fighting wild boars until death. Hoyeon coldly countered, reminding him that in just 3 months, he had learned many ultimate skills and become a second-rate fighter. She questioned if it was his inferiority complex about the past and lack of purpose that made him unwilling to try. As Hoyeon was about to continue about his second chance, Sungmin couldn't take it and yelled, "Shut up." Weiji Hoyeon asked in surprise why Lee Sungmin was so angry. Lee Sungmin laughed bitterly, unable to believe a 3-year-old child was lecturing him. In his rage, he declared he would make Weiji Hoyeon his goal and stab her heart with his spear in 10 years. The vision of their confrontation appeared simply. Weiji Hoyeon casually agreed, but clarified it would only be a sparring match. Lee Sungmin was stunned, completely taken aback by her reaction. He clutched his head in embarrassment. While Hoyeon asked if the deal was sealed, she unexpectedly leaned close to the startled Lee Sungmin. With a radiant smile, Weiji Hoyeon said she would look forward to their match. Lee Sungmin blushed, completely flustered by her actions. Hoyeon teased that she hoped she hadn't made his heart flutter, but Sungmin quickly denied it. She leaned close to his ear, mockingly saying a 7-year-old wouldn't blush over such a thing. Sungmin asked her to keep her distance and called her a kid again, prompting Hoyeon to smirk and retort. Hoyeon declared she would become truly charming in 10 years, making Sungmin scream that it was ridiculous. Lee Sungmin had set his own goals. First, survival, and second, to become stronger. Weiji Hoyeon bid farewell and promised to meet again in 10 years before turning and walking away. Lee Sungmin also reciprocated the promise, while his third goal was revealed. Hoyeon looked back, seriously warning him, "Don't die." He smiled confidently and promised he wouldn't. They walked in different directions, and Lee Sungmin's ultimate goal was Weiji Hoyeon. The narration explained that in the city of Xenovis, there were 3 great opportunities. First were the martial body framework and pure meditation, and the final opportunity was the classless tournament held in a grand arena. Lee Sungmin participated in this tournament, which was exclusively for the classless. 10 months after Weiji Hoyeon's departure, he faced mockery from a third-rate fighter. However, Sungmin had trained diligently to become a first-rate fighter, easily defeating his opponent with the purple haze fist. The prize for the winner was the Stellar Energy Pill, a drug that increased internal energy. He immediately used the pill, absorbing its energy to compensate for his lack of internal energy. With this, Lee Sungmin was confident he had obtained everything he needed in Xenovis. He walked along the path of a bustling town and called out the name Mr. Hans. The man named Hans, the owner of the weapon shop, turned in surprise. Hans happily congratulated Sungmin on his tournament victory, and Sungmin humbly thanked him. Sungmin frankly stated that he had come to say goodbye. Hans smiled, replying that he had expected as much. He proudly clapped Sungmin on the shoulder, saying the classless kid was now too strong for this city. Rummaging for something, Hans remarked that clever people like Sungmin would always survive. He held out an item and told Sungmin to accept it. Sungmin was stunned to realize it was a dimensional pocket, but Hans simply said it was an old one. Hans explained it had a larger capacity and would be useful, making Sungmin confusedly ask why he was giving it to him. Hans pressed the bag into his hand as a farewell gift, instructing him that if he wanted to repay the favor, he should become famous and return it 100-fold. Hans advised Lee Sungmin to tell everyone that a merchant named Hans helped him when he was young. Emotionally choked up, Lee Sungmin could only express his gratitude. Afterward, the familiar inn door creaked open. Lee Sungmin stepped inside the inn. As soon as he entered, he ran into Rura, and they both called out each other's names. Rura looked at him and asked bluntly if he was leaving soon. She shouted that the fact he cleaned his room so thoroughly gave him away. Sitting on the railing, Rura complained about why he cleaned the room when she could have done it. Lee Sungmin just smiled and replied sarcastically that he was wondering the same thing himself. Rura sadly said she knew people from outside who were summoned here eventually left. Lee Sungmin confirmed this and stated that he needed to go. With a darkened expression, Rura asked back with disappointment. She suddenly blurted out in anger, wishing he would die somewhere. Rura angrily turned and left, brushing past her father, Jack. She stomped her foot hard as she went upstairs. The door slammed shut, leaving Jack and Lee Sungmin in awkward silence. Jack sighed, advising him to be understanding of Rura, as she was still young. Lee Sungmin smiled and replied that he understood, leading Jack to remark that he was very mature for his age. Jack then handed Lee Sungmin a gift and told him to accept it. Jack explained the gift was his cloak from his youth, enchanted to control temperature and resist sharp weapons. Lee Sungmin put on the cloak and thanked Jack, who advised him to get it altered for a better fit. Placing a hand on Sungmin's shoulder, Jack encouraged him, saying he was the most impressive classless person he had ever seen at the inn, and that he knew he would achieve great things. With a tear in his eye, Jack emotionally urged him to take care of himself. Wearing his new cloak, Lee Sungmin began to walk away from the city. His face showed determination as he embarked on his new journey. Meanwhile, Rura was rushing at full speed with a panicked expression. She yelled Lee Sungmin's name as he walked down the deserted road. Hearing her call, Sungmin turned back in surprise. He saw Rura had caught up, bent over and panting heavily. Gasping for breath, Rura struggled to speak after Sungmin recognized her. She just managed to stammer that she wanted to take back what she said, leaving Sungmin quite bewildered. Rura breathlessly explained that she wanted to retract the curse she had wished upon him in her anger. With teary eyes, she sincerely pleaded with him not to die. Sungmin asked in surprise if she had run all this way just to tell him that, causing Rura to fall silent in embarrassment. Rura turned away, saying that if he was determined to leave, he should live well and return to this city if he encountered any difficulties. Lee Sungmin smiled with relief and sincerely thanked her. As Sungmin walked away, Rura thought to herself about something strange. She had been watching him constantly for some time now. Clutching the hem of her skirt, she wondered why she was doing it, only knowing that it happened naturally. Rura finally confessed her true feelings. "I've started to like you." Lee Sungmin calmly acknowledged that he knew, and Rura softly confirmed it. He promised the sobbing girl that he would never die, and she tearfully agreed. With a gentle smile, Lee Sungmin said goodbye. Rura burst into tears as his retreating figure disappeared from view. As he walked, Sungmin reflected that it took him 3 years to leave Xenovis in his past life, but only 1 year this time. He smiled, recalling that his past life had no fond memories, but this time he had gained many precious ones. Looking back at the city one last time, he wondered if he would ever return someday. His promise to Rura echoed in his mind as he left Xenovis behind. In a distant land, a mysterious hooded man welcomed a young ascetic to Mishe Mountain. That ascetic was Lee Sungmin, who had arrived to begin a new path of training. He told himself that to keep his promise, he had to become much stronger. In a flashback, Weiji Hoyon asked him about the place they would meet in 10 years. After a moment of thought, Sungmin decided it would be Bihanger. Returning to the present, he calculated that he had 9 years left and didn't need to go to Bihanger immediately. He didn't want to repeat his life as a mercenary. This time, he wanted time to train. His gaze became resolute as he made his decision. His destination was Mishe Mountain. This was the domain of the ascetic goddess, where one could place bindings on their body to multiply training effectiveness. Lee Sungmin was determined to find Mishe Mountain to begin his training. And then, he arrived at the fantastical land with its entirely purple scenery. Here, Lee Sungmin began his training after receiving bindings from a mysterious ascetic. You received 2 types of restraints, and the first one was weight. This restraint made your body and everything you touched incredibly heavy, causing them to tremble. As for the second restraint, it revealed its effect when you tried to eat a piece of bread. You struggled to chew and swallow the food while your body was heavy, but immediately, a sense of horror washed over you through your sense of taste. Lee Sungmin vomited everything he had just eaten. He coughed and realized the second restraint was even more terrifying. What he had just vomited looked disgusting. The second restraint was taste, symbolized by a mark on your tongue. It didn't make you lose your sense of taste, but rather transformed the flavor of everything into a horrific experience. You felt like you were chewing on wriggling bugs and drinking filthy liquid. Exhausted, Lee Sungmin collapsed on the ground, admitting that this training was more brutal than he had imagined. With a vacant expression, he began to wonder if he should give up. He thought about becoming a B-rank mercenary in Bihanger, a much easier path. He told himself that this would already be an improvement from his past life, and he didn't need to be too greedy. But at that moment, the stern image of Weiji Hoyon appeared in his mind, jolting him back to reality. Lee Sungmin picked up a piece of bread that looked horrifying and began his ascetic meal. He had to force himself to swallow the food, feeling as if he were chewing on insects and grubs. Even the water tasted like feces, a disgusting challenge to his palate. Amidst the purple landscape of the mountain, a pained groan escaped him. Nevertheless, Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, motivating himself to overcome Miche's trial. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, calling him a rude human. Lee Sungmin startled and turned around, astonished by the unexpected presence. He looked around in confusion, his heavy body preventing him from standing up immediately. A week passed in relentless training. A deer in the nearby forest curiously turned its head upon hearing the noise. It was Lee Sungmin, stealthily approaching the prey with a spear in hand. However, each of his steps was as heavy as lead due to the restraint's effect. He lunged to attack, but the deer easily dodged with a slight twitch. The animal looked relieved, and even somewhat smug. It stood there nonchalantly, seemingly not considering him a threat. The deer tilted its head in a bewildered manner, as if questioning his actions. Lee Sungmin struggled to maintain his balance, his movements becoming slow and powerless. The deer even taunted him by hopping on the tip of his spear. Lee Sungmin could only grit his teeth and endure the humiliation, his eyes showing helplessness but not surrender. Lee Sungmin stumbled and collapsed from exhaustion due to the restraint. He despaired, realizing he was severely malnourished after a week of only eating bread and drinking water. This was the trial of Mount Misha, where ascetics had to fend for themselves despite the restraints. The mountain was incredibly harsh, with sudden temperature changes and powerful wild beasts. Lee Sungmin lamented that the weight restraint made hunting impossible, while the taste restraint made eating unbearable, worsening his condition. He began to doubt his decision, wondering what the point of training was if he was too weak to do it. Lost in despair, a small stone rolled beside him, catching his attention. Looking up, Lee Sungmin was stunned to see a strange woman standing nearby. The white-haired woman calmly waved, seemingly without malice. Remembering the rule that ascetics must not harm each other, Lee Sungmin calmed down and asked for her identity. Instead of answering, the woman pointed to the glowing purple mark on her neck. Then, she made a cross gesture in front of her mouth, implying she couldn't speak. Lee Sungmin quickly understood it was a silence restraint, and the woman nodded in confirmation. Suddenly, she easily knocked down the deer that had been taunting him, and threw it in front of Lee Sungmin. He was astonished to realize it was the same deer that had mocked him earlier. While Lee Sungmin was still bewildered, the woman used a branch to start writing something on the ground. She wrote that she had been observing him for a few days, and that if he continued like this, he would die, so she was helping him by giving him the deer to eat. Lee Sungmin suspiciously asked what she wanted, but the answer he received was that she didn't need anything. With a confident smile, the woman wrote that the reason she helped was simply because she was a good person, leaving Lee Sungmin speechless. Lee Sungmin recalled that not long ago, a woman had appeared to help him. She introduced herself as a good person, and was always there when he was in trouble. When Sungmin asked for her name, he was utterly astonished. Her name was Bak Sogo. He knew the name. She was a renowned swordswoman from his past life, known as the Silent Lightning for her lightning-fast movement techniques. But what stunned Sungmin wasn't meeting a famous future figure. The real reason was that he remembered she would die 8 years later, and the one who killed her was the little Chunma, Weiji Hoyon. Returning to the present, Sungmin sat alone, lost in thought. He wondered if that tragedy would occur in that dungeon. While lost in thought, Bake Sogo's image appeared in his mind. Suddenly, Sungmin flinched as he realized Bake Sogo had silently appeared beside him and greeted him. She used her finger to carve into the stone, explaining she came to see if he was hungry again, astonishing Sungmin with the skill of a master. He thanked her and asked if she could use telepathy, but she shook her head, stating the constraint on her neck prevented it. Sungmin remained silent for a moment to process the information. He inquired about the mark on her hand, and Bake Sogo explained it was a constraint for her left arm, which she had added after 6 months of training. She mentioned she had no feeling in her left arm, and then asked about Sungmin's taste and weight constraints. Sungmin could only give a wry smile as he recalled his horrific eating experiences. He curiously asked about the types of constraints other ascetic monks had to endure. Hearing this, Bake Sogo stood up, offering to introduce him to them and telling him to follow her. As Lee Sungmin was about to thank her, Bake Sogo darted away like lightning. Left behind, he helplessly knelt, wondering how he could possibly keep up with the weight constraint. Unexpectedly, Bake Sogo reappeared and pointed out that he was indeed under the weight constraint. She advised him to focus on movement techniques rather than just practicing spear techniques all day. Sungmin expressed his desire for her to teach him, but Bake Sogo replied that she couldn't reveal all her secrets. He gave a wry smile to brush it off, but his heart couldn't help but feel regret. Suddenly, Bake Sogo lifted Sungmin up and easily slung him over her shoulder. She explained that since he was too slow, she would carry him instead. Sungmin cried out in panic, but Bake Sogo just told him to hold on tight. He only managed to let out a yell as she dashed off at terrifying speed. His scream echoed throughout the purple mountains of Misha. When they arrived, a voice called out, addressing Bak Sogo as Silent Girl. Bak Sogo introduced Sungmin as a new ascetic monk to the speaker. Sungmin immediately covered his nose due to an overpowering stench emanating from the person. That person was Scarlet Lesher, a monk bound by the constraint of not being able to bathe or change clothes. Another muscular man, Dok Bijun, also appeared and expressed a desire to spar with Sungmin. Bak Sogo was revealed to be one of the 4 who had been training here for over 6 months, along with the other 2. Lee Sungmin was stunned, sweat breaking out as he recognized the people he had just met. He horrifyingly recalled that all of them would become legendary figures in the future. Though unknown now, it wouldn't be long before the entire world of Area would know their names. Scarlet Lesher skeptically asked why Sungmin started with 2 constraints, believing he wouldn't last long. Dok Bijun calmly explained that they all came to this mountain seeking strength. He asserted that Lee Sungmin was trying to break through his limits at any cost. Sungmin shivered at Dok Bijun's terrifying insight but admitted it was true. Dok Bijun revealed that although many had come here, only 4 had survived after 6 months. He declared he would see how long Lee Sungmin could last in this place. Another monk cheerfully pointed out that there were now 2 madmen who started with 2 constraints, including Bak Sogo. After the introductions concluded, Bak Sogo signaled Sungmin that it was time to return. Dok Bijun suddenly spoke up, advising him not to look for someone named Flam. Lee Sungmin curiously turned back and asked about the unfamiliar name. With a serious expression, Dok Bijun warned that Flam was too dangerous. Hearing the name, Scarlet also paled and swallowed nervously. Lee Sungmin had no idea what was happening. 4 months passed on the ascetic mountain. Sungmin mused that every time he got used to the constraints, they became heavier, but he still smiled with determination, feeling himself growing stronger. His training had advanced his Zihe divine skill to level 3, and his spear techniques to level 2. His newfound strength was evident in the lightning-fast spear thrusts that tore through his targets. Lee Sungmin stood over the corpse of a tree monster, admitting that despite the harsh trials, the rewards were entirely worth it. Lee Sungmin reflected on his grueling yet fulfilling training schedule at Mount Mishe. The feeling of bones about to shatter and muscles being torn apart couldn't extinguish the determined smile on his face. His ultimate goal, Weiji Hoyun, appeared as a colossal figure, urging him to keep moving forward. After some time, Sungmin realized his body had grown, and the clothes he was wearing had become tight. Suddenly, a strange voice called out to him from behind. The person praised Sungmin's spear techniques. Startled, he turned around to see a stranger sitting on a rock, cheerfully greeting him. The person approached, introduced himself as Flam, and expressed his delight at meeting someone his age. Flam curiously asked Sungmin's name, while Sungmin remained wary. Scarlet Lesher's warning about truly talented individuals flashed through Sungmin's mind. Next came Dok Bijun's explanation of the kind of talent that could easily mock the efforts of ordinary people. And finally, Bak Sogo's stern advice echoed, "Don't meet Flam." Recalling those warnings, Sungmin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Despite his anxiety, he reluctantly replied that his name was Lee Sungmin. Flam smiled mischievously, guessing that the others must have told Sungmin about him. Sungmin tried to evade by saying he was busy training. He thought irritably that he'd had enough of one genius for the past year. Determined not to waste any more time, Sungmin turned and walked away to avoid Flam. But Flam called him back with a question about what he would use for training. Lee Sungmin stared blankly at his empty hands, realizing his spear was gone. When he turned back, he saw Flam holding his weapon and casually asking about it, admitting he had never used a spear. Flam smirked confidently as he examined the spear in his hand. Sungmin was speechless, thinking about the humiliation of having his weapon taken and not understanding what had happened. Confusion overshadowed his anger, and he could only wonder how Flam had managed to do it. Flam innocently explained that he had only borrowed it for a moment and told Sungmin not to get angry. Then, the person declared he would try to replicate what Sungmin had done, expertly twirling the spear into a stance. With an excited smile, Flam prepared to unleash the second stance of the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear Sungmin style. This move was the one Sungmin had used to defeat a giant tree monster. Flam unleashed a terrifying purple energy from the spearhead, perfectly recreating the thunder-splitting pursuit strike. The powerful attack tore a large tree trunk into pieces. Standing amidst the devastation, Flam simply exclaimed, "Wow!" in admiration. The person turned back and grinned at Sungmin, praising it as a very good spear technique. Sungmin was completely stunned, realizing Flam had not only copied but also improved his technique, a talent that even Hoyon might not possess. A smug smile flickered across Flam's face in the darkness. The person cheerfully asked Sungmin, asserting that he did much better than Sungmin. Lee Sungmin stood frozen, shocked by the harsh reality. Flam began to express his confusion, wondering why everyone had to try so hard when he could do better with just a glance. With a strangely innocent expression, Flom asked Sungmin why others couldn't do as he did, and why they continued to try in vain. Lee Sungmin was speechless, his mind completely blank before the harsh truth. Flom casually recounted how Dak Bijun, Baek Sogo, and even Scarlet Lashir had gotten angry and chased him away, simply because he copied their skills too easily. With an innocent look, he wondered why things were this way. In Lee Sungmin's mind, those ascetics were already talented individuals, but Flom was a true genius, mocking those very talents. He desperately wondered how an ordinary person like himself could confront such individuals. Sungmin recalled Weiji Hoyun. Although also a genius, she never boasted in front of him. He realized Flam was different. He knew what he was doing, and reveled in it, then abruptly asked about Sungmin's constraints. As Sungmin turned to leave, Flam boasted about having 4 constraints, making Sungmin sarcastically think he should have one for humility. Flam called Sungmin back, playfully holding up the spear and asking if he wanted his weapon back. Sungmin stopped, turned, and faced Flam. Anger erupted, and Sungmin yelled at him to leave and never come near him again. Flam only looked confused, asking why Sungmin was hostile towards him when he had done nothing wrong. He even advised Sungmin to stop wasting his time and leave the mountain. Unable to bear it any longer, Lee Sungmin lunged forward and threw a punch straight at Flam's face. However, his punch was immediately blocked by the mountain's protective ward. Flam calmly reminded him that they couldn't harm each other on this mountain. Then, he easily grabbed Sungmin's wrist, mocked his weakness, and asked why he thought he had a chance. While Sungmin struggled helplessly, Flam continued to taunt him, saying it must be difficult to calculate gains and losses even before getting angry. Suddenly, Flam looked behind Sungmin and said he thought the person would continue to observe from hiding. Flam turned to the newcomer, calling her Sogo, and telling her not to look at him so scary. He was just going to return the spear. Then, he turned to Lee Sungmin, saying his spear technique was excellent, but unfortunately, he himself was not. Flam continued to rub salt in the wound, asserting that with Sungmin's talent, even a lifetime of practice would make it difficult to reach the 6th level. He kindly offered a tip, stating that those who endure harsher constraints receive more blessings from the ascetic goddess Misha. In other words, Flam concluded, if he wanted to become stronger, Sungmin had to push himself to his limits. As soon as Flam was about to say more about the constraints, a hand suddenly covered his mouth. It was Baek Sogo, who quickly carried the sputtering Flam away. The blindfolded female ascetic nearby was surprised, while Baek Sogo glanced back at Sungmin. Ignoring everything, Lee Sungmin, in a fit of anger and shame, turned and ran away into the distance. Baek Sogo watched in horror, but the ascetic seals on her neck and eyes suddenly glowed. She clutched her throat, in pain from the ascetic curse preventing her from acting. Helpless, Baek Sogo could only watch Sungmin leap away in despair, the constraints on her body glowing intensely. In Sungmin's mind, only one word echoed: talent. He gritted his teeth until they bled, tears streaming down his face as he screamed the goddess's name in despair, Misha. A final scream echoed, and a fierce purple energy erupted from Sungmin's body. Suddenly, a divine voice echoed in his head. Speak, O mortal, as the shadow of the goddess Misha appeared behind him. Sungmin's bloodied hand tightened on the spear, and he began to speak his wish. I want. The scene abruptly changed, shifting to a dark, empty space among the stars. Lee Sungmin looked around in bewilderment, tears still on his cheeks, not understanding where he was. Transported to a dark space, Lee Sungmin flinched as he saw a purple silhouette floating above him. The entity approached, welcomed him to its domain, and introduced itself as Misha. Lee Sungmin wiped away his tears, astonished to realize he was facing the goddess herself, and asked for confirmation. Misha replied that he had just cursed her, so there was no need to pretend to be respectful. She got straight to the point, asking if he wanted to add more ascetic constraints. Lee Sungmin agreed without hesitation, though he was still thinking about the taste and weight constraints he already had. Misha was skeptical, thinking that if he was struggling with those two, how could he endure more? He insisted he could handle it, making Misha laugh at his confidence. She guessed that such courage might be because he had returned from the dead, which stunned Lee Sungmin. He asked in panic how she knew, and Misha revealed that she could see through the karma of mortals. She explained that death was an unbreakable law of karma for all beings. However, there were those who distorted this law to overcome the shackles of life and death, known as the transcendent. Mish stated plainly that Lee Sungmin had broken karma without becoming transcendent. He had died but returned to the past to seek life. He anxiously asked if this distortion of karma would harm him. Misha, flipping upside down, explained that because he had defied death, his soul had accumulated a massive amount of karma. She warned that while it wouldn't affect him while alive, he would suffer eternal torment after death. Lee Sungmin swallowed, trying to process the terrible information about his soul's future. However, he quickly regained his resolve and declared that he didn't care what happened after death. At the same time, on Mount Misha, Baek Sogo suddenly looked surprised, as the ascetic mark on her hand glowed. Baek Sogo asked in astonishment if Lee Sungmin had added new constraints himself. Trembling but with a determined smile, Sungmin admitted it, and said he didn't mean to worry her. Baek Sogo was speechless at his recklessness. She pressed him on what kind of constraints he had added, but Sungmin remained silent. When he replied that they were warmth and dreams, Baek Sogo shivered in horror. She screamed that he was an idiot, because constraints on abstract concepts were far more severe, and Sungmin knew that well. The constraint on warmth caused Sungmin's body to be plunged into endless cold, even when sitting by a fire. The constraint on dreams was even more brutal. It twisted his memories of family, his fears, and his anxieties to turn his sleep into the worst nightmares. Now, sleep no longer brought rest. It simply drained his strength. Baek Sogo looked at him, disbelieving, and exclaimed that he was insane. She questioned why he was so reckless when he already had enough talent, but Sungmin cut her off and denied it. Baek Sogo was stunned by his words. Sungmin calmly confessed that he had no talent at all. Deep down, Baek Sogo realized he was telling the truth. His martial arts were incredible, but his progress was too slow. She concluded that there was indeed an imbalance between his skills and his talent, and wondered what kind of person he truly was. Sungmin said he had a goal that he could never achieve with his talent alone. He explained that he wasn't doing it out of anger towards Flam. That person had merely helped him remember something. Clenching his fist, Sungmin asserted that to stand alongside those with absurd talent, he too had to do something beyond the ordinary. Baek Sogo quietly watched Lee Sungmin, exhausted, slump at the base of a tree. She looked at him with understanding eyes, seemingly realizing something from his reckless actions. Meanwhile, Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, tears streaming down his face, but his eyes burned with determination. A faint smile flickered across Baek Sogo's lips. She sat down at his eye level and commented that his goal must be very noble. Baek Sogo smiled sympathetically, revealing that she understood that feeling because her own goal was to become the strongest in the world. Lee Sungmin was taken aback by her ambitious confession. She reiterated that he had once asked her for guidance on movement techniques, a request Sungmin quickly dismissed as a joke. "I will teach you," Baek Sogo suddenly declared, leaving Lee Sungmin utterly astonished. She placed a manual into his hands, stating it was her secret technique. The book contained the entirety of her footwork, titled Dancing Shadow Spirit Leap. Sungmin was amazed to realize its value was no less than that of the Purple Haze Divine Skill or the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear, and confusedly asked why she would give it to him. Baek Sogo explained that she sensed his will to die rather than give up, and suggested he call her Senior Sogo. He was still stunned, while she casually leaned back, saying perhaps it was out of compassion. Lee Sungmin looked at the book in his hands, still unable to believe the generosity of his newfound senior. Baek Sogo simply smiled kindly. "Or perhaps it's because I'm a good person," she concluded cheerfully, making Sungmin inwardly think it was a strange reason. A system notification appeared, confirming Lee Sungmin had learned a new skill, Dancing Shadow Spirit Leap Level 1. An illustration of the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear Sungmin style technique appeared, one of the peak skills he possessed. In a dream, Lee Sungmin unleashed the first move of the spear technique, soul-chasing single kill, targeting Weiji Hoyon. Weiji Hoyon calmly emitted red internal energy with one hand, easily neutralizing his attack. Sungmin gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the confrontation, but still appearing significantly weaker. He leaped into the air seeking an opening, but Hoyon blocked his move with her knee. Undeterred, Sungmin continued to execute the fifth move of the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear Sungmin style. With determined eyes, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful thrust. However, his spear shattered into pieces just before it could touch Weiji Hoyon. Sungmin watched in horror as his weapon broke, while Hoyon coldly expressed her disappointment after 10 years of waiting. She turned her back, stating that teaching him martial arts was a mistake, and his efforts were in vain. Then, she suddenly placed her hand on Sungmin's dantian, declaring she would take back what she had given him. A crack echoed as his energy center was destroyed by Hoyon's hand. Hoyon announced that Sungmin's dantian was broken, rendering him permanently unable to practice martial arts, and bid him farewell. As she turned to leave, Sungmin's body began to disintegrate, while he desperately called her name. He screamed in pain that he could still do more. Lee Sungmin suddenly jolted awake, realizing he had just experienced a terrifying nightmare. He sat up on the damp ground of Mount Mish, still in shock. Looking at his hands, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing it was just a dream. Suddenly, Scarlet Lesher appeared from behind and asked, "Who is Weiji Hoyon?" Sungmin flinched at the question, and Scarlett continued to tease, asking if it was his girlfriend. Scarlet Leisure was curious about Lee Sungmin's 2 new constraints, leaning her face close to him, making him recoil from her foul odor. She pulled Sungmin's eyelids open and was shocked to see he had accepted the dream constraint, calling him insane. Scarlet warned that, with the warmth constraint as well, Sungmin would soon die. When Dak Bijun appeared and inquired, Scarlet explained that Sungmin was reacting to her smell, not his. Dak Bijun immediately turned away, while Sungmin was stunned to realize he was standing before the future Archmage Scarlet and Swordmaster Dak Bijun. Sungmin tried to calm himself and asked why they had come to find him. Scarlet casually replied that they were here to help him. She explained that Baek Sogo had repeatedly asked them, while complaining that Sogo had to hold her nose whenever she spoke to her. Sungmin was surprised to learn that Senior Sogo herself had asked for their help. Scarlet excitedly presented 2 magic scrolls she had brought for him. She explained that for outsiders, using scrolls was the most convenient way to learn magic. Dak Bijun looked at Sungmin with pity as their training session began. Amidst the purple scenery of Mount Miche, a sparring match was about to commence. Dak Bijun approached, carrying his sword, and asked if Sungmin could last through today's match. Sungmin smiled confidently, gripping his spear, and replied that he would do his best. Both took their stances, Sungmin recalling how Scarlet had taught him 4 types of magic. He began casting the first spell, Calm Mind, creating a magic circle in front of him. This spell served to cleanse his mind of the nightmares that were haunting him. Sungmin's eyes became clear and focused, ready for the second spell. The second spell was a simple enchantment to enhance strength and speed. It proved incredibly useful in countering the weight constraint when sparring with Dak Bijun. After a long training session, the sky had turned towards evening. Lee Sungmin lay exhausted on the ground, and this was when the third spell was needed. It was the fatigue recovery spell. It helped his body recover from exhaustion, but Sungmin knew that overusing it could deplete his life force. Nevertheless, he had no other choice but to use it to endure this hellish training regimen. Dak Bijun taunted that Sungmin once again couldn't last 100 moves, but he could only resolve to try harder. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Lee Sungmin's spine. Dak Bijun immediately recognized it, asking if the warmth constraint was acting up again. As the biting cold plagued him, Dak Bijun tapped on Sungmin's acupoints with his fingers. This technique stimulated Sungmin's meridians. Heat rose from Lee Sungmin's body, and he felt better, thanking Dak Bijun. Sungmin thought to himself, Dak Bijun had activated his acupoints to boost his metabolism, making the warmth constraint more bearable. Dak Bijun declared today's training session over. As he walked away, he advised Sungmin to take care of himself, as finding a sparring partner on this mountain was not easy. Lee Sungmin sighed, silently grateful that without their help, he would have died long ago. He quietly sank into his own thoughts. Since being reborn, Lee Sungmin realized he had received help from many people. Lee Sungmin was lost in thought, bewildered by a sudden realization. In his mind, the symbol of Miche on his robe seemed to flash. He wondered how this could be. Feeling something was amiss, he realized this life was vastly different from before, with people being much friendlier, making him ponder the cause of the change. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the mountain, Dak Bijun walked away, complaining about the foul smell that was surely Scarlet's. Angered, Scarlet yelled that she would roast him when they left the mountain for mocking her ascetic constraint. Dak Bijun changed the subject, asking about the kid, and Scarlet replied that while slow, Lee Sungmin was making progress. She teased that she didn't expect someone as focused on martial arts as Dak Bijun to care about others, but he brushed it off, calling it a mere favor. Scarlet pressed on, questioning why he would personally prepare magic scrolls for just a favor. She looked at him intently, awaiting a sincere answer. Dak Bijun hesitated, confessing he didn't know the reason himself. He only knew that, for some reason, every time he saw the kid, he felt compelled to help. Returning to Lee Sungmin, a surge of energy seemed to pass through him. He smiled, deciding not to overthink it, and simply accept that he was lucky in this life. 6 months later, a nimble figure leaped across the treacherous cliffs of the mountain. The air ripped with the sound of wind as the person moved at breakneck speed. A trembling hand struggled to grip the spear under immense pressure. It was Lee Sungmin, staggering and losing his balance while practicing spear techniques. He gasped for air, gritting his teeth as the new ascetic mark on his neck glowed brightly. Lee Sungmin collapsed from exhaustion, his spear clattering to the ground. He panted, sweat pouring, as he tried to push himself up. With determined eyes, he lifted his head, ready to continue. Suddenly, a stranger appeared, addressing him dismissively. "Hello, slug." The person smiled, remarking that he had been here for nearly a year, longer than expected. Seeing Lee Sungmin still kneeling silently on the ground, the person approached. "Don't ignore me like that," Say something, the person urged, as Sungmin tried to turn away. Upon seeing the glowing mark on Sungmin's neck, the person realized, "Oh, you have a voice constraint." The person burst into laughter, mocking that Sungmin had chosen the easiest constraint. "What's wrong? Can't take it anymore?" the person continued to provoke, circling him. Without a word, Lee Sungmin swung his spear in an attack. The person easily dodged and looked at him thoughtfully. Deep down, the person admitted Sungmin had improved greatly, but still sneered that even slugs could learn to crawl. "But is that all you've achieved with 5 constraints?" the person asked with disappointment. Ignoring the words, Lee Sungmin continued to practice his spear techniques frantically. The person stood silently, observing with analytical eyes. Suddenly, the person grabbed the spear shaft, halting Sungmin's movement. "Don't use the voice constraint as an excuse," the person growled. "Speak." "I can read lips." Lee Sungmin smirked, responding with a silent question. "Don't you have anything better to do?" Angered by Lee Sungmin's silent retort, Flam growled that only he had the right to mock others. Lee Sungmin calmly asked back, "Are you going to kill me?" and reminded that Flam himself had said violence was forbidden here. Suddenly, Flam yanked the spear from Lee Sungmin's grasp. Using the momentum, the person unbalanced Lee Sungmin, causing him to fall to the ground. Flam burst into laughter, mocking Lee Sungmin's pathetic state and comparing him to a crawling slug. Lying on the ground, Lee Sungmin realized he could still harm others indirectly. Flam held Sungmin's spear, enveloping it in a blue energy flow and challenging, "You can't do this, can you?" Lee Sungmin exclaimed in surprise in his mind as he recognized it as his own spear energy. To prove his point, Flam swung the spear, striking a nearby tree, and continued to mock that Sungmin would die before he could do the same. As the tree shattered, Flam mused about the unfairness of life, how he could easily achieve what Sungmin struggled for. To the question of whether he would continue striving for a hopeless goal, Lee Sungmin firmly replied, "Yes." Flam showed a flicker of surprise at Sungmin's unhesitating answer. Lee Sungmin stood up, declaring he would never despair due to a lack of talent, and Flam's appearance only made his training less boring. In his thoughts, he admitted his efforts might be futile in the eyes of the talented, but he would persevere in his own way, like a slug. With fiery eyes, Lee Sungmin declared war, hoping Flam would remain arrogant so that one day, he could plunge this spear into that smug face. From Sungmin's perspective, Flam stood there, looking down at him indifferently. The tree trunk, struck by Flam's attack, shattered into pieces. Flam showed interest as he looked at the impact point on the tree, where a cracked energy sphere still lingered. Lee Sungmin stood firm, the ascetic marks on his back glowing, his gaze unwavering. Flam taunted, saying he looked forward to seeing Lee Sungmin cry in defeat. Sungmin coldly retorted that it would never happen. A month later, having trained for a full year, Sungmin had to face the goddess Misha to choose a new binding. He chose the hearing binding, and a new mark immediately appeared by his ear. This binding tortured him with incessant chaotic sounds, making it impossible to ever adapt. Despite bearing 6 bindings and being constantly on the verge of death, Sungmin diligently practiced his spear every day. He meticulously performed parries, blocks, and unleashed powerful thrusts. Sungmin focused on training the 9 Heavens Extreme Spear, Sungmin Style, Purple Haze Divine Art, and Dancing Shadow Spirit Leap. He constantly sparred with Dak Bijun, receiving guidance on footwork from Baek Sogo. Only Scarlett couldn't help much, making her question her role. As Sungmin's body grew heavier and the other bindings became more severe, he pressed on. The bone-chilling cold and the ceaseless noise constantly surrounded him. However, the hearing binding also had its benefits as it blocked Flam's provocations. Like a persistent larva growing, Sungmin also moved forward slowly but surely. Suddenly, he noticed an abrupt change. Sungmin found himself in Mishe's domain and wondered in confusion why he had been summoned so early. The goddess Mish solemnly declared, "Ascetic Lee Sungmin, congratulations on passing my trial." Lee Sungmin asked confusedly about the concept of trials. Flam suddenly appeared, confronting Sungmin and declaring himself to be the trial. Sungmin turned back, and was astonished to see Flam standing next to Goddess Mishe. Goddess Mishe clearly explained that Flam was the trial. Lee Sungmin was stunned as he realized the truth. He recalled that long-term cultivators here, like Baek Sogo, Scarlet, and Dak Bijun, would all become renowned masters. He deduced that someone as talented as Flam couldn't possibly not have a reputation in his previous life. Sungmin came to the final conclusion that Flam was not a real human. Flam confirmed his role as a mental obstacle, using overwhelming talent to drive cultivators to despair. He boasted that even the most talented individuals were discouraged whenever they saw him. Flam pointed out the difference in Sungmin's attitude compared to others, who always tried to avoid him. He recalled how Sungmin, despite his inferior talent, had looked him straight in the eye and set him as a target to overcome. Flam admitted Sungmin's recklessness and his own failure to discourage him. Both Flam and Goddess Miche looked towards Sungmin. Flam concluded his remarks with a compliment, stating he liked Sungmin's recklessness. Goddess Misha warned Sungmin to keep the nature of Flam a secret, or he would face divine wrath. When asked, Sungmin unhesitatingly affirmed his determination to continue his training. Goddess Miche was pleased and promised to reward him once the training was complete. Miche suddenly made a devilish offer, tempting Sungmin with unparalleled power in exchange for his soul, but he firmly refused. Goddess Miche accepted the refusal but didn't forget to mock his choice, calling him a small grub. In response to the goddess's mockery, Lee Sungmin remained silent with a determined gaze. He recalled his past, admitting he used to hate the word effort due to the vast gap with geniuses. In his previous life, he used his weakness as an excuse to never truly try. But now, having been given many opportunities, he could no longer make excuses for his starting point. When all reasons ran out, Sungmin could only move forward and finally began to make an effort. He smiled defiantly, declaring that this grub would continue to give his all. Goddess Mishi suddenly smiled, saying she had started to quite like the word effort. She suddenly appeared before Sungmin, saying she wanted to talk alone, which confused him. In the cosmic space, Miche explained that in area, there are no coincidences. Everything follows the law of cause and effect. This world summons outsiders from other dimensions and grants them skills. She wondered, but what was the reason behind all of this? Sungmin realized that even though she said it was a monologue, the goddess was clearly talking to him. He deduced that she was trying to indirectly convey something forbidden. Miche looked directly at Sungmin, her eyes full of hidden meaning. She revealed that if someone returned from the past, it meant their return was necessary, and that returnee must prepare to become someone worthy of the reason they were brought back. The space fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Michi's form began to distort, and she said, "That was enough." Her face showed pain as the distortion intensified. The entire goddess's domain began to crack, and she desperately screamed, "Stop," as this was her space. Miche ordered an invisible force to leave, or it would also be destroyed. The space around her began to shatter into pieces. Cracks spread, signaling the collapse of her domain. Lee Sungmin looked confusedly at the goddess, standing amidst the chaos. He heard Miche's voice echo, telling him he could leave. With a pained expression, Misha urged him to return and continue training, as there wasn't much time left. Before Sungmin could ask further, he was teleported away. Watching his retreating figure, Miche desperately wondered if he could prevent the predetermined ending. Back on Mount Miche, Sungmin recounted choosing smell as his sixth binding, a horrifying experience. He described the persistent stench as if he were shoving his nose into Scarlet's armpit. Baek Sogo asked if he really had to choose such a harsh binding. Sungmin turned to look at his senior sister, who was anxiously watching him from behind a tree. He replied that the harsher, the better, and although he sometimes had to vomit, he was fine. As for Baek Sogo, she also received bindings for taste and hearing, causing her senses to become chaotic and painful. Enduring that torment, she admitted she now understood what Sungmin had to go through. Baek Sogo concluded that the sensory bindings were far more terrible than she had imagined. After that, she called Sungmin over, saying she had something important to tell him. Baek Sogo unexpectedly announced that she was leaving the mountain soon. Her statement left Sungmin completely stunned. Sungmin thought that Baek Sogo was already talented enough and didn't need to endure such hardship. He believed that after 2 years on the mountain, she must have achieved her goal. When asked, Baek Sogo nodded and confirmed she would leave immediately. She inquired about Sungmin's plans, and he replied that he would stay. Hearing this, Baek Sogo's expression clearly showed sadness and disappointment. She worriedly asked if they would ever meet again, and Sungmin assured her that they would surely reunite. His confident answer brought her a relieved smile. In Baek Sogo's heart, she realized that over a year had passed, and the boy was now almost as tall as her. She feared that if she left, Sungmin might die from continuing to impose harsher restraints on himself. She hadn't finished teaching him about dancing shadow spirit leap and intended to stay a bit longer. But Sungmin interrupted her thoughts and assured her he would be fine. His words completely surprised Baek Sogo. Sungmin said she had helped him a lot, and now he could take care of himself, not wanting to be a burden holding her back. He sincerely thanked senior sister Sogo, admitting that without her, he wouldn't have survived. Sungmin's gratitude made Baek Sogo smile warmly. Suddenly, she stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Sungmin was completely stunned by the embrace, his face flushing red and his body stiffening. He was extremely awkward with this sudden intimacy. Gradually, his embarrassment subsided. Sungmin hesitantly raised his hand and gently patted her head as a farewell. Afterward, Only the quiet scene of the forest on Mount Mishe remained. Baek Sogo took a step back, ending their embrace. Lee Sungmin looked at her and said he knew she would succeed, because she was the most resilient person he had ever seen. When asked what he meant, Sungmin explained that she was someone who never fell into despair. He smiled and admitted that wasn't true, as he himself had despaired many times but always managed to get back up. Baek Sogo replied that this only made him more impressive, then confessed that she herself had given up on confronting Flam. She affectionately called him by name, Senior Brother Sungmin. With sincere eyes, she urged him not to die. Sungmin confidently promised that he would never die. After she left, he suddenly realized that Dak Bijun and Scarlet had also departed. Everyone he knew on the mountain was gone. For the first time in a long time, Lee Sungmin felt lonely. He recalled his past life. When he was first summoned, he was wary and didn't trust anyone. But now he realized one cannot live alone. Without the help of those who assisted him, he would never have survived. The moment he realized this, Sungmin seemed to awaken. He turned around, and a wall within his heart seemed to crumble. At that very moment, as he stomped and leaped forward, all the burdens of stench, weight, or noise disappeared. He felt liberated, and the familiar surroundings suddenly seemed different. With a surge of powerful energy, Sungmin realized that as he changed, the entire world changed with him. Time passed, and summer arrived, bringing the chirping of cicadas. But a grim future remained vivid in his mind. In 7 years, Baek Sogo would encounter Weiji Hoyon in a dungeon and be killed. To repay Baek Sogo for what she had done for him, Lee Sungmin resolved to prevent this future tragedy. He was startled by a cicada that suddenly appeared. As the cicada flew away with its chirping, a thought flashed through his mind. He compared himself to a cicada larva that spends 10 years underground, while he only had 7 years to prevent the disaster. Lee Sungmin wondered if he could become strong enough in that time frame. But then he dismissed his doubts and firmly asserted that he had to succeed. His martial arts improved daily, but were still insufficient, so he decided to push his training intensity even higher. Recalling advice on how to move when unable to see, he chose his next restraint. Lee Sungmin accepted the visual restraint, plunging into darkness to hone his other senses. Amidst the incessant chirping of cicadas, he completely lost his sense of time and only knew to swing his spear. He compared himself to a larva, questioning what he was trying to become. He wondered if he was trying to become a cicada, waiting for a long time only to exist briefly before perishing. Pushing aside his weakness, he roared for more, driving himself beyond all limits. In the perpetual darkness, Sungmin was lost, questioning the true purpose of his return. The seasons passed, and the wind grew colder on his skin, but his routine remained unchanged, only the sound of his spear swinging steadily in the lightless world. After many seasons passed, having fully accustomed himself to the darkness, he called out Mish's name. With his long hair and scarred, muscular physique, Sungmin declared he wished to end his trial. The mark on his eyes faded, restoring his vision after the long period of arduous training. Lee Sungmin raised his calloused hand, astonished as his senses were restored. Standing before the spirit of the goddess Misha, he admitted that he had truly missed this feeling. Sungmin enjoyed the freedom of no longer being bound by noise, stench, or cold, feeling his body light as a feather. When the goddess Mishi appeared pensive, Sungmin curiously asked what she was thinking. The goddess revealed that she was considering a worthy reward for him. She praised Sungmin for persistently enduring the constraints throughout the 3 years on the mountain. She explained that many others had been too greedy, resulting in them giving up or losing their lives. Therefore, she was very pleased to witness a successful ascetic like him. The goddess Mishe directly asked Sungmin what reward he desired. He eagerly asked for martial arts talent but was immediately refused because that would be cheating. Rejected, Sungmin fell into contemplation to figure out what he truly needed. He recalled the future scene where Weiji Hoyon killed Baek Sogo and realized he didn't have much time left. Clenching his fists, Sungmin resolved to become even stronger but was stuck, unsure how to proceed. With determined eyes, he pleaded with the goddess to grant him what he truly needed to achieve his goal. The goddess Mishe pondered his request deeply. Then, she smiled and declared that what Sungmin needed was time. Sungmin was stunned when the goddess said she could grant him that. She touched his chest, creating a mark, and directed him to Dreamor to find Denir. The goddess explained that Denir was the god of time, who would give him another trial. The goddess Mish warned Sungmin that her trials were far more humane than Denir's, but also commented that he seemed to enjoy harsh challenges. She explained that what he received there would depend on his actions, and of course, it would be very dangerous. Lee Sungmin smirked, asserting that was exactly what he wanted. The goddess Mishe smiled, stating that was the reward for overcoming Flum, and now she would grant the reward for his 3 years of ascetic training. Sungmin secretly praised her generosity, and Miche replied that the gods were not stingy. With a serious expression, she began to announce the second reward. She declared that she would recommend him as a new member of Erebrisa, summoning a strange man, much to Sungmin's astonishment. The man with reddish-brown hair and a monocle offered a formal greeting. He introduced himself as Neville, the intermediary of Erebrisa, and confirmed to Sungmin that he had been recommended by the goddess Miche. However, Neville immediately refused, saying that with regret, he had to inform Sungmin that he was not qualified to join the organization. The goddess Miche showed annoyance, demanding Neville look closer, which made him startle as he realized something. Neville immediately changed his demeanor, bowed an apology, and admitted that Sungmin was indeed qualified. He explained that he had misjudged due to Sungmin's low martial arts rank, which stunned the young man. Lee Sungmin irritably wondered why, given his current level at his age, he was still considered unqualified. He questioned Neville about the greatness of the organization, and the man simply replied with the name itself, Erebrisa. Neville explained that Erebrisa was an intermediary organization that could arrange everything, from quests and auctions to information. When Sungmin excitedly asked about the sale of elixirs and secret techniques, Neville snapped his fingers, confirming decisively. A list of ultimate items, such as the Great Pill of Sorim and lost secret techniques, appeared. Stunning Sungmin with the organization's wealth and power, Neville concluded that this was what Erebrisa did, and hoped Sungmin would find something he liked in their treasury. Lee Sungmin asked the goddess Misha if she was a member of Arisa, and she confirmed she was a regular patron. He was astonished to realize that the organization had gods as clients and wondered about their true identity. Neville formally extended the invitation, offering his hand to Lee Sungmin and asking if he wished to join Erebrisa. After a moment of thought, Sungmin figured he had nothing to lose and nodded, agreeing to join. He immediately signed and placed his fingerprint on a magical contract provided by Neville. Neville declared that Lee Sungmin was officially a member and expressed his desire for future cooperation. Then, he snapped his fingers and said this was a welcoming gift from the organization. A surge of magical energy enveloped Lee Sungmin, completely changing his appearance. Neville explained that he had cleaned up Sungmin's appearance, then joked about Sungmin copying his hairstyle. Neville instructed Sungmin to call his name in his mind when needed, and then vanished. The goddess Miche asked if he liked the gift, and Sungmin replied that he was very satisfied. She commented that joining Erebrisa was a great achievement, then asked where he planned to go next. Lee Sungmin answered without hesitation that his first destination would be Behenger, which made the goddess Miche thoughtful. He recalled his own self-admonishment during his training, to follow his heart, and not to forget the things he had told himself. As the image of the goddess Miche faded away, back in the real world, Sungmin walked through the forest, contemplating the goddess's words that there were no coincidences in area. He wondered about the meaning of those words, questioning whether all the luck he had experienced so far was destiny. Facing a pack of gnolls, he thought about his encounter with Weiji Hoyon. He continued his train of thought, wondering if receiving help from Baek Sogo was also not a coincidence. In the middle of the battle, Lee Sungmin wondered who had arranged his fate. He quickly dismissed those complicated thoughts to focus on the fight. He recalled that, after 3 years of harsh training on the mountain, he had become a martial arts master. Although only 18, Sungmin knew he had reached a level that others would call genius. But he told himself that despite all the help and suffering he had endured, the road ahead was still long. He was determined to seize every opportunity and do everything to become stronger. Sungmin's immediate goal was to go to Behenger and become a mercenary. He believed that was where everything would begin. He recalled a treasure from his memories, the Devnak enchanted armor, found in a dungeon near Behenger. In his previous life, a class mercenary had been lucky enough to find it. The armor's power was astonishing. It had transformed a mediocre warrior into a master. Sungmin believed that if a master like himself acquired that armor, he could become a grandmaster. He couldn't miss this chance, and that dungeon raid would take place in half a year. Until then, Sungmin would stay in Behenger and build his mercenary reputation. He went to the Behenger Mercenary Guild and expressed his intention to join. The bartender in the guild indifferently asked why he was talking to him. Annoyed, he pointed Sungmin upstairs to the reception desk. Immediately, another mercenary spoke up mockingly, advising him to wash dishes instead of becoming a mercenary. The blonde mercenary stared blankly when his fork suddenly vanished. It turned out the bartender had used energy to snatch it away and held it up defiantly. Lee Sungmin stood up, holding the glowing fork, making the bartender sweat as he acknowledged him as a master. The bartender immediately changed his attitude, apologized, and invited him upstairs to talk. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries in the guild buzzed with talk about the appearance of someone possessing blade energy. In a private room, Lee Sungmin and the bartender sat opposite each other. The man introduced himself as Vern, a mage and also the guildmaster of the Behanger branch. Lee Sungmin secretly thought that he already knew that, and that was precisely why he had approached him. He recalled his previous life, when he had also started his mercenary career in this very place. Vern explained that a master like Sung Min should have been ranked S immediately. However, he expressed doubt, suggesting that Sung Min might just be a young boy lacking practical combat experience. Therefore, Vern requested a skill test, and Sung Min calmly accepted. Vern decided to assign him a suitable mission involving another S-class mercenary. If completed, Sung Min would be recognized as S-class, and he agreed to the arrangement. The next day, in a forest, a strange man asked why Sung Min was so quiet. Sung Min explained that it was due to years of solitary training, but his companion found the reason boring. The S-class mercenary teased that he had expected Sung Min to be more interesting after the incident at the guild, and joked that he would have trouble finding a girlfriend. Lee Sung Min maintained a cold, indifferent expression. However, after observing him more closely, the mercenary muttered that perhaps Sung Min wouldn't have any trouble with that after all. Lee Sung Min realized his companion was named Rude, an S-class mercenary he knew from his past life memories. He guessed that the guildmaster had sent Rude along not for assistance, but to supervise his test. Rude asked if Sung Min had ever fought an ogre before. With a serious expression, Sung Min replied that he hadn't, while pondering the nature of the monster. Ogres were among the strongest creatures in area, possessing steel-hard skin and partial resistance to magic. Sung Min's mission was to eliminate an ogre that villagers had spotted in the nearby forest. Rude confidently stated that with 2 S-class mercenaries, taking down one ogre would be no trouble. However, Sung Min felt there was something strange about this forest. Rude agreed, commenting that the forest was too small for an ogre to live in. Sung Min immediately asked for his companion's thoughts. Rude explained that ogres, standing 3 to 5 meters tall, required an enormous amount of food to survive. Sung Min silently concluded that an ogre wouldn't be able to find enough food in this forest. Suddenly, he sensed something, and quickly told Rude to stop. The veteran mercenary was startled, having also noticed the anomaly. They discovered the carcass of a deer that had been savagely torn apart. Rude determined that only an ogre would be strong enough to do this, but he remained doubtful. Sung Min pointed out a crucial detail. The animal had not been eaten. Rude agreed that this was very strange, and he also hadn't found any tracks or droppings from the monster. Both men suddenly tensed up, startled by an unexpected development. A loud noise echoed as something heavily stomped the ground. Lee Sung-min and Rude immediately took defensive stances, preparing to face the enemy. They exchanged a determined nod. They simultaneously charged forward, weapons ready. Lee Sung-min focused his strength into his footwork and leaped. Suddenly, a gigantic creature burst through the trees and charged out. Both men froze, astonished by the sudden appearance. Rude frantically screamed that this wasn't part of the agreement. Lee Sung-min also recognized the danger and urged Rude to run, as they couldn't face it. The monster's disgusting features gradually became visible. Claws, a massive body, and gigantic fangs. The colossal monster charged straight toward the 2 stunned mercenaries. Rude realized in horror that it was an ogre chimera. The explanation appeared. Chimeras are magical creatures created to reach the peak potential of a species. They surpass physical limits by artificially combining different species. For example, an F-class goblin could become an unpredictable B-class chimera. So what happens if an ogre is used to create a chimera? Rude desperately thought that even S-class mercenaries were no match for it. Lee Sung-min was also speechless, his face pale with fear. The ogre chimera roared, swinging its arm to attack, while Rude could only scream in terror. The ogre chimera stared straight ahead with murderous intent in its eyes. Lee Sung-min took a stance, his face tense, but he held his spear steady. The monster swung its gigantic fist, creating a fierce shockwave. Sung-min stood opposite the massive fist, the moment suspended in time. Behind him, Rude was in extreme panic, yelling for him to run. But Sung-min did not flinch. His eyes reflected the image of his enemy. In a flash, he realized something important. He channeled power into his legs, preparing for his next move. Using the first form of the Dancing Shadow Spirit Leap, he smoothly dodged the heaven-shattering punch. Having run into the forest, Rude looked back in astonishment at the unbelievable sight. Sung-min was surprised by his own speed. He had never been this fast. He suddenly realized this wasn't Mishe Mountain. The weight restriction was gone. If that's the case, Sung-min decided to counterattack the colossal monster. He shot forward, executing the second form of the footwork. With a single leap, he landed on the ogre chimera's arm. Then he sprang high up, aiming straight for the monster's head. Accumulating internal energy at the spear tip, Sung-min prepared to unleash a finishing blow. He used the Chui Hun Yi Sha technique, forcefully stabbing the spear into the monster's shoulder. But its skin was too tough, and Sungmin realized in horror that his leg had been grabbed. The ogre chimera was completely unharmed by Lee Sungmin's attack. Standing far away, Rude was horrified to realize that the strike, filled with internal energy, hadn't even left a scratch. He angrily muttered that the bounty was only for a regular ogre, not a mutated monster like this. Although he wanted to run, Rude hesitated, feeling he should try to help. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Rude's head, telling him he didn't need to. He was stunned to realize it was telepathy from Lee Sungmin. Rude screamed in his mind, asking if Sungmin was crazy for facing the ogre chimera, but the latter calmly replied that he knew. Rude continued to question him, pointing out that Sungmin hadn't even injured it, and that this monster was stronger than an S-class two-headed ogre. Lee Sungmin admitted that, but said that for some reason, he felt he could win, and then charged straight toward the roaring monster. He unleashed the Fenlei Chui Sha technique, creating a series of fierce, lightning-like strikes. The power of the technique shook the ground and blew away the surrounding trees, but when the dust settled, the ogre chimera still stood firm, its body only lightly smoking. Rude screamed in despair, unable to believe the monster's body was so tough. He gritted his teeth, realizing he was completely helpless even if he joined the fight. Without faltering, Lee Sungmin quickly spun his spear. The ogre chimera's reptilian eye darted around to follow him. Instead of attacking the body, Sungmin pulled his spear back. Then he leaped high up, aiming straight for the monster's head. Lee Sungmin smirked, wondering if the monster's eyeball was as tough as its skin. He lunged forward, stabbing the spear directly into the ogre chimera's eye, causing it to roar in pain. Rude was astonished to realize Sungmin had used the red threads on his spear to distract it before attacking the weak point. He secretly admired him, noting that despite his youth, the boy fought like a seasoned veteran. The monster broke the spear shaft and pulled it out of its eye, while Sungmin calmly observed. He confidently asserted that, as long as there were parts that could be pierced, he would continue to attack. Suddenly, Sungmin was startled as he noticed something unusual. Inside the monster's injured eye socket, muscle fibers began to writhe. In just a moment, the eye was completely regenerated. The ogre chimera grinned hideously, causing Rude to scream in terror upon seeing that it had regenerated. Rude panicked, realizing this was an ogre chimera with terrifying regenerative abilities. Lee Sungmin concluded that minor injuries wouldn't be enough to take it down. He calmly pondered what he should do next. Giving him no time, the ogre chimera charged forward with its massive hand. Witnessing the sight, Rude screamed in despair. Lee Sungmin's eyes still shone with unwavering resolve. In a fleeting moment, the image of Baek Sogo appeared, reminding him of what he had to do. The monster swung its hand down, ready to crush him. Lee Sungmin steeled himself, emitting purple internal energy, determined not to fall here. In Lee Sungmin's memories, Weiji Hoyon explained the 3 basic spear techniques, telling him to practice them every day until he mastered them. Back in reality, Sungmin's eyes shone with determination. He faced the ogre chimera's devastating punch, silently recalling his promise to Weiji Hoyon that he had practiced ceaselessly. The spear in his hand began to spin rapidly. Sungmin created a purple energy vortex, completely deflecting the monster's punch. He remembered Weiji Hoyon's teaching. Parry is an outward rotation to block attacks. Applying the technique, Sungmin used a powerful parry to knock back the ogre chimera's massive arm. The monster lost its balance and staggered. Seizing the opportunity, Sungmin charged forward, repeatedly stabbing its shoulder. The ogre chimera roared in fury, swinging its right arm with sharp claws. Sungmin swiftly dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. He focused intently, recalling the second technique. Press is an inward rotation to entangle the enemy's attack. His spearhead lightly touched the monster's arm. Immediately, Sungmin executed the press technique, entangling and neutralizing the ogre chimera's attack. Witnessing this, Rude couldn't help but be astonished. The ogre chimera stumbled once more, completely losing control. Sungmin tightened his grip on the spear shaft, preparing for the final technique. And pierce. The monster flailed, revealing a weak point at its leg joint. Through your enemy. Sungmin flipped in midair, using the butt of his spear to smash its leg joint. He landed, using his full body weight to twist the butt of the spear deep into the wound, completely destroying the monster's mobility. The ogre chimera roared in pain as its leg joint was destroyed. Lee Sungmin confirmed his strategy was successful. The monster's joints were indeed its weak points. Losing its balance, the colossal creature toppled forward. Its grotesque eyes gleamed with terror and extreme pain. Lee Sungmin capitalized on its fall, using his spear to forcefully strike the monster to the ground. He calmly considered his opponent's regeneration ability. Giving it no chance, he immediately thrust his spear into its other leg joint. Then, he decisively broke the spear shaft, leaving the sharp tip embedded deep in the wound. He knew he had to attack continuously before it could recover. The monster wouldn't be able to regenerate with foreign objects still lodged in its body. With a new spear in hand, Lee Sung-min confidently faced his struggling enemy. He charged, delivering a precise stab to its right shoulder. Once again, he broke the spear shaft, completely incapacitating the ogre's right leg and arm. Pinned to the ground by the fragments, the monster could only growl helplessly. Lee Sung-min focused, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. One more time, he unleashed the second form of Ji Tian Ji Qiang, Fen Lei Zhui Sha. Countless illusory spear tips rained down upon the ogre chimera's body. Crashing sounds echoed as the powerful attack struck its target. Despite its severe injuries, the monster struggled to rise, swinging its remaining arm. It unleashed a final, desperate claw attack. Lee Sung-min confronted the ogre chimera's final claw attack. He realized its attack was incredibly slow. No, perhaps he himself had become faster. His body no longer felt heavy. In his mind, the image of a cicada appeared. He heard the cicadas chirping, a familiar sound on Mount Misha. With a powerful attack, he charged straight towards the monster. He didn't want to become a cicada. He was just a larva on that mountain. But he hadn't trained so hard just to become a cicada. So what was he trying to become? He didn't know. But he knew one thing for sure. Just becoming a cicada wasn't enough. He didn't want any more regrets, as he had too many in his previous life. Rude stood afar, astonished and sweating at the sight. After finishing off the monster, Lee Sung-min panted, exhausted. Rude looked at the young man standing on the monster's corpse and asked him who exactly he was. Lee Sung-min lifted his head, sweat and blood streaking his face. He thought to himself, "You want to know who I am?" He looked down at his calloused hands. Then he let out a soft laugh. He slowly clenched his fist. "At the very least, I can say I'm not a larva," Lee Sung-min replied. Rude was stunned by Lee Sung-min's cryptic answer. He burst out laughing, finding the young man quite amusing. Sung-min told himself he wasn't a larva, merely waiting for the right moment to metamorphose. He smiled confidently, despite his body being covered in injuries after the battle. Meanwhile, at the Mercenary Guild, Guildmaster Vern couldn't hide his astonishment either. Rude reported the scene of Lee Sung-min single-handedly taking down the colossal ogre chimera. Vern mused that hunting a chimera was typically for SS-rank mercenaries, but there had never been a precedent for such a high initial ranking. Lee Sung-min accepted, saying that an S-rank was fine. He received a reward of 27 million air and an S-rank mercenary badge. The guild also paid an additional 20 million air to keep the monster's corpse for research purposes. In total, Lee Sung-min received 47 million air, a colossal sum. He strode along the bustling street, idly toying with a coin in his hand. Sung-min still found the 47 million air hard to believe. He recalled his previous life, when he had to risk his life for missions that only paid 720,000 air. Now, with this money in hand, he began to ponder his next plan. His gaze sharpened as he made a decision. He looked at his worn-out spear, knowing exactly what needed to be done. In another room, the discussion about him continued. Vern asked about Sung-min's abilities, and Rude frankly admitted that he was extremely skilled. Rude suggested that Verne should see for himself, and the Guildmaster agreed. Guildmaster Vern touched Rude's head with his staff to confirm everything himself. Through Rude's memories, he witnessed Lee Sung-min's fierce battle with the ogre chimera. Vern was astonished by the extraordinary power the young man displayed. Rude asserted that Sung-min's skills far surpassed S-rank, and suggested ranking him SS. Vern agreed to propose it but still couldn't believe a classless individual had become a master in just 4 years. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-min stood in a dilapidated room, contemplating his next move. He decided to contact the intermediary guild and called out the representative's name, Neville. From the shadows, an entity began to form at his call. Neville appeared, greeted him politely, and was ready to hear Lee Sung-min's request. Sung-min looked at his old spear, beginning a train of thought. He recalled that he had never cared about weapon quality before, but facing the ogre had changed that thought, as his spear couldn't even pierce its skin. He didn't want to be at a disadvantage just because his weapon was too weak. Therefore, Sung-min firmly told Neville that he wanted a really good weapon. Neville offered 2 options, buy or forge, and also asked about his budget. Sung-min replied that he wanted to forge a new weapon with a budget of 47 million air. He was stunned when Neville suggested that such a colossal budget was still tight. Neville explained that all blacksmiths affiliated with Erebrisa were elite artisans with corresponding prices. He immediately offered a low-interest loan, only requiring Sung-min to mortgage his soul, but he flatly refused. Undeterred, Sung-min asked if there was anything he could afford within his budget. Neville announced that with his current budget, there was someone Lee Sung-min could meet immediately, and asked if he wanted a meeting. Sung-min agreed, and Neville snapped his fingers in approval. A streak of dark energy shot from Neville's finger, tearing open space right in front of Lee Sung-min. The tier suddenly expanded into a chaotic magical gate, startling Sung-min. Neville said he would leave them to meet privately, and then gestured for Sung-min to step through the gate. Sung-min wondered in astonishment about the terrifying power of an intermediary and the true nature of the Erebrisa Guild. Looking through the gate, he was surprised to see that the person he was about to meet looked like a child. A muscular female dark elf introduced herself as Seljarus, looking skeptical and urging him to enter. Sung-min was stunned. He hadn't expected the blacksmith to be a dark elf instead of a dwarf, as he had imagined. He stepped into the forge, introduced himself as Lee Sung-min, and said he wanted to commission a spear. When asked about the desired shape, Sung-min held up his old spear as a model. Seljarus immediately recognized it as a spear from the world of martial artists. She abruptly demanded Sung-min show her his spear techniques, which greatly surprised him. Sung-min was flustered, because martial artists never revealed their techniques to strangers. Seljarus explained that she couldn't forge a weapon suited to his style without knowing his techniques. She emphasized that observing the techniques would greatly influence the weapon's details. Sung-min asked again if that meant she could create a weapon perfectly suited to his techniques, but Seljarus seemed slightly displeased. She declared that she was 400 years old and had spent the past 350 years forging metal purely out of passion. Sung-min listened in silence, recognizing the blacksmith's seriousness. Seljarus asserted confidently that with 350 years of experience, her skills were in no way inferior to any dwarfs. Lee Sung-min was lost in thought, recalling the feeling of inferiority from the past. He told himself that his starting point and that of geniuses were completely different, but then he smiled, realizing that he and this blacksmith were very similar in their efforts. Seljarus momentarily wondered why she was talking so much to a strange child. She irritably challenged Sung-min to go find a dwarven blacksmith, but then decided to prove her skills herself. Sung-min unexpectedly agreed immediately, saying he would show her his skills. Seljarus was surprised that he was convinced so easily, saying that most warriors would be skeptical and leave. Sung-min explained that he believed her words about 350 years of arduous training. He stood there, silently holding his old spear, ready to demonstrate. Seljarus burst out laughing, asking if he was always so gullible, but Sung-min replied that others usually called him too suspicious. The dark elf blacksmith fell silent, looking amused by his answer. Sung-min remarked that she was also very eloquent. Caught off guard, Seljarus blushed in embarrassment. She quickly covered her mouth, trying to regain her composure. Sung-min called out to her, reminding her about the demonstration. Seljarus turned back, hoisted her hammer onto her shoulder, and declared that she liked him, promising to forge a weapon better than the money he paid. She confidently said that he would become her regular customer. However, she also warned that it would take a few months to complete and told him to be patient. While waiting, Lee Sung-min returned to his room and continued cultivating his internal energy. He pondered the battle with the ogre chimera, realizing it was an important lesson he needed to absorb to become stronger. Sung-min recalled Weiji Hoyon's words, that his good intuition was a talent in itself. He mused that his keen intuition had developed into the sixth sense skill after his training on the mountain. It was the sixth sense that helped his body instinctively move to dodge attacks in the battle with the ogre. Meditating on his bed, Sung-min told himself not to rely on it, even though his training had greatly enhanced his sixth sense and sense of touch. A diagram appeared in his mind, showing that his other senses were still weak, creating an imbalance that needed to be addressed. He clearly understood that if he couldn't overcome this weakness, the consequences would be severe. After cultivating, Sung-min went to the mercenary guild. Vern greeted him and asked if he wanted to take on a new mission yet. Sung-min shook his head, instead asking about the whereabouts of the ogre chimera's corpse. Vern poured a drink and replied that he was also concerned about it, as someone must have created that monster. He explained that he was coordinating with the mage guild to investigate the matter. Sung-min thought to himself, the ogre chimera had never appeared in his previous life, meaning either no one took the mission or the mercenaries sent were killed. He speculated that the mastermind was likely the dungeon master, who would be discovered in the next 6 months, the one who had managed to summon the monster in his previous life. But now, his act of destroying it could change the future, so he wanted to examine the corpse himself. At the Behenger Mage Guild, a grotesque skull greeted him. Inside, Sung-min was astonished to see someone using magic to manipulate the ogre chimera's head and eyeballs. That person turned around and introduced themselves as the dark mage Kim Jong-hyun. Kim Jong-hyun casually asked if he was startled, while the giant eye floated right in front of Sung-min. Sung-min introduced himself as the one who killed the monster, causing Kim Jong-hyun to ask in surprise, "Oh, are you Korean?" Kim Jong-hyun seemed skeptical, suggesting that even so, it was unlikely they were from the same dimension, and asked if Sungmin's world had experienced a gate incident. Lee Sungmin appeared confused by the concept of a gate incident, but Kim Jong-hyun quickly dismissed it. Kim Jong-hyun happily took Sungmin's hand, saying it had been a long time since he met another Korean. The dark mage mused. Well, Kim Jong-hyun said that wasn't the only reason he was happy, which made Sungmin feel confused. When asked what that meant, Kim Jong-hyun cheerfully denied it, claiming he didn't mean anything by it. Changing the subject, Kim Jong-hyun asked why Sungmin was there, and he replied that he wanted to see the Chimera's corpse. Sungmin thought to himself that the future had changed, and he needed to gather more information if he wanted to obtain the Devnak armor. Kim Jong-hyun replied that he would tell Sungmin a few things he had discovered. The dark mage explained that although he couldn't delve deep because the monster was dead, many high-level enchantments had been placed on it. Sungmin deduced that the dark mage who created it must be as powerful as an archmage. Kim Jong-hyun pointed out that the Chimera's mouth had been sewn shut, indicating that its creator had made it ferocious with hunger to test its power. He suddenly understood that was why the monster didn't eat the deer after tearing it apart. Kim Jong-hyun concluded his explanation, saying he wouldn't go into detail about each merged creature because Sungmin wouldn't be interested. Lee Sungmin listened silently, sweat trickling down his cheeks. Sungmin pressed him about the other reason for his joy, but he brushed it off, saying it was nothing important. However, the dark mage revealed that he perceived Sungmin's karma to be twisted, which astonished him. Kim Jong-hyun explained that dark mages could see souls, and was impressed that Sungmin knew about this concept. The dark mage stepped closer and said, "If it were me, I probably would have gone mad with despair." Kim Jong-hyun looked directly at Sungmin and asked, "You understand what that means, don't you?" Lee Sungmin explained that, according to what he knew, he would be tormented eternally after death. Kim Jong-hyun curiously asked the reason for his twisted karma, and suggested he tell the story. Sungmin was skeptical, but Kim Jong-hyun offered to tell him something he had never heard before. To prove his sincerity, Kim Jong-hyun made a mana oath, vowing never to reveal Sungmin's secret. Lee Sungmin was completely taken aback by this drastic action and life-binding oath. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Sungmin decided to trust the mysterious mage. He confessed that he was a regressor, returned from the dead. Kim Jong-hyun nodded, explaining that breaking the cycle of life and death was the cause, and Sungmin's karma looked anything but good. However, the person revealed that the problem wasn't just limited to twisted karma. With a suddenly terrifying expression, Kim Jong-hyun began to say that there was something else strange about him. A dark and ominous aura seemed to emanate from Lee Sungmin, signaling a bad omen. Kim Jong-hyun asserted that Sungmin's problem was far more complex. The person's words seemed to amplify an invisible presence clinging to Sungmin. Lee Sungmin suddenly clutched his head in pain, his body trembling violently. He tried to endure the pain while Kim Jong-hyun looked at him with a puzzled expression. Kim Jong-hyun realized he wasn't allowed to speak the truth, which only confused Sungmin further. Sungmin flinched as the mage prepared to explain why. Suddenly, blood began to flow from Kim Jong-hyun's eyes and mouth, and the person explained that they would die if they revealed the truth. Horrified by the sight, Sungmin heard the terrifying conclusion that his life didn't truly seem to belong to him. Lee Sungmin stood frozen as the room door slammed shut in front of him. In his mind, Kim Jong-hyun's apology echoed. The person said they couldn't reveal anything and needed time to think. Sungmin wondered about the mysterious force that had just intervened, suddenly realizing that something similar had happened before. He recalled the moment on Mount Misha, when Goddess Misha ordered an invisible intruder to stop and leave her domain. The goddess had threatened to destroy the intruder if they didn't comply. Lost in thought, Sungmin was suddenly called back by a voice from behind. He turned around and saw a woman with fiery red hair. She cheerfully greeted him, recognizing him as the crazy kid from Mount Misha and surprised that he had grown up. Completely failing to recognize his old acquaintance, Sungmin blankly asked who she was. The woman became angry, shouting that she was Scarlet Lashir and had even taught him magic. Sungmin tried to connect the image of the stinky green-skinned girl on the mountain with the beautiful woman in front of him. After a moment of silence, he still couldn't believe it. Still skeptical, he blurted out that she was lying. Immediately, Scarlet delivered a crushing punch to his face. The painful punch jolted Sungmin awake. He mumbled a greeting to her with her old nickname, Buttface. After being recognized, Scarlet cheerfully asked why he was at the Mage Guild, and Sungmin replied that he just had some business. She looked towards the door he had just exited, with a suspicious expression. When Scarlet mentioned that crazy Kim Jong-hyun, Sungmin was surprised, and asked if she knew him. Scarlet confirmed that she knew him, describing Kim Jong-hyun as an eccentric and terrifying dark mage, and advised Sungmin to stay away. Scarlet told Sungmin to be careful, and he thanked her. She admitted that it was good to see a familiar face again. Before leaving, Scarlett invited Sungmin to her lab on the 3rd floor whenever he was free. She waved goodbye and shouted for him to let her know if anyone bullied him. Sungmin watched her thoughtfully, feeling that something was strange. He recalled the perplexing encounters with goddess Misha and Kim Jong-hyun, who always seemed to have something to say but couldn't. He realized that everyone, including Scarlett, treated him strangely well. Sungmin wondered what was truly happening, feeling certain that something was amiss. However, he couldn't find the answers to his questions. Pushing aside his complex thoughts, Sungmin decided to focus on the task at hand. His next objective was an S-class mission. Eliminate 2 twin-head trolls for a bounty of 60 million air. At the Mercenary Guild, he unexpectedly met Rude again. Rude cheerfully announced that he was also assigned to hunt trolls and promised to give his best. Sungmin smiled in agreement, and from then on, they became new teammates. His second life had taught Sungmin that no one could live alone, so he decided not to push people away anymore. Rude had become a good friend, providing companionship and comfort after long days of solitary training, and 3 months passed just like that. After a successful mission, Sungmin received his reward of 50 million air. He thanked him while Rude excitedly checked his gold coins. Rude cheerfully invited Sungmin for a celebratory drink. While Rude was inviting him for a drink, he mentioned that someone wanted to meet Lee Sungmin. That person was Zeon, the leader of the Flare Mercenary Guild. Both Lee Sungmin and Rude were stunned upon hearing that name. Rude asked if Sungmin knew this person, and he replied that there was no way he wouldn't. Sungmin recalled that Zeon was one of the 3 SS-class mercenaries, leading an organization of over 100 people. More importantly, he was the master of Sarim's 100-fist strike, whom Sungmin had admired in his previous life. He remembered the only reason he respected Zeon. Back in reality, Zeon appeared, sitting amid smoke, and introduced himself. He said that he too was once classless and understood the hardships Sungmin had endured. As a master, Sungmin could feel Zeon's immense power. He was astonished to realize that this man was on the verge of becoming a supreme master. Zeon showed empathy, saying he understood how harsh this world was for the classless like them. He praised Sungmin for becoming a master at 18, then quickly got to the main point. Zeon bluntly invited Sungmin to join the Flare Mercenary Guild. He even promised to make Sungmin his vice commander. Seeing Sungmin confused by the sudden offer, Zeon said he would help him decide. He placed a small wooden box on the table in front of Sungmin. Lee Sungmin's eyes widened in surprise when he saw what was inside. Zeon opened the box, revealing the great pill, and asked if Sungmin knew about it. Zeon made an offer, saying he would give him the pill if Sungmin agreed to a simple condition. When Lee Sungmin asked what the condition was, Zeon immediately presented a contract. Sungmin read aloud the clause requiring him to obey Zeon's commands, and Zeon confirmed the contract had no magical bindings. However, Zeon warned that breaking the contract would lead to severe consequences, as he needed something to control Sungmin. He added that if Sungmin agreed, and also revealed his skill secrets, he would give him the Great Pill. Lee Sungmin skeptically asked who would accept such terms, and Zeon replied that some would. With a menacing expression, Zeon asserted that those were the ones who wanted to become mercenaries in Bihanger. At a tavern, Rude anxiously asked Sungmin how he had answered Zeon, and he replied that he had refused. Sungmin explained that there was no way he would agree to become Zeon's slave, which made Rude praise him for doing well. Nevertheless, Rude advised that since things had come to this, Sungmin should leave Bihanger immediately. He explained that Sungmin's life could be in danger, as Zeon trusted no one and always tightly controlled mercenaries of A-class and above. Sungmin listened silently as Rude added that anyone who opposed Zeon was suppressed, calling him a dictator. Rude recounted his past, when he refused Zeon's offer and suddenly couldn't find work because the Flare Guild controlled everything. He bitterly continued that after moving elsewhere and becoming S-class, he returned to find Zeon was already SS-class. Lee Sungmin was pensive after hearing Rude's entire story. He secretly thought he had never known Zeon to be like this, feeling conflicted witnessing the dark side of someone he once admired. Rude cheerfully returned, suggesting they go to Miktor town together, but a loud voice from another table interrupted them. An older mercenary excitedly announced that they had found the Dark Mage's dungeon. Both Sungmin and Rude turned to listen as the person added that the Ogre Chimera was created from there, and a hunting party was about to be formed. Lee Sungmin was stunned to hear that the dungeon hunting party would be led by the Flare Mercenary Guild. Sometime later, he went to the forge and thought that crafting weapons took longer than he had imagined. Lee Sungmin said he didn't mind, but the female blacksmith Seljurus replied that the extended time was due to him continuously increasing the budget. She handed him the finished spear. Sungmin took the new weapon, a spear with a mithril core and a black steel casing, designed for easy energy manipulation. He silently admired the spear, while Seljurus asked what he thought of it. Suddenly, Neville appeared and remarked that Seljarus must have grown very fond of Lee Sungmin. When Sungmin wondered why, Neville explained that the materials used for the spear were incredibly expensive. Neville revealed that Seljarus had used all the money Sungmin gave her to buy materials, essentially forging the weapon for him for free. He added that he could understand the female blacksmith's actions. Neville looked directly at Sungmin and said that he possessed a strange charm that made others want to help him. Those words sent a shiver of dread down Sungmin's spine. Feeling he had said too much, Neville hastily excused himself and vanished in a puff of blue smoke. Sungmin stood motionless, immersed in silence. He secretly thought he hadn't misunderstood Neville's meaning. Rather, those words had confirmed a suspicion he had harbored for a long time. Sungmin recalled the first time he felt something unusual was on Mount Misha. But back then he just thought it was luck. He began to wonder if he truly possessed some special ability, an ability that made others treat him unusually well, and he wondered if the relationships he had built were all not real, as images of those who had helped him shattered into pieces in his mind. While Lee Sungmin was still in turmoil, Rude suddenly appeared and called his name. Sungmin just silently looked at his friend, his mind heavy. He wondered if his suspicion was correct. Then was his friendship with Rude also just a lie? Seeing Sungmin dejected, Rude friendly put an arm around his shoulder and asserted that he would go with him on the dungeon raid. But in Sungmin's mind, only the two words, dungeon raid, kept repeating. He realized, just as he feared, the future had changed after he killed the ogre chimera, leading the guild to start searching for the dark mage. They discovered the dungeon 3 months earlier than in his past life. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and Sungmin looked up to see an unexpected person. Zeon, the leader of the Flare Guild, approached with a smug look and mocked the presence of the rising rookie. Sungmin realized that the Flare Mercenary Guild had also joined this raid. In the past, they had been busy with other matters, but because the raid happened earlier, they were now free. Zeon turned to greet Rude in a condescending manner. He ruffled Rude's hair patronizingly and told him to be careful. Then, Zeon looked directly at Sungmin and issued a veiled threat that the dungeon was dangerous and no one knew what could happen. With that, Zeon and his guild turned their backs and left, leaving a tense atmosphere. Rude angrily stated that it was clearly a death threat. Sungmin thought to himself that ultimately, his lack of talent had forced him into this perilous situation. He hadn't made any progress in the past 3 months, and to become stronger, he had to find the Devnak armor at all costs. Rude tried to reassure him that Zeon wouldn't be able to act recklessly, but couldn't hide his contempt for such a person. Rude worriedly mentioned that even Guildmaster Vern was participating, which was rare. He humorously reassured Sungmin, declaring he would use his spirit sword to lop off the head of anyone who caused trouble. Sungmin chuckled inwardly, realizing Rude had no reason to join this mission other than concern for him. He felt grateful that this was not an easy decision, as Rude also disliked Zeon. Thoughts of the dangerous path ahead briefly crossed Sungmin's mind. He decided to push them aside to focus on the immediate task. Vern stood before the entire army and loudly asked if everyone was ready. He announced that the Behanger Mercenary Guild would begin their advance into the Dark Mage's dungeon. Vern boosted their morale, asserting that they were the best and could overcome anything if they maintained their focus. After a final rallying cry, the mercenaries charged forward in unison, breaking through the entrance gate. The elite army silently advanced into the dungeon's deep darkness. It all began in silence with A-class mercenary Jung Chul, a master of external force, leading the way. However, his rock-hard body was sliced through as easily as butter by an invisible attack. Jung Chul was sent flying backward, crashing into another astonished mercenary. That mercenary stared in horror as Jung Chul's body crumbled like a stone statue. The horrific sight was reflected in his fearful eyes. He screamed in terror as Jung Chul's corpse collapsed. Vern reacted immediately, a blinding light emanating from his hand. The light illuminated a chaotic scene, signaling a long night ahead. The raid began with a tragedy, as the vanguard, Jung Chul, screamed Chimera, before being finished off by a snake-tentacled monster. Zeon stepped forward, declaring this battle would be difficult from the start, and his fist ignited with fiery energy. A giant chimera with a beetle-like hard shell appeared, blocking the entire team's path. Without hesitation, Zeon charged forward and unleashed a thunderous punch, shattering the monster's defenses. He contemptuously called the monsters insects after unleashing his 100-fist strike. Zeon smirked smugly, while Lee Sungmin stood behind, breaking out in a cold sweat at the terrifying power. Lee Sungmin thought to himself that he would never win if he had to face Zeon, while also recalling another two-headed chimera. In his memory, he had once pierced a similar monster with his spear. But these chimeras were different. He realized this dungeon was empty in his past life. A terrifying thought flashed through Lee Sungmin's mind. Could it be? He's here? With blood streaming down his face, he deeply felt that something had gone completely wrong. The raid had caused countless casualties, with mercenary corpses scattered everywhere. Amidst the wreckage, Zeon irritably reported the heavy losses and asked if they should continue. Guildmaster Vern coldly pointed out that none of the Flare mercenary guild members were injured, and Zeon merely replied smugly that his people were skilled. Rude, injured and exhausted, cursed Zeon for his selfishness in only protecting his own men, though he had to admit his strength was indeed formidable. Aside from the Flare Guild, only one other A-rank mercenary survived, Dang Misuk. Rude, with a horrific wound on his head, tried to comfort Dong Misuk, telling her she could relax because he was here. Rude turned to tell Lee Sungmin that bonds forged through trauma were a lie, while Dang Misuk panicked and fled behind. A young mage ran up breathlessly, calling out Guildmaster Vern's name. He stammered a report in panic that the raid team had suffered 2 heavy losses. Guildmaster Vern maintained a stoic expression in the face of the dire situation. He sighed, declaring that they couldn't stop now, or the sacrifices of their comrades would be in vain. Vern reassured them that the raid could still continue because the S and SS rank mercenaries were still alive, confusing Dang Misuk as she was only A rank. He coldly told her she could turn back if she was scared, but he also implied that she would have to walk through the battlefield of corpses alone. Dang Misuk looked at the grim scene in horror, understanding the hidden threat. With no other choice, she reluctantly agreed to follow in a trembling voice. The remaining team, including Lee Sungmin and Rude, gathered in silence to move forward. A blonde mercenary noticed the unusual silence that enveloped the dungeon. 2 others began to speculate that perhaps the dungeon master had thrown out all his subordinates to buy time and fled. Vern agreed with the hypothesis, but still warned everyone not to let their guard down. As one person became complacent, the blonde mercenary suddenly spotted something ahead. It was a large door, looking ancient and mysterious. Vern used magic to check, and confirmed the door had no traps. Lee Sungmin watched tensely, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. The heavy door creaked open, revealing a room that looked like a library inside. The blonde mercenary entered first, reporting that there was no one, and it was just a library. Vern confirmed the room was safe and ordered everyone to spread out and search. Suddenly, Lee Sungmin exclaimed as he recognized something, declaring, "It's here." He recalled a story from his past life about a C-rank mercenary who changed his life after finding a magic armor in this very place. In a flashback, Rude recounted the story of a drunken mercenary who always bragged about finding a secret door in a cave, while Kim Jong-hyun listened. Kim Jong-hyun continued listening to the story, that after passing through that door, the mercenary found a huge library. Kim Jong-hyun's expression turned tense upon hearing that the person had touched a certain book. Back in the present, Lee Sungmin, relying on the memory from the story, touched that very book on the shelf. A creak echoed as the bookshelf opened, revealing a secret passage leading down a dark staircase. Lee Sungmin smiled confidently, thinking to himself that the Devnak magic armor must be below. Zeon asked in surprise if it was a secret passage, as he saw Lee Sungmin begin to descend. He suddenly appeared behind Lee Sungmin, asking how he found it, and remarking that it was a special talent. Lee Sungmin replied that he just stumbled upon it, but Zeon remained suspicious of his composure. With a sinister smile, Zeon said he was starting to really like Lee Sungmin. Lee Sungmin shivered, sensing the deadly threat behind Zeon's words. Without warning, Zeon unleashed a powerful punch, but Lee Sungmin managed to dodge the attack in time. As Lee Sungmin tumbled down the stairs, Zeon mocked him, saying he liked him even more. Zeon declared that if he couldn't make Lee Sungmin work for him, he'd rather eliminate him now before that talent became a threat. Lee Sungmin realized Zeon had deliberately sent Vern and the others elsewhere so no one could stop him. Just then, Rude rushed in from behind and shouted that someone would stop Zeon. Zeon turned back, surprised to ask how Rude got past his men, and Rude replied he used sword techniques. Rude angrily shouted that he knew Zeon would play dirty and was just waiting for the right moment to turn on him. While Lee Sungmin was still stunned, Rude explained that once Sungmin died, he would be the next target to silence. Suddenly, a purple energy ball shot towards the unsuspecting Lee Sungmin, forcing him to roll away to dodge it. Zeon confidently asked if they thought they could defeat him. Lee Sungmin silently admitted their win rate was low, especially with the Flare mercenaries joining the fight. From the shadows, Kim Jong-hyun quietly observed the situation. Suddenly, Lee Sungmin hoisted Rude onto his shoulder and began to sprint. Rude yelled in surprise, and Sungmin replied that they had to get to the basement. He recalled the Devnak armor, which could significantly boost its wearer's skills and was their only hope. Lee Sungmin abruptly stopped in front of a wall. He and Rude looked up, seemingly having reached a dead end. However, Sungmin's eyes gleamed with determination. He had found the Devnak armor hidden in a secret wall recess. Understanding his intent, Rude immediately drew his sword and charged forward to buy Sungmin time. The veteran mercenary poured all his strength into a direct charge towards the enemy. Zeon easily blocked Rude, unleashing an energy fist through his chest to Sungmin's horror. Zeon's bloodied fist shattered Rude's armor and body. The brutal scene was reflected in Kim Jong-hyun's eyes. Zeon coldly withdrew his hand from the fatal wound. He then kicked Rude's body aside. Zeon smirked, admitting that Rude had managed to slash his shoulder as well. Lee Sungmin stared blankly at his companion's corpse. Memories of their fun hunting days together with Rude flooded his mind. Rude's death was vivid before his eyes, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this, Lee Sungmin let out a wild scream, filled with rage and pain. Zeon stood there, nonchalantly asking, "Well, what are you going to do now?" He clenched his glowing fist, declaring that in this world, strength was everything. Sungmin narrowly dodged an attack as Zeon cruelly stated never to trust anyone. The young man tried to trip his opponent but failed. With a hateful glare, Sungmin gritted out, "Why talk so much? Die." He poured all his strength into a charge, but his spear was easily blocked. Zeon looked down, complimenting Sungmin's weapon, while effortlessly subduing him. He delivered a powerful kick to Sungmin's face and commanded, "Hand it over." Taking the spear, Zeon was surprised to find it lighter than it looked, while the Devnak armor stood silently behind him. Suddenly, blood spurted from the armor's chest. Zeon turned back with confusion at the strange phenomenon. Immediately, the armor's gauntlet detached into pieces and enveloped Sungmin's arm. The remaining armor pieces flew towards Sungmin, automatically assembling and shielding him. Zeon stared in shock, realizing, that ornate armor is enveloping his body. Is it enchanted armor? Sungmin's face was gradually obscured by darkness and the armor, exuding a terrifying aura. He stood up, his entire body encased in the dark armor, a deadly energy radiating around him. Zeon felt the dark energy, warily exclaiming, "What is this energy? I don't know, but it's dangerous." Beneath the armor's mask, a completely different Sungmin, cold and menacing, was ready for revenge. After donning the Devnak armor, Lee Sungmin stood motionless, his eyes filled with determination. The battle paused in an awkward moment, Zeon looking confused by the silent Lee Sungmin. Zeon, impatient, unleashed an energy blast that struck Lee Sungmin directly, much to his surprise. He roared, questioning the dark aura he sensed and why it had suddenly vanished. Zeon continued his assault, mocking that he thought Lee Sungmin had found an artifact to become stronger, but he could only silently admit it. Lee Sungmin looked at his iron gauntlets in confusion, wondering why he felt no change in his body or inner energy. Zeon casually remarked that regardless, Lee Sungmin's dodging was impressive. With a cruel gaze, he declared he would finish him, causing Lee Sungmin to curse silently in despair. Gazing at his companion Rude's lifeless face, Lee Sungmin's helplessness turned into a roar of fury. He poured all his strength into a lightning-fast punch, charging straight at the enemy. Suddenly, a mysterious dark elf appeared in his mind. Recognizing the Devnak armor as a good item, the person continued to warn that this armor had a very serious side effect. The dark elf attacked the shadowy entity clinging to Lee Sungmin. Surprised to see the armor's contract had not yet been activated, he seemed amused to discover that the karma in Lee Sungmin's soul was strangely twisted. Back in reality, Lee Sungmin's honed sixth sense was screaming a dire warning. His intuition told him he would have to sacrifice a lot to avoid confronting that dark entity. Meanwhile, Vern heard a loud noise and rushed to the scene to check the situation. He confronted a cloaked figure, questioning if it was the dungeon master. The mysterious entity simply raised its skeletal hand and silently pointed at him. Vern recoiled in horror, realizing he was facing a lich. Vern let out a desperate warning, "Danger! Everyone run!" He immediately unleashed a powerful magical blast towards the enemy. However, Lich Freskin merely raised a skeletal finger in a silencing gesture, easily nullifying the attack. The remaining mercenaries screamed in horror as Vern's corpse was held by a chimera, while Freskin declared the exit was sealed. He revealed that all intruders were part of his plan. Kim Jong-hyun was bound by green magical chains, and Freskin gleefully stated it was a wonderful day. Zeon also met a similar fate, deemed a better sacrifice than the ogre chimera. From the shadows, Freskin announced that now he would approach the bound Kim Jong-hyun. With glowing eyes, Lich Freskin whispered that his wish was about to come true. The battle did not last long. The Dark Mage annihilated all the mercenaries, despite the presence of 2 SS-class mercenaries. Vern, who was about to become a Grand Mage, was cut in half, and even Zeon was easily subdued. Bound to the ground, Kim Jong-hyun wondered about his fate. He desperately thought that he had changed compared to his past life. Lying helplessly on the floor, Kim Jong-hyun stared blankly into the darkness. Beside him, Zeon also lay unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Kim Jong-hyun bitterly admitted that he was still just a maggot. In the darkness, Frescan silently observed his prisoners. When Kim Jong-hyun awoke to find himself chained to the wall, Frescan spoke. "Oh, you're awake." Frescan, emerging from the shadows with a grotesque skull, welcomed his prisoner to his workshop. Kim Jong-hyun tried to yank his arm, but Frescan warned that he would never break the magical shackles. The Lich let out a chilling laugh at the Dark Mage's helplessness. Frescan began his story with a bizarre confession, stating he had always longed to be a woman, leaving Kim Jong-hyun utterly bewildered. He explained his admiration for women's ability to create life and admitted his own failure in transformation. To find answers, Frescan revealed he delved into magic, trading his body and soul for eternal life. Finally, after an eternity, he declared he had found the solution. With a manic grin, Frescan revealed his ultimate goal, to create life without having to give birth himself. Kim Jong-hyun shuddered in horror, realizing the insane ambition of his captor. "What a delightful day," Frescan said as he approached, ready to enact his plan. His skeletal hand reached for Kim Jong-hyun, lamenting that he couldn't capture the other with twisted karma like him. Frescan declared he would sacrifice the soul with distorted karma, Kim Jong-hyun. He clasped his hands together, asserting that this sacrifice would bring his wish closer to reality. Frescan's skeletal hand seized Kim Jong-hyun's face, initiating the brutal ritual. The Dark Mage's eyes widened in extreme pain as the ritual's energy coursed through him. A grotesque mass of flesh with an eye-like core began to form in the darkness. Kim Jong-hyun's face contorted in horror as he endured the process. A massive, grotesque sphere of flesh and darkness formed in the air, engulfing them both. Kim Jong-hyun's body convulsed violently, gritting his teeth as fluid streamed from his bloodshot eyes. Frescan raised his hand towards the newly formed creature and declared, "I offer this sacrifice." Kim Jong-hyun gasped in agony as the sacrificial ritual reached its climax. Before Frescan, a monstrous, deformed flesh creature formed from the ritual. But then, Frescan exclaimed in shock. "What?" He trembled in disbelief. "Wait. What do you mean? No, how can this be?" The Lich muttered to himself in bewilderment. "This is ridiculous." He turned, advancing towards Kim Jong-hyun with swirling dark energy. Frescan's glowing skull hovered over a terrified Kim Jong-hyun. He realized an unbelievable truth. "I offered a sacrifice, but it was rejected?" A skeletal hand grabbed Kim Jong-hyun's throat, lifting him up. Frescan roared. "What exactly are you? Why did the Lord of Terror reject you as a sacrifice?" He continued to interrogate. "A soul with twisted karma like no other. Why were you rejected?" Causing Kim Jong-hyun to only scream in despair. "How would I know?" "What are you?" Frescan bellowed. "I will have to look into your memories." He began to invade Kim Jong-hyun's complex mind, commanding, "Reveal everything about yourself." For a fleeting moment, the image of Lee Sung-min, with bloodshot eyes, appeared in the Lich's mind. When Lee Sung-min opened his eyes, he found himself sitting alone in an empty room, the Lich, having vanished without a trace. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he was still alive. But just then, something strange happened. A piercing buzzing sound suddenly echoed, enveloping Lee Sung-min. He gritted out in annoyance. "Shut up." At the same time, Zeon's image appeared, also gritting his teeth and enduring the same buzzing sound. An image of a skull made of purple energy appeared along with a piercing buzzing sound. Lee Sung-min gritted his teeth, trying to endure the painful sound echoing in his head. The buzzing sound that had disappeared after he defeated the ogre chimera had now returned. However, after only a moment, he was able to move his body again. His motivation did not come from newly acquired experience, but from the will to survive of the class mercenary he once was. He was also driven by the promise he made to friends like Rura, Baek Sogo, and Weiji Hoyeon, who wished for him not to die. With blood flowing from his eyes, Sungmin muttered a vow that he would never die. He felt neither regret nor shame, because those things were less important than survival. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his mind, asking if he could hear it, making Sungmin wonder if it was telepathy. Standing amidst the ruined dungeon, he spoke aloud, asking who the person was and where they were speaking from. A faint image of an injured man appeared, introducing himself as Lloyd, the Tower Master of the Golden Tower, who was located deeper within the dungeon. Memories from his previous life flooded back. Sungmin recalled that Lloyd was a grand mage who had suddenly gone missing. Realizing this was the exact time Lloyd disappeared, he asked what the man wanted and received a plea for help. Lloyd explained that he was severely injured and unable to move, begging Sungmin to save him, which prompted the boy to ask about the Lich's whereabouts. Lloyd replied that Freskin had fled, making Sungmin wonder if the deeper area was safe. Although Lloyd asserted that all enemies had vanished, Sungmin remained skeptical, wondering how he could trust the man's words. To prove it, Lloyd performed a mana pledge, guaranteeing his words were true and promising a worthy reward. Sungmin stood silently in the darkness, considering the risky proposition. After deciding, he began to move deeper inside, while Lloyd rejoiced that he had arrived just in time. Lloyd, the Grand Mage of the Golden Tower, explained that he had desperately searched for signs of life in the dungeon and was fortunate to have found Sungmin. Lee Sungmin moved deeper, seeing Lloyd injured amidst countless signs of a fierce battle. Images of Kim Jong-hyun's suffering flashed through his mind. He also discovered Zeon unconscious with a wound on his chest, seemingly also affected by the strange buzzing sound. Stunned by the sight, Sungmin wondered what had truly happened here. Lloyd interrupted, urgently requesting help first and promising to explain later. Sungmin sihil in acceptance. He asked what kind of help was needed. Lloyd requested two things, the first being to take him out of the dungeon, and for the second thing, he pointed toward a strange object. A small, dark heart was floating in midair. Lloyd asked Sungmin to destroy it. Sungmin wondered what it was, and Lloyd admitted he didn't know either, only that it was one of Frescan's creations. Hearing that it was extremely dangerous, Sungmin understood and agreed. Without hesitation, he lunged his spear forward to attack the heart. However, the attack seemed to have no effect. Dark tentacles suddenly sprouted from the heart and wrapped around his spear. Sungmin was astonished by this unexpected reaction. He struggled to hold on to his weapon as the bizarre object clung tightly to the spearhead. Dark energy from the heart began to envelop the spear. Sungmin stood firm, his gaze resolute as he faced the new situation. Lee Sungmin was astonished when the dark heart in his hand suddenly began to beat strongly. In a flashback to a few hours earlier, the Lich Frescan staggered in pain. He wondered what Lee Sungmin truly was as he stumbled out of the dungeon. Frescan's magic was intended to destroy Lee Sungmin's mind, to extract his memories. Yet, he was confused because only the memory spell had been reflected back. Frescan was furious because his plan had failed. The Lord of Terror had rejected the sacrifice, and he was depleted of mana. Before him were the corpses of the fallen mercenaries. Two dark hearts, his creations, hovered ominously. With a determined expression, Frescan formed a new plan. He declared that he would absorb the life force of the dead to replenish his mana. Even while unconscious, Zeon had to grit his teeth to endure the pain. A desperate scream echoed as the corpses began to be engulfed by dark energy. Frescan grabbed the face of an old mercenary, draining his life force amid desperate pleas. After turning the mercenaries into dried husks, Frescan felt his strength gradually recovering. The magical flames around his skull flared up strongly again. Frescan looked down at Zeon, knowing the mercenary was only pretending to be unconscious. Zeon opened his eyes, sweat pouring out, but his gaze remained defiant. Having escaped Frescan's control, Zeon sat up and asked if he would share the same fate as the others. Frescan laughed loudly, revealing that he had a better purpose for Zeon, using his soul to retry the failed ritual. Zeon questioned what ritual Frescan intended to retry, startling the Lich, who hadn't expected him to still have the strength to speak. Lloyd confronted Frescan, realizing the Lich was still researching abominable things. After 10 years of relentless pursuit, Lloyd finally found his enemy. Frescan was furious at being pursued, while Lloyd calmly remarked on his injuries. Lloyd declared he would destroy Frescan's body first, then find and annihilate his life source. Zeon was astonished to realize the newcomer was Lloyd, the Grand Mage and Tower Master of the Golden Tower. Despite his injuries, Zeon eagerly offered to join forces with Lloyd to eliminate the wicked Lich. However, Lloyd coldly refused, stating that Zeon would be of no help and should just stand aside to avoid getting hurt. Frescan desperately lamented his misfortune. Having just been rejected by the Lord of Terror as a sacrifice, he was now found by Lloyd. In the darkness, Frescan's two magical hearts began to glow ominously. He decided to use a trump card, even though it was imperfect. Frescan began a transformation ritual, creating mana pulses that put Lloyd on guard. Lloyd, horrified, questioned Frescan about what he had just created. Frescan proudly declared that this was the pinnacle of his desires and the embodiment of his research. He called his creation an ultimate being. A blinding light enveloped the entire room. As the light faded, a foot, with slender, black-painted toes gently touched the ground. Lloyd was stunned, horrified by the sight before his eyes. Frescan had transformed into a feminine entity with long black hair, enveloped in shadow. He admitted that this body and heart were imperfect, but there was still another heart to use. In his new form, Frescan declared he would use one heart to deal with his enemy, and the other to create a perfect being. Lloyd furiously roared that such pathetic attempts would be useless, vowing to erase Freskin's existence. The Grand Mage unleashed a massive golden energy blast towards the Lich. Freskin commanded his old Lich form, now with a skull blazing with purple fire, to fight and destroy Lloyd. The Lich form obeyed, firing a stream of dark energy from its fingertips. Freskin calmly watched as the two magic blasts were about to collide. A violent explosion occurred as the two attacks nullified each other. Lloyd gritted his teeth in astonishment, realizing his magic had been neutralized without a single incantation. Freskin's new entity floated down, calling the Lich form Father. After a moment of confusion, the Lich form accepted its new role, but then was bewildered when its newly created daughter said it was hungry. Zeon stood up, his eyes vacant, as if being controlled. With a strained expression, he mechanically repeated, "I am hungry." Suddenly, a hand pierced through Zeon's chest. Blood spurted from the fatal wound. Freskin's hand tore open Zeon's chest, clutching the heart of Behenger's strongest mercenary guild leader, ending his life. Zeon's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, utterly helpless before the one who had ripped out his heart. The horrific scene continued as Freskin opened his mouth wide, preparing to devour the heart. Lloyd could only watch in silent horror as he heard the gruesome sounds. While the new entity fully devoured the heart, the Lich form behind it let out a maniacal, gleeful laugh. Witnessing the gruesome sight, Lloyd could only exclaim in horror in his mind, "A monster!" The Grand Mage was utterly stunned by the brutality that had just unfolded. After recovering, Lloyd recounted, "The battle continued. Freskin and that entity fled when they saw me pour all my mana into a final strike, leaving that heart behind. That's what happened in the dungeon," he said. "Thank you once again for saving my life," Lloyd continued. "Although I couldn't see it because I passed out right after asking you to destroy that horrible heart-like thing," Lee Sungmin replied humbly. But in his hand, Freskin's heart suddenly beat strongly. He was startled, wondering, what? Unaware, Lloyd promised to grant him one wish, whatever it might be, as long as it was within his power. Lee Sungmin pondered, realizing the Grand Mage had just given him a blank check. He decided to leave that for later, secretly thinking that Lloyd would kill him instantly if he knew he still kept the heart. Sungmin recalled that Freskin was the master of the Dark Magic Tower, wanted 10 years ago, and Lloyd was tasked with eliminating him. After 10 years of pursuit, their encounter coincided with the raid, unlike in his previous life. That meant in the original timeline, Lloyd had surely died in the dungeon, which was why he was reported missing. Someone who should have died survived thanks to his return, he mused. Someone who should have lived ultimately had to die. Standing alone in the darkness, Lee Sungmin felt a strange energy emanating from himself. Lee Sungmin reminisced about the past, when he was still weak, and considered Zeon the greatest hero. But now he realized there were countless other monsters in the world who could easily treat Zeon like a child. The world he once thought was the pinnacle was actually just a well's mouth looking out into a much vaster universe. After realizing this truth, Sungmin silently pondered. He wondered how strong Weiji Hoyon had become by now. He clenched his fists, admitting that he was still just a naive larva, a lesson he had learned deeply on Mount Misha. With renewed determination, Sungmin strode forward, telling himself to advance step by step like a crawling larva. While wondering what to do, he was suddenly called back by a familiar voice. It was Kim Jong-hyun. Kim Jong-hyun greeted him, expressing surprise that Sungmin had survived and returned from the disastrous raid. Their gaze was immediately drawn to the armor Sungmin was wearing, recognizing it as a unique artifact. Kim Jong-hyun politely offered to examine the armor more closely. After a moment of hesitation, Lee Sungmin agreed. Elsewhere, Kim Jong-hyun began to explain that this armor was a tool for forging forced contracts with transcendent demon lords. They revealed it was a terrible item, bypassing all procedures to force the wearer into a slave contract. Using a whiteboard, Kim Jong-hyun illustrated that the armor could instantly transform a third-rate martial artist into a master by unleashing their full potential. But in return, the wearer's soul would belong to the demon lord after death. And all of this happened without their consent. Sungmin wondered why nothing had happened to him, and Kim Jong-hyun admitted his case was very strange while erasing the whiteboard. Kim Jong-hyun offered a first hypothesis. Perhaps Sungmin no longer had any potential left to unlock. Or a second possibility. He had already signed a contract with an entity even greater than the armor's master. Kim Jong-hyun smirked, saying he believed the second possibility more, and that Sungmin must have had a premonition as well. Lee Sungmin was stunned when Kim Jong-hyun asked, "Otherwise, why would the Lord of Terror reject you as a sacrifice?" Kim Jong-hyun explained that if not forced into a contract, Sungmin could wear the armor without issue, even benefiting from its enchantments. Immediately after, the Devnak armor on Lee Sungmin's body began to dissolve in a purple glow. it transformed into a bracelet, and Kim Jong-hyun explained that, by simply channeling energy into it, it would revert to armor. Answering the second question, Kim Jong-hyun described the Lord of Terror as a transcendent entity, capable of making weaker beings tremble with just a glance. He continued, emphasizing that Sungmin not only retained consciousness when facing that entity, but also could not be accepted as a sacrifice. Kim Jong-hyun smiled slyly, implying that those clues were more than enough for Sungmin to figure things out himself. Lee Sungmin fell silent, lost in thought about the recent revelations. He asked if his soul already belonged to an entity stronger than the Lord of Terror, but Kim Jong-hyun refused to answer, fearing for his life. Lee Sungmin shivered, recalling the time Kim Jong-hyun almost died for revealing heavenly secrets. He moved on to the third question about the black heart that had entered his body and wondered if it was created by Freskin. Kim Jong-hyun admitted he didn't know either, but reassured him that he didn't sense anything unusual. He hypothesized that since Freskin was always researching to create the ultimate life form, that heart might be his creation. If so, Kim Jong-hyun concluded, it could be something far greater than a mere suit of armor. He apologized for not being able to provide a clearer answer. But then, Kim Jong-hyun suggested that a god might be able to answer Sungmin's question. Those words made Lee Sungmin suddenly recall the guidance of goddess Mishe, to seek out Danir, the god of time. He pondered, wondering if Danir, the god of time, held the key to his mysteries. Kim Jong-hyun smiled amicably, thanked Lee Sungmin, and invited him to feel free to come back if he had more questions. But then his eyes intensified, saying that the reason he was kind was because he liked Sungmin very much. Lee Sungmin shivered, feeling uneasy at the sudden confession, and quickly gave a perfunctory reply. He quickly left the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Alone, Sungmin reflected that, while the conversation with Kim Jong-hyun had answered many things, it had also raised many new questions. Just as he decided to set off for Dreamore, a sudden, powerful kick flew straight into his face. Lee Sungmin tumbled to the ground after the unexpected attack. He was astonished to realize his attacker was Scarlett, who questioned why he was with Kim Jong-hyun. Sungmin irritably asked why a mage like her kept using her fists, to which Scarlett replied that if she had used magic, he would have been reduced to ashes. She seriously warned Sungmin that getting close to Kim Jong-hyun would not end well, but he explained that he just had a few questions. Scarlett angrily yelled why he didn't ask her, then snapped at him not to talk back. Sungmin then tried asking another question, but his inquiry about Scarlett's age immediately provoked her murderous intent. For a moment, he felt a terrifying surge of murderous intent emanating from her. Scarlett grabbed Sungmin by the collar, teaching him a lesson that he should never ask a woman's age, making him secretly think she must be much older than she looked. Afterward, she inquired about Sungmin's feelings as the only one to return alive from the raid. The question silenced Sungmin, and images of Rude flashed through his mind, but he only replied that he was fine. Scarlett silently observed Sungmin's pensive expression. When asked about his next plan, Sungmin stated that he intended to go to Dreamore to take care of some matters. Hearing this, Scarlett's face immediately lit up, and she cheerfully suggested they go together. Scarlett happily declared that she also had business in Dreamore and offered to go with him. She playfully asked if he liked that, making Lee Sungmin flustered and forcing him to agree. But truthfully, he just wanted to be alone. He didn't hate Scarlett. He knew she was a genius who would become the master of the Red Tower in the future. Even knowing he should be happy to have such an ally, Lee Sungmin still felt uneasy. He began to suspect that people opened up to him easily, not because of him, but for some other reason. If that were true, then all the relationships he had built would just be a lie. Rude's sacrifice in trying to protect him would also become meaningless. He feared that something within him had drawn Scarlett to follow, and that could push her into a tragic fate similar to Rude's. If that happened, Lee Sungmin would never be able to forgive himself. He recalled that after saving Lloyd, he had searched Xion's body. He was right to assume that a suspicious person like Xion would always keep his most valuable possessions close. The loot he found was a small but incredibly precious pill. Pushing aside all worries, Lee Sungmin decided that his top priority was to become stronger and swallowed the pill. He swallowed it and prepared to circulate his energy to absorb its power. But immediately after, he felt something strange. Lee Sungmin sat down on the bed to begin his meditation. He stood up in confusion, feeling absolutely nothing. He wondered why such a powerful elixir produced no energy reaction within his body. Initially, Lee Sungmin even suspected if the pill was fake, but then a powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted from within him. He explained that the small pill was real, and normally, the elixir's energy would dissipate outwards. However, he had automatically absorbed all of its internal energy without needing any cultivation techniques. He felt as if the entire energy of the elixir had completely become his own. something most people couldn't achieve. Lee Sung-min couldn't believe it, wondering how this could have happened. A strong throb from his chest made him suddenly realize the cause might be the dark heart. He silently looked towards the box containing Sorim's great pill. It was a precious great pill. After swallowing the second pill, Lee Sung-min's body was engulfed in a colossal pillar of purple energy. He laughed loudly as he realized he had absorbed all the energy from both pills, possessing internal energy almost equal to a supreme master. He was certain that Freskin's dark heart had allowed him to absorb the elixirs in such a strange way. Though the reason was unclear, this was an astonishing gain that solved his chronic internal energy deficiency. Now, he wondered what to do with Sorim's martial arts manuals. After a moment of thought, Lee Sung-min made a decision. He met Scarlett again, and informed her that he would be going to Braedon instead of Dreamore. He apologized for not being able to accompany her anymore, which surprised Scarlett, who asked why he had suddenly changed direction. Upon hearing his intention to go to the temple in Braedon to return the manuals, Scarlett angrily called him a fool. Lee Sung-min explained that he already had other cultivation techniques to practice, and Sorim's manuals were no longer rare. He concluded that selling them wouldn't fetch a good price, so returning them to Sorim for a reward would be a better option. Lee Sung-min asked Scarlett if it was because she was going to Dreamore that they couldn't travel together. Scarlett happily denied it, unexpectedly declaring that she also had business in Braedon. To Sung-min's surprise, she explained that she actually had no specific destination and just wanted to travel the world. She thought she wasn't suited for city life and preferred training in the mountains. Sung-min broke into a sweat, saying that his goal was just to travel a bit and then find a place he liked to settle down. Teased, Scarlett blushed and assured him that she would bathe and clean herself, not returning to her previous smelly state. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the neighborhood. Scarlett grabbed the unbalanced Sung-min and asked if it was okay for her to go with him. She held Sung-min's head firmly, forced him to nod, and then declared that he had agreed and couldn't go back on his word. Helpless, Sung-min had no choice but to accept the offer, making Scarlett smile contentedly. He suggested they depart in a week to prepare, and Scarlett agreed, as she also needed time to get ready. Sung-min reassured himself that at least he would have a companion, and the journey was unlikely to be life-threatening. Just then, a mysterious child in a purple dress appeared from the shadows, asking who they were. Both Sung-min and Scarlett were startled and looked up at the newcomer. Sung-min nervously wondered what was happening, while Scarlett remained vigilant. The stranger reached out to Sung-min and said that looking at him gave it a strange feeling. The person's arm began to twitch and transform into a grotesque mass of tentacles. Completing the transformation, the arm was now a colossal biological weapon, ready to attack. A strange, throbbing sensation simultaneously appeared in both their chests, making them both exclaim, "Who are you?" The scene shifted back to the moment just before, under the tranquil night sky. In a dark forest, the exhausted Lich Fresken admitted he hadn't expected Lloyd to be so strong. He recalled that he had almost died at the hands of that genius Grand Mage. Fresken told himself that he wouldn't survive if he didn't awaken someone in time. That person was a child named Eine. Eine turned to face Fresken from a distance. Fresken called Eine's name, but the child didn't react. He realized that because he had awakened Eine too hastily, she hadn't adapted yet and wasn't obeying, even eating something bloody. Nevertheless, Fresken breathed a sigh of relief because at least Aina wasn't attacking him, indicating that the mark of subjugation was still effective. He gently wiped the blood from Ani's face and ordered his daughter to return to where she first opened her eyes to retrieve the heart. Aine nodded when Fresken asked if she could do it. She continued to nod, confirming she would return soon. Upon receiving the order, Eine immediately dashed away with astonishing speed, but she ran off course, leaving Fresken bewildered. Fresken angrily yelled, asking where she was going, but Eine replied that she would go wherever she pleased. Eine thought to herself, even though her father told her to go elsewhere, she felt something strange in this direction. That feeling made her heart pound unusually. She saw Lee Sung-min and Scarlett from a distance, wondering what this feeling was. At the same time, Lee Sung-min also turned back with a displeased expression, sensing something ominous. Aine walked barefoot on the ground, asking, "Who are you?" She stood tall in the darkness, completing her question while facing them. Lee Sung-min gasped, sweat pouring down as a strange sensation immobilized him. Immediately, Aine's arm mutated into a grotesque, writhing mass of tentacles. Her lifeless eyes glowed with a deadly aura. The colossal mass of tentacles lunged straight towards the stunned Lee Sung-min. "Get out of the way, you idiot!" Scarlett screamed, unleashing a fireball. A violent explosion occurred as her magic collided with the attack. Aine was engulfed in flames, her tentacles burning. "Snap out of it! Do you want to die?" Scarlett yelled at Sung-min, who was clutching his chest and stammering, "Sorry, my heart." Scarlett turned back in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. From within the smoke, Annie emerged without a scratch, making Scarlet wonder in horror what kind of monster that was. Sungmin realized in shock that this was the chimera Lloyd had warned him about, and it was probably here to retrieve Freskin's heart. He recalled its terrifying power. Zeon was killed in one blow, and even Grand Mage Lloyd almost lost his life. Looking at the Devnak bracelet, Sungmin wondered if he could stand against such an opponent. An ominous premonition flashed in his mind, an image of Scarlet in danger. He couldn't let that happen. "I have to do this," Sungmin roared, determined to fight as the Devnak armor enveloped his body. Ain responded by swinging her colossal tentacles. Sungmin's spear violently clashed with one of the tentacles. He shuddered at the terrifying power of the impact. Without backing down, Lee Sungmin swung his spear, continuing to charge into battle. Ain swung her mutated arm, forming a gigantic scythe that attacked Lee Sungmin. He struggled to defend, realizing her attacks followed no pattern, and were even stronger than the Ogre Chimera's punches. Sungmin thought to himself that if it weren't for the elixirs and the lighter armor, he would have been crushed. Suddenly, Scarlet screamed, telling him to get out of the way. She unleashed a massive fireball towards Ain. Ain quickly used her mutated arm as a shield. The explosion forced her back, showing signs of pain. Scarlet confidently noted that her opponent's magic resistance was very strong. Even though Ain's arm was burning, Scarlet explained that her magic was very special. She warned Ain to behave if she didn't want to be incinerated, as her magic was enchanted. But as she was speaking, she suddenly realized she had let her guard down. Lee Sungmin was suddenly sent flying by an extremely powerful blow. He had managed to push Scarlet away, taking the blow for her, and sarcastically remarked that they were even now. Lying on the ground, Sungmin realized with astonishment the technique used. It was the 100-fist strike, Zeon's ultimate technique. He recalled in shock that Aina had clearly eaten Zeon's heart. That meant she could absorb the skills of those she devoured. Facing Aina, Lee Sungmin exclaimed in horror, "What a monster." His expression hardened, his eyes filled with determination to fight. Lee Sungmin desperately realized all his attacks were useless against Aina. He braced himself, his spear bending under the opponent's terrifying power. Ain suddenly jumped back, questioning why he didn't answer her. With haunting eyes, she pressed him for his true identity. Lee Sungmin froze, sweat pouring down under the terrifying pressure. Suddenly, a giant fireball exploded, blocking Ain's attack. Scarlet Lesher appeared, calling Lee Sungmin a brat while chanting a spell. She said he was lucky she was the one who arrived. While Ain glared back with a scorched face, Scarlet provoked Ain, challenging her to attack if she was angry. Provoked, Ain let out an angry roar. But just as she charged, she suddenly froze, sensing something unusual. Magical hands emerged from the ground, gripping Aine's legs tightly. Scarlet smugly stated that Aine wouldn't be able to do anything. Ain growled, summoning a surge of dark energy in the form of Zeon's skill. That energy transformed into a giant blade from her arm. In a mad act, Ain swung the blade, severing her bound legs. Lee Sungmin was utterly horrified, unable to believe she had cut off her own legs. Her legs were severed, but her body immediately regenerated from a mass of flesh and dark energy. Completely healed, Ain spun in midair to continue her attack. After fully regenerating her legs, Ain lightly landed on the ground. Lee Sungmin and Scarlet were stunned, horrified by the unbelievable sight. They realized Ain had regenerated not only her legs, but also her arm in the blink of an eye. Scarlet was annoyed that even the burns she had inflicted had vanished. Lee Sungmin was surprised to see Scarlet merely annoyed by the situation. Scarlet confidently asserted that all regeneration abilities have limits, and that limit was mana. Lee Sungmin agreed, believing they could continuously deal damage together to exhaust Ain's power. He concluded that if they could deplete her mana, victory would be theirs. Hearing their plan, Ain merely smirked meaningfully. Immediately, a massive surge of dark energy erupted from Aine. Scarlet paled, sensing the terrifying power, and hastily retracted her words. She despaired as Aine summoned giant energy tentacles, wondering how she could possess so much mana. A colossal tentacle lashed out, striking Lee Sungmin directly. He coughed up blood, having taken an incredibly powerful blow. Scarlet frantically asked about Lee Sungmin's condition. She screamed, angrily demanding that he not be allowed to die. In his pain, Lee Sungmin's mind began to drift to the past. He recalled his determination, that he had to change, and he had done it. But that wasn't enough, for he had decided to aim for a goal far beyond his limits, like confronting Weiji Hoyon. Lee Sungmin likened himself to a larva, constantly having to crawl hundreds of steps forward. He blamed himself for not realizing it, for being complacent with just a small step forward on Miche Mountain. In reality, he left the mountain not to find enchanted armor, but because he had hit too high a wall. He had chosen the easy path, and the armor was just an excuse. The price for that choice was incredibly high, reflected in the image of his deceased friend Rude. Back in reality, Lee Sungmin staggered, feeling useless and pathetic, that he should have tried harder. He regretted his decision, feeling the weight of his spear had never been so heavy. Amidst that, a familiar cicada's chirp began to echo in his mind. That cicada's chirp reminded him of his desire, that he wanted to stand in Weiji Hoyon's position. It also reminded him of his determination to change Baek Sogo's fate. And now, as Aine was about to strike Scarlet, he was even more determined not to let her die. Scarlet could only watch in horror as the threat approached. Lee Sungmin told himself that this weak larva had aimed too high, but he didn't want to die. He realized the two hardest things right now were not dying himself, and not letting her die either. With a defiant roar, Lee Sungmin decided to aim for a goal far beyond his limits. Ain looked at him, while he realized that to achieve that goal, one step forward was not enough. A mysterious purple energy enveloped his weapon, as he resolved to take many more steps forward. His body glowed with new power as he braced himself and roared. The purple energy shot forward, ready for an attack beyond his limits. Lee Sungmin gathered his strength, lunging forward with an even more powerful step. Dark and purple energy swirled violently around the tip of his spear. Ain was stunned by the unpredictable surge of power. The terrifying collision occurred as his attack clashed with her monstrous arm. Amidst the battle, Lee Sungmin growled, asking for his opponent's identity. Energy erupted from the spear, and he began to declare, "I am Lee," he said, his body riddled with wounds but his will unshaken. Scarlet watched in stunned silence at the powerful scene unfolding. "Lee Sungmin," he finished loudly, blood gushing from his eyes and mouth. Struck by the attack, Ain staggered, blood spurting from the wound on her chest. She replied, "And I am Aine." The two stood facing each other for a moment. The battle temporarily halted. Blood continued to flow from the corner of Aine's mouth. After a moment of silence, Ain turned her back. She quietly walked away, leaving the battlefield to the astonishment of Sungmin and Scarlet. Once the danger had passed, Lee Sungmin staggered, exhausted from pushing past his limits. He lost consciousness, and the scene faded to black before transitioning to a room. Lee Sungmin suddenly woke up in an unfamiliar bed. "Where am I?" he asked, and received a reply from Scarlet, who was sitting nearby reading a book. "Hey, you're awake." Scarlet closed her book, happily announcing that Lee Sungmin had survived 3 days of unconsciousness. Sungmin was surprised to find his body completely fine, even though Scarlet said she had called a doctor to treat him. Not believing him, Scarlet kicked Sungmin squarely in the back to check, but he insisted he was completely serious. She was skeptical how broken bones could heal themselves in just 3 days, making Sungmin ponder. He suddenly realized this extraordinary recovery ability might be due to Freskin's dark heart. Sungmin's silence made Scarlet even more suspicious. She smiled, asserting that he was hiding some secret. Scarlet changed the subject, asking about the monstrous girl whom Sungmin seemed to know well. She leaned in close, demanding that he recount everything without missing a single detail. After Sungmin recounted the entire story, Scarlet mused, confirming the information about a dark heart. She deduced that was the reason Sungmin kept meeting the dark mage Kim Jong-hyun, and he hesitantly admitted it. Scarlet summarized that he had traded a near-death experience for a massive amount of magic, unsure whether to call it luck or misfortune. She playfully nudged his shoulder, asserting that he was definitely lucky because if she hadn't been with him, he would have died. Seeing Sungmin respond indifferently, Scarlet irritably demanded a thank you. Suddenly, she seriously asked why he hadn't run away then. Sungmin explained that both of them were in danger, and Aine was clearly targeting him, but Scarlet retorted that he could have easily saved himself. He then turned the tables, asking in return why she herself hadn't fled. Scarlet froze, asking back incredulously, "Are you asking why I didn't leave you to die?" Scarlet replied that she didn't run simply because she didn't want to. Lee Sungmin looked at her, preparing to speak further. Confused, Scarlet turned away and scratched her head. He unexpectedly placed a hand on her hair and asked seriously, "Have you ever experienced war?" Scarlet replied in surprise that she hadn't, and Sungmin responded that he thought so too. Sungmin began to recount his past, admitting that as a child, he was a lovely but utterly uncharming kid. He recounted that a war had broken out. Sungmin explained that the cruel flames of war burned away everything precious, like his homeland, and his loved ones. He gazed into the distance as he reminisced. Scarlet admitted that one could never get used to the feeling of loss, and Sungmin revealed that was why he never tried to make friends with anyone. Scarlet turned back, smilingly declared that Sungmin was already her friend, so she couldn't abandon him. She said she understood that look better than anyone, and asserted that Sungmin had also lost someone important. Lee Sungmin silently lowered his head, seemingly affected by Scarlet's words. Scarlet cheerfully leaned closer to Sungmin, asserting that she wouldn't die, so he didn't need to worry. She proudly declared that neither war nor poverty could kill her, because she was extremely lucky. Sungmin reminded her that she had almost died a few days ago, but Scarlett confidently replied that she was saving her secret weapon and would still survive. Scarlett correctly guessed the reason Sungmin didn't want companions was because he feared they would die. Then she offered a piece of advice. She pointed directly at him and yelled, "If you don't want to lose precious people, then become stronger." Scarlett firmly advised Lee Sungmin to continue training so as not to encounter danger, just like she was doing. Lee Sungmin sat on the bed, silently listening to her advice. He smiled, admitting it was an obvious truth, and Scarlett smugly agreed. She asked if that made him feel better, and Sungmin confirmed that it did. Satisfied, Scarlett said she would leave to let him rest, and arranged to depart for Braden tomorrow morning. Lee Sungmin said his thanks as she waved goodbye and left the room. He silently watched until the door closed completely. Alone in his room, he pondered the advice to become stronger while holding a dagger. He twirled the dagger in his hand, finding the advice too obvious. Suddenly, he recalled the moment just before the battle ended. He realized his spear had emitted material blade energy, and immediately recreated it on the dagger. A brilliant golden aura enveloped Lee Sungmin as he became aware of his new level of power. He accepted the truth, deciding there was no point in worrying about it. With the dagger radiating purple energy in his hand, Lee Sungmin solidified his resolve that he simply needed to keep moving forward. The next day, Scarlett joyfully announced that they had finally arrived. Both had set foot in Brendan, a city characterized by its East Asian architecture. Scarlett expressed her excitement at visiting a city in the Zhongyuan for the first time, while Sungmin was relieved that their journey had been peaceful. She curiously asked about their plans and mentioned Shaolin Temple, but Sungmin replied that he hadn't decided yet. Scarlett then suggested they should rest and find a place to eat before doing anything else. Lee Sungmin agreed to Scarlett's suggestion to eat. They both entered a large restaurant and were greeted by someone from upstairs. As soon as they sat down, Scarlett eagerly asked what they should eat, but Sungmin wasn't sure either. Scarlett admitted she had never eaten Zhongyuan cuisine, but then revealed her true concern. Inwardly, she was contemplating how to deal with the flies staring at them. Sungmin also felt the scrutinizing gazes and asked Scarlett, who naturally confirmed it. Scarlett secretly thought that from the moment they entered, they had been scrutinized from head to toe by the people in the restaurant, including the mysterious red-eyed figures. She sighed in annoyance at the disturbance. Sungmin unexpectedly spoke up, suggesting that he might be the cause of this attention, surprising Scarlett. The narration explained that, when a martial artist reaches the highest realm, they achieve returning to one's true nature, completely concealing their internal energy. However, despite possessing powerful internal energy, Lee Sungmin was not yet a true supreme master, and thus could not conceal his aura. Scarlett quickly understood, concluding that his overflowing internal energy was attracting the attention of those flies. Hearing the word flies, a man upstairs immediately spoke up in protest. He offered a trite compliment, remarking that a beautiful girl had such a sharp tongue. Scarlett looked disgusted, bluntly calling him an idiot. Lee Sungmin also didn't hold back, uttering a crude insult. The man merely laughed loudly, continuing with flowery, empty words about beautiful flowers with thorns. Losing all patience, Scarlett pointed and warned him to shut up, as every word he uttered only made her want to kill him more. The man's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of extreme fury. Lee Sungmin secretly thought that the man seemed genuinely enraged, while Scarlett innocently asked why. Provoked, the martial artist tightened his grip on his sword hilt, giving her one last chance to retract her insult, but Scarlett flatly refused. She continued to mock, asking what he would do if she didn't retract her words, and called him an idiot. Unable to bear it any longer, the man lunged forward with his sword in hand, causing Scarlett to feign fear and call Sungmin for help. Lee Sungmin calmly assessed the attacker as a first-rate martial artist and inwardly sighed at Scarlett's belligerence. However, before the blade could reach, the martial artist was suddenly stopped mid-air by an invisible force. Lee Sungmin, who was preparing to act, was also surprised by this unexpected intervention. A voice rang out, reprimanding the troublemaker's rude behavior right inside the inn. The speaker was a handsome young man, who criticized the attacker for his poor judgment in daring to charge at an opponent far stronger than himself. The first-rate martial artist lay unconscious on the floor, next to a coin, the weapon that had defeated him. Lee Sungmin couldn't help but be astonished, wondering who could use a coin to defeat a master. The unfamiliar young man politely apologized for interfering and introduced himself as Namgung Hee-won. Both Lee Sungmin and Scarlett were stunned upon hearing the renowned name of the Namgung clan. Namgung Hee-won told Lee Sungmin that he also had no intention of killing the man, making Sungmin inwardly acknowledge it. Afterward, Namgung Hwon offered to join their table, and Scarlet slyly agreed on the condition that he pay. Namgung Hwon happily accepted and sat down with them. Noticing Lee Sungmin staring at him, Namgung Hwon curiously asked his age. When Sungmin replied that he was 18, Namgung Hwon was completely shocked, astonished that such a young person was already close to reaching the realm of a supreme master. He showered Sungmin with praise, while Sungmin merely took a quiet sip of water, inwardly acknowledging Namgung Hwon's own incredible talent. Asked directly, Lee Sungmin was so stunned that he spat out his water at Namgung Hwon's question. Could you be the Xiao Tianmo, Weiji Hoyon? Namgung Hwon explained that with such martial arts prowess at this age, Weiji Hoyon was the only monster he could think of. Lee Sungmin agitatedly asked back, You know the Xiao Tianmo? But Namgung Hwon merely replied that it was a famous figure. He began listing, stating that in area, there were 3 individuals known as Tianmo, the first being Shui Tianmo Baek Wuseon, the second was Kwang Tianmo Byuk Wanpai, and finally, Xiao Tianmo Weiji Hoyon, who, despite a modest moniker, was no less powerful. Scarlet jumped up, about to say, So you're… But Namgung Hwon interrupted, asserting that Sungmin was not a Tianmo. Then, he revealed a shocking rumor. The Xiao Tianmo might be a woman. Namgung Hwon looked directly at Sungmin, asking for the true identity of such a young rookie possessing astonishing martial arts. The young boy replied, I am Lee Sungmin, surprising Namgung Hwon as he had never heard of the name. Sungmin brushed that aside, eagerly asking more about the little Chunma, but Namgung Hwon said that was all he knew. He then advised Namgung Hwon to ask around for more information, as Weiji Hoyon was rumored to be quite tyrannical. Then, unexpectedly, Namgung Hwon proposed a duel. Sungmin was surprised, but Namgung Hwon cheerfully explained that he was simply intrigued by meeting a strong martial artist. After a moment of thought, Sungmin agreed to a friendly match, hoping it would help him break through his limits. However, Namgung Hwon found a mere duel too boring, and suggested they should wager something. Sungmin was curious, and Namgung Hwon proposed a not-too-serious wager. He excitedly suggested, the loser becomes sworn brothers with the winner. Lee Sungmin and Namgung Hwon took their positions, ready for the match. Namgung Hwon confidently asked if his opponent was ready. Lee Sungmin humbly replied that he wasn't sure if he could meet expectations. Hearing that, Namgung Hwon merely scoffed. He thought Lee Sungmin was being too humble, then suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. Lee Sungmin felt the change, thinking to himself that he truly lived up to his reputation as the strongest of the Namgung clan's next generation in his previous life. He judged his opponent to be truly powerful, at least a peak master. Sungmin even thought Hwon might have reached the realm of a supreme peak master. Meanwhile, Scarlet sat outside, yawning in boredom. Namgung Hwon began to move with just a light stomp of his foot. He glided with terrifying speed, creating countless illusions that astonished Sungmin. Realizing his opponent's illusory footwork, Sungmin decided to use the first form of Dancing Shadow Spirit Leap to counter. He used Shadowless Step, charging straight forward at maximum speed to break through the illusions. Namgung Hwon smiled in admiration, surprised that Sungmin had used speed to close the distance despite wielding a long spear. I like that, Hwon shouted, and swung his sword in close combat. As their weapons clashed, Hwon was horrified to realize his energy was being absorbed by the spear. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the energy absorption technique. He immediately used that very energy to counterattack, pushing Hwon back. With a powerful flick, Sungmin completely deflected his opponent's greatsword. Seizing that moment, Lee Sungmin declared he would use the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear. First form, Lee Sungmin charged forward, unleashing the soul-chasing one-strike move. Namgung Hwon gripped the hilt of his greatsword tightly, ready to face the attack. With a powerful swing, his sword blocked the incoming spear tip. Lee Sungmin was astonished to realize his opponent had retracted his sword right in the middle of the attack. Namgung Hwon smiled, thinking to himself that, if this were a real spear, its power would be completely different. He hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and declared that he wouldn't hold back, nor did he intend to call someone younger than him elder brother. Sungmin replied that the wager was already in his favor, as he had nothing to lose. He asked if Namgung Hwon would go all out, and received an affirmative answer, while Scarlet looked bored. Namgung Hwon excitedly shouted, declaring he would continue the fun and charged into attack. He swung a low sword strike, but Sungmin used his spear shaft as a pivot to leap over it. Namgung Hwon continued to swing his sword, its blade enveloped in a pink energy current. He unleashed an incredibly fast horizontal slash, forcing Lee Sungmin to duck and dodge. Sungmin barely managed to dodge the sharp sword strike by a hair's breadth. Namgung Hee-won confidently used the flat of his sword to block Sungmin's upward thrust. Suddenly, Sungmin closed in, used his spear shaft to lock the sword, and activated his energy absorption technique. However, Namgung Hee-won still used overwhelming force to fling Sungmin away. Knocked down, Sungmin gritted his teeth, admitting his opponent's internal energy control was superior, and decided to try a different approach. He intended to use his internal energy to push back the approaching sword. Namgung Hee-won suddenly froze, silent before the unexpected burst of light emanating from his opponent. Lee Sungmin's entire body radiated a brilliant aura as he prepared to unleash the second form of the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear. Lee Sungmin unleashed the second move, Lightning Splitter Pursuit, creating a massive purple energy current. He was stunned when his attack was blocked. With the hilt of his sword, Namgung Hee-won neutralized the move. He easily blocked Lee Sungmin's incoming spear tip. The deafening clang of metal echoed. Hee-won thought to himself, no matter how many illusions there was only one real spear, and he only needed to face that. Standing over his fallen opponent, Hee-won declared victory. Lee Sungmin accepted defeat, calling Hee-won brother. Hee-won's sword hilt was still pressed against Sungmin's throat. Sungmin bitterly admitted that he still had a long way to go. Hee-won helped Sungmin up, praising his skills, but Sungmin was still disappointed at having lost so quickly. Hee-won explained that the difference in internal energy between them wasn't great, and Sungmin's spear techniques were truly astonishing. He pointed out that Sungmin's advanced techniques were still immature due to a lack of practical combat experience against masters. Furthermore, poor control over internal energy caused Sungmin to suffer more damage in minor skirmishes. Hee-won cheerfully concluded that he won, solely due to experience and friendly, put his arm around Sungmin's shoulder. He suggested Sungmin accompany him somewhere, as they were now sworn brothers. With a beaming face, Hee-won revealed their destination was Sorum Temple. Lee Sungmin was stunned, saying that was exactly where he was headed. Both were delighted by the coincidence, while Scarlett irritably spoke up, asking if the boring match was over. Scarlett could only stare blankly as the two burst into laughter with each other like close friends. Scarlett looked at Lee Sungmin and Namgung Hee-won, secretly thinking she didn't like their relationship at all. In a dark place, an old monk with bandaged eyes sat in meditation, sensing something approaching. With a sinister smile, he whispered that the omnipotent god of chaos was coming. Namgung Hee-won began to explain why he had to go to Sorum Temple. Every year, the elite descendants of the four great clans had to meet Abbot Bull-young, while Scarlett pointed and mocked Lee Sungmin. Hee-won promised to explain more along the way. And so, the three of them set off together for Sorum Temple. They arrived at the magnificent Sorum Temple complex. The narrator explained about the four great clans, Namgung, Jigal, Moyong, and Dang, along with their talented heirs. A flashback began, showing a young woman shielding her eyes from a blinding light. Previously, the patriarchs of the four great clans had wanted to form an alliance. However, they couldn't decide who would be the leader, because all four were equally strong. So, they decided to entrust the choice to the next generation, starting with the poison butterfly, Dang Ahi of the Sacheon clan. They asked Abbot Bull-young of Sorum Temple to arbitrate, and the next heir introduced was the flying silver dragon, Jegal Taeyang of the Jegal clan. Finally, there was the snowflower, Moyong Sojin of the Moyong clan, all waiting for Bull-young to decide who would lead the alliance. Namgung Hee-won, the sword dragon of the Namgung clan, arrived with Lee Sungmin, cheerfully apologizing for being late. Lee Sungmin secretly thought he had heard of all these people in his previous life, while Dang Ahi irritably questioned Hee-won. Dang Ahi pointed at Lee Sungmin, disdainfully asking if he was late because of this boy. Namgung Hee-won merely laughed, mocking Dang Ahi for having such a narrow vision. Before Dang Ahi could retort, she was stunned as she felt a terrifying aura emanating from Lee Sungmin. Hee-won put his arm around Lee Sungmin's shoulder and proudly declared to the other heirs that his younger brother would become a supreme master before he turned 20. Dang, Ahi exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe that such a talented person was Namgung Hee-won's younger brother, while Lee Sungmin calmly replied, I see. Sungmin secretly thought that having a younger brother who was about to become a supreme master at 18 would help Namgung Hee-won elevate his standing among the other heirs. Dang Ahi, Jegal Taeyang, and Moyong Sojin were all speechless after sensing Sungmin's true strength. Sungmin directly asked if that was why Hee-won wanted to become sworn brothers, and Hee-won admitted it, affirming that he knew Sungmin would one day become a supreme master. Hee-won continued that there was no reason not to have Sungmin on his side, and Sungmin also realized that was why Hee-won had so easily agreed to his bet. Lee Sungmin smiled and admitted, yes, you're right. Jigal Taeyang impatiently asked how much longer they intended to make everyone wait. and Namgung Hee-won agreed that they should go. Hee-won told Sungmin to rest while he went to meet Abbot Bulyung, and Sungmin agreed, calling him Big Brother. Namgung Hee-won watched Jaegul Tae-ryang and Moyoung Sojin walk away. Moyoung Sojin quietly glanced back with a meaningful expression. Meanwhile, Namgung Hee-won was immersed in happiness at having gained such a promising younger brother. Scarlett playfully patted Sungmin's shoulder, teasing that he had gained a powerful ally by losing, making Sungmin ask her to stop. A monk appeared, inviting them to the meal that had been prepared, and Scarlett happily agreed. As they entered the dining hall, a meaningful "oh" echoed. Scarlett sulked when she realized the temple food had no meat, and Sungmin calmly reminded her that it was a temple. After tasting it, Scarlett commented that the food wasn't bad, while Sungmin began to ponder his next plan. He secretly thought he just needed to return the martial arts manual he got from Zeon, and then he would go to Dreamore. Suddenly, the sliding door opened, and the monk from earlier called his name, startling Sungmin. The monk announced that the abbot had summoned him, leaving Sungmin utterly confused. Lee Sungmin followed the monk, a thought echoing in his mind that the abbot was none other than Abbot Bulyung, whom the other heirs had just met. Lee Sungmin secretly wondered why the abbot wanted to meet him privately. He told himself that he didn't know much about him, even in his previous life. However, there was one thing he knew for sure: the abbot's nickname. He recalled that people called him the Freak Monk, just as the abbot spoke, saying everything was as he suspected. With a terrifying smile, Abbot Bulyung said that chaos had favored Sungmin greatly. Sungmin confirmed his identity, and then asked about chaos, but only received the answer that it was a mysterious entity beyond human comprehension. When Sungmin, astonished, wanted to know more, the abbot replied that it was impossible. He explained that if he could survive revealing that secret, he would have long since attained godhood. His words conjured a terrifying image of the mysterious woman in Sungmin's mind. He knelt down, earnestly asking where he should go to find answers. Suddenly, Abbot Bulyung touched his forehead, and a surge of energy passed through, making Sungmin dizzy. He shivered, bewildered by what had just happened. A dark aura enveloped the abbot. A strange voice emanated from him, ordering Sungmin to go north. With vacant white eyes, the possessed abbot delivered a prophecy about a fated encounter 5 years later in the land of eternal snow. The strange vision ended, leaving Sungmin speechless with a chill down his spine. He confusedly asked what had just happened, but Bulyung simply told him not to ask. The abbot laughed heartily, explaining that those words belonged to a spirit that had possessed him, and he himself remembered nothing. Sungmin couldn't believe a monk could be possessed, but Bulyung merely burst out laughing, and said that was why he had the nickname the Freak Monk. He added that he didn't know why that spirit wanted to speak with Sungmin, but it might be the answer he was looking for. In the mind space, Abbot Bulyung realized Lee Sungmin had brought the martial arts manuals. Sungmin awkwardly chuckled when the abbot sarcastically remarked that he only came for a generous reward. Nevertheless, Bulyung decided to reward him, and tossed a pill into Sungmin's palm. Sungmin was astonished to realize it was Soram's best elixir, and didn't understand why he had received it. The abbot laughed heartily, remarking that Sungmin was exactly as Weiji Hoyon had described. That name stunned Sungmin, his mind greatly shaken. He looked up, sternly asking Bulyung who he had just mentioned. Sungmin hastily asked if Weiji Hoyon had ever been to this place. He even grabbed the abbot's shoulders, earnestly begging him for the truth. Bulyung merely smiled mysteriously, and said that if he wanted to know, Sungmin had to do one thing. Suddenly, a young, muscular monk appeared behind Sungmin at the abbot's challenge. That person was introduced as Jihak, the future of Soram Temple. The match ended swiftly with Sungmin's complete defeat. Immersed in the darkness of defeat, he could only admit that he had lost. Lying on the ground, Sungmin imagined Weiji Hoyon and Scarlett mocking his weakness. He bitterly recalled that at least when he lost to Namgung Hee-won, he could still put up a fight. But Jihak had defeated him like a child, even though this name had never appeared in his past life's memories. As Jihak turned away, Abbot Bulyung asked about the recent match. The blunt remark, "He still has a lot to work on," startled Sungmin, who was lying on the ground. Jihak continued to analyze that Sungmin lacked experience. Although he had mastered an excellent spear technique, he couldn't fully unleash its power. Jihak said that Sungmin still needed to learn how to control his internal energy, as he struggled to use it despite possessing a large amount. Abbot Bulyung appeared, explaining that it was because Sungmin's mind, body, and energy were out of balance. Jihak then easily grabbed Sungmin and threw him, despite his shouts of protest. Bulyung asked Sungmin to try walking, but he was horrified to realize one of his legs had been transformed into a crooked stick. The old monk chuckled and said that was Sungmin's physical condition at that very moment. He analyzed. His mind possessed profound martial arts knowledge. His internal energy developed rapidly, but his body had not yet cleared its meridians. Sungmin's mind and energy had become extraordinary, but his body couldn't keep up. Sungmin thought to himself, his internal energy came from elixirs, and his knowledge was enough to create blade energy. Jihak metaphorically said that walking would be very difficult with one leg too long, then easily tripped Sungmin, making him fall flat on his face. When Sungmin asked what to do, Bulyung replied that, first, he had to clear his meridians to improve the flow of internal energy. Sungmin was astonished and asked if he had to undergo a metamorphosis, and Bulyung confirmed it was the easiest way. Abbot Bulyung then asked Jihak to temporarily oversee this kid's martial arts training. He explained that if he continued like this, Sungmin would surely suffer chi deviation within 10 years. Sungmin shivered upon hearing the words chi deviation, fully understanding its deadly danger. Bulyung also revealed another reason. Someone he cherished had asked him to teach Sungmin. Lee Sungmin froze when Bulyung uttered that name, Weiji Hoyun. Back in reality, Jihak called Sungmin's name as they both walked through the temple courtyard. The young monk asked Sungmin how he felt after their spar. Sungmin was lost in thought, having assumed he had become a bit stronger. He thought about how he had become a master after years of arduous training, and had recently even learned to use material blade energy. Sungmin admitted, "But I still lost to you and Namgung Heewon. So I guess I still have a lot to learn." Jihak advised, "Don't you think you're being too impatient? Very few people reach that level at your age, Sungmin." He continued, acknowledging the talent of the opponents Sungmin had faced. "From what I've seen, you've faced very tough opponents. Namgung Heewon is an unparalleled genius." Jihak confidently spoke about himself. "And even if I'm foolish, people still call me the future of Sorim. I've been trained by all the warrior monks here, since I was young." Hearing Jihak recount that he had used over a dozen great pills, Sungmin silently thought about the difference in their starting lines once again. However, Jihak also admitted his own defeat. "And even so, I still couldn't defeat the little heavenly demon." Lee Sungmin asked in surprise, "You fought the little heavenly demon?" And Jihak confirmed, "Yes, when she was at Sorim." Jihak began to reminisce, wondering why Weiji Hoyun had come to Sorim Temple, and a monk had asked her the reason. Weiji Hoyun had then arrogantly declared, "I just wanted to see what Sorim Temple was like." An audacious statement for a young girl. Jihak recounted that no one dared to reprimand her, because the little heavenly demon exuded an aura that made her words seem reasonable. The subsequent friendly match was a huge shock to Jihak. He recalled being miserably defeated, with an even greater disparity than his victory over Sungmin. Back in reality, Lee Sungmin frantically asked how strong Weiji Hoyun had become. Jihak replied that he couldn't describe a realm he hadn't reached himself, but she seemed to be close to a level beyond even a supreme master. Noticing the trembling at the corner of Sungmin's mouth, Jihak grew curious. He asked about his relationship with the little heavenly demon, and Sungmin, flustered, covered his mouth and replied, "She's my friend." He hesitated, adding, "And then, placing his hand on his chest, Sungmin resolutely declared before the vivid image of Weiji Hoyun in his mind, "She is my goal." Jihak silently listened to that weighty declaration. Jihak smiled, finding Lee Sungmin's impatience understandable. He explained that what he lacked most was experience, but that deficiency would be compensated for over time. "Even if you'll face many failures and discouragement, are you ready?" Jihak asked, spinning his staff. Lee Sungmin stomped his foot, answering decisively, "Yes, I'm already too familiar with the feeling of discouragement." He thought to himself, even if he was used to it, the feeling of failure was never pleasant, and that was the meaning of getting back up after every stumble. He had vaguely thought that he was getting closer to his goal, but the reality was that he still had a very long way to go, because while he was struggling to crawl up, Weiji Hoyun had already soared much further. After the training session, Lee Sungmin lay sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted at Jihak's feet. He looked up at the ceiling, his mind determined that all he could do was keep trying. Then, in another room, he began to speak. With a swollen and bruised face, Lee Sungmin announced that he intended to stay at Shaolin Temple. Namgung, Heewon, and Scarlett, who were playing cards, looked up at him in surprise. Scarlett uttered a sarcastic question, alluding to his disfigured face. Heewon exclaimed in surprise upon learning that Sungmin had sparred with Jihak, while Sungmin calmly acknowledged his opponent's skill. Heewon was furious that Abbot Bulyung had never allowed him to fight Jihak, while Scarlett curiously asked who Jihak was. Sungmin explained that it was no surprise she didn't know Jihak, even though he was very talented. Heewon began to explain that while the Sida Jiazu had influence, they couldn't compare to the Ju Pai Yibong. He revealed the 3 outstanding scions of the prestigious sects, Chigeol of the Gai Bang, Chungmyung of Wudang, and Jihak of Shaolin Temple. Hewan added that they were secret weapons, personally trained by the elders and never leaving their respective sects. Hearing that Sungmin was staying at Shaolin Temple, Hewan expressed regret as he had planned to bring him to the Namgung clan. Namgung Hewan promised to visit Lee Sungmin, saying that he had to come to Shaolin Temple annually anyway. Hearing that, Scarlet also announced that she would be saying goodbye. Sungmin asked in surprise about Scarlet's plans, and she replied that she just wanted to wander around for a bit. She explained that she was leaving because this place offered nothing useful for a mage like her. Scarlet playfully teased Sungmin, saying he should be sad that a genius mage like her was leaving, then tickled him. Sungmin showed extreme discomfort at her joke. She looked at him and called him a loser for still being so easily bullied. Scarlet warned that he might die without her, but Sungmin asserted that he would train hard to prevent that from happening. She said she would remember that promise, then started rummaging for something. She put a red bracelet on Sungmin and explained that it was connected to her mind. Scarlet said she could send signals to the bracelet from anywhere, and she had also given one to Baek Sogo. She asked Sungmin to train hard so he could save her next time and not be bullied anymore. Sungmin smiled, agreeing to her advice. The next day, at Shaolin Temple, Scarlet and Namgung Hewan departed. She happily waved goodbye. Lee Sungmin stood alone, quietly raising his hand in farewell as they disappeared into the distance. When he was left alone, Jihak's image appeared in Sungmin's mind as a reminder of the challenge ahead. Sungmin suddenly called Scarlet's name, making her turn back with a confused look. He called out, wondering why she was being so kind to him. Scarlet was surprised, wondering why he was complaining about her being kind. Lee Sungmin was lost in confusion over Scarlet's kindness. She turned back to look at him with a slightly puzzled expression. Scarlet sighed, saying she would explain again if it truly bothered him. Sungmin suddenly recalled that not only he, but also Dok Bijun, had once said she had something very attractive about her. She admitted it was strange, as she didn't naturally like worrying about others. However, Scarlet confessed that she had inexplicably grown fond of him. She smiled, completely changing her demeanor. After spending some time together, she realized he wasn't bad at all. Sungmin listened as she said that even though he wasn't friendly or funny, his efforts made her want to cheer him on. Scarlet added that he was very resilient and loyal, so she believed he would never betray her. Then she unexpectedly complimented him, saying he was quite handsome. Lee Sungmin was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. He still couldn't stop laughing, making Scarlet angrily shout that he'd understand if he tried living in a magic tower full of wrinkly old men. She smiled, advising him to stop being self-conscious and believe in himself more. Scarlet ended with a playful threat, and Sungmin happily agreed. He stood watching the retreating figures of Scarlet and Namgung Hewan. The red bracelet Scarlet had given him began to sparkle. Lee Sungmin clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with determination. He gripped his spear firmly, ready to face the challenges at Shaolin Temple. Lee Sungmin decided not to use the spear and magical armor while at Shaolin Temple, as they represented the shortcuts he had chosen. He left them behind, along with his weak mindset. He also decided not to use the great pill that Abbot Bulyung had given him, as it would only further imbalance his body. Lee Sungmin recalled Abbot Bulyung's prophecy that in 5 years, he would have a fated encounter in a land where the snow never melts. He calculated that he had 6 more years until he would meet Weiji Hoyan again, and 5 more years until the dungeon where Baek Sogo and Weiji Hoyan would confront each other opened. Whether choosing the fated encounter or Baek Sogo, he realized he only had 5 years to prepare. With resolute eyes, Lee Sungmin wondered how far he could advance in that time. He faced Jihak, the assigned master, to begin his training. Jihak smiled and asked why he had abandoned his weapons and armor. Lee Sungmin humbly admitted that he was not yet worthy to use them, and Jihak recognized that his resolve had been strengthened. Jihak began his lecture, explaining that martial arts is the study of body movement, but it is the mind that controls the body. He continued, "The body envelops the mind, and energy tempers the body. That is the martial art of Sorum Temple." Then unleashed a powerful attack. He ordered Lee Sungmin to observe it. Lee Sungmin focused intently, and in his mind, the familiar sound of cicadas from his days of ascetic training echoed once more. He thought to himself that the sound had been etched so deeply into his ears that it would never fade, allowing him to easily dodge Jihak's attack. The clang of weapons resounded. Jihak praised Lee Sungmin's basic skills, acknowledging that he had trained very hard. However, he also pointed out that while his spear techniques seemed powerful, they were still very clumsy, and he questioned why. Lee Sungmin bowed his head, sweat trickling down his cheeks as he confessed, "Because I ran away." Lee Sungmin explained that because he wasn't making progress, He had abandoned spear techniques to switch to more basic skills that were easier to master. Jihak sternly pointed out that if basic training alone could make one a master, then advanced techniques wouldn't exist, and the spear techniques he abandoned were the dream of many. To prove his resolve, Lee Sungmin channeled his inner energy, preparing to unleash the third form of the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear. He unleashed the Serpent Coil Soul Pursuit, creating a powerful swirling energy current that surged towards Jihak. Jihak focused intently, carefully observing the incoming attack. He also channeled his inner energy, preparing to directly confront Sungmin's technique. Jihak's eyes widened in astonishment at the power of the move. Sungmin's attack struck Jihak powerfully. He mused. And that's why. Panting, Lee Sungmin looked straight ahead with resolute eyes. I don't want to run away anymore. The wooden defense on Jihak's body cracked under the force of the attack. The wooden staff in his hand also broke in half. Jihak smiled, saying that the path of a martial artist is to accept and overcome one's own flaws. He frankly remarked that Sungmin was not a genius, as those with true talent had already progressed much further than him. Jihak advised him not to let despair consume him, but to always strive forward in every way possible. Sungmin listened and asked in return if Jihak was flying. Jihak admitted he once thought so, until he was defeated by the little heavenly demon in the past. He affirmed that he was not flying, but would always strive to achieve it. The misty, rocky training grounds of Sorum Temple appeared, signaling an arduous training path ahead. Lee Sungmin wondered what a maggot under the ground sought, if it wished to escape the cold earth. He likened himself to currently only being able to writhe in place, but always yearned to fly one day. Sungmin reflected that Weiji Hoyon and Baek Sogo had never been good teachers. Because they were geniuses, they could only teach in a way they understood things. In contrast, Jihak was an excellent teacher, perhaps because he had learned from many monks since childhood. Jihak explained that Sungmin needed a lot of experience, and thus he sparred with him using all 72 secret techniques of Sorum Temple. And then it was time for him to begin training with bladed weapons. During a training session, Jihak easily struck and pointed out that Sungmin's senses were completely imbalanced. Despite his extraordinary sixth sense, his other 5 senses were very poor. He also reminded him that he still lacked control over his inner energy and needed to train further. Jihak frankly remarked that Sungmin's learning ability was slower than others, so he had to put in even more effort. Each day that passed was a reminder of his own pathetic state, but Sungmin did not run away. He practiced the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear, but made almost no progress. He tried to master control over his inner energy, but it didn't improve much either. He honed his senses, and finally, they began to balance out. But that was still not enough, so whenever he felt stuck, he focused on training. The seasons changed at Sorum Temple, but he never managed to defeat Jihak, who was considered the embodiment of Sorum Temple itself. Lee Sungmin saw the entire Sorum Temple in his master, and he felt Sorum Temple through his every move. Under the starry night sky, Lee Sungmin stood on the mountaintop, silently observing the panoramic view of Sorum Temple. He told himself that the world was vast, while he himself was too small. He didn't want to be like a maggot that only knew the surrounding earth, but yearned for something greater. With resolute eyes, Lee Sungmin affirmed his desire to soar across the world and behold its vastness. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, asking if the fish wanted to leave its small pond. He recognized it as the voice of Abbot Bull-young, who appeared in his memory with a mysterious smile. The abbot remarked that he had changed, and Lee Sungmin could only wonder if it was true. He said that Lee Sungmin had enough skill to live peacefully. But now, what was he truly seeking? Lee Sungmin replied that he wanted to see the world, but the abbot laughed, saying anyone could do that. He then explained further that he wanted to soar through the sky to behold all things. Abbot Bull-young seemed skeptical, suggesting that the ambition to place the entire world at his feet was too grand for his small stature. Lee Sungmin admitted it was a dream, but he didn't want it to remain just a dream, and the abbot seemed to understand. He asked what Lee Sungmin had learned during the past 6 months of arduous training. Lee Sungmin smiled serenely as he recalled his journey. He replied that he had learned how to crawl, and Abbot Bull-young nodded in satisfaction. Before disappearing, he chuckled and ordered Lee Sungmin to now learn how to walk. Returning to reality, Lee Sungmin smiled with full confidence. His eyes flashed with a resolute gleam, filled with determination. As dawn broke, he sat quietly, looking forward, ready for a new journey. Time passed, and after a year and a half at Sorum Temple, Lee Sungmin turned 20. He decided to ask Jihak a question that had been weighing on his mind. "Aren't you tired of me?" Sungmin admitted to himself that inferiority was a bad habit, and despite trying to overcome it, it always lingered. He frankly expressed his doubt, not understanding why Jihak spent so much time with someone from whom he gained no benefit. Jihak calmly replied that he didn't understand why Sungmin thought that. as sparring with him had been very helpful. He explained that sparring with Sungmin was an opportunity to review all his techniques, a necessary step to comprehend Sorim's complex martial arts. Jihak asserted that the path of martial arts was endless, and he himself wished to go further. He unexpectedly asked back, suggesting that this was also Sungmin's dream. Jihak's question stunned Sungmin, and he suddenly realized the true reason behind his unease. Memories of his past life still held him back, making him constantly doubt those who offered help. This doubt was not unfounded, as there was too much evidence of his own weakness. But he was afraid to face it, while the help he received in this life had become the pillars supporting his heart. Sungmin feared that if he discovered that kindness was for some other reason, he would collapse. Fear and doubt caused him to break down, covering his face in despair. Jihak's words echoed in his mind, forcing Sungmin to confront the question of his own dream. He realized his dream was not to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, nor to gain recognition from Weiji Hoyon. Standing behind the meditating Abbot Bulyung, Sungmin identified his true goal. He simply didn't want to run away anymore. With a resolve to change himself, Sungmin spoke up, asking Abbot Bulyung about the blessing he possessed. Abbot Bulyung smiled, replying as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Did you finally have the courage to ask?" Lee Sungmin recalled the first day he met Abbot Bulyung. He had asked about the entity watching him but received no answer. Now, he decided to change his approach, asking only about the blessing's effects rather than its nature. Abbot Bulyung spoke, stating that it had been a year and a half since Sungmin arrived. He asked why Sungmin waited until now to inquire, when he could have done so at any time. Sungmin honestly admitted that he had been afraid to face the truth, but Bulyung recognized that he was no longer afraid. With a determined expression, Sungmin affirmed that he no longer wanted to run from the truth. Bulyung smiled with satisfaction at his growth. He began to explain that one of the blessing's effects was making others feel a sense of closeness to him. Sungmin was stunned, his eyes welling up as his greatest fear seemed to be confirmed. He sank into absolute silence. He thought to himself, so that was the truth. But Abbot Bulyung said there was still one more thing. He revealed that the blessing only affected initial impressions, and had no other effect. As Sungmin looked confused, Bulyung further explained that the effect would disappear immediately after the first meeting. He asserted that if Sungmin were truly terrible, people would have left him. So his relationships with Namgung, Hwon, Baek Sogo, and Scarlett were all built by himself. Sungmin stammered a question, and Bulyung confirmed that it was true. Abbot Bulyung looked directly at Sungmin and stated with certainty that the relationships he had built so far were real. Tears of relief began to stream down Sungmin's cheeks. Bulyung made an offer. He could remove a portion of that blessing, so people would no longer be drawn to him at first sight. He said it was Sungmin's choice if he wanted to build relationships based entirely on truth. 3 years later, Lee Sungmin met Namgung Hwon again. Namgung Hwon greeted his sworn brother, teasing that with his current attire, he looked like a true monk. Lee Sungmin laughed, pointing to his hair and replying that he hadn't shaved his head yet. Namgung suggested they both have a drink to celebrate their reunion, and Lee Sungmin happily agreed. Immediately after, Namgung threw the wine cup, infused with internal energy, towards Sungmin, and told him to catch it. Lee Sungmin's hand reached out, enveloped in purple energy, preparing to catch it. He easily caught the cup, and commented that his sworn brother had been a bit too forceful. Namgung Hwon praised Sungmin's progress, and he reciprocated by saying Hwon had also become much stronger. Namgung Hwon laughed and congratulated himself on becoming a supreme master. He abruptly announced that Moyong Sojin had married Jaegal Taryang, leaving Lee Sungmin confused as to who they were. An illustration appeared, showing Namgung Hwon looking heartbroken at the happy couple, and Lee Sungmin suddenly understood the issue. Namgung explained that he was rejected due to his arrogance, and Sungmin frankly agreed that she had a point, causing Hwon to yell, "This brat." He sadly confessed that he had reached the Supreme Master level solely by trying to forget the pain of heartbreak. Namgung admitted he couldn't be proud of that, then asked about Lee Sungmin's 3 years of training. When asked if he enjoyed that time, Lee Sungmin quietly poured him more wine. He looked up with a serene smile and asserted that he truly had enjoyed it. Namgung Hwon remarked that his sworn brother had changed a lot. He said the anxiety he used to see in Sungmin was completely gone, and asked if he had trained his mind as well. Sungmin simply replied calmly. Lee Sungmin recalled their first meeting, admitting that he had always felt a bit excited whenever he saw Namgung Hwon back then. Namgung Hwon laughed heartily, confessing that he no longer felt that particular excitement towards Lee Sungmin, and joked that he almost thought he liked men. Lee Sungmin just smiled calmly at his sworn brother's teasing. He replied that it was a good thing, prompting Namgung Hwon to ask why. After parting ways, Lee Sungmin recalled a past mission, A frail old man had asked him to deliver a message to the leader of the Hwasan sect in Dreamore. He secretly thought things were going smoothly, as goddess Mishe had mentioned that the temple of the god of time, Denir, was also nearby. Sungmin assumed that perhaps a prophet had prearranged this path for him, then decided to take action. He called out the name Neville, summoning a dark silhouette from his hand. From the darkness, Neville of the Erebrisa Guild appeared, bowed, and asked what assistance he required. Lee Sungmin stated that he wished to purchase some information, and Neville immediately inquired what kind of information he needed. He requested an update on Swordmaster Dak Bijun and the Silent Flash, Bak Sogo. Amidst the peaceful scenery, he prepared to mention the final name, and that person was the Little Heavenly Demon, Weiji Hoyon. Neville began his report, stating that Bak Sogo had become a heroine who protected the weak. Thanks to this, she had gained a formidable reputation and was currently in the city of Rubeth for a week. As for Swordmaster Dak Bijun, he was known as a renowned warrior. He had traveled far and wide, challenging prominent clans and warriors, and was currently heading towards the Hwasan sect in Dreamore. Neville produced a crystal ball displaying an image of Dak Bijun, surprising Lee Sungmin with the coincidence. He realized he might encounter Dak Bijun there, then shifted his attention to the last person. Neville prepared to provide information on the Little Heavenly Demon, Weiji Hoyon. Lee Sungmin listened with a tense expression, as Neville prepared to deliver the information. The person in question was the Little Heavenly Demon, Weiji Hoyon. Neville explained that with her talent and charm, she had attracted many followers. She even had about 20 subordinates, all of whom had reached master level or higher, making other forces wary. One of these individuals was Bak Wuseon, the Blood Heavenly Demon, a powerful figure from the northernmost region of Area. Neville revealed that the Little Heavenly Demon's forces were currently heading north to confront the Blood Heavenly Demon's territory, and a conflict was imminent. As Neville predicted the Blood Heavenly Demon would gain the upper hand, Lee Sungmin immediately interrupted, asserting that he would not win. Neville was surprised by his conviction. Lee Sungmin smiled confidently, stating with certainty that the Little Heavenly Demon would be the victor. After Neville departed, Lee Sungmin sat alone on a tree stump, lost in thought. He looked at Weiji Hoyon's image in the orb, musing that it had been 8 years since he last saw her. A smile involuntarily appeared as he noticed she had become more beautiful. He smiled affectionately. Then suddenly, Lee Sungmin startled himself, wondering what he was thinking. He stood up, realizing something peculiar. In his past life, the Blood Heavenly Demon and the Little Heavenly Demon had never clashed. Furthermore, he recalled that Weiji Hoyon in the past always dressed as a man, but now she had decided to express her true gender. Looking at the orb, he worried if her values had changed in this life. But his greatest concern remained the upcoming clash with the Blood Heavenly Demon. Lee Sungmin turned away, wishing he could go to the northern lands to help her, but hesitated. Lee Sungmin thought about their promise that they would meet again in 2 years. He recalled the image of a young Weiji Hoyon, telling him to make her his goal to strive for. Sungmin smiled, confident that she would keep her promise and survive to become his target. He decided to focus on his own path, believing that Hoyon would defeat the Blood Heavenly Demon and await him at the peak. To achieve this, Sungmin told himself he had to keep his promise and become stronger. Suddenly, he paused as another thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized that perhaps she had broken a promise. The scene shifted to a desolate land where Weiji Hoyon had matured over 8 years. She sadly thought about her promise to become charming, feeling she hadn't changed as much as she had hoped. An elderly subordinate approached from behind, respectfully asking if she had woken up. The man worriedly suggested she should rest a bit longer. Hoyon coldly brushed him off, telling him not to call her that, and asserting that she had never accepted them as subordinates. Startled by her words, the man quickly replied that they understood. She stood before her followers, maintaining a distant demeanor. Hoyon felt a shiver at their expectant gazes. She secretly thought those gazes had followed her since she was the young master of the demonic cult. Considering them a bothersome swarm of insects, she briefly thought of killing them all, then sighed, and admitted she missed Sungmin. Suddenly, a voice called out asking if she was the Little Heavenly Demon. The Blood Heavenly Demon, Bak Wuseon, appeared, smirking and asking if she wanted to spar with him. Bak Wuseon stated that since he was also called a Heavenly Demon, he was curious to test his strength against the Blood Heavenly Demon, causing Weiji Hoyon to laugh, thinking he wanted to spar. Weiji Hoyon coldly replied that he should consider himself unlucky, as he was the easiest to find while the Berserk Heavenly Demon's location was indeterminable. Bak Wuseon scoffed at her boldness, wondering if she could still speak like that after the fight, then abruptly changed the subject. He asked a strange question about which hand she used to hold a spoon, leaving Weiji Hoyon confused as to why he wanted to know. Weiji Hoyon responded to the implicit threat by declaring she would leave that arm for him to feed himself with, while simultaneously unleashing a blazing red energy. Meanwhile, in another location, the narration introduced the main gate of the Hwasan sect. Lee Sungmin was stopped by the two gate disciples, who asked him for his identity and purpose for coming here. He calmly replied that he came from Soram Temple to deliver a message from Abbot Bulyung. Hearing the abbot's name, the gate disciple immediately changed his attitude, respectfully apologized, and offered to take him to meet their leader right away. While walking, Lee Sungmin secretly thought he needed to finish this quickly, to go meet the god of time, Danir, when a familiar voice called out to him. A muscular swordsman with white hair asked if he was the child from Mount Misha, startling Sungmin. He realized it was Dak Bijun, who happily greeted him back after a long time apart. Dak Bijun asked if Sungmin still remembered him, and he affirmed that he would never forget what happened there. Lee Sungmin added that he would remember that place until the day he died, as it was the most difficult period of his life. He wondered how Dak Bijun could recognize him immediately, since his eyesight had been restricted at the time. Dak Bijun explained that he recognized the internal energy Sungmin emitted, and praised that the boy from back then had now matured remarkably. The two stood facing each other, one an experienced swordsman, the other a rapidly developing young man. Dak Bijun urged Sungmin to enter the Hwasan sect, surprising him, who asked about his intentions. Lee Sungmin suddenly realized something, saying no, as he understood that Dak Bijun's true purpose was not a mere visit. Dak Bijun told Lee Sungmin not to worry about him. Alone outside, Dak Bijun sat on a rock, clutching his sword tightly. His face clearly showed iron determination. His bandaged hands trembled from suppressed power and anticipation. He looked up at Lee Sungmin entering the Hwasan sect's main gate in the distance. A symbolic image showed his fierce inner turmoil, with a mysterious feminine silhouette faintly visible behind him. Inside a room, a voice rang out. "It's a pleasure to meet you." The man introduced himself as Sung Ha, the Hwasan sect leader. Lee Sungmin also introduced himself and said he came here at the instruction of Abbot Bulyung, which made Sung Ha laugh. Sung Ha explained that he had invited Abbot Bulyung to take the recently vacated position of Martial Alliance leader. In a flashback, Abbot Bulyung's reply was just a piece of paper with the word, "No." Sung Ha angrily threw the scroll away, complaining about the stubborn old monk. He changed the subject, asking about Sungmin's relationship with the swordmaster, and the boy replied that they had only met by chance. Sung Ha grew serious, saying he had seen Dak Bijun waiting at the gate. He revealed that Dak Bijun wanted to issue a challenge, but he had no intention of accepting. Lee Sungmin asked the reason in surprise. Sung Ha began to explain that he was a martial artist who enjoyed sparring with strong opponents. He continued speaking, while the image showed Dak Bijun still patiently waiting outside. Sung Ha concluded decisively that the swordmaster was a dangerous individual. Lee Sungmin confronted Dak Bijun. He frankly asked if he had used dark arts. Dak Bijun sneered, asking in return if sect leader Sung Ha refused to fight for that reason. Sungmin confirmed it and expressed his confusion, as he thought Dak Bijun was someone solely dedicated to swordsmanship. Dak Bijun asked if Sungmin understood the feeling of reaching one's limit, and he confidently replied yes. But the swordmaster denied it, claiming Sungmin was too young to understand the limits brought by aging. He explained that he could feel his strength slipping through his fingers, and that he would never regain his peak power. Dak Bijun asked if Sungmin had ever felt that despair. He yelled in pain, asking if the boy understood the desperation of having to abandon a martial artist's pride and resort to dark arts. Following the emotional confession, both fell silent. Dak Bijun bowed his head, tiredly telling Sungmin to leave. He didn't want the boy to see his pathetic state. Sungmin's gaze flashed with a complex emotion before he departed. He walked away, his heart heavy with an indescribable feeling, trying to shake it off by focusing on something else. Sungmin found Danir's temple, as guided by the goddess Mishe, surprised by its dilapidated appearance. Inside, a young entity radiating a brilliant golden aura, the god of time Danir, testily told him to leave. However, Danir's attention was drawn to Mishe's mark on Sungmin's shoulder. Recognizing the mark, Danir irritably scratched his head, grumbling about why Mishe would send such a nuisance here. Then Danir looked straight at Sungmin and asked sharply, "You went against the flow of time, didn't you?" Lee Sungmin asked in surprise if gods always recognized everything at first glance, and Danir confidently replied that at least this god could. Danir formally introduced himself as the god of time. He explained that encountering a human who went back in time like Sungmin was annoying, especially since he alone was disrupting the timeline of the entire world. Sungmin confusedly asked what he meant, and Danir immediately countered by asking if he lived this life exactly the same as his previous one. Danir continued listing the trivial changes in daily life, doing the same things, eating the same foods, sleeping at the same time, and meeting the same people. Sungmin admitted that was impossible, and Denier asserted that those small things accumulated and eventually affected the world's timeline. Sungmin realized in shock, recalling that Weiji Hoyon had stopped dressing as a man and confronted the blood heavenly demon, an event that never happened in his previous life. When Sungmin asked if it was all his fault, Denier bluntly confirmed, "That's right. Your very existence is disturbing this universe." A dripping, blood-soaked blade appeared. Denier continued, stating that the changes Sungmin caused were manifested in the sight of Dak Bijun standing over a defeated swordsman. The defeated swordsman's pained face appeared hauntingly. Denier concluded that these changes would only grow larger over time, as an image of Dak Bijun radiating a fierce aura appeared. Sungmin froze, his mind replaying Denier's accusation. He retorted that he never wanted to be a regressor, and revealed that after waking up, he realized there was something inside him. When Sungmin asked if Denier could tell him what it was, the latter flatly replied that he could not. Denier explained that being a god didn't mean omniscience or omnipotence. They were also helpless beings facing death, and golden chains appeared, binding him. A terrifying smoky entity appeared, as Denier revealed that there were things that must never be spoken, or the gods would face oblivion. Hearing that, Lee Sungmin shivered in horror, cold sweat breaking out. Denier merely smiled, observing his reaction. Denier pointed out that simply mentioning that thing, Lee Sungmin immediately approached, and simultaneously asked if he could feel it. Sungmin realized in horror that this was the same feeling he had experienced when talking to Mishae and Kim Jong-un. Denier apologized, stating he had no intention of discussing it, and asked Sungmin to leave as black cracks spread. The dark energy contracted into a strange symbol, and then vanished. When Sungmin confusedly asked what it was, Denier irritably replied that he had seen everything and was still asking. Denier asserted that no god or mortal could answer Sungmin's question. Sungmin desperately asked if he would ever find the answer, but Denier replied ambiguously, "Not exactly." Instead, Denier instructed him to go find someone named Enbirus. Denier explained that Enbirus was also someone who had escaped mortal status and had twisted karma, believing that Sungmin could find him on his own. After providing the information, Denier dismissed Sungmin, but he hastily called out to him. Sungmin desperately clung to Denier's leg, begging to be given a trial. The god of time's eyes glowed with an intricate, clock-like pattern. Denier confirmed that was Sungmin's purpose and asked if he had overcome Mish's trial. Although Sungmin enthusiastically confirmed, Denier flatly refused his request. Denier explained that his trial was not as simple as Mish's, not something that could be overcome by setting goals and training. He revealed that all who had attempted the trial possessed skills far surpassing Sungmin's, but in the end, they all lost their minds and their lives. Immediately after, Lee Sungmin realized he had been expelled from the god's space. Denier's words echoed in his head, stipulating that if he still wished to commit suicide, he would be given the trial. Lee Sungmin decided to heed Denier's words and return to town, only to find everyone in a panic. He recalled his previous life, when Dak Bijun confronted sect leader Sung Ha. In the old timeline, Dak Bijun was not allowed to fight, so he gave up and left the Hwasan sect. A year later, he died in a dungeon, after clashing with Weiji Hoyon. Sungmin realized that everything had changed, simply because of his existence, a regressor. While lost in thought, he unconsciously returned to the Hwasan sect, and was blocked by a group of disciples. They explained that they were sealing off the area because the evil swordmaster had scaled the wall during the night after being refused a challenge. The dark-skinned disciple angrily stated that Dak Bijun had used dark magic to kill their sect leader. Sungmin calmly asked if he could pass, surprising the disciple. Suddenly, another disciple recognized Sungmin, accusing him of having spoken with the swordmaster yesterday. Hearing that, the leading disciple drew his sword. Lee Sungmin also gripped his wooden staff tightly, preparing to confront them. He wondered if he was responsible for Sung Ha's death and the alteration of history. Without further hesitation, Sungmin struck the disciple directly in the face with his staff. He coldly ordered them to get out of the way, determined to meet Dak Bijun immediately. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Lee Sungmin," startling him. A person in a black cloak appeared, calmly remarking on this chance encounter. Sungmin was stunned to realize it was Kim Jong-hyun, who was smiling and suggesting this might be destiny. Kim Jong-hyun confirmed he knew Sungmin and asked the Hwasan sect disciple what was happening. A Hwasan sect disciple reported to Kim Jong-hyun that Lee Sungmin was deliberately trying to pass through the sealed area. The disciple continued to accuse Sungmin of trying to help the swordmaster, while Kim Jong-hyun listened in silence. Kim Jong-hyun turned and directly asked Sungmin if he intended to help Dak Bijun, and he honestly replied that he didn't know. After a moment of contemplation, Kim Jong-hyun looked at Sungmin thoughtfully. Then he cheerfully suggested Sungmin join him, causing the Hwasan sect disciple to object in astonishment. Kim Jong-hyun declared that if Sung-min wasn't allowed to pass, he wouldn't join the search either, leaving the disciple dumbfounded. He put an arm around Sung-min's shoulder and assured him that he would personally kill him if he helped Dak Bi-jun, making the disciple reluctantly agree. Sung-min thanked Kim Jong-hyun for his help and received a smile in return. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Sung-min asked about what had happened to Dak Bi-jun and why Kim Jong-hyun was there. Kim Jong-hyun mysteriously replied that Sung-min would understand when he saw something. He led Sung-min to the corpse of a dead Hwasan sect disciple, and he realized this was the result of dark magic. Sung-min horrifyingly identified it as the energy absorption skill, a type of spell that drains the target's power. Kim Jong-hyun examined the corpse and remarked that Dak Bi-jun now truly deserved the title Evil Swordmaster. Sung-min, aghast, asked if Dak Bi-jun had done this, and Kim Jong-hyun confirmed that he had crossed the line. He gritted his teeth, stating that now all of area would hunt down Dak Bi-jun, and he wouldn't be able to last long. Suddenly, a large dark crow with glowing red eyes flew down and landed on Kim Jong-hyun's shoulder. The Hwasan sect disciple asked in surprise about the bird, and Kim Jong-hyun explained that it was a familiar he sent to scout. Sung-min silently understood the situation. Kim Jong-hyun announced that he knew the Swordmaster's location, startling Sung-min. Kim Jong-hyun suddenly grabbed Lee Sung-min's wrist, stopping him. Sung-min was stunned to hear Kim Jong-hyun say that the Hwasan sect members would arrive very late. The dark mage smiled, revealing that he had interfered with their communication lines so that Sung-min could have private time with the Swordmaster. When Sung-min asked why, Kim Jong-hyun explained that sending many mediocre masters would only make Dak Bi-jun stronger due to his ability to absorb energy. He added that this was an opportunity Sung-min himself desired. With eyes reflecting the universe, Kim Jong-hyun confessed his true motive was curiosity about how the timeline had changed because of Sung-min. Sung-min's memories drifted back to a training session in the past. Dak Bi-jun, his former master, asked condescendingly, "Are you done?" In the flashback, Sung-min was kneeling, panting from exhaustion before Dak Bi-jun's overwhelming power, but he gritted his teeth and roared, "I'm not done yet." Sung-min gathered all his remaining strength, preparing to unleash the fifth form of the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear. Dak Bi-jun evaded his full-power attack with just a light jump. Sung-min was stunned to realize his technique had been neutralized so easily. He staggered, losing his balance, while Baek Sogo watched from a distance. Dak Bi-jun lightly tapped Sung-min's head with the flat of his sword, ending the training session. The Swordmaster smiled, remarking that the technique was still beyond his grasp. Dak Bi-jun advised the dazed Sung-min not to be too impatient, as he was still young. The image of his former master turning his back and walking into the darkness reappeared in Sung-min's mind. Dak Bi-jun, hidden in the shadows, spoke, "Is that you, kid?" From behind him, Lee Sung-min emerged from the misty forest, gripping his spear tightly. Sung-min spoke, his face tense. "I have something to ask you." He posed a hypothetical question. "What would you have done if you had never met me at the Hwasan sect gate?" Sung-min continued, emphasizing, "If I hadn't told you why sect leader Sung-ha refused to fight, what would you have done?" The two stood facing each other in silence amidst the tranquil night. Dak Bi-jun replied, startling Sung-min, "Perhaps I would have given up on fighting him." He explained that he would have thought himself not strong enough, and retreated, but Sung-min's words changed everything. Dak Bi-jun continued, saying that Sung-ha's refusal wasn't because he was unworthy, but simply because he had used dark arts. Hearing this, Dak Bi-jun concluded that he would never get a chance to fight, and that was why he broke into the Hwasan sect that night. With a blood-stained face in the darkness, Dak Bi-jun asked, chillingly, "And you know what?" He confessed with a mad smile. "I thoroughly enjoyed the battle with sect leader Sung-ha." Lee Sung-min shivered in horror at Dak Bi-jun's confession. Dak Bi-jun reminisced about the battle, admitting Sung-ha was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, helping him realize how vast the world was. He concluded savagely that it was a magnificent fight, and that Sung-ha surely felt satisfied before dying. A tear rolled down Lee Sung-min's cheek as he realized the horrific truth. The image of his former master, Dak Bi-jun, on Mount Misha flashed through his mind, a completely contrasting image. Lee Sung-min bowed his head, sweat and tears streaming down, engulfed in overwhelming guilt and regret. Lee Sung-min gripped his spear tightly, tormenting himself that it was because of him that sect leader Sung-ha had died and Dak Bi-jun had to flee. Dak Bi-jun replied nonchalantly, calling it a strange thing to say, and asserting that he himself had chosen his actions. He continued, asking why Sung-min felt responsible when the world operated in mysterious ways. Lee Sung-min was silent for a moment, then mumbled that this world didn't operate that way for him. While simultaneously assuming a combat stance, Dak Bi-jun scoffed, asking if Sungmin was being overconfident when he wasn't even a supreme master yet. Sungmin frankly admitted that he knew he probably couldn't defeat him. In his thoughts, he wondered about his responsibility, about the countless lives that had changed just by meeting him. He realized that wielding his spear was merely to satisfy himself selfishly. But he knew he had indirectly caused Dak Bijun's actions, and thus also bore responsibility for his future victims. He couldn't bear that feeling of guilt. In an internal exchange, Kim Jong-hyun asked if he intended to fight the Swordmaster alone. Sungmin replied that he would buy time. He asked Kim Jong-hyun to inform the Hwasan sect to come as quickly as possible, and he agreed. Kim Jong-hyun warned that the Swordmaster was now much stronger after absorbing the energy of dozens of people. Returning to reality, Dak Bijun gripped his red glowing sword and said, "Then, let's see how much you've grown." Lee Sungmin was tense, while Kim Jong-hyun's voice echoed in his head. "He is." As night fell, Dak Bijun stood under the moonlight, his sword glowing with an eerie red light. "A vampire," Kim Jong-hyun concluded, when Dak Bijun revealed his true form with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs. Dak Bijun turned around, questioning Lee Sungmin about his remark. While rushing to attack with the Dividing Thunder Soul Pursuit, Sungmin reasoned that if Dak Bijun could reverse his aging, he would have done so already. Dak Bijun laughed loudly. His aged appearance confirmed that he had not become younger. The two plunged into a fierce exchange, the energy from their spear and sword colliding violently. Dak Bijun gritted his teeth, using his blazing red sword to block a powerful attack. In his memory, Weiji Hoyeon warned him not to underestimate Dak Bijun just because of his appearance. She explained that he possessed the abilities of a vampire in addition to the level of a supreme master, so he must never drop his guard. Sungmin told himself that whether his opponent was a vampire or not, he would never lose his vigilance. Dak Bijun lunged forward, preparing to counter Sungmin's first move. He easily used his sword to block Sungmin's soul-chasing one-kill strike. The skilled old swordmaster spun his blade, creating multiple illusions of the sword edge to prepare a counterattack. His sinewy hand tightened around the hilt, channeling a stream of dark energy into it. Dak Bijun continued to parry with precision, deflecting another attack. He swept away the tip of Sungmin's spear, causing the collision energy to explode. Dak Bijun stomped his foot down to regain balance and prepare for his next move. Sungmin suddenly changed tactics, thrusting the butt of his spear directly at his opponent. However, Dak Bijun quickly dodged and grabbed the spear shaft with his bare hand, stunning Sungmin. His hand, tipped with sharp claws, gripped Sungmin's weapon tightly. While holding the spear tight, Dak Bijun swung his sword, but Sungmin managed to use the shaft as a shield to block the blow. Dak Bijun's slash only grazed an after-image of Lee Sungmin. Using the illusory footwork, Lee Sungmin circled behind his opponent. Dak Bijun realized it was a shadow attack. He exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Baek Sogo's footwork, just as Lee Sungmin spun around to attack his arm. A clank rang out as the attack landed, causing Dak Bijun to cry out in pain. Lee Sungmin was thrown back by his opponent's counterattack. He was flung backward, losing his balance for a moment. Immediately upon landing, Lee Sungmin stomped his foot down. He executed the Serpent Coil Soul Chase technique from the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear set. Dak Bijun was surprised when he sensed a surge of energy from beneath the ground. His eyes widened in astonishment at the unbelievable attack. A fleeting image showed Dak Bijun's aged and wicked nature. A powerful tremor erupted directly beneath his feet. A gigantic column of purple energy shot straight up into the sky. Amidst the ensuing silence, a maniacal laugh rang out. Dak Bijun knelt on the ground, having been stabbed from below by the spear butt, but he only laughed loudly at the strange technique. He wiped a streak of blood from his lip, admitting that he would have died if he had dodged a second slower. The wound on Dak Bijun's mouth instantly healed. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, bitterly confirming that his opponent was indeed a vampire. Dak Bijun burst into laughter, admiring the growth of the silly kid from the mountain. His laughter echoed under the blood moon. With blazing eyes, he growled, admitting his jealousy. Lee Sungmin flinched at the sudden surge of killing intent and hostility. Dak Bijun whispered that he was jealous of his talent. Reacting immediately, Lee Sungmin swung his spear, which radiated purple energy. But he still couldn't avoid the attack and screamed in pain as a deep slash appeared on his shoulder. Under the red moonlight, Dak Bijun raised his sword, which blazed with dark energy. A stream of blazing red energy flashed from his sword. He sneered, asking Lee Sungmin if this power looked pathetic. Sungmin was astonished, throwing the scabbard away and asking when his opponent had turned around. Dak Bijun began recounting his past. Back when he was still human, he explained that after descending the mountain, he realized his own limitations and fell into despair. The swordsman did not want to age, but his deteriorating body held back his ambition to advance further. After 50 years dedicated to the sword, the dream of becoming the world's strongest martial artist became unattainable when he couldn't overcome the barrier of age. Since he couldn't achieve rejuvenation through orthodox means, he had to find other ways to overcome old age. Lee Sungmin bitterly concluded that he had chosen to become a vampire, and Dok Bijun confirmed it. He sarcastically asked if Sungmin was waiting for reinforcements, because he would drink all of their blood. Dok Bijun concluded his threat by saying their blood could help him regain his youth, causing Lee Sungmin to clench his teeth. Lee Sungmin silently called his opponent's name, Dok Bijun, who was smirking with a streak of blood on his mouth. He focused energy into his spear, causing the tip to emit a brilliant purple aura. With tearful eyes, Sungmin raised his weapon and admitted that he had once greatly admired him. Dok Bijun was surprised to recognize it as material blade energy, but also judged that Sungmin had not yet reached the level of a supreme master. He secretly thought that this battle would now become even more interesting. The narration explained that when martial artists reach the master level, they can infuse energy into their weapons, called blade energy. This energy enhances the weapon's power, allowing it to cut through steel and stone with ease. And upon surpassing the master level, their blade energy begins to materialize, becoming material blade energy. Lee Sungmin braced himself against the immense power of this technique, an attack designed to finish off opponents. However, seasoned supreme masters have a way to protect themselves. Material blade shield. This technique envelops the body with material blade energy itself, forming a solid layer of defense. Clearly, Lee Sungmin could not use that technique because he had only learned how to attack through knowledge, not mastery. Under the blood-red moonlight, a victory seemed distant for him. Nevertheless, Sungmin charged forward, the purple spear in his hand glowing brightly. Dok Bijun easily used his glowing red sword to parry the attack. Blocked. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, astonished by his opponent's strength. He was forced to use the spear shaft to block the counterattack and hastily jumped back. From his perspective, Sungmin defended and searched for Dok Bijun's silhouette. Suddenly, Dok Bijun appeared right behind him, mockingly asking where he was looking. Lee Sungmin's spear violently clashed with Dok Bijun's sword. Sungmin gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, trying to push back his opponent. Dok Bijun's overwhelming power made both their weapons spark. The energy from the two weapons rubbed against each other, creating piercing sounds. Sungmin swung his spear to attack, but Dok Bijun easily glided away to dodge. He realized that Dok Bijun could block most of his attacks with material blade shield, while just one of Dok Bijun's attacks would be enough to finish him. Dok Bijun not only possessed superior skill, but was also a vampire whose power was amplified under the full moon. Despite the clear power disparity, Sungmin managed to hold on and exchanged over 100 moves with him. Just as Sungmin began to think that his prolonged endurance was a miracle, his spear sliced through the air, revealing a fatal opening. The moment of vulnerability lasted only a tenth of a second, but Lee Sungmin immediately recognized his deadly mistake. But instead of seizing the opportunity, Dok Bijun unexpectedly jumped back. The Swordmaster did not attack but retreated, maintaining distance. Only after seeing the insane smile on his blood-stained face did Sungmin realize that his opponent had been holding back all this time. Looking back, Sungmin was truly unlucky. He had trained arduously at Sorim Temple for the past 4 years. Thanks to daily sparring matches with Jihak, Sungmin's skills had stabilized, and he quickly became a supreme master, a rare achievement at his age. Objectively speaking, Lee Sungmin had never been weak. However, he had encountered too many incredible masters, talents he couldn't surpass through mere effort. That only exacerbated the feeling of inferiority from his past life's memories, making him truly unfortunate. But he had shed that inherent inferiority complex through his arduous training at Sorim Temple. Nevertheless, when facing Dok Bijun, he was still overwhelmed and sent flying backward. Lee Sungmin gasped, wondering if he had become stronger. He bitterly admitted to himself, "No, I'm still weak." Facing the illusion of the Swordmaster, Sungmin accepted the reality that he was much weaker than him. Meanwhile, Dok Bijun was holding back and enjoying the fight, mockingly asking if he was done. Sungmin realized the harsh truth that his opponent was merely toying with him. This was why he had pushed himself through such harsh training sessions. He wondered why, and the answer became clear. Because he didn't want to remain weak forever. Because he wanted to make those who believed in him proud. Because he didn't want to feel inferior ever again. With his will strengthened, Lee Sungmin and his inner self shared a single resolve. He channeled power into his legs and charged forward. His fighting will lead the way. Exploding with purple energy, Lee Sungmin lunged straight at Dok Bijun because he wanted to change. His spearhead flashed, aimed directly at the enemy. Dok Bijun tightened his grip on his sword, ready to meet the attack. In a decisive moment, Lee Sungmin's spearhead pierced through the defenses, embedding itself directly into Dok Bijun's chest. Lee Sungmin was stunned, unable to believe what he had just accomplished. Dok Bijun was also completely shocked, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth as he stared at his opponent. His body staggered back a few steps, losing its usual steady posture. He stumbled, clutching the fatal wound on his chest. With an incredulous expression, Dok Bijun exclaimed, "How?" From his perspective, Lee Sungmin also stood frozen, no less astonished. Lee Sungmin himself was asking himself the same question in confusion. In his chaotic mind, he found no answer other than a single desire. "I want to change." The narration explained that, in a trance-like state, his spear had pierced through the opponent's material blade energy shield. Back in reality, Lee Sungmin still couldn't understand how he had done it. He wondered if this was a sudden enlightenment, but then realized this feeling had existed deep within him before. With the spear embedded in him, Dok Bijun let out a cough. However, instead of collapsing, he began to chuckle softly. His laughter grew louder and more frantic, making Lee Sungmin shiver. Dok Bijun thought to himself. This stab was like unexpectedly tripping over a rock on the road. He wondered if Lee Sungmin had suddenly become stronger, because this attack should have been impossible. With a wild laugh, Dok Bijun personally pulled the spear out of his chest and exclaimed that he envied his incredible talent. Lee Sungmin was stunned when Dok Bijun admitted that his spear was even stronger and faster than sect leader Sung Ha's sword. Dok Bijun staggered, admitting that Sungmin's blade energy had destroyed his meridians and he no longer had enough blood to regenerate. Nevertheless, he still gripped his sword tightly, determined for one last strike. He roared, demanding Sungmin show him more as blue energy erupted from the sword. Dok Bijun's entire body was enveloped in a powerful aura. He was burning his life force. With a crazed look in his eyes, he challenged Sungmin to let him witness the martial arts realm he had never reached in his entire life. From afar, Kim Jong-hyun realized Dok Bijun had activated his life potential, a suicidal technique to exchange for power. Sungmin noticed that he only needed to stall for time, and his opponent would collapse on his own. But when he looked into Dok Bijun's fiery eyes, he saw an intense desire even on the verge of death. Moved by his opponent's spirit, Sungmin decided he couldn't let him die so meaninglessly. He realized Dok Bijun was not a cunning villain, but a seeker of the way, trying to overcome his own limits. Dok Bijun's righteous gaze made Sungmin question himself. Realizing that the talent his opponent envied was merely a deception, he admitted he was just a coward and resolved to wield his spear more desperately than ever. Under the moonlight, Sungmin decided to recreate the magnificent spear technique he had accidentally learned to honor the final moments of this noble swordsman. The battle ended. Dok Bijun collapsed and painstakingly uttered a word. He said that Sungmin had deceived him in his final moments. Sungmin was disappointed to realize he had failed to perfectly execute that technique. It should have been even better than sect leader Sung Ha's. Dok Bijun lamented in despair, not understanding why he had to die here. With his last breath, he still whispered that he wanted more. Dok Bijun's hand fell limp to the ground. His life force had completely withered away. Dok Bijun's death appeared as a distorted, painful image. Lee Sungmin tormented himself that his own return had twisted his fate. In the old timeline, Dok Bijun was originally destined to die at Weiji Hoyun's hands in a dungeon. Sungmin believed that if it had been her, the swordsman would have had a more honorable death. Back in reality, Dok Bijun's blood-soaked corpse lay there as a reminder. Sungmin stood silently on the battlefield, looking down at his fallen opponent. Exhaustion washed over him. He gritted his teeth, enduring extreme physical pain. His eyelids felt heavy. His body had no strength left. Finally, Sungmin lost consciousness and began to collapse. Suddenly, an arm caught him from behind. It was Baek Sogo. Sungmin opened his eyes wide in surprise. Recognizing the newcomer, he weakly called out "Senior Sister," and Baek Sogo gently replied, confirming it. Still bewildered, Sungmin asked why she was here. Baek Sogo stood up, gesturing for him to stand. She explained that she had heard rumors about Dok Bijun and then walked over to pick some wild flowers nearby. Sungmin silently watched as she carefully arranged them into a bouquet. Baek Sogo solemnly placed the bouquet on Dok Bijun's chest. She knelt down, gently stroking his face to close the deceased swordsman's eyes. Dok Bijun's face now looked truly serene, as if smiling in eternal sleep. Baek Sogo spoke, saying that it had been 5 years since they last met, and she hadn't expected them to reunite under these circumstances. Lee Sungmin, still injured, admitted that she had become stronger. Baek Sogo confessed that she had witnessed the entire battle. She said that she had decided not to intervene, even if he might die. Lee Sungmin accepted her decision, believing it was the right thing for martial artists, and he hadn't died anyway. But deep down, he thought that perhaps he should have died instead. He blamed himself for only knowing how to run away, and that his recent victory was just luck. Sungmin compared himself to Dok Bijun, who never retreated and had a pure desire, which made his life more valuable. Baek Sogo firmly rejected that thought, asserting that Dok Bijun was wrong. Lee Sungmin angrily questioned, asking if it was wrong to struggle to overcome one's own limits. She explained that his mistake was harming innocent people, an act that could not be justified. Baek Sogo said that she didn't know the reason behind Duo Bijun's actions, but she asserted that it didn't matter, recalling a past confrontation with him. She concluded that he had done unforgivable things. Both stood silently in the misty haze of the forest. Baek Sogo asked Lee Sungmin why he wanted to stop Duo Bijun. He replied simply that it was because he felt responsible. Baek Sogo silently pondered his answer. Lee Sungmin further explained that he cooperated with the Martial Alliance, and, thanks to them, obtained information about Duo Bijun. Baek Sogo said that she wanted to be the one to see Duo Bijun off because they shared memories, and she hadn't expected to meet Lee Sungmin here. Lee Sungmin called her senior sister. He asked how she would evaluate him now, and Baek Sogo replied that he had changed a lot. She praised his skills for having improved tremendously since they last met on the mountain, recalling how strict and pessimistic he had been about himself then. Baek Sogo was glad that all his efforts had paid off, but Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth and denied it. She apologized and said she had to leave since things were settled here, revealing that she had delayed her mission to come. Lee Sungmin was startled and horrified, pressing her about what the mission was. Baek Sogo revealed that she was pursuing Weiji Hoyon, the little heavenly demon. Memories of his past life flooded Lee Sungmin's mind, where he knew that Baek Sogo would die at Weiji Hoyon's hands. His heart skipped a beat as he realized the horrifying truth. Baek Sogo turned away, saying she couldn't reveal details, and hoped to meet her junior brother again. She turned back and smiled, asserting that they would surely reunite one day. Immediately after, Baek Sogo vanished in a blur of speed, leaving Lee Sungmin stunned. He wondered in shock, realizing she was pursuing Weiji Hoyon for a mission from the Martial Alliance. Lee Sungmin deduced that her death in his previous life was due to this very order, and he couldn't convince her to give it up. He recalled her words about upholding justice, knowing that no one could sway Baek Sogo's will. Lee Sungmin came to a chilling conclusion. If words couldn't sway her, then what he needed was power. The mist enveloped the forest, concealing the newly formed resolve. Soon, rumors of a young hero who had defeated the evil swordmaster began to spread as Lee Sungmin carried the body away. People called him Ghost Spear, praising his feat of defeating a supreme master vampire. Now Lee Sungmin sought out a secluded place again, and a voice echoed, "You've come again?" The god of time, Dronzer, appeared, warning that his challenge would drive him mad and kill him, but Sungmin coldly told him to proceed. Dronzer showed annoyance at his stubbornness. Despite everything, Sungmin looked directly at the god and resolutely demanded to be given the challenge. Dronzer remarked that Sungmin always seemed to like doing things ahead of schedule. The god scoffed, saying that everyone who had tried before had gone mad, so Sungmin must also be mad to return. Dronzer once again emphasized that the pain he was about to experience would be unlike anything he had ever felt. "That's none of your concern," Sungmin growled in response. With fiery eyes, he repeated his demand decisively. Faced with his unshakable resolve, Dronzer merely smiled nonchalantly. "Very well," Dronzer agreed, and a powerful surge of energy immediately enveloped the space. Both were teleported to an empty, ethereal dimension. When Sungmin confusedly asked where they were, Dronzer explained that they were in the domain of the mind. The god clarified that training here would never affect his physical body. Because this place was only for cultivating the mind, all external status, windows, and skills would be useless. Sungmin realized that he would have to rely entirely on his memories and talent to train himself. Dronzer held up an hourglass, declaring that the challenge would last until the last grain of sand fell. Lee Sungmin asked about the hourglass's duration, and Dronzer replied simply, "A century." Dronzer emphasized that it was 100 years, and Lee Sungmin would have to remain in this void for at least that long. With a mocking smile, Dronzer asked if that was a fitting price for his insolence, leaving Lee Sungmin silent. Instead of fear, Lee Sungmin asked if he could stay longer, prompting Dronzer to remark that everyone was eager at first. Dronzer confirmed that Lee Sungmin could stay as long as he wished. The god explained that when the sand ran out, he had two choices: end his cultivation or flip the hourglass. Each flip would add another century, increasing the stay to 200 years, then 300 years, and so on. Dronzer warned that this decision was irreversible, and Lee Sungmin shivered as he realized its absolute binding nature. Admitting to having lied, Dronzer revealed that out of 10 people who had taken the challenge, only 3 survived. The other 7 went mad and died. The god spoke of those who confidently flipped the hourglass after passing the first century, but it was the subsequent 200 years that pushed them to the brink of madness. Denier issued a final challenge, wondering how long Lee Sungmin would last. After those words, Denier vanished, and Lee Sungmin's 100 years of cultivation officially began. Your mind was immediately plunged into the endless emptiness of this space. Initially, Lee Sungmin felt exhilarated at having infinite time to become stronger, but before long, that opportunity turned into psychological torture. He began to crave the most basic sensations like fatigue, hunger, and even pain. No matter how hard he tried, his body only felt at peace, and Lee Sungmin realized the terrible torment of feeling nothing at all. Physical pain ravaged him, a frothing liquid spewing from Sungmin's body. He knelt in despair, cursing the unending agony. But that wasn't the only hardship. A doubt began to creep in as he gripped his spear. Am I doing the right thing? Sungmin wondered, realizing there was no one here to correct his mistakes. He didn't have Weiji Hoyon, Baek Sogo, or Jihak by his side to guide him. If his spear training went astray, all this suffering could become meaningless, and that thought drove him to the brink of madness. He needed affirmation, a sign that he was on the right path, but in this endless void, there were no answers. In desperation, Sungmin looked towards the hourglass, hoping this hell would end soon. But he was horrified to realize not a single grain of sand had fallen. Memories of his encounter with the god of time, Denier, flooded back. Sungmin faced the god, who merely looked at him with a knowing, mocking smile. Denier casually said, "You'd better prepare to clean up another corpse." The god's cruel words echoed in his mind. Returning to reality, the harsh truth stunned Lee Sungmin. Utter terror consumed him as he realized he was trapped in an endless hell. Lee Sungmin recalled Denier's words, that the 10 previous participants in the trial had all easily passed the first 100 years. He questioned himself, wondering if he was not only less talented but also lacked motivation compared to them. Memories of his rivals and comrades flashed through his mind. He reminded himself that he was originally just a maggot, and if he let the slow pace discourage him, he would achieve nothing. Sungmin reinforced the resolve he had gained on Mount Misha, to continue crawling until he surpassed even the geniuses. He believed that even if he took the wrong path, as long as he moved forward, he would find a new way. The training process at Sorum Temple was not in vain. It helped him recover and continue his cultivation, but the weight of a century was too immense, enough to wear down even the most iron-willed resolve. After many years, he still made no progress with the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear, so he had to return to practicing basic techniques. Sungmin despairingly realized that people don't change, and his efforts seemed futile. He decided he had to pretend, to act like a different person to force himself to change. He realized the absurdity that his hands didn't have a single callus, despite swinging the spear countless times. To maintain his spirit, he muttered the most fundamental principles of Sorum spear techniques. Amidst the endless space, he fell into despair, wondering why he was always the failure. Half of the trial time had passed, but he felt he had gained nothing. Nevertheless, he struggled to take one more step. In his frenzy, he screamed that he must kill the weak and useless part of himself. Sungmin slumped down, silently apologizing to Dok Bijun because he felt a pathetic person like himself was unworthy of ending the life of a great swordsman. He admitted his incompetence, as nearly a century had passed without any significant progress. He felt he still hadn't changed, still just crawling instead of walking. In a moment of despair, Lee Sungmin wrestled with the thought of giving up, but then told himself that he couldn't. He resolved to start over. He thought about the immense volume of training over the past century, more than his entire life combined, yet yielding nothing. Realizing this was his true potential, he couldn't recall how many times he had despaired in those 100 years, and believed that even 200 more years would be useless. But he didn't want to run away, because doing so wouldn't change anything either. The small hourglass suddenly felt heavy in his hand. It was heavy with the weight of indecision within himself. In a fit of rage, he flung the hourglass away. Lee Sungmin let out a cry of agony. He gasped for breath, stunned as he recovered from the outburst. When he regained his composure, he realized that a lot of sand had drained from the hourglass. He surmised that he must have gone insane for a period of time. Once again, he despised his own weakness, but this time he maintained his sanity. He reassured himself that as long as he remained conscious, he could endure it, because he had all the time in the world. The second century passed more completely than the first. He knew he had made small steps forward. He set new goals. Mastering the purple mist divine art, followed by the dancing shadow spirit leap to balance his mind, internal energy, and body. For the first time in hundreds of years, setting a goal made him feel happy. He was determined to continue moving forward. Although his progress remained slow, he laughed, impressed by his own snail-like pace. Lee Sungmin calmly flipped the hourglass, adding another 300 years to his trial. Lee Sungmin cheerfully welcomed the next 300 years of training. He told himself that the first 100 years were terrible, but things got better afterward. Perhaps he had already gone mad. With renewed optimism, he set a higher goal, recreating the spear technique he used to defeat the Swordmaster. Accepting that he would never succeed after just a few attempts, he began the next 400 years. After 1,000 years, his body had become significantly more robust while meditating. His eyes now shone with sharpness and intense focus. He realized he had seen the wall of the Supreme Master realm. Lee Sungmin burst into laughter, unable to believe it took him 1,000 years just to reach the foot of the wall. He flipped the hourglass once more and began another 500 years, wondering how long it would take to overcome it. Day after day, he diligently practiced his spear techniques. As he neared the 1,500-year mark, he whispered that he had achieved his goal. Finally, he had successfully recreated the spear technique that killed the Swordmaster. Nevertheless, he mocked himself, saying he was just a pathetic idiot for being unable to apply that power to other techniques. He casually wondered if he would ever become a true Supreme Master. Suddenly, the sand flow in the hourglass ran out. Dronzer, the god of time, appeared with a look of complete astonishment. Dronzer stared at Lee Sungmin and yelled that he was a crazy bastard. Lee Sungmin simply stood there silently, half his face shrouded in shadow. He slowly closed his eyes, completely unaffected by the god's rage. When he opened his eyes, his gaze reflected the profound depth of 1,500 years of arduous training. There was one thing that the god of time Dronzer intentionally didn't tell anyone who participated in the trial. The progress of cultivation in the domain of the mind was much slower. Therefore, talented martial artists who succeeded in the outside world all struggled in his domain. Everyone who came before Lee Sungmin was more talented than him, but even the most persistent person only lasted 1,000 years. Dronzer couldn't believe his eyes, swallowing hard as he thought about the amount of time Sungmin had trained. That number was 2,100 years, an unbelievable record. When asked how he could endure for so long, Lee Sungmin only replied with a confused, "Oh." He looked bewildered as a nosebleed suddenly erupted, a sign of overload. Dronzer explained that his brain was overloaded from receiving 2,100 years of memories, and the situation could have been much worse without his protection. He thought to himself that Sungmin had gone insane countless times but recovered on his own every time, something that had never happened before. Sungmin himself wondered how he managed it, since he was not inherently talented, and all his skills had been sealed. Suddenly, Dronzer had a thought. Perhaps it was precisely because he had never been a genius, and the god of time was right. The others who participated in the trial were all geniuses, so none of them were accustomed to slow progress. Lee Sungmin, on the other hand, had always been as slow as a larva throughout his life, but all the suffering he had endured always held meaning. However, Dronzer swallowed hard as he realized another possibility. Perhaps there was something else behind his success, something that caused an ominous dark aura to emanate from Sungmin. Lee Sungmin complained that his body felt heavy, but Dronzer reassured him that this was fortunate after 2,100 years. He revealed that some people couldn't even distinguish their limbs after 1,000 years. The fact that Sungmin could still speak was a miracle. To help Sungmin stabilize, Dronzer created a memory backup and handed it to him. Countless memories of the arduous journey flashed through Lee Sungmin's mind. He smiled, telling himself they were memories of a foolish past, but they helped him recall things that should never be forgotten. Sungmin complained about the weakness of his body, while Dronzer reminded him that the trial was intended to train the mind. Dronzer reassured him that since he still retained the memories of what he had achieved, he would adapt soon enough. "All right, then I'll stay here for a while," Sungmin suddenly declared, completely astonishing Dronzer. He explained that he had nowhere else to go, causing Dronzer to angrily scold him for being rude. Sungmin casually replied that he couldn't help it after being in there for 2,100 years, further infuriating Dronzer. Finally, Dronzer irritably yelled, telling him to do whatever he wanted. 1 year later at Sorim Temple, a monk was diligently practicing, swinging his weapon at dizzying speed. Jihak exhaled after the intense training session, drenched in sweat. A familiar voice rang out. "Long time no see, Jihak." Jihak turned around in surprise, seeing Lee Sungmin standing there and asking how he was. The young martial monk couldn't hide his astonishment at the change in the person before him. Lee Sungmin's eyes reflected the profound depth of someone who had experienced millennia. Jihak looked up, seeing Sungmin standing casually atop a wooden stake, and asked in shock, "What happened to you?" "A lot," Sungmin replied vaguely, causing Jihak to offer a forced laugh. Jihak brought up the rumor that he had defeated the Swordmaster, but Sungmin humbly said it was due to luck. Jihak didn't believe him, asking if luck was enough to defeat the man who killed the Hwasan sect leader. He got straight to the point. When did you become a supreme master? Sungmin calmly replied, about 6 months ago. Jihak repeated Lee Sungmin's words skeptically. Half a year ago. Sungmin then asked if there was a problem. Jihak awkwardly replied that it was nothing, just that. He sensed a depth in Sungmin's eyes, indicating he had gone through a much longer period of time. The two stood silently facing each other in the Sorum Temple training yard. Jihak tightened his grip on his staff and spoke up. If you don't mind, would you like to spar? He looked extremely eager. Lee Sungmin smiled in response. That's exactly what I was hoping for, as his hands began gathering energy. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from afar, ordering, "Stop." Abbot Bulyong appeared, warning that if the two of them started fighting, Sorum Temple might lose its own future. Jihak exclaimed in astonishment, "Abbot!" While Lee Sungmin humbly said that the abbot was overestimating him, Bulyong chuckled, remarking that Sungmin was not only stronger but also sharper in speech, then asked what his purpose was for coming here. Lee Sungmin frankly replied that he wanted to find out how much he had closed the gap. When Bulyong asked if he was comparing himself to Weiji Hoyon, Sungmin quietly confirmed it. The abbot stated that given Weiji Hoyon's talent, she must have become much stronger, but if compared to her 17-year-old self, Jihak stood nearby, sweating as he listened to the impending assessment. You still have a long way to go, Bulyong concluded. Lee Sungmin calmly accepted. I understand. The three stood in silence, Jihak still stunned by the recent conversation. Lee Sungmin thought to himself that he wasn't foolish enough to hope that was enough to catch up to Weiji Hoyon, but he had achieved much more in the domain of the mind, and he was determined to reach that level again with this body. Lee Sungmin smiled serenely, preparing to leave Sorum Temple. He knew that the dungeon would open in 2 months. Although Jihak had invited him to stay, Sungmin still had to leave after retrieving his armor and spear because he had too much work to do. He needed to find out about the Black Heart, prevent Sogo's death, find Enbirus, and regain his former level of power. With so many goals, he had to use his time efficiently, and the first thing was to find Enbirus, whom Denier had mentioned in a distant memory. Denier had explained that Enbirus also possessed twisted causality, and that Sungmin could find that person himself. Recalling Denier's words, Sungmin stood before the sleeping forest, believing that Enbirus would have the answers to his questions. According to information purchased from Arabrisa, a merchant named Enbirus had come to this forest a year ago. Sungmin speculated that even if it was just a coincidence of names, this forest was far from ordinary, possessing a mournful cry that could drive people insane. No one knew what was sleeping peacefully in the forest, but it was certainly filled with demons. When a piercing scream rang out, Sungmin frowned, telling himself that no ordinary merchant would willingly enter this place. The cry could destroy the minds of ordinary people, but for Sungmin, who had undergone 2,100 years of training, it was nothing more than annoying noise. A fleshy creature with countless red eyes appeared, but he merely glanced at it calmly. Suddenly, another tentacled monster lunged from the side, making him wonder what the hell was going on. Get lost, he said curtly, easily dodging the attack and delivering a punch that cracked the monster's head. He calmly dealt with the horde of monsters with ease. In just a moment, the forest became silent again after a series of impacts. The corpse of a monster was sent flying toward 2 figures who were hiding. A man wearing a red headscarf was stunned, wondering who the stranger was that could eliminate the monsters so easily. The mysterious observer determined that the stranger was a supreme master, but could not sense any demonic energy. When his comrade suggested calling for reinforcements, Lee Sungmin suddenly appeared right behind them. Sungmin got straight to the point, asking if they knew anyone named Enbirus, startling both of them. Without a word, one of the masked men immediately drew his sword and attacked. Sungmin easily dodged the fatal slash, leaving the blade deeply embedded in the ground. He tried to explain that he only had a few questions, but a smoking pipe flew past him. The remaining observer activated a talisman, preparing for a magical attack. A massive fireball hurtled toward Sungmin, making him sigh inwardly. Suddenly, a strange blonde swordsman appeared, slicing the fireball apart with his sword. The attacker was aghast to see his magic neutralized with just a swing of the hand. Losing patience, Sungmin stepped closer to the attacker. He closed in, asking why they wouldn't listen. Overwhelmed by Sungmin's aura, the masked man sweated and stammered, asking what he wanted. In a panic, he quickly lied that they were both deaf and asked Sungmin to write it down. Sungmin looked surprised but then accepted the explanation. He sat down and wrote the question on the ground, and one of the 2 men began to answer that they belonged to a tribe. Suddenly, the blonde swordsman leaped over their heads. He landed forcefully, causing a slight tremor. Grabbing both masked men, the blonde swordsman yelled furiously, "You idiots!" A muscular man roared angrily, threatening that Lee Sungmin would not be able to leave safely. Lee Sungmin was only curious about the tribe they mentioned. While the two masked men frantically called the man Elder, he calmly ignored the threat and asked directly if they knew anything about Enbiris. Hearing the name Enbiris, the Elder froze, and Lee Sungmin immediately realized he was on the right track. The Elder roared that he had nothing to say to outsiders and lunged forward, attacking with a fiery punch. Lee Sungmin merely watched the incoming attack coldly. Immediately after, he was sitting on the back of the defeated Elder, declaring that he did not want unnecessary bloodshed. The two masked men were terrified to see a master-level fighter easily defeated, while Sungmin confirmed that this tribe was connected to his goal. With cold eyes, Lee Sungmin ordered one of the two men to lead the way for him. The frightened masked man explained that their tribe lived in the sleeping forest and had deliberately deafened themselves to resist the forest's mournful cry. The scene shifted to a wooden village situated in the middle of the gloomy forest. Upon arrival, Lee Sungmin wondered why they lived in a place that was clearly uninhabitable. An elderly man appeared, introducing himself as Tribal Chief Kazuya, and explaining that they lived there because of the tribe's mission. Kazuya faced Lee Sungmin, radiating a powerful aura. Lee Sungmin secretly assessed Kazuya's strength, realizing he was a supreme master capable of concealing his true power. Kazuya questioned Sungmin's purpose, accusing him of killing the Elder and threatening his people. Lee Sungmin calmly explained that he did not want to fight and that the Elder was the one who attacked first. He looked directly at Kazuya, issuing a stern warning that he would not hold back if challenged. Kazuya remained silent, staring intently at Lee Sungmin in a tense standoff. Kazuya admitted that they had no intention of fighting, as stopping Lee Sungmin would cost his tribe dearly. Instead, he offered to welcome him as a guest. Lee Sungmin silently evaluated the proposal. The two shook hands, officially establishing a truce. Sungmin immediately got straight to the point, asking Kazuya if he knew about Enbiris. The chief confirmed that was why Sungmin had come and revealed that Enbiris had left the forest 2 months prior. When asked about Enbiris's current whereabouts, Kazuya replied that he did not know. However, he added that Enbiris had foretold that someone would come to the forest looking for him. Kazuya explained that Enbiris had requested he lead that guest to a special place. He led Sungmin before a gigantic wall formed by ancient tree trunks woven together. Lee Sungmin, astonished, asked if it was a tree wall, and Kazuya confirmed it. Kazuya challenged Sungmin to try tearing the wall apart, and the young man thoughtfully drew his spear. He channeled a large amount of purple energy into his weapon. Then, he launched a full-power attack against the tree wall. The force of the blow created a strong gust of wind, forcing Kazuya to raise his hand to shield his face. Lee Sungmin was stunned when the smoke cleared. The wall still stood tall without a scratch, and Kazuya explained that no force could break it. He revealed that even Enbiris could not pass through it, and only the chief could open the way. Sungmin showed annoyance upon realizing he had been tested pointlessly, while Kazuya began opening the passage. Chief Kazuya muttered incomprehensible words, beginning to open the secret path. The gigantic tree wall split open, revealing a dark path that beckoned Lee Sungmin. Sungmin asked what was inside, but Kazuya admitted that even he did not know. He only warned that inside there was a mournful wail, powerful enough to trouble even a supreme master. However, before Kazuya could finish his advice, Sungmin charged straight into the darkness. The chief could only stand silently, watching his silhouette disappear. Immediately upon entering, Sungmin's mind was assaulted by a piercing scream. He silently admitted Kazuya was right. This was an extremely powerful psychic attack. However, Sungmin had endured thousands of years of training in the domain of the mind, constantly losing and regaining his sanity. That process had forged him an iron will, allowing him to calmly face the scream. Suddenly, Sungmin realized there was another presence in this space. A small, purple magical flame appeared hovering in front of him. The energy mass flared up, and a voice echoed, explaining that it had mistaken Sungmin due to his twisted karma. The mysterious voice demanded that he, the one with twisted karma, answer a question. It roared fiercely, asking directly, "Are you a returnee?" Sungmin flinched in horror, while a terrifying black shadow materialized behind him. Unexpectedly, a young stranger appeared, and ordered the black shadow named Hehoju to stop, causing it to transform into a small creature. Hehoju then transformed into a girl with cat ears, who was reminded by the other person not to frighten Sungmin. Lee Sungmin stood frozen, completely bewildered by the appearance of the two mysterious figures. Lee Sungmin spoke up, asking for the identity of the cat-eared girl and the terrifying shadow entity behind her. The shadow entity bared its sharp teeth, exuding a threatening aura. Meanwhile, the brown-haired young man accompanying them maintained a calm expression. The cat-eared girl merely smiled mischievously. Facing Lee Sungmin's question, the cat-eared girl offered a greeting. She introduced herself as Rubia, Enbiris familiar, and said she had been waiting for him under her master's orders. When Sungmin questioned her beastkin appearance, Rubia innocently replied that it was her master's preference. Sungmin then pointed at the shadow entity and called it that thing, immediately provoking its anger. The brown-haired young man then explained that its name was Heihoju, the remnant of a great demon, which only infuriated Heihoju further. He recounted that 400 years ago, Heihoju was a powerful demon leader, but had now lost its physical body. Ignoring the explanations, Sungmin cut straight to the chase, asking why they were waiting for him. Rubia explained that Sungmin must join them in searching for Enbiris, as only her master could give him answers since his karma was also twisted. Sungmin logically asked if she could track her master, but Rubia cheerfully replied that she could not. The blunt answer left Sungmin burying his face in frustration. Rubia quickly clarified the opposite, that her master could sense her location, and thus would find Sungmin if he traveled with them. Still skeptical, Sungmin did not understand why things had to be so complicated. He continued to provoke Heihoju, asking why they had to bring that thing, causing the shadow entity to roar in anger once more. Heihoju replied that it didn't know either, but it had been told it would meet a returnee here. It added that it had to leave this forest with that person, prompting Sungmin to immediately question the nature of the forest and the mournful wails he had heard. Lee Sungmin asked if Heihoju was the target of the tribe in the forest, but the entity merely scoffed at them as weaklings. Heihoju explained that the tribe was tasked with maintaining a seal at the end of this path. It admitted it didn't know what was there, and only existed in the middle of the path. Disappointed by the lack of clear answers, Sungmin wondered about the uselessness of both new companions. Rubia cheerfully assured him that if Sungmin joined them, he would definitely meet her master Enbiris someday. Lee Sungmin was skeptical of that vague promise, and pointed out a practical problem. How could Heihoju participate without a body? Rubia realized Lee Sungmin had a point, and confusedly called out to Heihoju, but it had already vanished. Immediately after, Heihoju suddenly lunged, attacking Lee Sungmin from behind. Lee Sungmin turned around with a look of astonishment after being ambushed. Heihoju's demonic energy enveloped his body in an attempt at possession. Witnessing the scene, Rubia screamed in horror, demanding to know what Heihoju was doing. Heihoju laughed loudly, declaring that it was taking Lee Sungmin's body after 400 years without a physical form. While Heihoju boasted, Rubia angrily growled and took a defensive stance. Heihoju continued to laugh maniacally, declaring that it would once again roam the world. Its laughter echoed throughout the space, while Rubia could only stand and watch. Strangely, Lee Sungmin still stood there, completely unaffected. He looked down at his arm, where the Devnak enchanted armor bracelet was flashing red lightning, and the laughter was now emanating from him. Lee Sungmin stared in astonishment at the bracelet, where Heihoju was frantically screaming, demanding to know what the hell had happened. Heihoju couldn't believe that it, a great demon, had not only failed the possession attempt, but was also trapped inside the bracelet, leading Rubia to secretly think it was an idiot. Heihoju, imprisoned within the bracelet, screamed in astonishment at the strength of Lee Sungmin's mental barrier. Lee Sungmin wondered if this power was the result of 100 years of cultivation, or the protection of some force watching over him. He concluded that he couldn't be sure, and the only way to get an answer was to find Enbiris. He recalled his original goal was to obtain the Devnak armor. Looking at the bracelet, Lee Sungmin coldly stated that it once meant something to him, but now he wouldn't be able to use it anymore, causing Heihoju to panic and beg. Lee Sungmin ignored him and told it to scram. Rubia agreed, forcing Heihoju to quickly apologize for attempting to possess his body. However, the demon's offer of treasure caught Lee Sungmin's attention. Heihoju quickly boasted about its glorious past, promising a room filled with unseen rare items. Rubia nodded, confirming that Heihoju had once been a prominent figure. Lee Sungmin pondered this tempting offer. In the strange space, an implicit agreement was formed. A notification appeared, confirming that Rubia and Heihoju were now his companions. When they returned to the real world, Rubia asked Lee Sungmin about their next destination. She happily suggested they find a scenic place to rest while waiting for her master, but Lee Sungmin firmly refused, saying he had a place he needed to go, making Rubia curiously ask where that was. She looked suspicious, anxiously asking if it was a dangerous place. Lee Sungmin silently looked ahead with a determined expression. He bluntly replied that it was a dungeon, leaving Rubia completely speechless. Her astonished scream echoed throughout the forest. The narration explains dungeons, strange places existing throughout area, with various types of magic. The rules within them also differ from the outside world, for example, regarding item collection from monsters. Unlike outside, when a monster is defeated in a dungeon, its body vanishes, leaving behind loot. This loot can be potions, skill books, or equipment, with value corresponding to the monster's strength. And if the dungeon master is defeated, That person will receive invaluable rewards and permanently close the dungeon. In the middle of a forest, a voice spoke with hesitation. Rubia, in her mobile form, anxiously asked if they were really about to enter a dungeon. Lee Sungmin firmly replied that they should. Both stood before a colossal red crystal structure, which was the dungeon entrance. Sungmin recalled that 2 months had passed since he met Rubia and Hyoju, and he had found this place thanks to Irabrisa. He realized this was the second dungeon he had ever entered. This red stone was the entrance from his previous life. He knew that by simply touching it, he would be teleported to a random location inside to achieve his goal. Nevertheless, doubts still crept into Sungmin's mind as he thought of people like Baek Sogo and Wooji Haoyun, but he cast aside his hesitation, asserting that all his efforts were to prevent a terrible future. With ironclad resolve, Lee Sungmin reached out and touched the crystal stone, and a dazzling light enveloped him. After a brief moment, he stumbled onto a dark, uneven ground inside the dungeon. "I'm in," Sungmin confirmed, while Rubia on his shoulder cried out in horror, realizing where they had arrived. Suddenly, Sungmin's senses rang with a warning bell of danger. A wild warrior with a glowing blue eye lunged from the shadows, swinging a colossal mace at him. An ambush? Sungmin thought to himself, his spear shaft glowing as he blocked the surprise attack. The wild warrior looked confused as his attack was easily blocked. He asked for his opponent's identity, and Lee Sungmin replied that he should have asked that before attacking. Upon hearing Lee Sungmin's name, the warrior asked in astonishment if he was the ghost spear, the one who killed the swordmaster. He quickly apologized for the mistake, explaining that his name was Grismo, the mountain crusher. Lee Sungmin secretly recalled that Grismo was a supreme master whom Wooji Haoyun had killed in his previous life. Grismo asked if Sungmin was here to stop Wooji Haoyun, and was delighted when he confirmed it. He seriously warned that Wooji Haoyun was very dangerous, having held the title of Heavenly Demon since youth and leading a formidable force. Sungmin listened with a displeased expression, as Grismo explained that, if not stopped, Wooji Haoyun would become the leader of the demonic faction. Grismo shouted with determination that they must stop her for the peace of area, prompting Sungmin to ask about other enemies. Grismo listed Wooji Haoyun's subordinates, the Lone Ghost Sword, the Bloody Granny, and Meringue the Iron Fist, all of whom were supreme masters. He continued, saying that the Martial Alliance had sent Baek Sogo, Chigyol of the Gaebang, and others to deal with her. Upon learning that Baek Sogo was also here, Sungmin pondered silently, while Grismo called his name. Grismo earnestly requested Sungmin's help in stopping Wooji Haoyun. Lee Sungmin was silent for a moment, seemingly stunned by the offer. He quickly regained his composure, clenched his fist, and boldly declared he would fight for justice. Grismo joyfully slapped Sungmin's hand, praising his heroic spirit. As they delved deeper into the dungeon, Grismo asked if this was Sungmin's first time here. The warrior warned that the monsters here were very strong, and Sungmin should be careful. Suddenly, Grismo stopped and signaled Sungmin to halt. Both stood before a vast, illuminated space, preparing for what was to come. Lee Sungmin's gaze reflected a figure waiting in the vast space ahead. A familiar voice echoed from within the red mist. "So, you're here too." The figure stepped out, flashing a confident smile and saying, "Long time no see." Standing opposite, Lee Sungmin was a person with long hair and an unusual outfit. It was the little heavenly demon, Wooji Haoyun, who called Sungmin's name. Grismo was stunned, stammering, "You are," he exclaimed in confusion. "Baek Sogo." Thinking he had met an ally, Grismo joyfully rushed forward, despite Lee Sungmin shouting to stop him. "Grismo, wait," Lee Sungmin sternly warned. "Look closely." Grismo stared blankly at the person in front of him, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, one side of the person's face, identical to Baek Sogo, melted into a grotesque mass of flesh. Grismo was utterly horrified, cold sweat pouring down him. The monster delivered a lightning-fast kick to Grismo's stomach. He was sent flying and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hyoju shouted from Lee Sungmin's stunned shoulder. "That's a doppelganger. That monster copies and imitates its target," Hyoju explained, while Grismo struggled to wonder about its abilities. Lee Sungmin realized the monster had just used Dancing Shadow Spirit Leap, and wondered in horror if it could imitate skills as well. Grismo was quickly overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground. The doppelganger looked down, the mass of flesh on its face twitching grotesquely. The Devnak armor on Lee Sungmin's wrist flashed with dark light, signaling he was ready to fight. Lee Sungmin growled in a fit of rage. "How dare you imitate her?" Enveloped by a furious dark aura, he made Rubia anxiously ask and advise him to calm down. Despite Sungmin's rage, the doppelganger casually cracked its neck and stepped forward. It unleashed Dancing Shadow Spirit Leap, Baek Sogo's signature footwork, creating countless illusions that surrounded Lee Sungmin. Sungmin's memories flashed back to the day he slew the swordmaster. He recalled the moment Baek Sogo hugged him and told him he had grown up. But at that time, Sungmin couldn't accept the compliment. That was why he had cultivated for 2,100 years. Just to hear those words from her again, when he was strong enough. He roared that he hadn't gone through all that, just for a monster like it. Lee Sungmin shot forward with terrifying speed. The battle ended swiftly, and he stood tall beside the doppelganger's corpse. When Grismo woke up and asked what had happened, Sungmin coldly replied that it was a doppelganger. Grismo was horrified, thinking that the monster had copied not only Baek Sogo's appearance, but also her skills. Hyoju whispered that in the outside world, doppelgangers couldn't imitate techniques, but this place was different. It confidently declared that it was analyzing the dungeon and would become his guide. Sungmin scoffed at the tiny doll, but Hyehoju immediately retorted that he was also just someone trapped in a suit of armor. As the two argued, Lee Sungmin irritably demanded silence from everyone. Suddenly, he realized something terrifying. He turned to Grismo and asked, "We just fought Baek Sogo's doppelganger, didn't we?" Grismo began to grasp the terrifying implication, while Sungmin thought to himself, "So, what if there are doppelgangers of us, or others?" Grismo sank into despair as he realized the horrifying truth about the nature of the monsters in the dungeon. In a flashback, the Martial Alliance's extreme heavenly blade lay dead amidst the rubble. The Martial Alliance's matchless eccentric also fled, panting, before a giant red-scaled weapon. Facing the enemy, the matchless eccentric gasped, calling the opponent a monster. He realized the enemy was none other than the little heavenly demon, with the red-scaled weapon writhing behind her. Weiji Hoyon, now much more mature, stood there with demonic tentacles sprouting from her back. The matchless eccentric questioned her new demonic art, admitting he was no match. But he was still determined to fight for justice and to avenge the extreme heavenly blade, whom she had just slain. With a furious roar, he charged, unleashing a punch of energy towards Weiji Hoyon. Weiji Hoyon easily used her tentacles to strike him down in midair. Blood splattered on her face, but Weiji Hoyon maintained a cold, emotionless expression. The matchless eccentric's legs trembled, unable to stand after the fatal blow. His body collapsed to the ground in a pool of blood. Weiji Hoyon stood there, coldly looking down at the defeated foe at her feet. Her eyes glowed with a demonic red hue. She tilted her head slightly, observing the lifeless corpse. Her glowing red eyes revealed a terrifying change. She thought to herself, wondering if 9 years had passed yet. The scene of the matchless eccentric collapsing at her feet reappeared. The flashback ended with her piercing the extreme heavenly blade with her tentacles. A close-up of a heavily wounded Lee Sungmin, who thought to himself, good thing that wasn't the real her. In a vision, Weiji Hoyon looked down and told herself that perhaps she should dress better. The matchless eccentric's blood-soaked hand lay motionless on the ground. Weiji Hoyon smiled sadly, telling the fallen that they had struggled and grown stronger. The scene of the extreme heavenly blade being impaled appeared as her voice echoed, "So I would be very sad if you died here." Standing over the corpse of the extreme heavenly blade, she sent a final message, "Don't die." Lee Sungmin looked up, seemingly hearing Weiji Hoyon call his name. Elsewhere in the dungeon, panting sounds echoed. An exhausted Baek Sogo crouched before the corpse of a recently defeated enemy. She gasped, wondering, "I can't believe there are even doppelgangers here." She consoled herself that at least she had encountered the copy of the extreme heavenly blade, the weakest among them, as the corpse disintegrated. After destroying it, she picked up a powerful elixir. Standing alone in the cave, she wondered where to go, and decided she needed to regroup with the Martial Alliance team. She admitted she was no match for the little heavenly demon, let alone her two subordinates, then suddenly heard a call. Two terrifying figures appeared, one of them recognizing her as Baek Sogo, the Silent Flash. They revealed themselves to be Weiji Hoyon's two subordinates, the Lone Ghost Sword and Meringue the Iron Fist. The Lone Ghost Sword asked if she was alone, and Baek Sogo remained silent with a tense expression. Turning back to Lee Sungmin, he was holding a magic crystal that had dropped from Baek Sogo's doppelganger. Hyoju screamed in his head, scolding him as a fool for not consuming the crystal. Sungmin explained that his body was out of balance, but the Devnak armor had other ideas. Hyoju spoke in Lee Sungmin's mind, remarking that his heart was extraordinary, unmatched even by the great archdemons of ancient times. However, Hyoju smugly thought that his own heart was, of course, better. Suddenly, Grismo appeared and yelled for them to stop. The burly man stared straight ahead, exclaiming Chigeol's name in surprise. Grismo rushed to a heavily injured purple-haired man, while Chigeol recognized the mountain crusher. Chigeol smiled weakly, confirming he wasn't a doppelganger, and introducing himself as the scion of Gaebang. Lee Sungmin suddenly realized that Chigyol was one of the 3 outstanding scions of the orthodox sects, just like Jihak. Grismo frantically asked about Chigyol's left arm, and he explained that he had fought the doppelganger of the lone ghost sword. Chigyol weakly begged for a potion as he was about to die, and Lee Sungmin immediately gave him one. After taking the potion, Chigyol thanked Lee Sungmin for saving his life. Lee Sungmin regretfully said that if they had an elixir, they could have reattached Chigyol's arm. Grismo curiously asked about Lee Sungmin's identity, and Chigyol introduced him as the Ghost Spear, the one who killed the Swordmaster. Grismo was surprised, saying he had heard much about him, while Chigyol looked at Lee Sungmin with interest. Chigyol revealed that Baek Sogo had mentioned Lee Sungmin several times and asked if he was here for her, calling him a thoughtful senior brother. Lee Sungmin and Rubia were momentarily confused by the question. He sternly asked Chigyol what was wrong with his senior sister. Chigyol declared they were close colleagues, but Lee Sungmin retorted that his fraternal bond with Baek Sogo was even stronger, creating a tense atmosphere. Lee Sungmin even held Grismo back with his hand, preventing him from interfering between himself and Chigyol. Both Lee Sungmin and Chigyol blushed, realizing they were reacting unreasonably. Hyeoju burst out laughing in Lee Sungmin's head, teasing that he was fighting for affection, causing the teenager to angrily punch his own chest. Chigyol awkwardly apologized for being rude to his savior, and Lee Sungmin also responded with an embarrassed apology. Suddenly, a group of people appeared, and the lone ghost sword sarcastically remarked that they looked like they were having a lot of fun. He stepped forward, mocking their passionate youthful affection, and saying he didn't want to participate. A gruesome voice echoed, and an old woman appeared, offering to join the fun. It was the Bloody Granny, Weiji Hoyon's subordinate. Grismo screamed in horror upon realizing her identity. The Bloody Granny mocked Grismo, calling him a noisy pig, and confidently stating that she could kill them all herself. Lee Sungmin calmly assessed that the Bloody Granny was another Supreme Master. Amidst the tension, Rubia cheerfully announced that she had finished analyzing the dungeon's structure. Sungmin showed annoyance at being disturbed just as he was preparing to fight, but Rubia excitedly offered to show him the map. A 3-dimensional map of the dungeon appeared before Sungmin. Rubia explained the colored dots on the map. Blue was Sungmin, yellow was allies, and red was monsters. Sungmin brushed aside the explanation, his mind focused solely on fighting. He suddenly noticed 3 yellow dots moving very quickly and wondered if they were engaged in combat. Sungmin's gaze sharpened as he focused on the new information. He realized his allies were just beyond the wall, and a worry arose. What if one of them is Sogo? He thought of the worst-case scenario, that Baek Sogo was fighting the enemy alone. Sungmin turned to ask Rubia if he could break through this wall, and was told it wouldn't be easy. At the same time, Chigyol, the Bloody Granny, and Grismo all flinched as they sensed a colossal surge of energy. Chigyol exclaimed in astonishment that an immense amount of internal energy was gathering behind them. Grismo realized the Ghost Spear was preparing a massive attack, and decided to buy him time. Lee Sungmin realized that material blade energy alone wouldn't be enough. He needed to exert even more power. Red and purple energy swirled, converging at the tip of his spear. All the power was compressed into a dazzling orb of light, ready to explode. From inside the armor, Hyeoju secretly thought that this was a technique far beyond Sungmin's current level. Lee Sungmin recalled having tried this technique in the domain of the God of Time. The purple energy flared violently, signaling that the attack was complete. Grismo shouted excitedly, announcing that everything was ready. Lee Sungmin shot forward like an orb of energy, leaping over the stunned Bloody Granny's head. With determined eyes, he streaked through the air, aiming for the target behind the enemies. The Bloody Granny was pushed back by the air current from his terrifying speed. The stone wall behind Weiji Hoyon's subordinates began to crack. They watched in confusion as the wall crumbled to pieces, not understanding what was happening. On the other side, Baek Sogo, who was injured, looked up in surprise. Meringue, the Iron Fist, and the Lone Ghost Sword were pressing her, calling her senior sister Sogo. Lee Sungmin landed directly in front of Baek Sogo, shielding her with his body. Recognizing her savior, Baek Sogo blushed and said it had been a long time. He stood firm, protecting his senior sister who was kneeling on the ground in confusion. The Lone Ghost Sword suspiciously asked who the stranger was, as he didn't know of any spear users in the Martial Alliance. Baek Sogo exclaimed, "Junior brother Sungmin," in surprise and asked why he was there. Lee Sungmin calmly replied that he had come to help, simultaneously holding out the elixir. Lee Sungmin recalled the great recovery pill he received from Abbot Bull Young, which he had never dared to use. But he decided this was no time to be stingy, and bit into the elixir he had just received. A purple energy burst from his chest as he absorbed the power. The Lone Ghost Sword frowned as he observed the scene. Lee Sungmin realized that half the pill was enough to replenish his energy, and thanks to Frescan's heart, he wasn't overloaded. The lone ghost sword ordered Marang to deal with Baek Sogo, while he would handle Lee Sungmin. Lee Sungmin immediately stepped in front of Baek Sogo in a protective stance. Hoyeon's two powerful subordinates charged forward simultaneously. Lee Sungmin easily blocked the lone ghost sword's sword strike with his spear. The clash between their weapons created a powerful shockwave. Baek Sogo was utterly astonished, wondering how her junior brother had become so strong in just 1 year. After the clash, the two fighters stood facing each other. The lone ghost sword thought to himself that Lee Sungmin was very strange. He felt weaker, yet was difficult to deal with. He particularly noticed that the young man's eyes looked as if they had gone through many years, like someone who had been rejuvenated. Lee Sungmin took a step forward, initiating his attack. He lightly leaped over his opponent's horizontal slash. Mid-air, Lee Sungmin swung his spear down to counter. Their weapons clashed once more in a blinding flash of light. Lee Sungmin maintained a calm expression, unfazed by the exchange. Their weapons clashed once more in a blinding flash of light. The lone ghost sword roared, his injured eye glowing with fighting spirit. He swung his sword, creating deadly arcs of light that surrounded Lee Sungmin. Lee Sungmin calmly gripped his weapon, ready to retaliate. He skillfully deflected each attack with ease. Witnessing this, the lone ghost sword burst into a mad laugh. Lee Sungmin then unleashed the third technique of the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear. The spear technique, named Serpent's Coil Soul Chase, created unpredictable, winding purple energy streams. The lone ghost sword exclaimed in surprise, completely unable to predict the attack's trajectory. A purple energy stream struck, throwing the swordsman off balance. He stumbled back, disbelieving what had just happened. He muttered, wondering how the spear could have suddenly appeared from below. But instead of fear, he burst into laughter, thrilled by the intense battle. He thought to himself that this young opponent's martial arts skill was no different from that of an old master. While he wanted to enjoy the fight, he knew he had to end it quickly, because Sungmin's spear techniques were too unpredictable, and Iron Fist was losing. He told himself he had to defeat the boy quickly and return to his master. But the lone ghost sword didn't know that the boy before him was the close friend of the little heavenly demon whom he revered so much. He also didn't know that she herself had modified the spear technique he had just praised. And above all, it seemed as if the little heavenly demon herself was guiding that spear to pierce directly towards him. An entity resembling Weiji Hoyon, but with brown hair and scars on her face, looked forward. He had no idea that he would die at the hands of his own master. The lone ghost sword breathed his last in utter confusion. His corpse fell to the barren ground. Witnessing this, Marang the Iron Fist roared in horror. Little heavenly demon. He angrily questioned why she had killed the lone ghost sword. Marang shouted that even if she didn't value them, they had always considered her their master, and wished to see her conquer the world. They only wished to reign under the banner of the demonic cult. So why did you do it? He asked desperately, looking down at the body of his loyal comrade. The entity merely responded with cold silence. Receiving no answer, Marang growled in rage. Fine. He charged forward, roaring, Die, Weiji Hoyon, little heavenly demon. But the Weiji Hoyon they encountered was merely a doppelganger, a fact neither of them knew. And so, the two followers of the demonic cult died screaming meaningless curses. Returning to the present, Lee Sungmin turned to speak to Baek Sogo. He pleaded, Senior Sister Sogo, please run. Leaving her stunned, Sungmin reassured her that this was not a sacrifice, but a plan for her to find Chigyeol and the Mountain Crusher through the escape route he had created. He emphasized that she had to bring them back, as it was the only way they would have a chance to win. As Baek Sogo protested worriedly, Sungmin interrupted. You're faster than me. Lee Sungmin smiled and told Baek Sogo that he was counting on her. Baek Sogo cried out in protest, unwilling to abandon her comrade. She fell silent, her face showing clear internal struggle. Lee Sungmin threw her the elixir he had just picked up. After catching it, Baek Sogo looked at him with a determined gaze and instructed, Don't die. I won't die, Lee Sungmin quietly promised. He suddenly recalled his previous life, when Weiji Hoyon was the only one who survived and walked out of the dungeon, questioned by the angry crowd. At that time, she only replied coldly that everyone else had died. That answer led everyone to believe she was the one who committed the massacre. But now Lee Sungmin realized the truth. The one who caused the massacre that year was most likely her doppelganger. He analyzed that the ribbon the enemy wrapped around itself was a treasure that could stretch and attack with terrifying speed. Lee Sungmin wondered if, with his current level, he could withstand its attacks. The doppelganger began to act. One of its scaled dragon tentacles slithered forward. The gigantic tentacle whipped down hard toward Lee Sungmin. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into his spear to prepare to block the blow. Sungmin's weapon collided with the tentacle in a deafening metallic clang. He managed to block the attack, but the shockwave made his arm ache as if it would break. The doppelganger continued its fierce assault, giving him no moment of rest. Lee Sungmin desperately calculated that he had to hold out for at least 5 minutes until Baek Sogo brought reinforcements. The doppelganger mocked him, suggesting that reinforcements wouldn't change anything. It swung the silk ribbon, brutally knocking Lee Sungmin away. Severely injured, Lee Sungmin coughed up blood, but his will to survive flared up fiercely. He thought of the promises he made to everyone and desperately sought a way to survive. Lee Sungmin resolved to withstand its attacks and fight until the end. With iron resolve, he had to defeat this enemy. He told himself that although his body was weak, his spirit was not, and began recalling the 2,100 years of cultivation in the domain of the mind. Lee Sungmin roared, summoning everything he had comprehended during that time. He recalled Weiji Hoyun's teaching about utilizing the opponent's strength when unable to block a direct blow. The doppelganger swung its weapon to attack once more. This time, Lee Sungmin blocked the attack with his blazing spear. Utilizing the repulsive force, he launched himself into the air, preparing for a counterattack. A fierce energy explosion occurred when his attack hit the ground. Lee Sungmin stood firm, the spear in his hand still radiating purple energy. He exerted his strength, creating a gigantic blade of energy at the tip of his spear. Lee Sungmin charged forward, unleashing his strongest attack. Just then, Hyoju spoke from inside the armor, asking if the boy had realized anything yet. Hyoju analyzed that the bitch wasn't using any techniques at all, only swinging the silk ribbon using internal energy and extraordinary skill. Lee Sungmin was stunned to realize that if the doppelganger only copied actions, it meant the real Weiji Hoyun truly didn't need to use martial arts. The doppelganger's hand twitched, a sign that it had changed. Hyoju explained that this usually meant it no longer looked down on its opponent. From inside the armor, Hyoju sneered, congratulating Lee Sungmin for finally being considered a worthy opponent after being toyed with. Lee Sungmin, remembering Baek Sogo and the others, solidified his resolve. He realized with horror that Weiji Hoyun was truly a monster. In another corner of the dungeon, Chigyo lay slumped on the ground, muttering that he had warned them. Baek Sogo, injured, desperately screamed that they had to go save her senior brother. She turned to Grismo, yelling that they had no time to waste. Just as Baek Sogo was about to rush off alone, Chigyo suddenly appeared behind her and struck her pressure point. Baek Sogo's vision blurred as she gradually lost consciousness. Grismo stared in astonishment as Chigyo caught the unconscious Baek Sogo, asking what he had done. Chigyo explained that he had knocked her out, because Baek Sogo's plan would only lead all of them to death. He admitted they had underestimated the opponent and wasted strength fighting the bloody granny, concluding that they needed 5 times their current strength to defeat the little heavenly demon. Grismo, with a fleeting image of Baek Sogo in his mind, reluctantly agreed that they had to leave immediately. When Grismo wondered about the escape route, Chigyo revealed that he had found an escape scroll among the bloody granny's belongings. Grismo, now carrying Baek Sogo, thanked Chigyo for making a difficult decision. Chigyo held the unconscious Baek Sogo, preparing to use the scroll. He silently looked at the exit created by the scroll. With a silent apology, a blinding flash of light enveloped them. Lee Sungmin was thrown back by a powerful attack. He coughed up blood, his body covered in injuries after the impact. From inside the armor, Hyoju roared, "Pull yourself together. It's not slowing down." Weiji Hoyun's doppelganger rushed forward at terrifying speed. Hyoju shouted warnings as the opponent unleashed a barrage of attacks from all sides. Despite the guidance, Sungmin was still hit in the face by a devastating punch. He staggered, completely unable to keep up with the opponent's speed, causing Hyoju to scream in frustration. "Shut up," Sungmin roared, but Hyoju retorted, "Then try harder. You're destroying my home." It continued to curse, revealing that it had blocked the last blow and feared it would rot away permanently if Sungmin died. Hyoju tried to discourage him, reminding him that Baek Sogo had been gone for a long time and wouldn't return. "I know," Sungmin calmly replied, prompting Hyoju to ask if he resented her for betraying him. It emphasized that Sungmin was dying in place of Baek Sogo, the person he had risked his life entering the dungeon to save. "It doesn't matter," Sungmin asserted, surprising Hyoju. He affirmed his unwavering belief that his senior sister would never betray him and that he had decided to stop worrying about it. With a resolute smile, Sungmin confessed that he owed her his life from Mount Misha. His sincere confession caused Hyoju to fall silent in contemplation. Suddenly, Hyoju burst out laughing, much to Sungmin's surprise. "Kid, I like that," it said. "Fine. Since I can't let you die." A demonic grin appeared in his mind. "Let me lend you a hand." A powerful surge of dark energy suddenly erupted from Sungmin's body, astonishing him. Lee Sungmin panicked, asking what Hyoju was doing, but it only replied to be quiet and accept the help. Hyoju declared that it would show him the true power of chaos. Weiji Hoyon's doppelganger stood still, intently observing the sudden change. Hyoju explained that gathering energy was easy with a host, encouraging Sungmin to use it freely. A massive surge of demonic power exploded from Lee Sungmin's body. He was astonished by the phenomenon, and Hyoju confirmed it was a portion of its demonic power, knowing that Sungmin's heart could withstand it. Sungmin realized his wounds were healing, his broken arm was mending itself, and a tremendous power was rising within him. Inheriting the arrogance and curiosity of the original, the doppelganger merely stood still and observed Lee Sungmin. Finally, it decided that Sungmin was a worthy opponent and unleashed its full power. Lee Sungmin braced himself to endure the massive energy flow, feeling as if his meridians were about to burst. Hyoju urged him to hold on because the opponent was charging. With the new power, Sungmin successfully blocked the doppelganger's direct attack for the first time. Although he parried the blow, he knew that defense alone would not be enough. Hyoju suggested taking control of his body to end the fight, but Sungmin angrily refused, determined to fight on his own. He only requested that Hyoju supply the energy, even though it scoffed that he wouldn't be able to control it. Based on the experience he had attained in that realm of his mind, Sungmin believed that if he could reproduce that achievement, he could easily defeat the doppelganger. He even believed he could defeat the real Weiji Hoyon, and with that conviction, he roared, demanding the full extent of the power. Dark energy began to violently converge on the tip of his spear. Chaotic red and purple demonic power swirled around the weapon, ready to be unleashed. Lee Sungmin raised his head, facing the doppelganger, diving down from above. Weiji Hoyon's doppelganger widened its eyes in surprise at the opponent's new surge of power. Lee Sungmin brought down a massive column of energy from above, tearing the ground apart. The ground shattered, engulfing the doppelganger in thick smoke and dust. However, it landed lightly amidst the rubble, completely unharmed. A series of fierce pink energy explosions continuously rained down on its position. Lee Sungmin gathered his strength, shouting the name of the technique: 9 Heavens Extreme Spear, 4th form. 9 Dragons Kill. 9 roaring energy dragons surged forward. The destructive attack created a terrifying explosion upon impact. Lee Sungmin stood firm after the attack, preparing for whatever came next. From within the smoke, the doppelganger swung its arm, which had transformed into a red-scaled dragon limb, counterattacking with a burst of energy. The powerful counterattack engulfed Lee Sungmin in a blazing red light. He focused all his strength into the spear tip, thinking that this was the strongest attack he could unleash. With Hyoju's help, he was ready to pour out all his strength for the final move. 9 Heavens Extreme Spear, 6th form. Lee Sungmin shot forth like an arrow. He gritted his teeth, compressing an unimaginable amount of energy into the spearhead. Void Path. A destructive beam of light was fired. Facing the attack, the doppelganger calmly created 2 energy circles for defense. It stood still, its cold gaze watching Lee Sungmin's technique rush toward it. The 2 streams of power collided, causing a blinding explosion. After the attack, Lee Sungmin knelt, panting from exhaustion. After the destructive attack, Lee Sungmin stood amidst the residual energy as Weiji Hoyon's doppelganger completely vanished. He gritted his teeth in endurance, sweat pouring off him as if he had bathed, due to extreme exhaustion. Viewed from behind, his body slumped forward, completely drained of strength. A painful scream escaped him as his body trembled under the aftershocks of the demonic power. In his hazy mind, Weiji Hoyon's image appeared, reminding him of their 9-year promise and the thousands of years of cultivation. He thought to himself that throughout that time, he had never stopped thinking about her. Kneeling on the ground, he wondered if he had become even slightly stronger. From inside the armor, Hyoju mocked his sentimentality for using borrowed power. However, she secretly admitted that Sungmin had wielded her energy with the skill of someone far stronger. Finding the boy interesting, Hyoju suddenly warned him to prepare himself. She explained that retrieving the demonic power would cause a violent backlash that could kill him, but Sungmin calmly replied that he was used to pain. Amused by his confidence, Hyoju began the retrieval process, causing a stream of blazing red energy to envelop Sungmin. Horrible pain struck, causing his face to contort in terror. The demonic eye on his chest armor vibrated violently, sucking the energy back in. Sungmin's body felt like it was shattering under the pressure of the stripped energy source. He screamed in agony as the blazing red energy spewed from his mouth. Witnessing the scene, Rubia cried out anxiously from her hiding spot. After Sungmin collapsed, she rushed to shake him awake, and he weakly called her name. He asked how long he had been unconscious, and Rubia replied that he had been writhing in pain for an hour. She sadly said that she had even used the elixir Bake Sogo left behind, but it hadn't helped either. Lee Sungmin woke up in pain, wondering why he was so pathetic even after using the elixir, but then realized that without it, he would have died. He let out a bitter laugh, thinking that he once again owed Baek Sogo his life. Hyoju scoffed, asking how he felt, and Lee Sung-min replied that he felt like he was dying, with his entire body in chaos. He tried to force himself up, despite Rubia's pleas that he shouldn't move yet. Rubia anxiously asked where he was going, while his body was still trembling from the pain. His legs were unsteady and staggering. Lee Sung-min noticed the remnants of the bloody granny's presence, and Hyeoju confirmed that the others had used an escape scroll. He sensed the residual mana of a teleportation spell. He deduced that the 3 people who teleported were Baek Sogo and the others. Breathing a sigh of relief, he told himself that his goal was complete now that Baek Sogo was safe, then turned away despite Rubia's confusion. He looked at the dungeon map and resolutely moved forward. The map clearly showed the boss's location, and Lee Sung-min affirmed that he had to keep moving forward. He suddenly stumbled, and Weiji Hoyeon's image flashed in his mind. He wondered how strong Weiji Hoyeon had become over the past 9 years. He continued to mutter about how her voice, gait, and presence had changed. Then he collapsed, coughing violently, wondering if she thought about him as much as he thought about her. Lee Sung-min looked up, bitterly concluding that probably not. He whispered that he had spent every moment of the 9 years plus 2,100 years trying to reach her, staking his entire life on the words of a 13-year-old girl. He walked with determination, wanting to show her how hard he had tried, and wanting the whole world to know she was the reason he became strong. Lee Sung-min leaned against the rock face, telling himself that he was almost there. With burning resolve, Lee Sung-min told himself he would show her. His eyes immediately reflected an overwhelming sight. A dazzling and perfect light filled his vision. Mid-air, Weiji Hoyeon moved with deadly grace. He whispered that the sight was beautiful, and his desire to show off his growth instantly shattered. Every one of her movements was flawless, surpassing anything he had imagined throughout his cultivation. He realized the doppelganger could never copy her, and this was the person who had always been his goal. This was the real Weiji Hoyeon. Her presence dominated the space. After defeating the monster, she calmly remarked that it was probably the dungeon boss. She admitted it was extremely powerful, and perhaps she wouldn't have been able to defeat it before. Weiji Hoyeon turned around, smiling as she said she had also encountered a monster that looked like him and could use the 9 Heavens Extreme Spear. She commented that it was quite an interesting opponent. Looking down at the exhausted Lee Sung-min, she acknowledged that he had become stronger. He humbly replied, fearing that the praise would make him complacent and stop trying, which made her laugh because he finally answered. Lee Sung-min awkwardly explained that he didn't know what to say, then suddenly asked how long someone intended to hide behind the wall. He turned back and admitted to Weiji Hoyeon that he still didn't think he was ready to meet her. Weiji Hoyeon seemed amused by his reaction. She changed the subject, asking who his doppelganger was, and Lee Sung-min confirmed that it was her. Weiji Hoyeon teased that the fact he was alive meant he had defeated her, but he humbly replied that he couldn't have done it alone. Weiji Hoyeon smiled, congratulating Lee Sung-min on achieving his dream. He awkwardly recalled his passionate declaration from years ago, hastily suggesting they not mention it again. Despite the distance between them, both smiled, sharing a tacit understanding. Weiji Hoyeon mused that 9 years had passed, and that time meant a great deal to her. Lee Sung-min agreed, but also admitted that he had suffered greatly. She leaned back, silently pondering his words. Weiji Hoyeon suddenly asked if he wanted to join her, then explained that she hated the expectations others placed upon her. She revealed that the feeling of being scrutinized had followed her since before she was summoned, like a constant burden. But, she began, her tone shifting. I wouldn't feel bad if the one watching me was you, she confessed, stunning Lee Sung-min. He bowed his head, heavily offering an apology. When she asked if he hated the idea of accompanying her, Sung-min quickly denied it. He explained that if he joined now, he would forever walk in her shadow, whereas what he wanted was to become her equal. Weiji Hoyeon pointed out that he was already much stronger than she had expected, but Sung-min insisted it was still not enough. She remarked knowingly that he was truly an ambitious person. Weiji Hoyeon calculated that they still had 1 year left on their promise. Lee Sung-min resolutely declared that in 1 year, he would become strong enough for them to be equals and would find her again. She playfully asked if he would agree to join her then, causing Sung-min to become flustered once more. Weiji Hoyeon burst into hearty laughter at his reaction. Finally, she agreed not to be selfish anymore, stood up, and prepared to say her final words. Sung-min confidently told Weiji Hoyeon, I have set you as my goal, so in the next year, I will become much stronger. Hearing this, Weiji Hoyeon smiled proudly, thinking to herself that he had changed so much. Both turned their backs, preparing for their temporary separation. They jointly promised to meet again in 1 year at the designated place. Lee Sungmin and Weiji Hoyeon exchanged one last look filled with determination. As she walked away, Weiji Hoyeon struggled internally, admitting that she only wanted to force him to come along but was afraid of being hated. She watched Sungmin's retreating back, looking forward to the day they could sit down and tell each other everything. Suddenly, she remembered something important she had forgotten to tell him. Weiji Hoyeon simply smiled gently at her own thoughts. At the same time, outside the dungeon, a desperate scream echoed throughout the forest. Baek Sogo collapsed in despair, yelling, "Why did you bring me out? Senior brother Sungmin took my place." Grisma was astonished by her reaction, while Chigeol explained that they had no other choice. Angrily, Baek Sogo grabbed Chigeol, questioning him about the fairness and justice that the martial alliance always preached. As Chigeol tried to calm her, she coldly turned away and declared, "I am leaving the martial alliance." To Chigeol's shock, she added, "Don't look for me again." Baek Sogo threw back a look of contempt and said, "You are truly disgusting." Chigeol stood frozen, watching her figure disappear into the night. With tears welling up, Baek Sogo whispered an apology to Sungmin. She realized what she needed most right now. With surging resolve, Baek Sogo clenched her fists, and a powerful aura erupted as she determined to gain more strength. In this world, there are people like the diligent dark elf blacksmith, or the young female mage who is frustratedly researching magic. There are ascetic monks training hard, where the strong confront the seasoned veterans. And there are strange relationships, like a girl and her bizarre pet creature. A mysterious person sat in contemplation amidst the sacred forest, where spirits of light fluttered. In that person's hand was a wooden mask carved with strange shapes. The narration sounded, explaining that humans live by rules and morals to maintain order. But there are those who cross that boundary, creatures who suck the blood of their own kind. There are those who defy death itself, continuing to exist in a defiled life. There are those who have discarded the honor and beliefs they should have upheld. There are those dominated by savage instincts, roaring madly under the moonlight. And there are creatures who were never human to begin with. They are those who stand on the boundary. And a young man with glowing red eyes also belongs there. The young man appeared in a strange space, clad in pitch-black attire. He looked around blankly, not recognizing where he was. "Where am I?" he confusedly asked himself in the endless space. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness, asking why he looked so pale. The young man turned around, startled to see a surge of purple energy coalescing and emitting a demonic laugh. He recognized the voice. That voice. Void Monarch? The entity immediately confirmed it. When he asked where this was, the Void Monarch replied, "In your dream." The Void Monarch explained that after lending his power, their spiritual worlds connected, allowing him to infiltrate the young man's dreams. Meanwhile, in reality, the young man's body was suffering a fierce backlash, but the Void Monarch reassured him that he would not die. The young man sighed in relief, glad that this was not another illusion, as all his memories following the trial had been illusory. He asked the purple energy entity if this was its original form, but it merely laughed and said this was the form it felt comfortable in. The Void Monarch then offered to show him its true form. The young man silently watched as the energy entity began to transform. From within the mass of purple energy, a massive demonic figure gradually emerged. The entity revealed its true form as a gigantic great demon with purple skin, proudly declaring that this was its original appearance. The young man remarked that the Void Monarch looked more human than he expected, and the demon replied that demons were inherently human-like creatures. The Void Monarch expressed joy at having a body after such a long time, while the young man tiredly asked why it was here. He declared that he had a few questions he wanted to ask. The scene flashed back to the young man's initial question. "What the hell are you exactly?" The Void Monarch began to question him in return, stating that the power it granted was not something someone like him should be able to handle. It asked in astonishment how he could use that power so proficiently, as if it were inherently his. The young man refused to answer, causing the Void Monarch to mock him as weak and ungrateful, since he would have died without it. The demon revealed that upon connecting, it had sensed his weak emotions like longing and guilt. It continued, saying that he also possessed a mental barrier strong enough to resist its domination, and repeated the question about his true nature. The young man was cornered, hesitating before attempting to answer. But before he could speak, the Void Monarch interrupted, indicating that it had figured things out. It revealed that it knew he was a returnee, and was even more astonished to learn he had received training from both the gods Miche and Danir. The Void Monarch sneered, saying it now understood the mystery behind the young man's mental barrier and extraordinary power. The young man, unable to believe he had trained for 2,100 years in the mental world, asserted his seniority and demanded respect. But the Void Monarch laughed loudly, mocking that to him, the young man was still just a child, and would never be stronger than it. The young man explained that his current body could not contain all that immense experience and training. The Void Monarch continued to mock, suggesting that even taking that into account, his talent was still laughable. It declared that this was the limit of a human being, causing the young man to ask in astonishment, "What?" The demonic entity made a terrifying offer. "Become a demon." The young man was completely stunned by the proposal. The Void Monarch explained that its demonic energy had permeated his body, and his heart was already that of a monster. It continued to tempt him, saying that with such a core, he would become a truly fascinating demon. When it suggested that this would help him become stronger than the woman he was infatuated with, her silhouette appeared behind the young man. Those words struck a deep chord, causing tears to stream down his cheeks. The Void Monarch's demonic power seemed to be stirring his mind. Nevertheless, the young man firmly refused, and the Void Monarch indifferently stated that it was merely offering a choice. Before disappearing, it warned him not to forget the inhuman energy within him, as he stood on a fragile boundary. Waking up from the dream, the young man recalled a past instruction: go north. That was the prophecy of the monk Bull-Young, that 5 years later, in a place where the snow never melts, he would meet an important person. Now, he understood why he had to head toward the great northern city, Travia, but Rubia was angrily complaining, unable to understand why they had to live out in the cold for 3 months. The young man calmly reassured her while eating dried rations that they were almost there. Hihoju, from inside the gauntlet, teased Rubia that instead of wasting food, she should become an item, causing her to angrily retort at the bodiless loser. Lee Sungmin calmly ate his dried rations, ignoring the argument between his two companions. He recalled the events that had transpired since that day. 3 months had passed since he and Weiji Hoyon parted ways in the dungeon. After escaping, he had paid a heavy price for borrowing the Void Monarch's power, and only upon recovering did they begin heading north according to Abbot Bull-Young's prophecy. Their destination was the great northern metropolis of Travia, and after 3 long months, they were almost there. According to information from Neville, Travia was once ruled by the Blood Heavenly Demon, Baek Wuseon. But after the Blood Heavenly Demon was defeated and lost an arm to the Little Heavenly Demon, Weiji Hoyon, order collapsed, and the place became a chaotic land overrun with monsters and demons. Rubia explained that Travia was inherently a land of demons, heretical factions, and non-humans, and confessed that she really did not want to go there. Lee Sungmin wondered about the word non-human, and Rubia said that Travia had always been called the domain of demons and non-humans. He explained that it was a term referring to human-like monsters, such as demons, liches, vampires, and werewolves. Rubia seemed to have realized something, but was still confused. Suddenly, Lee Sungmin warned that he had smelled the dogs for a while now. A savage growl echoed from the dark forest. He stood up and smiled, suggesting it was proof they were nearing their destination, while Rubia flinched in fear. It had been a long time since he had exercised, as a pack of lycanthropes rushed out from the darkness. Lee Sungmin swung his spear, declaring it was time for a little exercise as purple energy erupted around him. He faced a gigantic white-furred werewolf, charging directly at him. Rubia screamed a warning that lycanthropes grow stronger at night, and ordinary weapons cannot harm them. Lee Sungmin calmly pondered the warning, wondering about the definition of ordinary weapon. In a flashback, the dark elf blacksmith Seljarus exclaimed in astonishment upon realizing that the crystal Lee Sungmin brought was Orihalcon. Seljarus couldn't believe her eyes, questioning Lee Sungmin about the origin of this legendary metal block of unbelievable size and purity. Lee Sungmin recalled that it appeared after he defeated Weiji Hoyon's doppelganger, but simply replied that he found it in a dungeon. He declared that he wanted to use it to forge a spear, and Seljarus commented that with such a large block of Orihalcon, there would definitely be leftovers. Lee Sungmin suggested using the remainder as payment, causing Seljarus to scream in shock and ask if he was insane. She explained that merely working with Orihalcon was an honor, its value enough to buy several castles, yet Sungmin was asking her to use it to reinforce his enchanted armor. Returning to the present, Lee Sungmin swung his new Orihalcon inlaid spear, charging into the middle of the lycanthrope pack. He swiftly pierced a lycanthrope's skull with a precise strike. Immediately after, he used the butt of his spear to smash the head of another charging lycanthrope. With a skillful spin, Lee Sungmin easily took down 2 enemies simultaneously. He continued moving, slashing the back of a lycanthrope attempting to flee. He finished the attack by slamming the purple energy-enhanced butt of his spear into a werewolf's jaw. After the battle, Lee Sungmin stood calmly in the middle of the battlefield, blood smeared on his cheek. He gazed thoughtfully at the fallen enemies, with only one survivor remaining. He wiped the blood from his face and asked the remaining lycanthrope why they had attacked him. The lycanthrope roared defiantly, threatening that he wouldn't leave alive. Lee Sungmin irritably retorted that they were the ones who attacked first, and the lycanthrope explained it was because he had caused chaos in the Phantom Wolf Sect's territory. He scoffed at the name Phantom Wolf Sect and asked for the exact location of their territory. From behind the bushes, Rubia was startled to hear the lycanthrope yell that the chaos Sungmin caused in the nearby village prevented them from collecting taxes. Lee Sungmin recalled the place it was where the innkeeper had drugged Rubia and tried to sell her into slavery, while Haehoju chuckled, remembering the scene. Lee Sungmin confronted the last lycanthrope. He angrily roared that they were the ones in the wrong. Sungmin grabbed the werewolf, offering to leave if they stopped attacking. The lycanthrope screamed furiously, refusing to endure this humiliation. It declared that the Phantom Wolf Sect never forgets a grudge, but its words were cut short by a flash attack. Lee Sungmin stood coldly, watching the body of the last werewolf collapse. From the gauntlet, Haehoju asked Sungmin what he was thinking, and he replied that he wasn't thinking at all. Sungmin contemptuously stated that there was no need to think when killing trash, and Haehoju agreed. Haehoju commented that they were too weak compared to Sungmin, who could easily kill dozens of them. Sungmin suspiciously asked what Haehoju was implying, and received a warning not to be too arrogant. Haehoju explained that the way Sungmin killed them looked like showing off power, an act reserved only for the invincible, like itself. When Rubia appeared, Haehoju muttered that they looked familiar, making Sungmin curious. Rubia explained that vampires and werewolves often serve a single master and create lower-level creatures. She illustrated that, in the case of werewolves, the lower-level creatures would resemble their master. Haehoju speculated that if their leader was the one it was thinking of, then that was someone Sungmin, in his current state, could never defeat, and advised him to stop acting recklessly. Sungmin flared up, retorting whether he should have just let Rubia be sold into slavery. Rubia burst into tears out of guilt, but Sungmin reassured her that the clash was inevitable once they entered their territory. Haehoju gently stated that it was merely giving a warning. It concluded with the advice that there is always someone stronger in this world, plunging Sungmin into contemplation. The Void Monarch's warning came true sooner than expected. Lee Sungmin mentally offered a sarcastic greeting, while Rubia fearfully hid behind him. From the gauntlet, Haehoju reacted with extreme horror toward the newcomer. A tall, muscular figure stood towering before Lee Sungmin and began to introduce himself. The man declared himself the leader of the Phantom Wolf Sect, stunning Lee Sungmin. That person was Ju-won, the Crazy Wolf, leader of the lycanthropes. Lee Sungmin broke out in a cold sweat, sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from his opponent. Ju-won looked down at his dead subordinates and asked if all of them had been annihilated. Disappointed that his kin were so weak, he then turned to ask Lee Sungmin's identity. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure, and replied with his name. Ju-won muttered the familiar name, then suddenly recalled his alias, the Demon Spear. He commented that it was strange, as the Demon Spear was supposed to belong to the righteous faction, yet his aura was more akin to his own side. Ju-won dismissed the thought, his hand beginning to gather a surge of dark energy. He called out Lee Sungmin's alias, his eyes emitting a deadly purple light. With a surging wave of killing intent, Ju-won asked Lee Sungmin how he wished to die. Lee Sungmin was completely overwhelmed by that terrifying aura. Ju-won looked down with absolute confidence. Suddenly, a voice spoke from Lee Sungmin, sarcastically remarking that Ju-won was too old to be bullying weaker opponents. Ju-won looked up in shock, recognizing the familiar spiritual energy, and uttering the name Void Monarch. The Void Monarch, speaking through Lee Sungmin's body, confirmed this and asked Ju-won, noting that it had been 400 years since they last met. Ju-won laughed mockingly, saying he heard the Void Monarch died 400 years ago, and questioned why he was possessing this child's body. Speaking through Lee Sungmin, the Void Monarch admitted he didn't know what happened to his body, suggesting it was likely destroyed. Ju-won burst out laughing, mocking that the great Void Monarch was now far more pathetic than the last time they met. The Void Monarch retorted, saying that Ju-won had also changed, no longer the wild, crazy wolf he once was. The lycanthrope growled, declaring that everyone now called him Ju-won. Ju-won asked if the Void Monarch wanted him to just let Lee Sungmin go, and the entity affirmed it. Ju-won silently turned away, seemingly considering the request. He continued to mock the Void Monarch's weakness, which angered the entity, who declared he was ready to fight if Ju-won truly desired it. However, Ju-won laughed and refused to fight, saying he hadn't lost much just because a few subordinates had died. He declared he would let it slide this time, then turned and walked away. Before leaving completely, Ju-won asked if Lee Sungmin was heading to Travia, and the boy confirmed it. Ju-won looked back, warning him to be more careful when he arrived there. He threw back one final threat, that the others would not be as merciful as him. After Ju-won left, Lee Sungmin stood alone in the snowy forest. The Void Monarch's aura had also vanished. He wondered if he would have lost the fight, and Heoju, speaking from the gauntlet, asserted that he definitely would have. Heoju explained that Ju-Won was a monster who had honed his skills over centuries, one of the strongest among the non-humans. Heoju grabbed Sungmin's collar, yelling that because of his weakness, the Void Monarch had been forced to humble himself and beg. Still furious, Heoju gnashed his teeth in resentment at Ju-Won's arrogance and wished he could reclaim his body. Lee Sungmin mused, realizing that even though he had reached the peak of martial arts, the road ahead was still very long. This world was truly vast, and Lee Sungmin savored the realization, feeling excited about the longer journey awaiting him. Ju-Won stopped walking, leaving behind an ambiguous remark. He warned that the others would not be as merciful as him, making Lee Sungmin wonder inwardly. Lee Sungmin was confused, not understanding who the others Ju-Won referred to were. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mysterious white-haired dark elf emerged from the shadows. He looked at the pulsating red mass of flesh on his staff. The dark elf reported to his superiors that he had encountered the Void Monarch. He stood before a group of powerful entities and began his narration. One leader expressed doubt, but the dark elf explained that although the Void Monarch had lost his body, his soul remained intact. He touched his temple, preparing to transmit the images he had witnessed. The memory revealed that the Void Monarch had survived the conquest 400 years ago and had possessed Lee Sungmin. The dark elf confirmed that the human was the demon spear, currently possessed by the Void Monarch. A horned demon asked the succubus Yahello if that was the one who killed her toy, and she confirmed it. Yahello smiled maliciously, saying that even though he wasn't her favorite toy, having him destroyed still annoyed her. She observed the image of Lee Sungmin with amusement. The dark elf commented that Sungmin gave off the feeling of a non-human, and he had spared the boy's life because of the Void Monarch's presence. Elsewhere, a red-haired female vampire was also watching, and was delighted to learn that Lee Sungmin was heading toward Travia. The dark elf warned Yahello not to act rashly, but she merely laughed and dismissed him. He concluded his report and bid them farewell. The dark elf turned and left, abandoning the leaders of the Predators organization in the shadows. At the same time, a mysterious lich entity with skeletal hands was also watching Sungmin and declared that he had finally found him. Lee Sungmin sat deep in thought, the image of the mysterious lich appearing in his mind as a heart thief. In another scene, a scarred man was reading an important document about the main powers in Travia. The mysterious young man who had previously met Sungmin was also reviewing a report. On the page was the symbol of an organization named Predators. The report revealed that Predators was an ancient organization composed of non-humans like vampires, werewolves, and leeches, symbolized by an inverted pentagram. Especially dangerous were their 5 leaders, known as the Black Stars, whose power was immeasurable. Sungmin suddenly realized that the others Ju-Won mentioned were the Predators, and Heoju confirmed they had once tried to recruit him too. The document clearly stated that among the 5 Black Stars, the crazy wolf Ju-Won was one of them. Sungmin paled upon learning that there were 4 other individuals as strong as Ju-Won. Heoju warned that those individuals had lived for centuries, and Sungmin's escape from Ju-Won was pure luck. He started lecturing again, warning Sungmin that he would regret it if he didn't have enough power when needed. Sungmin snapped angrily, accusing Heoju of trying to tempt him into becoming a demon again, which Heoju quickly denied. He firmly refused, recalling the image of Dok Bijun, a man he respected who had fallen down that path. To honor that man, Sungmin asserted that he must not lose himself, but Heoju argued that his struggle was meaningless. Heoju wondered what the point of retaining one's identity was if one had to forego the power necessary for survival. Sungmin brushed him off, shouting that he could become strong enough without becoming a demon. Heoju merely issued a warning, while Sungmin secretly thought he was lucky that Ju-Won had left quietly this time. In Travia, a blood-stained hand was pouring liquor from a gourd. A mysterious red-haired woman looked down at the desolate scene, where Baek Wuxian sat dazed amidst countless corpses. She approached, mocking Baek Wuxian that those who once praised him had turned to devour him the moment he showed weakness. Baek Wuxian, despite admiring his enemy's strength, still growled, telling the mysterious woman to leave. The red and purple-haired woman stood towering over Baek Wuxian, radiating an overwhelming aura. She mocked his pathetic state, then condescendingly lifted Baek Wuxian's chin. Immediately after, a thunderous slap was delivered, showing absolute contempt. Despite the pain, Baek Wuxian gasped, repeating his warning, calling her a vampire and demanding she vanish. The woman revealed her fangs and pointed ears, amused by his assertion that he would not yield. With his last shred of pride, Baek Wuxian roared his title, the Blood Heavenly Demon, the one who once ruled Travia. She responded by biting hard into his arm, making Baek Wuxian scream in agony. She wondered why proud warriors like him always made her heart flutter. Introducing herself as Yahello, the vampire queen, she licked the blood from his hand and invited Baek Wuxian to become hers. Yahello made her first offer. His lost left arm would regrow the moment he became her servant. The temptation continued as she promised to grant him the power to defeat the little heavenly demon, stunning Baek Wuxian. He collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood in extreme agony over the enchanting proposal. However, a defiant smile spread across his lips, and Baek Wuxian grit his teeth and refused. The refusal did not anger Yahello. On the contrary, it made her moan in extreme excitement. Yahello secretly admired Baek Wuxian, a magnificent human even after being miserably defeated by a younger girl and falling into despair. She was captivated by his unyielding will, a man who still held on to his beliefs despite his honor and strength being trampled. Yahello leaned close to his ear, revealing that this was not her first visit, and each time, his resistance weakened slightly. The narration stated that the blood heavenly demon would soon yield, but that fact did not bring Yahello joy. Because that was her nature, she always lost interest in a toy the moment she fully possessed it. The narration recounted that once possession was complete, Yahello would seek another toy, a form of insane entertainment she had enjoyed for a very long time. A subordinate arrived to report, suggesting it was time to find a new toy for his mistress. Yahello turned to listen as the subordinate continued. The person announced that a stranger had just entered the city. Using her third eye, Yahello sensed the non-human energy emanating from a human, guessing this was the person Ju-won had mentioned. She frowned upon realizing that this was the one who had destroyed her old toy. Though she was already bored with it, she still felt a slight annoyance. Yahello recalled Ju-won's warning not to act rashly, but she brushed it aside, deciding she would go see the person immediately. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-min and Rubia arrived in Travia, and the first thing they saw was a walking corpse. The city landscape appeared, filled with undead creatures wandering everywhere. Lee Sung-min silently observed, sweat dripping down his temples. He exclaimed in surprise, and Rubia reiterated that this place had fallen into chaos after the blood heavenly demon was defeated. Nevertheless, Lee Sung-min couldn't help but shudder when he saw a pile of corpses stacked up in a dark corner. From the gauntlet, Haehoju warned that there were more than just corpses here. Haehoju explained that everyone around them was a non-human, from werewolves to vampires. Lee Sung-min realized the abnormality of this city, where non-humans no longer hid, but walked openly. Rubia worriedly asked if they could truly find the important person in a place like this, even though the prophecy pointed north. Lee Sung-min firmly replied that there was definitely an important person here. Just then, Yahello suddenly appeared and declared that person was herself. Her subordinate bowed and addressed Lee Sung-min by name. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Demon Spear." With a smug smile, the red-haired woman introduced herself as Yahello. Haehoju confirmed to Lee Sung-min that this was the crazy woman he had warned him about. Telepathically, Haehoju explained that unlike Ju-won, Yahello acted completely without logic. Haehoju had mistakenly thought that displaying his power before Ju-won would temporarily deter Yahello from acting. He issued a final warning, stressing that Lee Sung-min must stay away from Yahello at all costs. However, that warning instantly became meaningless when Yahello suddenly appeared right behind Lee Sung-min. Sung-min broke out in a cold sweat, horrified as he recalled Haehoju's faulty prediction. He cautiously asked her name again, and Yahello replied mischievously that Sung-min already knew who she was. Yahello guessed that the Void Monarch had told him about her existence. Lee Sung-min corrected her, saying he heard it from Ju-won, while gently pushing Yahello's hand away from the frightened Rubia. From the gauntlet, Haehoju spoke up, mocking Yahello for having fallen so miserably compared to her time as the nightmare of the South. Yahello sneered, calling Haehoju an arrogant little girl. Enraged, Haehoju decided he must teach the insolent one a lesson, unleashing a terrifying surge of demonic energy. However, Yahello merely laughed haughtily, completely unaffected. She challenged him, a mysterious symbol of power flashing in her eyes, as she asked if he truly wanted to teach her a lesson. Yahello accurately analyzed Haehoju's condition, pointing out that his soul was completely separated from his body. She questioned whether a soul past its prime like him had any chance of fighting her. Haehoju tried to save face, but Yahello dismissed him, stating that the outcome of the confrontation was already obvious. After extinguishing Haehoju's threat, Yahello abruptly shifted her attention to Rubia. She analyzed Rubia's nature, revealing that her beastkin body was merely an outer shell with no biological function. Yahello smiled maliciously, analyzing that Rubia was merely a living creature sustained by magic, a doll created to satisfy her creator. Stung by those words, Rubia screamed in horror, demanding that she stop. Yahello offered a mocking apology, while Lee Sung-min stepped forward to shield Rubia. Sung-min held the trembling Rubia, while Haeoju explained that Yahello was difficult to deal with because she possessed the discernment demonic eyes, one of the vampire queen's demonic eyes. This ability allowed her to see through to the very core of a person when looking into their eyes. Yahello then turned to Lee Sung-min and declared that it was time to examine him. However, when she tried to look inside him, all she saw was a hazy void. Yahello appeared confused by this unexpected result. She grabbed Lee Sung-min's face, forcing him to look straight at her, and muttered that this was strange. Yahello wondered in astonishment why she couldn't see anything inside him. Haeoju spoke up, explaining that she wouldn't be able to see through Sung-min with the discernment demonic eyes, as he was inherently an anomaly. Instead of getting angry, Yahello found this immensely amusing and whispered into Sung-min's ear. The young man sweated as Yahello's hand rested on his chest, completely overwhelmed by her unpredictability. Yahello stepped back, feigning an apology for revealing her less pleasant side. Suddenly, a crude non-human appeared. Recognizing Yahello as the murderous woman, the brute shoved Sung-min away and grabbed Yahello's shoulder, declaring that he was interested in her. Instantly, the non-human's head was crushed by an invisible force. Lee Sung-min stood frozen by the sudden and brutal spectacle that had just occurred. Amidst the deadly silence, Yahello coldly announced that she would resolve this quickly. Lee Sung-min looked at her, completely confused about what she was referring to. Yahello began explaining about someone called the Sword Demon. She recounted that she had taken him in several years ago, a tenacious man despite being steeped in despair. Although he was weak, she liked him precisely because of that diligence. She asked Lee Sung-min if he wanted her to pay the price for killing her toy, then immediately dismissed the thought. Yahello casually stated that all toys eventually break, and she didn't blame him for it. Sung-min confusedly asked what her purpose was, and she replied that it was very simple. She moved closer and got straight to the point, asking if he wanted to become a vampire. Yahello explained that the sword demon was merely a low-level vampire, but she would turn him into her direct subordinate. Faced with the tempting offer, Lee Sung-min bluntly replied, "No thank you." A delighted smile subtly formed on Yahello's fanged lips. Lee Sung-min gently pushed her away, sighing as he accepted this strange situation. Yahello smiled, admitting that she would have been disappointed if he had agreed immediately. She thought to herself that even though her demonic eyes couldn't see through him, she could still sense that his eyes had endured unimaginable pain. She wondered why those resilient eyes looked like they were about to shatter at any moment. Yahello gave a meaningful smile. She announced her departure, while Lee Sung-min inwardly remarked that she was interesting. Turning around, Yahello promised, "Demon Spear, I will see you again." Her final message echoed, hoping that he wouldn't yield too easily. Lee Sung-min was still bewildered, so Haeoju explained that Yahello was perversely attracted to him. Haeoju warned that she wouldn't stop and would make the offer again when he was at his most desperate. After Yahello left, Lee Sung-min stood in the pool of blood, quietly contemplating. He asked Haeoju about the vampire queen's terrifying strength. Haeoju revealed that she was only the second strongest person he had ever encountered, causing Sung-min to suddenly recall the strongest one. While Haeoju continued to tempt Sung-min, a mysterious crow observed them from afar. The crow with blazing red eyes was intently monitoring their every move. Its gaze was locked onto the target. Elsewhere, a mysterious individual cheered upon finding images of Sung-min and Rubia in a scrying orb, confirming they had entered the city. In the shadows, a girl was entrusted with a task, promised that they would rely on her. Ain's eyes widened, ready to act. At the same time, the blood-heavenly demon Baek Wuseon recalled a fateful battle from the past. He remembered being overwhelmed by two powerful enemies, including Zeon. A devastating punch knocked him down. A blonde swordsman fighting alongside Zeon witnessed the scene in horror. That person's desperate scream echoed in his memory. Baek Wuseon collapsed. The battle ended in defeat. He awoke from the nightmare, his eyes still etched with bitterness. He looked at his bloody hand, wondering how long he had been unconscious. Before his eyes was a city covered in white snow. It was Travia. Baek Wuseon clutched his head in pain, unable to recall why he had traveled so far north. Suddenly, he sensed a murderous aura and turned just as an attack rushed toward him. Elsewhere, a young swordsman was fiercely fighting a purple flower monster. A muscular, red-haired warrior observed from afar, wondering about the identity of the tentacled monster girl and the spear user. The monster redirected its attack toward the warrior. The man merely flashed a savage, wide grin. A few days after the encounter with Yahello, in the city of Travia, Kim Jong-hyun, wearing a hooded cloak, unexpectedly recognized an acquaintance. It was Lee Sung-min and Rubia, both equally stunned. Sung-min spoke first, and Kim Jong-hyun replied that they certainly had a knack for unexpected meetings. Sungmin apologized for suddenly disappearing after they had defeated the sword demon together. Kim Jong-hyun acted unconcerned and asked Sungmin what he was doing in this city. He replied mysteriously that he was just sightseeing. Sungmin retorted sarcastically, glancing at a corpse on the road, and saying that Travia certainly had many things to sightsee. He abruptly switched to a serious topic, asking if Kim Jong-hyun had heard of the Predator organization. Kim Jong-hyun smiled, confirming that Sungmin knew about them, the non-humans. He explained that the Predators are man-eating monsters in the human world, and they have begun to act. A few core members of the group possess top-tier power in area, enough to wipe out the Blood Heavenly Alliance. Kim Jong-hyun revealed that those individuals began operating openly in Travia after the Blood Heavenly Demon was defeated. After defeating the Blood Heavenly Demon, countless non-humans gathered here, declaring they would shatter world order, and the Predators are close to achieving their ideals. Sungmin worriedly asked what their true goal was, considering the strongest among them had been hiding for centuries. He realized that perhaps a new chapter of history was about to be written right here. Kim Jong-hyun gave a twisted smile, secretly wishing to witness the next development. Outside Travia, Rubia wondered if Lee Sungmin should accept Kim Jong-hyun's invitation, as he might be the important person they were searching for. Sungmin recalled Kim Jong-hyun's offer, but admitted that he felt extremely uneasy. He explained to Rubia that he had a feeling he would be dissected if he followed the prophecy and stayed with that person. Rubia asked if that was why they were back out in the wilderness, and Sungmin replied that no one said the important person had to be in the city. He sighed, noting that this city was far more dangerous than he had heard, and decided to explore a little more before returning. Suddenly, Sungmin's sixth sense screamed, signaling deadly danger approaching. A massive purple energy burst exploded. Sungmin lunged to shield Rubia and took the full force of the attack. Covered in blood but unharmed, Rubia looked around blankly, not understanding what had just happened. Injured, Sungmin gritted his teeth bitterly, having run into another crisis right after arriving. The attacker appeared amidst gruesome tentacles. It was Ain. She smiled maliciously and called out Lee Sungmin's name directly. Sungmin recognized the purple energy reflecting on his spearhead. It was that very power. Ain gathered a massive energy mass and declared that now, she could do that too. He realized in horror that his opponent had infinite mana and regeneration, unpredictable tentacle attacks, and now, enhanced energy. Hoju warned from the back, advising the boy not to start a reckless plan. Despite the dissuasion, Sungmin resolutely declared, "I will do it," and activated the Devnak armor. Clad in the dark armor, he faced Ain directly, who was in a frenzied state. Suddenly, Grismo descended from the sky, announcing he would join the fight. Lee Sungmin coughed violently inside his helmet, stunned, wondering who this man was who could suddenly strike down both him and Aine simultaneously. A muscular, blood-soaked hand clenched as a voice rang out. The stranger revealed himself with a maniacal grin, introducing himself as the berserk heavenly demon, Byok Wanpei. On the ground, Aine struggled to get up, her tentacles writhing in pain. Lee Sungmin recognized the newcomer's identity in horror, wondering why such a formidable figure had appeared here. Byok Wanpei looked down mockingly, blood smeared across his face as he spoke provocatively. He roared eagerly, declaring he wanted to join the fun, and charged forward. Ain was still struggling on the ground. A tentacle wrapped around her arm as she tried to stand. Supported by the tentacles, Ain stood upright, irritably stating that she was extremely annoyed. She growled, declaring that Byok Wanpei had ruined her fun as dark energy violently erupted. Byok Wanpei merely looked amused by Aine's defiant attitude as she flew toward him. Ain launched a full-power attack, but Byok Wanpei simply spread his arms wide in welcome, with a confident smile. He easily used his bare hands to block all the tentacles rushing toward him at terrifying speed. From his two hands, fiery energy blasts erupted, violently pushing Ain back. Ain clearly showed astonishment at her opponent's unfathomable power. In an inner space, the spiritual image of Lich Fresken screamed desperately at the danger. Fresken realized that this attack was too dangerous. It could completely destroy Aine despite her regenerative abilities. Ain was struck directly in the abdomen by an extremely powerful force, her body folding in extreme pain. Her defensive tentacles were incinerated and torn apart by Byok Wanpei's flames. The energy explosion reached its peak, completely engulfing Ain in destructive light. Ain screamed in horror as her body was consumed by the destructive flames. From afar, Lee Sungmin could only scream helplessly at the sight. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the battlefield in blinding white light. Byok Wanpei smiled triumphantly, the lingering power still clinging to his hand. He looked toward the dissipating smoke, where Ain was reduced to a tiny silhouette. In the deep crater created by the attack itself, Ain's shattered body lay motionless. But then, She gritted her teeth and swore to kill him, despite Freskin's desperate mental screams trying to stop her. Freskin's soul realized the perilous situation. If it were just that old man, Aine could have fought. But the heart thief was also there. He screamed, urging her not to be stubborn and to run, but Aine only replied with silent resolve. Little by little, she struggled up from the rubble, her body miraculously regenerating. Byok-Wanpai couldn't help but be surprised to see his opponent recover. With fleshy wings sprouting from her back, Aine excitedly lunged forward, yelling, "Wonderful, let's keep playing." However, she soared right past him, leaving Byok-Wanpai speechless as he watched her go. He shrugged, turned to Lee Sungmin, and decided, whatever, I'll play with him instead. Byok-Wanpai suddenly realized that, from the very beginning, it was because of Lee Sungmin that he had forgotten his dignity and rushed into this fight. He felt an indescribable strangeness, an emotion rising from deep within his heart when looking at the young man he had never met. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed from within him, ordering him to capture Lee Sungmin alive for questioning. Byok-Wanpai angrily retorted that he wasn't sure he could win, but the entity coldly suggested taking over his body instead. The scenery suddenly changed. Lee Sungmin looked around blankly and realized he had arrived at Travia. Upon waking, Byok-Wanpai realized he was in Travia and pondered the fits of madness that often caused him amnesia. He was confused because he had never traveled so far while unconscious, wondering if he had been running north for months. From afar, Baekwosan silently observed Byok-Wanpai, noticing that the man was deep in thought. Byok-Wanpai closed his eyes, trying to recall what had happened. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide with a new resolve. Lee Sungmin unexpectedly appeared in his sight, looking wary. Byok-Wanpai dismissed all thoughts, roaring that he would enjoy this rare moment of lucidity. Lee Sungmin frantically asked why he was being provoked without reason. Byok-Wanpai roared, finding the question ridiculous. He declared that two martial artists meeting was reason enough to fight. Immediately, Byok-Wanpai charged forward and threw a heaven-shattering punch. Lee Sungmin hastily raised his spear to block the blow, feeling a tremendous impact force. Byok-Wanpai's fiery fist violently collided with Lee Sungmin's spear, which was enveloped in purple energy. Lee Sungmin's spear glowed as he strained to hold his ground. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling before the opponent's power. He realized this attack was too heavy. He couldn't use technique to neutralize it. Lee Sungmin was astonished, judging that this punch was even stronger than Weiji Hoyun's doppelganger. Through the armor, he felt a familiar energy flow, and wondered what it was. Byok-Wanpai suddenly froze, his expression shifting from aggressive to astonished. Lee Sungmin and Byok-Wanpai faced each other after the initial collision. The power from their attacks created an earthquake, scattering dirt and rocks around them. Byok-Wanpai laughed maniacally, excited by Sungmin's impressive energy flow and wanting the battle to last longer. While Sungmin was contemplating running away, a voice inside him rang out, stopping that intention. Byok-Wanpai was stunned when Heoju's voice urged Sungmin not to run away, but to capture him alive. Sungmin was astonished as he sensed the flow of power his opponent was using. Heoju screamed in Sungmin's mind, realizing that Byok-Wanpai was using his own demonic power. Sungmin was shocked, wondering if it was the demonic power of the Void Monarch. Byok-Wanpai charged with a heaven-shattering punch, forcing Sungmin to struggle to defend himself with the spear. Overwhelmed by sheer power, Sungmin was knocked backward. He tried to calm himself, pushing aside Heoju's voice to focus on defeating the opponent. Byok-Wanpai roared a savage laugh, completely immersed in his battle frenzy. Sungmin channeled energy into his spear, preparing to unleash the fifth form of the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear. He unleashed the Fatal Flash technique, a massive stream of purple energy that shot straight toward Byok-Wanpai. Byok-Wanpai gathered blazing red demonic power into his hand, ready to confront the attack head-on. His fist directly collided with the spear tip, creating a fierce energy explosion. Byok-Wanpai roared, using pure strength to repel Sungmin's technique. Sungmin's horror was evident as he realized his attack was being neutralized. He was thrown into the air by the recoil force, completely losing the contest of strength. Lee Sungmin thought back. When fighting Aine, he had been confident that he could win, but against this opponent, he saw absolutely no chance. He concluded that Byok-Wanpai was definitely a martial artist who had reached the transcendent realm. Despite the harsh reality, Lee Sungmin still wondered, but so what? Determined to use this perilous moment to grow, he unleashed the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear second form, Thunder-Splitting Pursuit. Byok-Wanpai roared, "Petty tricks," and unleashed an energy attack in response. He sneered as he easily nullified Lee Sungmin's technique. Undeterred, Lee Sungmin immediately switched to the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear first form, Byok Wanpai was slightly surprised by the soul-chasing one-kill technique and prepared his defense. Lee Sungmin suddenly showed alarm, hastily retracting his spear into a defensive stance. Byok Wanpai roared, releasing all of his accumulated energy. A terrifying explosion engulfed everything around them, throwing Lee Sungmin away. His spear was firmly planted in the ground, holding him in place at the epicenter. Lee Sungmin thought in astonishment that as soon as he disappeared, his opponent had recklessly detonated his energy to destroy everything. He thought to himself that he would surely have died if he hadn't stopped his attack to defend and didn't have this Orichalcon armor. Amidst the dust and smoke, Byok Wanpai looked around, searching for traces of Lee Sungmin. He suddenly appeared right in front of the still dazed Lee Sungmin. Byok Wanpai exclaimed in surprise that even though Lee Sungmin was only around 20, his energy reserves were comparable to his own. The ground around them cracked under the terrifying pressure of their aura. Lee Sungmin hovered in the air, facing the berserk heavenly demon Byok Wanpai amidst the desolate land. Byok Wanpai wondered about his strength, asking if he was a returnee or the little heavenly demon himself. With a confident smile, Lee Sungmin denied both possibilities. Byok Wanpai chuckled grimly, declaring that his identity didn't matter. He roared, unleashing a torrent of berserk energy that shattered the ground. Concentrating power in his palm, he growled, demanding to enjoy this battle a little longer. Immediately after, a destructive rain of energy was unleashed, tearing apart everything around them. Amidst the attack, Lee Sungmin realized something about his enhanced energy. He wondered if he could use it in a different way. As small fireballs began to form in the air, he questioned himself why he still continued to fight even though he could give up at any moment. Images of the past flashed through his mind, reminding him that he fought because he didn't want to give up, didn't want to be weak, and didn't want to hate himself. Finding the answer, a surge of pure purple energy flashed from Lee Sungmin's eyes. He immediately counterattacked, firing countless purple energy orbs towards Byok Wanpai. Byok Wanpai was slightly surprised as Sungmin's attacks pierced through his defenses. Lee Sungmin charged forward with terrifying speed, closing the distance between them. With his hair turning brilliant gold and his eyes bloodshot, he poured all his strength into the spear tip. Byok Wanpai merely let out a crazed smile, eager for the impending attack. He easily blocked Lee Sungmin's spear tip with his bare hand, creating a powerful shockwave. Even though Sungmin had poured out all his strength, his attack was still blocked by Byok Wanpai with just one hand. Byok Wanpai muttered with amusement, "This brat." He unleashed magical talismans towards Lee Sungmin, but they were easily blocked by a hand. Lee Sungmin realized, he's getting stronger and faster with each exchange. Is this enlightenment? Byok Wanpai roared in disbelief. No, that's not it. He's just getting stronger. But how? In Sungmin's mind, images of 2,100 years of cultivation resurfaced. He wasn't getting stronger, but simply retracing the path he had once walked. As the energy balance collapsed, the power from 2,100 years of cultivation that he couldn't properly use was now gushing forth. Blood flowed from his mouth. Sungmin denied. No, he realized his current fighting style was wrong. Back then, it was much more intense. Byok Wanpai thought angrily. Losing. If I had gone all out from the start, I wouldn't be in this situation. He decided, there's no other way. Now I must go all out. A gigantic energy orb formed before Byok Wanpai's chest. Sungmin thought to himself, damn it, he's exposed an opening. Seizing that moment, he charged forward with determined eyes. He stomped his foot, preparing for a new technique. He unleashed the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear, 6th form, Void Path. Byok Wanpai screamed in pain, realizing this attack was extremely dangerous. Lee Sungmin's eyes blazed with the resolve to win. Byok Wanpai channeled his energy, preparing to unleash the Vortex Blood Demon God's secret art. With a roar, he launched the Blood Vortex, a raging torrent of purple-red energy. The power of the technique was so terrifying that Byok Wanpai's own body was pushed back. Caught in the eye of the storm, Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth and braced himself. The massive wave of energy engulfed the entire battlefield, submerging both opponents. When the storm subsided, the ground was cracked open, leaving only Byok Wanpai's fist visible amidst the smoke. He gasped for breath, his body covered in injuries after unleashing the destructive attack. Looking into the center of the deep crater, Byok Wanpai muttered, "What a pity, he really died." He regretted the opponent's potential, admitting that he had gotten too excited and couldn't hold back. Nevertheless, a feeling of unease arose, and he told himself he would mourn the enemy even if only a fragment remained. Suddenly, Byok Wanpai froze when he noticed a figure moving within the dust cloud. Lee Sungmin was still standing firm, while in his mind, there was an image of a massive stream of energy piercing his chest. That damn brat! Byuk Wonpai roared, unable to believe his eyes. He intended to strike again but abruptly stopped, feeling an inexplicable sharp pain. You're still alive after taking the blood vortex? Lee Sungmin spoke, his voice strangely calm. But you fought better than I expected. Byuk Wonpai was stunned, his entire body beginning to crack due to a strange energy source. The phantom of the Void Monarch appeared behind Lee Sungmin as he coldly declared, the thief of demonic power. With bloodshot eyes and black veins bulging on his face, Lee Sungmin growled, "Where did you get it?" Lee Sungmin grabbed Byuk Wonpai's neck, declaring, "The power you are using is my demonic power," leaving Byuk Wonpai utterly bewildered. Restrained by an irresistible force, Byuk Wonpai realized in horror that he couldn't break free. Held by the neck by Lee Sungmin, Byuk Wonpai was speechless when asked if he intended to explain himself. With blazing eyes, Lee Sungmin warned that from now on, he wouldn't have a chance to speak either. Byuk Wonpai screamed in agony as a stream of demonic energy was violently pulled from his chest. The berserk heavenly demon's body cracked under the tremendous pressure as his power was brutally stripped away. Lee Sungmin observed coldly, the black veins still etched onto his face. He confirmed that his demonic power was deep within Byuk Wonpai's energy core, something a human shouldn't be able to control. Realizing the truth, Lee Sungmin understood that this was the power of the Void Monarch. Unexpectedly, Sungmin's body automatically delivered a devastating punch to Byuk Wonpai's face, leaving him stunned. Lee Sungmin clutched his head and screamed, realizing another entity was trying to seize control of his body. In his inner space, his consciousness angrily roared, demanding his body back. The Void Monarch, the possessor, was astonished by Lee Sungmin's tenacious will as he struggled to regain control. Faced with the fierce resistance, the Void Monarch had to concede, assuring that he had no intention of stealing the body. Lee Sungmin coughed violently, finally regaining mastery after the fierce internal struggle. He angrily questioned the Void Monarch for possessing him, but then had to admit it was a life-saving act and reluctantly apologized. Looking at the berserk heavenly demon lying motionless on the ground, Lee Sungmin began to reflect on the battle. He admitted that even though he managed to deflect the attack, he would have died without the Void Monarch's intervention. Nevertheless, Sungmin pointed directly at the great demon's spiritual body, calling him shameless for taking advantage of the situation. He remained silent for a moment, organizing his chaotic thoughts. Lee Sungmin knew that if he could utilize the full power he had cultivated over 2,100 years, he could have won on his own. But he bitterly accepted the truth that his current body was still not strong enough to match that level of cultivation. Lee Sungmin secretly thought about that important person, feeling tormented. The Void Monarch stood beside him, looking at the unconscious Byuk Wonpai, and thinking that this was the person. When Lee Sungmin questioned him, the Void Monarch explained that he had found his demonic energy within Byuk Wonpai's energy core. He recounted that Byuk Wonpai could even use the demonic energy freely, as if it were his own internal energy. The Void Monarch suggested that, if Sungmin learned Byuk Wonpai's method, he could maintain his humanity while using demonic energy, despite the side effect of madness. Byuk Wonpai woke up and began to tell his story, saying that everything started in the south. He recounted that he walked incessantly and finally reached a tribe in the south. In a flashback, he described the warriors there as strange people who knew no martial arts but were as strong as the masters of the 10 great sects. Byuk Wonpai taught them martial arts, and in return, they taught him the tribe's breathing method and gave him an elixir. He explained that, thanks to this, he immediately surpassed his limits, but then got stuck at the next limit. Eventually, he suffered chi deviation, went berserk, lost consciousness, wandered everywhere, and killed countless people like a monster. Byuk Wonpai admitted that although he was lucid now, he didn't know when he would go mad again, feeling his situation was pathetic. The Void Monarch whispered something into Lee Sungmin's ear. Lee Sungmin immediately called out to Byuk Wonpai. He confidently declared, "I will cure your madness." Byuk Wonpai was stunned, stammering to ask if that was truly possible, and Sungmin firmly confirmed it. Lee Sungmin explained that his symptoms were not typical chi deviation, but the result of using a special power called demonic energy. He said that there were a few magic techniques that could help him completely resist the madness, causing Byuk Wonpai to agitatedly grab his shoulders. With teary eyes, Byuk Wonpai tremblingly asked if he could truly end this nightmare. Lee Sungmin admitted that it wouldn't be easy, but Byuk Wonpai immediately grabbed his hand, affirmed he was ready, and asked what needed to be done. Lee Sungmin closed his eyes, reflecting on Byuk Wonpai's tragic story. He recalled how Byuk Wonpai gained power from the southern tribe and gradually descended into madness. After a moment of consideration, he made his decision. Lee Sungmin demanded that Byuk Wonpai trust him completely, and the desperate giant immediately agreed. His first request was unexpected. "You must take a slap from me." A stunned Byuk Wanpai explained that he could not teach that breathing method. Deep down, Lee Sungmin thought it was time to use drastic measures. The giant revealed the real reason was that he had made a vow with that tribe through a verbal spell. Shu Kongdi Wang explained that the verbal spell was a type of binding magic that could not be broken. Anyone who breaks the verbal spell vow will pay with their life. Shu Kongdi Wang immediately proposed a new plan, asking Byuk Wanpai to lead the way to the southern tribe. He argued that if they couldn't learn from Byuk Wanpai, they should go directly to the people who created the technique. Lee Sungmin was skeptical, but Shu Kongdi Wang reiterated his promise of power and treasure. Hyoju, from inside the gauntlet, also excitedly boasted about his own treasure. It turned out that Hyoju's treasure was also in the south, leading Lee Sungmin to finally accept the plan. Immediately after, he swung his hand and slapped Byuk Wanpai's other cheek. The thunderous slap made the giant stagger. The force of the blow seemed to shake the very space around them. Byuk Wanpai clutched his swollen cheeks, confusedly asking how this would help cure his madness. Lee Sungmin merely looked back with a meaningful gaze, as if everything was part of his plan. Lee Sungmin explained that he was channeling magic into Byuk Wanpai to purify the madness, comparing it to a form of martial arts acupuncture. He secretly thought that Byuk Wanpai was more obedient than expected, as he had assumed the giant would go mad and attack after being slapped. Lee Sungmin realized that as long as his demonic power remained inside Byuk Wanpai, their relationship would resemble that of a master and subordinate, preventing the giant from resisting. Byuk Wanpai confusedly wondered why he had no intention of resisting the young man. He recalled Lee Sungmin's terrifying appearance earlier, with his astonishing power and tyrannical energy flow that made others tremble. Nevertheless, Byuk Wanpai admitted that his mind had never been clearer than it was now. He decided that he had no choice but to follow Lee Sungmin to find a cure. Byuk Wanpai asked if they would head south immediately, but Lee Sungmin decided to go to Travia first because he didn't want to sleep outdoors. Lee Sungmin's eyes turned red as he looked forward with determination. Byuk Wanpai curiously asked about Lee Sungmin's power ranking in this world. The giant laughed, thinking that given Lee Sungmin's talent at this age, it was understandable for him to be curious about those at the top. Suddenly, Byuk Wanpai grabbed Lee Sungmin's cloak, stopping him. Lee Sungmin was startled by the sudden action. Byuk Wanpai turned his back, revealing a terrible scar, and explained that it was inflicted by Jian Zun, one of the Liu Zun of the Tian organization, 10 years ago. The giant posed a question. What if a person could practice martial arts for hundreds, or even thousands of years, instead of just a few decades like ordinary people? Lee Sungmin was astonished when Byuk Wanpai continued. And what if they were also born geniuses? Byuk Wanpai asserted that his scar was the answer, and admitted that he wasn't sure he could withstand 100 moves if he fought Jianzun again now. He warned that Lee Sungmin would soon meet them too, as they had a habit of seeking out and testing newly rising powerhouses. Lee Sungmin realized that even someone as strong as the Berserk Heavenly Demon was far from the top, while Byuk Wanpai lamented that this world was truly terrifying. Lee Sungmin silently looked up at the night sky, contemplating a world with peaks of power he had never known. Lee Sungmin hovered in midair, wondering how high he had climbed. He reflected on the journey he had taken. In a room somewhere, a meeting was taking place. A mysterious man spoke up. "The tea has gone cold." The person asked, "Do you need that long to think?" Weiji Hoyon replied, "Think?" She casually stated that she wasn't thinking at all. She simply wasn't interested. When Weiji Hoyon tried to recall the organization's name, the man reminded her, "It is Tian Y Tian." The person introduced himself as Jian Zun, one of the Liu Zun of Tian Y Tian, and invited the little heavenly demon Weiji Hoyon to join. Jian Zun suggested that since she had become the strongest, she must understand the loneliness at the summit. He promised that if she joined, she would forget that loneliness and learn what lies beyond the very sky. Weiji Hoyon scoffed. "You established an organization for such a ridiculous reason?" Which stunned Jianzun. She flatly refused to associate with those who gathered for such an absurd reason. Weiji Hoyon asserted that she was never lonely, because there was always someone following closely behind her. The conversation between the two powerhouses fell into tense silence. Jianzun grew angry, radiating killing intent and threatening to teach her a lesson in etiquette. Weiji Hoyon merely laughed at the threat of becoming the lowest-ranking member. She countered with an even more terrifying aura, declaring that he was the one who needed to be taught a lesson. The flashback ended, returning to a city under the night sky. Lee Sungmin and Rubia walked silently on the cobblestone road, the former lost in his own thoughts. Lee Sungmin asked a peeping Tom if they had seen enough, startling Rubia, who thought he was talking to her. He reassured Rubia that he wasn't talking to her, just as a mysterious purple bird landed on the wall in front of them. The bird, in a hostile tone, called Lee Sungmin an arrogant brat. It roared, questioning why Lee Sungmin acted so haughty, as an image of a flaming skull appeared behind it. Freskin's voice echoed from the bird, accusing Lee Sungmin of stealing the heart he had spent his entire life creating. Lee Sungmin casually replied, asking if Freskin wanted him to take it out, while mocking that a dark mage who experimented on people could speak such high-minded words. He held up Freskin's heart, directly asking what exactly it was that the lich desired so much. The bird scoffed, asking in return if Lee Sungmin truly thought it would tell him. Lee Sungmin unexpectedly mentioned the name of the tower master of the Golden Tower, Lloyd, stunning the bird. He revealed that he had saved Lloyd's life, and that the Grand Mage had promised him a wish. Lee Sungmin feigned fear, saying he was considering asking the entire Golden Tower to eliminate a bothersome lich who was following him. He continued the threat, wondering if a petty lich could survive an all-out attack from the Golden Tower. Faced with the threat, Freskin's bird sweated profusely and fell completely silent. Seeing the opponent silent, Lee Sungmin pretended to leave to find the mage, causing the bird to frantically tell him to wait. Cornered, Freskin yelled that his research on the Black Heart was for the purpose of predation and evolution. Deep down, Freskin feared that even if he was safe in Travia, if Lee Sungmin met Lloyd, the secret of the heart would be exposed. He thought in horror of the scenario where Lloyd discovered the heart, and would surely destroy anyone who possessed it. Deciding he had to prevent that, Freskin began to explain the function of the Black Heart. It has the ability to devour the hearts of others, as illustrated by the gruesome image of Ine feeding, and turn the victim's abilities and knowledge into its own, demonstrated by Ine using Xeon's power. Freskin explained that in this way, the heart could continuously evolve to become stronger and more extraordinary. He revealed that his beloved daughter, Ain, was formed with the heart as her core, allowing her to unleash its full potential. Lee Sungmin deduced that this meant he couldn't sprout tentacles like Aine, because the heart was inside a human body. Freskin immediately asked what he truly intended to do while using the heart. The bird-like creature let out a sinister laugh. It declared that the ultimate goal was to create a supreme life form. When Lee Sungmin questioned this, Freskin mocked that he wouldn't understand, because it didn't exist yet. But he affirmed that the Black Heart definitely had the potential to become a life form that surpassed all others. Right then, a tentacle suddenly grabbed Freskin's bird. Lee Sungmin coldly tightened his grip, causing the bird to cry out in pain. He said that even though the answer was vague, he had a basic understanding of the thing inside his body. Based on that, he believed it wouldn't cause any harm in the future, although he still felt a little uneasy. He realized that his ability to completely absorb the 2 elixirs earlier was definitely thanks to the heart's function. Just then, a voice called out to him from behind. Lee Sungmin turned around and recognized the berserk heavenly demon, surprised that he had returned. But he suddenly paused when he saw Byuk Wanpei carrying an injured man on his shoulder. The unfamiliar man weakly asked for Lee Sungmin's identity. A flashback began, showing a gourd of liquor on the ground, along with a declaration that someone had completely fallen into ruin. Byuk Wanpei stood over a red-haired man lying motionless, and called him Wuxian. He contemptuously remarked that Bak Wuxian was in a worse state than himself, the one consumed by madness. The blood heavenly demon, Bake Wuxian, drinking liquor, asked if Byuk Wanpei was lecturing him after 10 years apart. Sitting amidst a pile of empty liquor gourds, Bake Wuxian desperately admitted that he had accepted reality after facing an insurmountable mountain. Byuk Wanpei snatched the liquor gourd, angrily saying he had heard Bake Wuxian lost to the little heavenly demon Weiji Hoyun, and couldn't believe he collapsed just because of one defeat. Bake Wuxian bitterly retorted that a man who used his fists like him had lost an arm. But Byuk Wanpei yelled that there were martial artists who became the strongest even with only their left arm. With a bitter smile, Bake Wuxian conceded that perhaps he wasn't that great, and now understood that fact to his very core. Byuk Wanpei gritted his teeth, helpless against his comrades' despair. Bake Wuxian reminisced about his youth, when he was confident he would become the strongest in the world because he found no rivals his age. Horrifying memories flooded back, showing that he had been brutally defeated by Weiji Hoyun, and that her talent was an absurd, insurmountable thing. He explained that their starting lines were fundamentally different, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't win against people like her. Bayek Wuseon bitterly stated that a genius like himself lost to a girl who was only 22, and asserted that Byuk Wanpei would understand once he met her. Unable to bear it any longer, Byuk Wanpei roared, "Idiot!" He turned his back, revealing a terrible scar, and declared that he too had faced an absurd talent gap 10 years ago, but had never given up. Byuk Wanpei continued lecturing that a warrior should be grateful to have a high mountain to conquer, and must never give up. even when facing chi deviation. He grabbed Baek Woo-san's collar, yelling that losing to a 2-2-year-old girl was nothing, because he himself was almost killed today by a 2-3-year-old brat, stunning Baek Woo-san. Faced with Baek Woo-san's skepticism, Byuk Wonpei insisted he wasn't lying, and could take him to meet that person immediately. However, immediately afterward, Byuk Wonpei broke out in a cold sweat, recalling the battle. The scene shifted. Byuk Wonpei finished his story, while Baek Woo-san still lay motionless on the ground. A young man with beige hair listened, and only replied with an, "Ah." Another man with long red hair and a goatee curled his lip into a sinister smile, saying, "I see." In a dark alley of the city, Lee Sung-min stood alone, completely unaware that he had become a target of attention. One of Byuk Wonpei's comrades was speechless after hearing the story. Another man in a blue cloak questioned Byuk Wonpei. "Did you lie to me?" He irritably said that Lee Sung-min seemed strong, but there was no way he was on the same level as Weiji Hoyan, as Byuk Wonpei described. Byuk Wonpei only wondered why Lee Sung-min acted that way, then let out an incomprehensible laugh. The group was discussing Lee Sung-min and the injured man Byuk Wonpei was carrying. The man in the blue cloak revealed that the reason he brought the injured man here was because he hoped Byuk Wonpei could fight him. He explained that after losing an arm to the little heavenly demon, the blood heavenly demon Baek Woo-seon had fallen into despair and self-pity. He wanted Byuk Wonpei to crush Baek Woo-seon once more to force him to come to his senses. Byuk Wonpei was skeptical of that brutal method and asked why he should help. The man in the blue cloak offered to teach him the Vortex Blood Demon God's secret art, but Byuk Wonpei refused, saying he couldn't learn any new martial arts. Disappointed, he turned to Baek Woo-seon, who was sitting motionless, and called out to him. He irritably asked why Baek Woo-seon was sitting there blankly and demanded that he show proper respect. Baek Woo-seon replied condescendingly, stating that the young man's arrogance was natural given his talent, but he warned that once one encountered a true monster, they would fall into despair. The man in the blue cloak was annoyed by Baek Woo-seon's laughter, while Baek Woo-seon said that he too once had such a time. The man in the blue cloak immediately retorted, "That's what I want to tell you." He recalled his own defeat against Weiji Hoyan and felt disgusted by Baek Woo-seon's weakness, collapsing after just one defeat. Byuk Wonpei, after witnessing everything, declared, "I will help you." The man in the blue cloak immediately turned to Baek Woo-seon and challenged, "I can't stand it anymore. Stop spouting nonsense and come here, loser." Their confrontation was about to take place on the city walls at night. From a distance, Byuk Wonpei and his comrades were astonished to realize that the one standing there was the blood heavenly demon. On the city wall, Lee Sung-min and Baek Woo-seon officially faced each other under the night sky. Baek Woo-seon landed, releasing a surging wave of dark red energy. He channeled his inner energy, unleashing the ultimate technique, Blood Shadow Mist Art, enveloping himself in a mist of blood. Lee Sung-min gripped his spear tightly, asserting that no matter how strong Baek Woo-seon was, he couldn't compare to the little heavenly demon. With a resentful gaze, Baek Woo-seon roared in his mind that he would kill him. Their two streams of energy clashed, creating a terrifying explosion. Lee Sung-min immediately counterattacked, unleashing the fifth form of the Nine Heavens Extreme Spear, soul-chasing one kill. Baek Woo-seon was astonished by his speed but remained confident, believing that was all his opponent had. Realizing that a purely speed-based attack couldn't penetrate the opponent's reinforced energy layer, Lee Sung-min changed tactics. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, preparing to unleash a completely different footwork technique. Baek Woo-seon was stunned, not understanding what Lee Sung-min intended to do with that strange footwork. He was shocked to realize that Lee Sung-min wasn't just simply using reinforced energy, but was also using his footwork to guide it. Lee Sung-min recalled Baek Sogo's teaching, that this footwork could finish an opponent in just 2 steps. He activated the third form of Dancing Shadow Spirit Leap. Immediately, he unleashed the 2-step killing move, charging towards Baek Woo-seon with incredible speed. Baek Woo-seon screamed in horror when he realized that Lee Sung-min was using his footwork itself to project reinforced energy. His eyes widened, filled with extreme panic at the unpredictable attack. He hastily raised his remaining arm to defend himself in desperation, but the energy spear pierced through his defense, stabbing directly into Baek Woo-seon and causing his blood to gush out. Lee Sung-min unleashed a powerful spear technique, purple and black-red energy surging towards Baek Woo-seon. With a determined gaze, Lee Sung-min poured all his strength into the attack. Caught off guard, Baek Woo-seon could only let out a sound before attempting to counterattack from the left, but it was too late. He could only scream in pain as the attack struck him. The surrounding crowd fell silent at the sight of the blood heavenly demon being overwhelmed. From afar, The berserk heavenly demon Byok Wanpai silently observed with a serious expression. Lee Sungmin stood over Baek Wuxian's body, pointing his glowing spear at his chest. With cold eyes, he declared the victory was his. He asked Baek Wuxian how he compared to the little heavenly demon, leaving him lying there speechless. Baek Wuxian roared, claiming that a worm couldn't compare to a dragon, but Lee Sungmin retorted that in that case, he was even worse than a worm. Lee Sungmin continued to criticize Baek Wuxian's terrible inner energy and techniques, as well as his lack of preparation when fighting with one arm. He said that if he hadn't wasted time after his previous defeat, the outcome would have been different, making Baek Wuxian grind his teeth in anger. The battle ended. Lee Sungmin stood, watching Baek Wuxian lie motionless on the ground. A comrade asked Byok Wanpai why he wasn't comforting Baek Wuxian, but he replied that the rest was up to him. Byok Wanpai explained that this defeat would make Baek Wuxian realize the difference after 3 years without training, and now he could begin to overcome it. He affirmed his belief that Baek Wuxian was a warrior and would rise again. However, Lee Sungmin thought to himself that he wasn't sure about that, because despair didn't always lead to good outcomes. Night fell over the city's rooftops. Baek Wuxian was left alone, lying curled up in the silent square. He could only exhale a puff of white smoke, his lifeless eyes staring up at the night sky. Baek Wuxian lay on the ground, only the name Yahello echoing in his head. In a luxurious mansion, a secret meeting was taking place. A voice spoke, remarking that countless dark mages had been met, but none had ever been as special as the one currently facing them. Yahello was astonished by Kim Jong-hyun, a dark mage who didn't commit suicide when his master died, but he humbly attributed it to coincidence. She explained that she, too, was lucky to escape death when the Demon King, her master, was destroyed just as she was summoned. Yahello invited him to a special wine, made from the pure blood of 10 humans. Kim Jong-hyun laughed, asking if this was her way of showing she had abandoned her humanity, and Yahello cheerfully denied it. He confidently replied that he didn't need to prove it. Yahello looked at him with amusement and admiration. She admitted that it was interesting to get along so well with a human. Yahello remarked that he was the second craziest human she had ever met, a compliment Kim Jong-hyun happily accepted. A subordinate brought a small box. That person handed it to Kim Jong-hyun, declaring it the Black Star, proof of membership in the Predator's organization. The organization's symbol was revealed, welcoming him to the world of non-humans. Kim Jong-hyun put on the symbol, officially becoming a dark mage who had abandoned his humanity. Immediately after, another subordinate came to report to Yahello, calling her my queen. He reported that the human she was so fond of was trying to leave Travia. Yahello turned to another person with a knowing smile, asking if they had heard. She provoked Baek Wuxian, saying that the child who had humiliated him was intending to leave this place. In Baek Wuxian's eyes, chaos surged as he heard the provocation. Yahello flashed a wicked smile, amused by his reaction. She granted him permission, and a surge of furious killing intent erupted. But she laid down a crucial condition. He was not allowed to kill Lee Sungmin. Baek Wuxian gnashed his teeth, his suppressed rage reaching its peak. Elsewhere, Kim Jong-hyun and Yahello were enjoying wine together. Kim Jong-hyun spoke, calling Yahello the vampire queen, and apologizing for the interruption. He expressed his interest, causing Yahello to ask again. Kim Jong-hyun explained his curiosity about being called the second craziest person. Yahello smirked, replying that she had guessed who he was referring to. Kim Jong-hyun chuckled, remarking that that person seemed to have gotten into trouble. He cheerfully prepared to enjoy a gruesome meal in front of a tied-up prisoner, wishing Sungmin good luck. Meanwhile, Lee Sungmin was traveling with Byok Wanpai and his companion. A voice echoed in his mind, grumbling about the incorrect application of energy. Lee Sungmin was trying to teach Byok Wanpai how to envelop his body with reinforcing energy. Byok Wanpai clumsily followed, but lost control and punched Lee Sungmin directly in the head. A large, smoking lump immediately appeared on his head. Angrily, Lee Sungmin landed a powerful punch on Byok Wanpai's face. Caught off guard, Byok Wanpai yelled that he dared to hit his master, but Lee Sungmin coldly denied the master-disciple relationship. He maintained a serious expression, determined to straighten out the berserk heavenly demon. Lee Sungmin recounted that 2 months had passed since he met Aine and the heavenly demons, and he had stayed in Travia longer than expected. The reason was that Byok Wanpai had kept his promise, offering to teach him the Vortex Blood Demon God's secret art. He even arrogantly declared he would become his master, but Lee Sungmin flatly refused. Byok Wanpai asked in surprise why, and Lee Sungmin explained that learning more martial arts at this moment would only confuse him further. Despite the initial refusal, Byok Wanpai enthusiastically persuaded him, arguing that with his talent, learning would be very quick. Finally, Lee Sungmin agreed to learn martial arts, but adamantly refused to accept a master-disciple relationship. Although initially angry, the berserk heavenly demon, after some thought, accepted the strange condition. The training began with Byok Wanpei grabbing Lee Sungmin's hair and calling him pathetic. Afterwards, Lee Sungmin realized that what he needed to do most was to rebalance his mind, energy, and body, which had become imbalanced after Denier's challenge. He also pondered the potential dangers. From Aine to the Void, Monarch's vague prophecy about the berserk heavenly demon. Therefore, Lee Sungmin decided to stay in Travia until the end of the year, to cultivate the blood demon god art and regain his balance. Although not entirely satisfied with the results, he knew the prophecy's deadline was approaching, and there was no longer any reason to stay. Lee Sungmin suddenly remembered that it had now been 10 years since his promise with Weiji Hoyun. With determined eyes, he told himself that it was almost time to set off to meet her. That night, snow began to fall over the desolate mountains. Byok Wanpai stood silently amidst the falling snow, his expression pensive. Suddenly, Lee Sungmin froze, his eyes flashing with vigilance as he smelled blood in the air. Byok Wanpai also frowned, seemingly having noticed the anomaly. His expression became extremely serious. The berserk heavenly demon's eyes gleamed with extreme vigilance. A pale hand clenched, emitting dark aura. Amidst the snowy sky, Lee Sungmin and Byok Wanpai looked up at a familiar figure hovering in the air. Byok Wanpai recognized him in horror. It was Baek Woo-seon. The brown-haired man accompanying them was also stunned by this presence. Byok Wanpai's expression changed, and he pointed forward in panic. Baek Woo-seon extended his restored arm and asked sarcastically, "What have you done?" Byok Wanpai stammered, unable to believe his eyes. He cried out in despair, "What happened to you?" Baek Woo-seon only replied with a sinister smile, revealing sharp fangs and bloodshot eyes. Lee Sungmin coldly concluded, "He has become a monster." Byok Wanpai exclaimed in horror that it was a vampire, while Lee Sungmin was equally stunned. "You fool!" Byok Wanpai roared. "Have you discarded a martial artist's pride?" Baek Woo-seon coldly retorted, asking if pride could return his lost arm. He demanded that Byok Wanpai not interfere in the battle if he still respected the title of Blood Heavenly Demon. Lee Sungmin stepped forward, questioning if Baek Woo-seon had come for revenge. Baek Woo-seon admitted that the grudge was now just a distant memory from his days as a human. He revealed his true purpose was to bring despair, as per the queen's wishes. This declaration left both Lee Sungmin and Byok Wanpai speechless. Lee Sungmin immediately entered a combat stance, no longer hesitating. He asked Byok Wanpai to protect Rubia, while the Devnak armor automatically equipped itself. Heoju warned Sungmin that Baek Woo-seon was completely different now, seemingly having received more power from Yahello. Baek Woo-seon remained silent, an image of Byok Wanpai flashing in his mind. In a flash, an attack was launched, shattering the ground. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, using the shaft of his spear to block Baek Woo-seon's powerful attack. Blocked. Baek Woo-seon revealed a look of surprise and anger. He was thrown backward by the recoil. A piece of Lee Sungmin's armor shattered from the aftershock of the impact. Lee Sungmin decided to combine the purple mist divine art with the blood demon god's secret art. His eyes flashed with purple light as he concentrated all his energy. He unleashed Nine Dragons Annihilation, enhanced by Blood Demon Annihilation, forming a gigantic energy dragon. Baek Woo-seon calmly stood before the incoming destructive technique. The dark purple energy dragon descended, causing a terrifying explosion. After unleashing the attack, Lee Sungmin gasped for breath, his spear still imbued with malevolent energy. He suddenly felt a premonition, looking in astonishment at the dust cloud. From within the smoke, Baek Woo-seon emerged, his body regenerating and completely unharmed. Suddenly, a mysterious blonde swordsman appeared and shouted, "Get lost!" Witnessing the scene, Byok Wanpai burst into maniacal laughter. The strange swordsman pointed his blade towards Baek Woo-seon. He charged forward, his blade clashing fiercely with Baek Woo-seon. Lee Sungmin stood frozen, bewildered by this sudden intervention. Rubia was terrified as she sensed the Void Monarch's terrifying demonic power manifesting. The Void Monarch's spiritual body materialized, emitting purple energy and covering its eyes as if in pain. Meanwhile, Baek Woo-seon wore a cruel smile, savoring his victory. He let out a maniacal laugh that echoed across the battlefield. At his feet, the berserk heavenly demon Byok Wanpai lay slumped, utterly helpless. Baek Woo-seon wondered how much power Queen Yahello had bestowed upon him. He exhaled with satisfaction, a cruel expression on his face. Advancing towards Byok Wanpai, he declared, "My queen said I could do anything to you as long as you're still breathing." Standing over his opponent, he threatened to start by dealing with Byok Wanpai's insolent tongue. He continued to list barbaric acts of torture, including severing all limbs and targeting the little heavenly demon. Suddenly, a burly man appeared, grabbing Baek Wuseon's arm and stopping his actions. Baek Wuseon growled, demanding the stranger not interfere, but the man replied that this was no longer a battle between martial artists. The man declared, "Right now, I am simply protecting my successor from a bloodthirsty beast." Immediately after, he delivered a devastating punch to Baek Wuseon's face. Baek Wuseon wiped blood from his mouth, realizing something. No wonder he could use the blood demon god's secret art. He asked the man if he had taken Byok Wonpai as a disciple. "It doesn't matter," Baek Wuseon roared, as dark energy began to surge from beneath his feet. He excitedly shouted that he would personally kill the berserk heavenly demon. But the other man proudly retorted, "I am the berserk heavenly demon Byok Wonpai." Two terrifying streams of energy collided, creating a horrific explosion that made Lee Sungmin exclaim, "This is bad, this is really bad." Rubia watched in panic as Lee Sungmin was severely injured by the shockwave, quickly shouting, "His blood and energy are splattered everywhere, and his internal organs are damaged. Hurry, give him a potion." Rubia hastily poured the elixir into the unconscious Lee Sungmin's mouth. Heihoju recognized it as an elixir, and assumed he would survive, but remained skeptical of the situation. He thought about the vampire powers Yahello had bestowed upon Baek Wuseon, deeming Sungmin's chances of victory very low. In despair, Heihoju blamed himself for being bound to a weakling, and considered transferring his demonic energy to him. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual change. Lee Sungmin's entire party was unexpectedly lifted into the air by a surge of power. Heihoju watched in astonishment as Lee Sungmin and Rubia were moved to safety. He was stunned to feel a strange energy emanating from the boy on the verge of death. The one who saved them, the mysterious blonde swordsman, smiled as he observed from afar. In his mind, Lee Sungmin's consciousness drifted in a dark space. He recalled his promise to Weiji Hoyeon, a promise he had yet to fulfill. The image of her glowing eyes became a guiding light in his subconscious. His true soul, carrying 2,100 years of cultivation experience, awakened. Sungmin's consciousness looked down at his dying body and wondered if this was how he would die. Heihoju, from the outside, sensed an extraordinary will igniting within his soul. Meanwhile, the battle between Baek Wuseon and Byok Wonpei's predecessor raged on fiercely. Lee Sungmin roared in his mind, refusing to accept death meaninglessly. The relationships he had forged in this life flashed through his mind. He struggled against the darkness of death that tried to pull him in. Finally, the image of Weiji Hoyeon flared up once more, igniting his will to survive. In the inner space, Lee Sungmin screamed against death. His body reacted violently, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Rubia stood frozen, horrified to see her face stained with his blood. Heihoju's spirit appeared, asking Rubia, who was in a panic. Suddenly, Lee Sungmin felt the internal energy flowing more naturally within his body. Heihoju was stunned to realize Sungmin's internal injuries were healing, and his mind and body had reached a balance. He couldn't comprehend how this could have happened. Lee Sungmin slowly raised his head, his eyes now glowing with a strange purple hue. Seeing him about to stand, Rubia cried out in alarm, trying to stop him from returning to the fight. Heihoju watched the scene and seemed to understand everything. He realized the Lich's black heart had saved Sungmin from death, and even evolved his body. Heihoju mused, feeling this coincidence seemed to be the world's will, wanting to save and strengthen Sungmin. Lee Sungmin recalled the prophecy, realizing the berserk heavenly demon was not the important person he needed to meet. He identified that person as the blood heavenly demon, the vampire Baek Wuseon. He contemplated the nature of prophecies, that they often create the destiny they predict. Lee Sungmin stepped forward, creating a three-way standoff between Baek Wuseon and Byok Wonpei's master. Byok Wonpei's master laughed tensely, sensing the terrifying power from Sungmin. He asked in shock what the hell had happened to him. Lee Sungmin simply replied indifferently that his body didn't seem to die that easily. Nevertheless, in his heart, he still wondered about the near-death experience he had just had. In his mind, Lee Sungmin recalled the words of a mysterious entity. "You are loved by the omnipotent chaos god." He wondered if that god was the one who had blessed him and saved his life, and what their purpose was. However, Sungmin decided to put those questions aside, as now was not the time to ponder. With eyes blazing with purple energy, he was determined to use this power to its fullest. Baek Wuseon sensed the sudden change in Sungmin's aura, wondering if he had achieved enlightenment just before death. He quickly dismissed the doubt, his gaze turning sharp. Baek Wuseon asserted that it didn't matter, as he possessed the power granted by his queen. A sudden burst of purple energy erupted, startling Baek Wuseon. He lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch at Lee Sungmin. But Sungmin was faster, landing an uppercut to Baek Wuseon's face. Sungmin's punch sent Baek Wuseon flying backward in an explosion of energy. The blood heavenly demon was blasted into a large crater, lying motionless. He struggled to lift his head, his face showing clear confusion and disbelief. Baek Wuseon roared, "Why didn't you use your spear?" Sungmin coldly replied that it wasn't time yet. The explanation that the fight would end if he used his spear enraged Baek Wuseon to grind his teeth. Humiliated, he yelled, "You bastard!" and charged in to attack again. Lee Sungmin remained completely calm in the face of his opponent's fury. He easily dodged the attack and countered with a powerful kick. Baek Wuseon created a blazing red energy blade, opposing Sungmin's purple aura. After blocking the attack, Sungmin looked at him and asked, "Well, are you satisfied now?" In his rage, Baek Wuseon could not accept the truth. He roared, "Don't be ridiculous. I threw everything away, just to defeat you all." In contrast, Lee Sungmin stood there, calm and radiating a deep purple energy. He had completely mastered his new power. The predecessor of the Berserk Heavenly Demon and Rubia could only watch in astonishment. In just a moment, Baek Wuseon was struck down to the ground. In his mind, he muttered, "I must obey the command." "The command of Queen Yahello," Lee Sungmin coldly asked. "Even in your final moments, are you still only thinking of the queen?" His gaze was devoid of emotion as he looked down at the defeated foe. Baek Wuseon writhed in pain and humiliation. He desperately screamed, "I am the blood heavenly demon." An illusion of Queen Yahello appeared, as if mocking his helplessness. He looked up at the sky, calling his queen's name in vain. The predecessor of the Berserk Heavenly Demon realized Yahello's command. Baek Wuseon staggered and then collapsed, having completely lost the will to fight. The predecessor of the Berserk Heavenly Demon could only silently witness the downfall of a heavenly demon. Lee Sungmin turned his back, only one thought remaining in his head. This idiot. Lee Sungmin coldly ordered the predecessor of the Berserk Heavenly Demon to finish off the Blood Heavenly Demon. In the eyes of that warrior, the image of Lee Sungmin appeared full of resolve. A spear strike covered in purple energy swung out, scattering fresh blood. The blood-stained spear tip plunged into the ground next to Baek Wuseon's corpse. After the battle, Lee Sungmin wondered why Yahello had attacked him through Baek Wuseon. Unable to find an answer, he decided to leave with Rubia, abandoning the corpse. Looking back at the city of Travia, shrouded in dark mist, he vowed never to return to this place. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hall, a conversation was taking place. The vampire queen Yahello quietly showed amusement. She observed Lee Sungmin's image through a magic screen, realizing he hadn't used demonic power. Yahello bared her fangs and smiled, admitting it had been a long time since she had desired a human so much. Kim Jong-hyun curiously asked about her standards for choosing humans. Yahello explained that she liked people who seemed unlikely to despair, yet were constantly afraid of despair. When Kim Jong-hyun suggested there were many such people, Yahello immediately denied it. She stated plainly that he was not an example, leaving Kim Jong-hyun stunned. Yahello explained that he was both human and non-human, and had already sunk into despair. She thought that making someone like him fall would not be interesting, so she didn't want to take him as a subordinate. Yahello gave a grim prophecy, stating that Kim Jong-hyun would fail to achieve his goal, and then he would die a miserable death. Kim Jong-hyun told himself that he hoped Yahello's prophecy was true, but deep down he thought she was just talking nonsense. Now a member of the Predators, he had no further business in the north, and decided to return to the Black Magic Tower. He recalled Yahello's words about Lee Sungmin, the apostle of apocalypse and karma, who would follow his destiny based on the blessing from the omnipotent chaos god. Kim Jong-hyun wondered about his role in Lee Sungmin's previous life and his own fate in this world. He vanished into a purple void, looking forward to the day he would meet Lee Sungmin again. Meanwhile, an express train entered area's central city, Rubes, which was nicknamed the City of Dreams. This was the location of the mages' golden and red magic towers, along with the main headquarters of the Mercenary Guild. Lee Sungmin, Baek Wanpai, and another companion walked through the city, which was located right next to the territory of the Martial Alliance and gathered countless warriors and mages. Arriving in Rubes for the first time, Lee Sungmin thought to himself that even an A-class mercenary would be considered nothing here. He confidently presented his S-class mercenary badge at the reception desk. The female receptionist confirmed his rank and then curiously asked about the person standing next to him. That person introduced himself as the Berserk Heavenly Demon, Baek Wanpai. The receptionist panicked and warned that the city was protected by many great powers, but Baek Wanpai disdainfully asked her back if she thought he was an idiot who would recklessly cause trouble. Lee Sungmin remained silent, recalling the image of the true Berserk Heavenly Demon, a man who only knew how to recklessly cause trouble. Baek Wanpai put his arm around Lee Sungmin's shoulder and boasted that, If he truly wanted to, he could make Sungmin break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Rubia crawled out of Lee Sungmin's cloak in her small form. She transformed back into her human form and happily said that it had been a long time since she returned to Rubes. Lee Sungmin asked in surprise, and Rubia explained that the Mages Guild headquarters was here. When Rubia mentioned the Golden Magic Tower and the Red Tower, Lee Sungmin suddenly paused, paying special attention to the name Golden Tower. Lee Sungmin recalled Grand Mage Lloyd's promise that he would grant one of his requests. He also thought of Scarlett, another connection in this city. Lee Sungmin thought she was fine, since the communication bracelet hadn't reacted in the past few years. He wondered why Rubia's master, Enverus, had also been completely silent for over a year. Rubia immediately suggested that Enverus might have left a message at the Golden Magic Tower, which surprised Lee Sungmin. The girl revealed a shocking truth. Lloyd, the Tower Master of the Golden Tower, was Enverus's disciple. Rubia proudly boasted about her master's greatness, while Lee Sungmin remained stunned. Having no other schedule, Lee Sungmin decided they would go there today, and Rubia happily agreed. On the way, he announced the plan to stop by the Golden Tower first, then the Red Tower, which made Rubia curious. Upon arriving at a large station, Lee Sungmin was astonished by the sight before him. Baek Wonpei also marveled, and Rubia explained that this was the pride of Rubes, a structure combining mages and engineers. She added that it was the result of combining the skills of the classless, such as the dwarf race, with magic. Rubia excitedly pointed to a giant steam train, introducing it as the city's specialty. From inside the gauntlet, Heoju mocked Rubia's pride, causing the girl to angrily shout back. Heoju continued to grumble about the extra entrance fee because Rubia was in human form, but Lee Sungmin simply decided they would board the train. Baek Wonpei immediately claimed the window seat, forcing Lee Sungmin to reluctantly accept it. Inside the train car, Baek Wonpei showed Lee Sungmin his seat after settling down with Rubia. Lee Sungmin wondered why other cities didn't have such convenient transportation, and Baek Wonpei explained it was due to Rube's wealth and safety. At the same time, in a distant place, the Void Monarch pondered deeply. In a faraway place, the Void Monarch pondered his 400 years of imprisonment and wondered how the world had changed. Meanwhile, Lee Sungmin and Rubia quickly arrived at the Golden Magic Tower station. Rubia secretly mocked Baek Wonpei for being as excited as a child on the train, even demanding another ride. Lee Sungmin agreed with her, and Rubia decided they would go to the Golden Tower first. The magnificent Golden Tower appeared before their eyes. The two proceeded together inside the massive tower. They walked through splendidly decorated corridors. Rubia cheerfully led the way, calling out loudly when she found the right place. Inside the office, Grand Mage Lloyd raised his head upon realizing they had visitors. He smiled as he saw Lee Sungmin and Rubia approaching. Lloyd gave a friendly smile. He welcomed them, calling them unexpected guests. Rubia happily greeted him back, calling him Master Lloyd. Lloyd inquired about Rubia after 7 years of separation, while she returned his greeting. But then, Lloyd's gaze shifted to Lee Sungmin, and he remarked that the young man had changed greatly. Lloyd couldn't believe this was the same person he had met before, and Lee Sungmin simply replied calmly. Lloyd then asked if Lee Sungmin had decided on the wish he owed him. Lee Sungmin replied that he still hadn't decided, making Lloyd curious about the scale of the request he was considering. Lloyd laughed and reminded Lee Sungmin that he also had his limits, and Lee Sungmin cheerfully agreed. Lloyd curiously asked why Lee Sungmin sought him out, if it wasn't to claim the favor. Rubia replied that they had come to ask about the whereabouts of her master. She explained that she was acting on her master Enverus's orders alongside Lee Sungmin, but he remained completely silent. Lloyd grew thoughtful upon hearing the name of Rubia's master. He revealed that Enverus had visited him about 2 months ago, causing Rubia to cheer happily upon knowing it was true. Lee Sungmin quietly contemplated the name Enverus. He realized that Enverus was like him, a person whose karma was twisted and who had survived the trial of Denir, the god of time. Lee Sungmin recalled the journey to the Sleeping Forest, where he didn't find Enverus but instead met the familiar Rubia and the Void Monarch. Lloyd relayed Enverus's message, saying that he apologized for not being able to meet in person. Instead, Enverus requested that Lee Sungmin head south, a directive that surprised him. Lee Sungmin quickly accepted, as this perfectly aligned with his plan to train his demonic energy. Lloyd said that Lee Sungmin would find Enverus on his journey south, and there was one final message. Enverus's warning echoed, "Do not stray from the path of humanity," which stunned Lee Sungmin. The Void Monarch secretly thought that Enverus was vague, and must have anticipated that he would accompany Lee Sungmin. Lee Sungmin changed the subject, asking Lloyd about hunting Freskin, and learned that he couldn't act because Freskin had joined the Predator's organization. Lloyd explained that the north of Travia was ruled by the vampire queen Yahello, and if he killed Freskin, someone named Arbes would hunt him down. Lee Sungmin was astonished by the name Arbes, and deduced that Freskin was probably just this person's subordinate. Lloyd confirmed that Arbes was a monster on a completely different level than Freskin. He concluded that among mages, perhaps only his master was strong enough to face Arbes, which further stunned Lee Sungmin. Lee Sungmin wondered in astonishment if Enverus possessed power comparable to monsters like Yahello and Arbes. Afterward, the group went to the Red Tower to look for Scarlet. Unfortunately, they did not find her, and Lee Sungmin resigned himself, saying he would meet her again someday. Just then, Baek Wonpei aggressively returned, announcing his comeback. Rubia stared in amazement at the souvenir box Baek Wonpei brought back, and teased him for being a true country bumpkin. Baek Wonpei, with tears in his eyes, admitted he was a country bumpkin, having never seen such sophisticated things in his life. Lee Sungmin silently sat on the bed, ignoring his two boisterous companions behind him. He was thinking about tomorrow, March 14th, the day he and Weiji Hoyon had promised to meet again 10 years ago. The Void Monarch spoke in his mind, commenting that the little heavenly demon used to be just a young monster, but now Sungmin himself had become a true monster. Lee Sungmin thought to himself that he had overcome everything, an outcome he couldn't have imagined 10 years ago, and wondered how far both he and Weiji Hoyon had progressed. Unable to shake off his restless thoughts, he felt agitated. He decided to get up, thinking he should go outside and practice a little. Lee Sungmin stepped out into a spacious area under the night sky of Rubes. He thought to himself that this place was good enough for practice. He began swinging his practice spear vigorously. The swift and precise spear movements sliced through the silent night air. While Lee Sungmin was concentrating, a mysterious figure appeared and silently watched him from behind. The strange man exclaimed impressively, acknowledging that his skill was truly remarkable. The person approached, causing a surprised Lee Sungmin to turn around, and then asked the young man's name. Lee Sungmin introduced himself, but secretly remained vigilant, wondering how long the strange man had been watching him. The person recognized him as the Demon Spear, the one who defeated the Sword Demon, and then introduced himself as Yu Hojung. Sungmin silently repeated the name Ironclad Spear Yu Hojung, one of area's top spear masters. Yu Hojung acknowledged that the rumors about the Demon Spear were not exaggerated, and that his spear technique even surpassed the martial arts founder. He frankly admitted that even using his full strength, he might not be able to defeat Sungmin. Then, Yu Hojung suddenly asked if Sungmin was staying with the Berserk Heavenly Demon, making him jump and wonder if he had been followed. Yu Hojung explained that Baek Wonpei was a notoriously cruel person and questioned why Sungmin was traveling with someone like that. He looked worried, asked if Sungmin was being threatened, and offered to help. Sungmin asserted that there was no need to worry, while Yu Hojung secretly thought that if they combined forces, they could defeat the Berserk Heavenly Demon. The atmosphere grew tense as Lee Sungmin stood opposite Yu Hojung, his hand resting on his spear. Yu Hojung narrowed his eyes suspiciously, asking directly if Sungmin was protecting that demon. Sungmin gripped his spear tightly and denied it. He replied vaguely that it wasn't exactly like that. A large building belonging to the Martial Alliance appeared in the night. Yu Hojung suddenly burst out laughing, dismissing his suspicion and apologizing for insulting a righteous gentleman. He smiled, but his eyes held a hidden warning. Yu Hojung announced that there was a Martial Alliance branch nearby. He warned sternly that if Sungmin strayed from the path of righteousness, the sword of justice would find him. Having said that, Yu Hojung turned and left, leaving Lee Sungmin alone with the recent warning. Deep down, Lee Sungmin took note of the warning. Finally, March 14th, the promised day, arrived. Rubia wished him a good time, while Baek Wonpei eagerly ran off to see the Iron Horse. When he was alone, the Void Monarch appeared in Sungmin's mind, and mockingly asked if he was nervous. He continued to tease, suggesting Sungmin wasn't a child experiencing first love, but the latter quickly denied it. Despite Sungmin's vehement denial, the Void Monarch insisted that the yearning between a man and a woman always turns into affection. He retorted by asking why his heart was beating so wildly, causing Sungmin to just yell at him to shut up. The Void Monarch laughed, commenting that Sungmin's reaction was, in a way, quite cute. Suddenly, Sungmin sensed something from his gauntlet. He angrily punched the gauntlet to put Hyoju in his place, who was also joining in the teasing. He had arrived at the city fountain. This was the meeting place at noon, a promise made 10 years ago. Sungmin realized with annoyance that he had arrived too early. There was still an hour until the appointed time. He nervously wondered if he should have brought flowers or something similar. Immediately, he blushed and dismissed the thought, telling himself this was just a meeting with an old friend. He clenched his fists, trying to regain his composure. He admitted to himself that what he truly wanted was Weiji Hoyon's recognition. He wanted her praise. Even though her words had once hurt him, he still desperately struggled for her acknowledgement. Lee Sungmin thought silently about his desire for Weiji Hoyon's recognition. In the central city of Rubes, time slowly passed. Noon finally arrived, and Lee Sungmin waited anxiously. He stood on a rooftop looking around, wondering why she hadn't arrived yet. The vast city landscape only emphasized his wait. He muttered that he was sure he had the right day. Feeling uneasy, Sungmin decided to call Neville's name. When the Arabrisa intermediary appeared, he immediately asked about Weiji Hoyon's location. Lee Sungmin held his breath while Neville searched for information. A strange woman reported that the little heavenly demon was fighting the ironclad spear, stunning Lee Sungmin. He recalled the identity of the ironclad spear. Yu Ho-jung. Lee Sungmin rushed forward, sensing something was wrong. Because with Weiji Hoyon's strength, she shouldn't be struggling against such an opponent. He deduced that the ironclad spear was currently gaining the upper hand. The city security forces shouted, demanding he stop for violating the law against using movement techniques. Despite the warning, Lee Sungmin zipped past them at blinding speed. He continued to shoot forward like an arrow. Lee Sungmin believed there was no reason Weiji Hoyon should be struggling with Yu Hojung, unless something terrible had happened. What the hell happened? He wondered internally, his face filled with worry. At the city gate, Weiji Hoyon was indeed confronting the ironclad spear. The ironclad spear's massive spearhead pointed straight ahead. Yu Hojung, encased in his armor, mocked his opponent. "You don't live up to your reputation, do you?" Weiji Hoyon, black blood dripping from her mouth, weakly asked, "Why are you attacking me?" She asserted that she had never wronged him. Yu Hojung pointed out that her black blood was an abnormal sign, and that a wounded tiger should be hunted, while she criticized his actions as cowardly. He sneered at the accusation, mocking a demon for speaking of justice. Weiji Hoyon curled her lip and replied that it was merely sarcasm. Yu Hojung admitted his actions were not righteous, but he was willing to bear all the sins just to kill her, the self-proclaimed demon. Suddenly, Weiji Hoyon asked an unrelated question. "What time is it now?" Although confused, Yu Hojung still replied that it was just past noon. Hearing this, Weiji Hoyon lowered her head in despair. Is that so? She painfully realized she had broken her promise. Deep down, Yu Hojung decided that even if he didn't know why Weiji Hoyon was weakened, he still had to kill her right here. He recalled the terrifying reputation of the little heavenly demon and told himself this was his independent action, requiring no permission from the Wu-Lin alliance. With iron resolve, Yu Hojung advanced, declaring he would destroy this villain. Weiji Hoyon thought desperately, is this how it ends, in a place like this? She couldn't believe she was being defeated by someone like him. In her final moments, the image of Lee Sungmin smiling appeared in her mind as she whispered an apology. Weiji Hoyon closed her eyes, filled with regret. I couldn't keep our promise. Weiji Hoyon, severely wounded, collapsed onto the cloak of the newcomer. A tall figure stood blocking the path between her and the ironclad spear, Yu Hojung. With blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, Weiji Hoyon looked up, her face filled with astonishment. Yu Hojung recognized the newcomer as the demon spear and questioned him. Do you understand what you are doing by blocking my path? Lee Sungmin calmly retorted. What are you doing here? Yu Hojung roared furiously, declaring that he was eliminating a villain before she became an unstoppable force. He asserted that he would use any means necessary to stop Weiji Hoyon. Still unable to believe her eyes, Weiji Hoyon weakly asked, Lee Sungmin, is that really you? Lee Sungmin turned to look at her, offering a gentle and reassuring smile. Yes, it's me, he replied softly while supporting her. Weiji Hoyon looked at him with a mixture of shock and relief, while Lee Sungmin maintained his confident smile. Witnessing the scene, Yu Hojung stood motionless inside his armor. He ground his teeth, his eyes within the helmet burning with rage. How dare you, chat and laugh right in front of me? Yu Hojung bellowed, releasing a fierce surge of energy. Lee Sungmin remained standing firm, shielding Weiji Hoyon from the impending attack. He calmly raised his head, showing no sign of flinching before his opponent's power. Lee Sungmin's eyes flashed with a fierce red light as he prepared to retaliate. Sensing the sudden surge of power, Yu Hojung abruptly froze in astonishment. Lee Sungmin swung his spear, easily blocking Yu Hojung's attack in an explosion of purple energy. In the dead of night, Lee Sungmin assumed a fighting stance, preparing to face an unknown enemy. His opponent revealed himself, a tall knight in purple armor, wielding a spear. The knight recognized the title Demon Spear as the armor on his chest automatically regenerated. Sungmin realized his opponent's armor was also enchanted, and his fighting style was far from ordinary. The knight began to empower himself, chanting strength and speed, as his body emitted a green aura. Empowered, he leaped into the air, his spear tip glowing red, ready for an attack. Explosion! The knight shouted another magic name as he descended. A large explosion occurred right in front of him, forcing Sungmin to raise his hand to shield himself. He was astonished as his opponent continued to unleash a stream of magic from his spear. Sungmin assessed that this would be a difficult battle, his gaze hardening. After the attack, the knight stood there, believing he had won. But then he turned around in surprise, sensing Sungmin's presence was still there. Sungmin was already behind him, shocking the knight as he thought his past self would have surely lost. It turned out Sungmin had defeated not one, but an entire army of identical knights. One of the knights lay on the ground, his helmet shattered, shouting in anger, "You bastard!" Lee Sungmin quietly looked down at the defeated foe. The battle concluded. He noticed a strange crowd gathering and decided he couldn't stay any longer. Just then, Baek Wuseon, the blood heavenly demon, appeared, blocking his path. Baek Wuseon looked at Sungmin and said he didn't expect them to meet again under these circumstances. With a slight smile, Sungmin calmly replied, "Yeah." Lee Sungmin extended his hand, intending to help Baek Wuseon up. Baek Wuseon, injured and exhausted, looked at his hand. With a weak smile, he said, "I'm sorry, but I really can't walk on my own right now." Lee Sungmin was silent for a moment. Then he screamed in horror as he understood what he had to do. Immediately after, Lee Sungmin carried Baek Wuseon on his back with a contorted expression. While Baek Wuseon seemed amused, Baek Wuseon playfully asked, "Am I heavy?" causing Sungmin to stammer in denial. Suddenly, an enraged voice roared, "Demon Spear." It was Yu Hojung, also injured, watching them from afar. He shouted, questioning Lee Sungmin for protecting a heavenly demon and asking if he intended to walk the path of demons. Lee Sungmin, carrying Baek Wuseon, turned back to face the accusation. He calmly replied that he didn't care about factional wars. "I'm just trying to save my friend," Lee Sungmin stated, causing Baek Wuseon to silently shed tears. Yu Hojung angrily threatened that Sungmin would have to kill him if he wanted to leave. Otherwise, he would call the Martial Alliance's extermination squad. Lee Sungmin simply looked at him with confusion. He turned and walked away, coldly saying, "I don't like killing. If you want to die, try jumping off a cliff." Left behind, Yu Hojung gritted his teeth in helplessness. "Leave this city," Yu Hojung suddenly called after him, making Lee Sungmin stop. He continued, "I'm telling you this as someone whose life you saved. The Martial Alliance headquarters will send their top experts. You won't be able to handle it," Yu Hojung warned. Yu Hojung, his face covered in blood, threatened that if Lee Sungmin ignored his warning, he would personally lead an army next time, and things wouldn't end easily. Carrying Weiji Hoyon on his back, Lee Sungmin coldly replied, "I'll keep that in mind." As he dashed away, Heoju asked if he intended to leave the city as advised. Leaping over rooftops, Sungmin thought it was a foolish move, because even if he left immediately, escaping pursuit would be difficult. Heoju asked again what he planned to do, and Sungmin asserted that the Martial Alliance wasn't the only power in this city. He explained that, if there was a Martial Alliance upholding righteousness, then there was also a faction that opposed them, namely the unorthodox demonic alliance. Heoju laughed mockingly at his naivety, suggesting there was no reason for the unorthodox demonic alliance to help just because they opposed the Martial Alliance. Sungmin admitted it was a gamble, but in this dire situation, he had no choice but to roll the dice. He looked at Weiji Hoyun, who was breathing laboriously, and wondered what had happened to her, unable to imagine she would be in such a state. Heoju seriously explained that it was a curse, leaving Sungmin stunned. The curse was disrupting the flow of energy and destroying her body from within, making it impossible for anyone to move normally. Heoju added that fortunately, the curse wasn't fatal. It was only meant to inflict pain and force submission. Sungmin looked at Weiji Hoyun with emotion, wondering if she had come here in such a condition because of their promise. He gritted his teeth and asked how to break the curse, and Heoju replied that it was simple. A mysterious voice echoed, welcoming the demon spear and asking if the person on his back was the little heavenly demon. The voice continued to express honor in hosting two renowned young heroes. An elderly woman appeared and introduced herself as Bohai, the chief steward of this mansion. With an inscrutable smile, she formally welcomed them to the unorthodox demonic alliance. Amidst the grand mansion, another voice echoed, stating they had been waiting for the demon spear for a long time. A man introduced himself as Guan Hu, the Rube's branch head of the unorthodox demonic alliance. Carrying Weiji Hoyun on his back, Lee Sungmin politely returned the greeting and introduced himself as well. Guan Hu smiled and said he had a few questions he wanted to ask. He listed Ma Thuong's accomplishments, from defeating Dak Bijun the sword demon to defeating Baek Wuseon, the berserk heavenly demon. Guan Hu pointed out the contradiction in Sungmin's actions. While he achieved merits against evil factions, He saved the little heavenly demon, despite the martial alliance's outrage. With sharp eyes, he directly asked, "So tell me, where do you truly belong?" Sungmin replied that it was a question he was often asked, and he belonged nowhere. He simply affirmed that he was a friend of Weiji Hoyon. Guanhu burst into a skeptical laugh. Considering the little heavenly demon having a friend an impossibility, he suddenly understood. This was precisely why Sungmin dared to confront the ironclad spear, despite angering the martial alliance. Sungmin interrupted, asking Guanhu to get straight to the point. Guanhu became serious, and asked if Sungmin understood the implications of seeking protection from the unorthodox demonic alliance. "Stop beating around the bush and get to the point," Sungmin impatiently replied. Guanhu declared that both the little heavenly demon and Sungmin were unaffiliated wanderers, and the alliance wanted to know if they intended to officially join. Sungmin replied that he couldn't decide for Weiji Hoyon, causing Guanhu to shift the question to him. Guanhu pressured him, suggesting that if he wanted to use the alliance as a shield, he should at least show sincerity by joining. Without a word, Lee Sungmin turned and walked away. Guanhu was stunned by his decisive refusal. Sungmin declared he would find another place, and if there were no other options, he would have to rely on Lloyd of the Golden Magic Tower. He thought to himself that while the Magic Tower might not confront the martial alliance for him, it was his only remaining hope. Just as Lee Sungmin was about to leave, Guanhu quickly called him back. Guanhu seemed more relaxed, chiding Sungmin for being impatient and advising him to let others finish speaking. He made a surprising offer. The unorthodox demonic alliance would protect him, even if he didn't join. Sungmin asked skeptically, and Guanhu confirmed this was a direct order from the alliance leader. Guanhu explained that the order was to accept him if he wanted to join, and to protect him even if he refused. He chuckled wryly, admitting he had hoped to recruit a strong ally but failed, making Sungmin wonder about the mysterious alliance leader. Guanhu introduced a woman named Shi Bi, who would guide them to their resting place. Before leaving, he gave one last piece of advice, saying it was out of concern for Sungmin. In his private room, Sungmin pondered, initially thinking the advice was only about the righteous and demonic paths. But Hyoju appeared, confirming that Guanhu's meaning was deeper than that. Hyoju explained that Sungmin was walking a thin line between righteous and demonic, between human and non-human. As Hyoju was asking how long Sungmin could maintain his balance, he was suddenly interrupted because Weiji Hoyon was waking up. He worriedly called Weiji Hoyon's name and shook her awake. Weiji Hoyon suddenly sat up and called Lee Sungmin's name, making him flustered and telling her to rest. Sungmin pressed her to reveal who had cursed her. Weiji Hoyon simply smiled defiantly and asked what he would do if he knew. She directly asked a question that stunned Sungmin. "Do you think you are stronger than me?" She tiredly recounted that she had fought the person for 3 days and nights but couldn't kill him, and was ultimately cursed. "Do you think you can defeat an opponent like that?" Weiji Hoyon asked, and Sungmin firmly replied, "Yes, somewhere." A young man with reddish-brown hair and amber eyes was lost in thought. Lee Sungmin shouted, "No matter what happens, I will definitely defeat him." Weiji Hoyon looked at him, slightly surprised by his fierce reaction. Then she smiled gently. She revealed the name of the one who cursed her was Qian Ton, and he claimed to be the lowest-ranking member of a group called Thien Nguai Thien. Lee Sungmin was stunned, remembering that Kim Ton also came from that organization, Tien and Nguai Tien again. Weiji Hoyon was pleased that he was angry as if it had happened to himself. She stood up, asserting that this was her own problem, making Sungmin exclaim in disbelief. In this condition, he couldn't believe he was hearing these words from someone he had to beg for help from 10 years ago. Weiji Hoyon evaded, saying she really didn't want to bring up that matter again. She asked if he was angry because they were friends, and Lee Sungmin awkwardly confirmed. "As a friend, I have a favor to ask," Weiji Hoyon said, and Sungmin immediately agreed. She pointed to the food tray and said, "I'm hungry," leaving Sungmin completely bewildered. She explained that she couldn't move her hands. Lee Sungmin still didn't understand what was happening. Weiji Hoyon playfully requested, "Feed me." Lee Sungmin's face contorted with extreme horror and anger. Meanwhile, at the unorthodox demonic alliance's mansion, Lee Sungmin had tried to investigate Tien Nguai Tien through his connections. However, even Arabrisa didn't have much information about this organization, and he couldn't get a clear answer on how to break the curse on Weiji Hoyon. While Lee Sungmin was tense, Hyoju advised that the answer they sought lay to the south. Hyoju explained that there were many mages there, which would make it easier to find a way to break the curse. But Lee Sungmin remained worried, knowing that the Martial Alliance's hunters might be on their way. He realized he needed to make a decision before it was too late, and began a conversation with Guanhu. Lee Sungmin directly asked about the level of protection the unorthodox demonic alliance offered its members. Guanhu explained that most members practiced demonic arts, a type of power that could change their very nature. When Lee Sungmin asked if the alliance controlled them, Guanhu admitted that control was not absolute. He clarified that once a member crossed the line and became a monster, the alliance would no longer protect them. In fact, they would let the martial alliance clean up their corrupted members. After hearing this, Lee Sungmin firmly declared that he had made his own decision. He stated unequivocally that he and Weiji Hoyon would leave the unorthodox demonic alliance, despite being hunted by both the martial alliance and beyond the heavens. Guanhu listened in silence, his expression becoming extremely serious. As Lee Sungmin turned to leave, he made his intentions clear. Suddenly, Guanhu's demeanor changed, his eyes glowing ominously, as he asked if Sungmin regretted his decision. Lee Sungmin was startled by the transformation and the terrifying aura emanating from Guanhu. He panicked as a black mask appeared on Guanhu's face, and a strange voice declared itself the leader of the unorthodox demonic alliance. The leader explained he was speaking through a communication device, but Sungmin was still stunned. He directly asked if Lee Sungmin was leaving because of the little heavenly demon. Lee Sungmin admitted it was the main reason and politely thanked them for their temporary assistance. The leader accepted his decision but also offered a final warning before letting him go. The leader of the unorthodox demonic alliance warned Lee Sungmin that he was walking a gray path, but if he chose the demonic path, he should come to Legro Forest. He said that was where he would be, leaving Lee Sungmin alone to ponder the offer. On the train, Byok Wanpei suddenly spoke up, saying Lee Sungmin was truly admirable, which confused him. Byok Wanpei was amazed that a mere 2-3-year-old had reached the transcendent realm, an unprecedented feat. Weiji Hoyon, though weak, chimed in teasingly, asking the berserk heavenly demon Byok Wanpei what he thought of her after hearing many rumors. Byok Wanpei bluntly remarked that she didn't look like a formidable opponent in her current state, causing Weiji Hoyon to just smile wryly. However, the thought made Byok Wanpei's blood boil, and he eagerly promised a match once she recovered. Weiji Hoyon tiredly agreed while sweating profusely from exhaustion. Immediately after, she slumped over, resting her head on Lee Sungmin's shoulder in a state of collapse. Seeing the pathetic state of a master like Weiji Hoyon, Lee Sungmin decided to ask the berserk heavenly demon for help. Byok Wanpei confidently replied not to worry, as he had been fighting the Martial Alliance's scoundrels for decades. The group of 4 proceeded to a large building, where a lone figure stood waiting at the top of the stairs. It was Yu Hojung, the ironclad spear, who coldly declared they had ignored his warning. Lee Sungmin mocked the meager welcome, but Yu Hojung retorted that his side had its own issues. Yu Hojung began listing his opponents, starting with the berserk heavenly demon, Byok Wanpei. Next was the little heavenly demon, Weiji Hoyon, and the demon spear Lee Sungmin. He hesitated when he saw Rubia, who was confused about what was happening. Yu Hojung clenched his fists, declaring them evil beings who disrupted peace, and in the name of the Martial Alliance. He roared that he would eliminate them all and charged forward. Lee Sungmin attempted to negotiate. Neither I nor the little heavenly demon have done anything wrong. How about we hand over the berserk heavenly demon to resolve this peacefully? Yu Hojung roared, asserting that the nature of heretical demons was to always commit evil deeds. Lee Sungmin silently pondered for a moment. Then he firmly replied, "To be honest, I don't agree with that logic." He questioned, "So, just because Weiji Hoyon belongs to a demonic sect, even if she's done nothing, you're determined to kill her?" With eyes blazing with anger, Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth. "All of you are obsessed with distinguishing black and white." He summoned his spear and declared, "Fine. If you want it that way, I'll take you down." Ironclad spear. A flashback began, showing the day Yu Hojung received a letter. The order in the letter was clear. Kill the little heavenly demon at all costs, and there would be no reinforcements. In Yu Hojung's eyes, even though the little heavenly demon was weakened, the demon spear and the berserk heavenly demon beside her were formidable opponents. He understood that this was essentially a suicide mission. Nevertheless, Yu Hojung showed no hesitation, thinking, "That doesn't matter." He pondered whether this was due to the Alliance's busyness or a punishment for bowing to a demon. But then he reinforced his resolve, "I will eliminate the demons." That was the belief Yu Hojung had held throughout his life. Returning to the present, Lee Sungmin and Yu Hojung clashed, their weapons colliding violently. Lee Sungmin stood in front of Byok Wanpei, ready to face the enemy alone. Byok Wanpei asked, "Do you need support?" Lee Sungmin confidently replied, "No, I'm fine." Yu Hojung shouted and charged forward, "I will take the little heavenly demon's head." Lee Sungmin spun his spear, thinking furiously, "These bastards. Just because they label her a demon, they want to kill Weiji Hoyon, who has never done anything wrong." Lee Sungmin looked into Yu Hojung's unwavering eyes, sensing the absurdity in his black and white logic. Rage flared up as he confronted that unshakable, ironclad conviction. He lunged into the attack, purple energy streams from his spear colliding violently. Yu Hojung roared, struggling to fend off Lee Sungmin's power. Lee Sungmin accepted the fight, his eyes flashing with determination. "So be it," he declared amidst the battle. "If you believe yourselves to be justice and call us demonic beings, then I will acknowledge it." A powerful strike landed, sending Yu Hojung flying backward. With blazing red eyes, Lee Sungmin affirmed, "I will walk that path." The battle ended, both standing face to face as Yu Hojung's body began to disintegrate. Dying, Yu Hojung warned, "This decision, you will regret it." "No, I won't," Lee Sungmin replied decisively. Before vanishing, Yu Hojung offered a final smile. "Good." Enveloped in red aura, Lee Sungmin whispered, "I feel the same way." His eyes reflected complexity as he pondered the recent duel. Standing next to Byok Wonpai and the opponent's corpse, he thought, "Ironclad spear Yu Hojung." Even a master like him staked his life on that black and white worldview. He wondered if that sacrifice was truly worth it. Byok Wonpai spoke up, warning of impending trouble now that Sungmin had killed a renowned martial artist. His reputation as the demon spear would vanish, and he would be openly hunted by the martial alliance. Byok Wonpai concluded that Yu Hojung was likely used merely as a sacrificial pawn, astonishing Lee Sungmin. Byok Wonpai explained that the martial alliance knew neither of them was notorious enough yet for a large-scale manhunt. Lee Sungmin asked in shock if they were willing to sacrifice a peak supreme master just to gain a pretext, and Byok Wonpai affirmed that it was absolutely worth it. Byok Wonpai added that the price was necessary to eliminate a monster who had reached the transcendent realm while only in their early 20s, like Weiji Hoyon. Lee Sungmin muttered about the transcendent realm, trying to recall where he had heard the term. Suddenly, a strange voice asked if he was curious, as a mysterious figure with green hair appeared. Byok Wonpai gasped in horror, realizing the stranger had silently appeared right behind Lee Sungmin. The figure grabbed Lee Sungmin, scoffing that the transcendent realm was something worms like Byok Wonpai should never be allowed to mention. He explained it was the ultimate state for a martial artist, surpassing even peak supreme masters, a towering wall. The stranger continued sarcastically that countless failures had collapsed in despair trying to cross that wall, citing Byok Wonpai as an example. Byok Wonpai froze, seemingly recognizing the enemy's identity. The stranger inquired if the wounds the berserk heavenly demon suffered from the Sword Supreme had healed yet. He glanced at the unconscious Weiji Hoyon, while Lee Sungmin realized he was completely unable to move under the man's pressure. The stranger declared he would grant them the honor of facing a martial artist of the transcendent realm. He introduced himself as Anzun Hidden Sovereign, of the organization Beyond the Heavens, stating he was here for 2 reasons. Anzun arrogantly challenged both Lee Sungmin and Byok Wonpai at once. Lee Sungmin wondered confusedly about the 2 reasons Anzun had mentioned. Anzun stared menacingly from the shadows. He revealed the first reason was to take the little heavenly demon with him. Anzun thought to himself that after suffering the Fist Sovereign's curse, Weiji Hoyon's will should have been eroded. However, he concluded that as long as Lee Sungmin was by her side, the little heavenly demon would not be easily subdued. Backed into a corner, Lee Sungmin challenged Anzun. "So what? Are you planning to eliminate me?" Anzun replied, "That is my second reason," then raised his hand, and an orb of energy appeared. The orb of light flew into the air. It exploded, creating an entirely separate space. Lee Sungmin, Byok Wonpai, and Weiji Hoyon were all drawn into it in astonishment. Anzun casually explained, "Don't be alarmed. I merely separated the space because the gaze of insects annoys me." He looked at Lee Sungmin and said, "Demon Spear Lee Sungmin, you possess remarkable skill for your age, having killed the ironclad spear so easily. I will have to test you," Anzun declared. He continued that this was his second reason, but reassured him that he would not kill him. Byok Wonpai tried to mention the Sword Supreme, but Anzun coldly interrupted. Silence. Anzun mocked. "It's been about 10 years since you lost to the Sword Supreme, hasn't it? You still haven't reached the transcendent realm. Beyond the Heavens has no interest in trash," he said, causing Byok Wonpai to grind his teeth in fury. Lee Sungmin anxiously watched the berserk heavenly demon trembling with rage. Anzun concluded the conversation. "I have spoken too much. Come on, approach," he provoked, gesturing invitingly with his hand. Unable to restrain himself, Byok Wonpai roared and charged forward at terrifying speed. Anzun calmly remarked, "Are you charging at me to hide your fear? How pathetic." He simply raised one hand and fired a stream of purple energy forward. Byeokwanpai's weapon shattered into pieces upon impact. The energy stream continued, piercing the berserk heavenly demon's shoulder, leaving a severe wound. Enzun unleashed an energy attack, sending Byeokwanpai flying into a boulder, shattering it. He gritted his teeth, focusing on the next attack aimed at Lee Sungmin. Countless flying daggers were launched from a central point. Lee Sungmin looked up, astonished by the incoming rain of weapons. In his new armor, he swung his spear, deflecting the flying daggers. Lee Sungmin was still stunned, sweat pouring down his face at his opponent's speed. Enzun scoffed, saying he had deliberately missed and that he couldn't even react. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a finishing blow on Lee Sungmin. Byeokwanpai rushed forward, shielding him with his body. The berserk heavenly demon was startled by Onzun's terrifying speed as he appeared right behind him. Byeokwanpai gritted his teeth, determined to fight. Anzun easily blocked Byeokwanpai's full-force punch. Lee Sungmin realized with horror that Anzun was on a completely different level and was merely toying with them. He frowned in worry, the enraged image of Byeokwanpai appearing in his mind. With blazing red eyes, Lee Sungmin wondered what he should do now. Anzun sighed, showing his boredom with the fight. "I'm sick of this," Byeokwanpai roared, pouring all his strength into it. His eyes gleamed with ultimate fury. Anzun brought down a beam of light from the sky, instantly knocking out Byeokwanpai. "You've wasted the last 10 years of your life," Anzun said coldly to the defeated man lying in a pool of blood. Anzun looked down at the defeated Byeokwanpai, declaring, "You're no longer worth watching." Suddenly, Anzun spun around in surprise. He sensed Lee Sungmin's presence standing in the distant shadows. Anzun sighed in exasperation, deciding he would only take the little heavenly demon with him. He turned to Lee Sungmin, scoffing, "I didn't expect you to be someone who relies on the power of a low-level demonic spirit." Lee Sungmin glared back, his eyes blazing with dark energy. Anzun continued his taunts while dark energy surged around him. Behind him, Byeokwanpai, who seemed to have fallen, began to struggle back up. "Huh? There's no way you can stand up now," Anzun exclaimed in surprise. Byeokwanpai stood upright, his entire body erupting in a crimson aura, making Anzun realize he was also using demonic arts. In his mind, Heoju explained to Lee Sungmin that the old man had gone berserk due to resonating with his demonic energy and warned him to be careful. Anzun concentrated his energy, preparing for a powerful attack. He unleashed green energy slashes at Byeokwanpai while Heoju's voice echoed, "There is no free power in this world." The fierce confrontation ensued as Anzun continuously attacked Byeokwanpai. Byeokwanpai roared in pain as Heoju concluded, "Demonic power will destroy humans. Do you really think you can face me with that kind of power?" Anzun asked condescendingly. Suddenly, a mysterious red blood demon god talisman flew towards Anzun. "What?" Anzun yelled, as the talisman embedded itself directly into his dark arm. Byeokwanpai was unleashing the vortex blood demon god's secret art, fourth form. With his ultimate move, lightning destruction, Byeokwanpai charged into a life-or-death battle with Anzun. Byeokwanpai's furious punch violently collided with Anzun's energy. A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing the entire battlefield in a sphere of destruction. In the silent space, Anzun admitted, "That caught me a little off guard." He looked down at his fallen opponent and continued, "Even if you borrowed power from a demon, that last attack, in terms of pure power, was at a transcendent level. I commend you for that." Witnessing the scene, Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, realizing, "Damn it, even using the Void Monarch's power, we're only evenly matched. No, I'm still a little weaker." In his mind, he called out the Void Monarch's name. An inner voice echoed, begging for even more power. He screamed in desperation, demanding a source of power even greater than before. The Void Monarch replied, agreeing to lend power, but warning of the consequences he would have to bear. Lee Sungmin confidently asserted that this time would be different, as he now had enough inner energy to control the demonic power. Anzun watched with interest, realizing that his demonic power and inner energy were merging, forming a vortex. He admitted he couldn't underestimate someone who could draw out such immense power. Anzun opened his fan and concluded, "Just as I thought. I can't kill you." Lee Sungmin, with eyes blazing with demonic fire, let out a challenging roar. He explained his new technique was the collision, crushing, and compression of all his power into a sphere of destruction. Concentrating energy into the tip of his spear, he prepared to unleash his strongest attack. Lee Sungmin unleashed Heavenly Pierce, a destructive beam of light that shot towards Anzun. Anzun quickly used his fan to block the attack. Standing firm against the destructive force, he calmly remarked, "That was a good attack." Lee Sungmin's combined internal energy and demonic power attack clashed with Anzun in a terrifying explosion. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Anzun stood firm, seemingly unharmed. He casually used his blazing red fan to block the attack and began to offer praise. Lee Sungmin was stunned, unable to believe that his full-power attack had been neutralized. Anzun flashed an excited smile, his eyes glowing menacingly within the star-filled space. The entire surrounding area remained an illusory night sky created by him. In a flash, Anzun appeared from behind and launched a fatal counterattack, sending blood splattering. Yet, Anzun himself exclaimed in astonishment internally, "I can't believe he still has the strength to move. Damn it, that was a fatal wound." He admitted that even though he aimed for Lee Sungmin's weak point, he himself was injured during the exchange. Anzun told himself that he had barely managed to counterattack, and it was a pity to have finished off the opponent. Believing the battle was over, he decided he would only take the little heavenly demon back to Tianhuitian. But then, Lee Sungmin's eyes twitched, and he began to drag his heavy steps forward. He gasped for breath, resolutely refusing to collapse even though his body had reached its limit. A shattered piece of armor fell to the ground, and blood dripped with every step he took. Lee Sungmin, his body covered in injuries, staggered toward Anzun, who had his back turned. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "I won't let you. Take Weiji Hoyon." Anzun turned back, his eyes revealing extreme astonishment at the boy's willpower. He thought, "That's impressive, but also a shame. I can't believe he's still moving in that state." Anzun conceded, "If my body were in better condition, I definitely would have captured him, regardless of whether he borrowed demonic power or not." He decided, "So be it. I'll just take the little heavenly demon alone." Anzun said his farewells, preparing to leave after having defeated Lee Sungmin. Suddenly, a dagger flashed, flying through the air with a stream of purple dark energy. The dark energy violently exploded right in front of Anzun. Anzun was surprised that a mysterious shadow had blocked his attack. A man wearing a golden mask suddenly appeared, grabbed Anzun's head, called him Tang Mo, and mocked him for bullying the weak. Anzun snarled furiously, demanding not to be called by that name. He realized in horror that the stranger was the leader of the unorthodox demonic alliance. The leader coldly stabbed Anzun in the head with the dagger, making him scream in pain. Anzun couldn't believe it, stammering to ask how the leader managed to arrive here. The leader gripped Anzun tightly, declaring that there was nowhere he could not reach. The leader's body dissolved into a stream of mystical cosmic energy. Anzun realized he was facing a clone, but defiantly asked what difference it made. In his mind, Anzun compared the leader's power to another terrifying entity while looking at the collapsing Lee Sungmin. The leader casually asked Anzun if he intended to interfere with Tianhuitian's affairs, then admitted that it certainly looked that way. He explained that he had been moved by the desperate struggle of the young Lee Sungmin. Anzun scoffed that given the current state of the clone, finishing off a worm like the leader would be easy. He continued sarcastically that in the leader's shabby alliance, only the old martial god could threaten him, but that old man wouldn't step in to save his life. Anzun issued an ultimatum, threatening to turn the leader into a puddle of blood if he didn't disappear within 3 seconds. The leader remained unfazed, declared he would remember this, and began the countdown. When he reached 1, Anzun's clone vanished into the void under the leader's gaze. The leader of the unorthodox demonic alliance looked down at Lee Sungmin's figure, mocked Anzun's pathetic state, and advised the boy not to become like him. He admitted that with Anzun severely injured, Lee Sungmin might have been able to kill him. However, the leader explained that if he had done so, Tianhuitian would have killed him within a week and taken the little heavenly demon anyway. But by sparing Anzun's life, his intervention became known, forcing Tianhuitian to remain silent. The leader turned to speak to Weiji Hoyon from a distance. He said that the next choice was hers, but in her weakened and cursed state, she would only be a burden to Lee Sungmin. When Weiji Hoyon asked in confusion, he offered her protection at the unorthodox demonic alliance if she did not wish to go to Tianhuitian. The leader added one more thing. He warned them to be wary of the martial alliance leader before dissolving into space. The space collapsed, and Lee Sungmin, Weiji Hoyon, and Byok Wanpai fell together. Mid-air, Lee Sungmin managed to grab Weiji Hoyon's hand. He stumbled upon landing, making Weiji Hoyon wonder internally why he tried so hard. Completely exhausted, Lee Sungmin collapsed next to the unconscious Weiji Hoyon. He wondered why people like the leader and Byok Wanpai went to such lengths to help him. A moment later, Lee Sungmin woke up with one eye bandaged. He realized he was in a nearby cave with Weiji Hoyon. Byok Wanpai explained that they were being pursued by the Martial Alliance and had to hide, while 2 others were setting up a barrier. Lee Sungmin sat silently beside Weiji Hoyon, He felt utterly helpless, thinking that he had to receive protection from others yet again. Nevertheless, he was determined to protect her, even if it meant his own body was utterly destroyed. In his anguish, Lee Sungmin screamed in his mind that he couldn't accept this. He should have been the stronger one, but now he couldn't survive without Weiji Hoyon's help. He didn't want her to constantly suffer injuries to save him. That wasn't why he wanted to be her friend. Therefore, Lee Sungmin decided to accept the offer from the leader of the unorthodox demonic alliance and leave her side. He believed that if he stubbornly stayed, Weiji Hoyon would only feel more useless and hurt herself further. With a clenched fist, he made his resolution. Lee Sungmin turned back and promised his resting friend that he would definitely find a way to break the curse on her. Suddenly, Weiji Hoyon mumbled the word friends. She raised her head and asked suggestively, "Friends? Huh?" Sungmin startled and stood up when she said she had something she wanted to ask him. Weiji Hoyon looked straight at him and asked a surprising question. "Do I look beautiful right now?" Lee Sungmin was completely flustered, only able to stammer incoherently. His face flushed red. He had absolutely no idea how to react to the sudden question. The image of the larva, the symbol of his slow efforts, flashed through his mind. In the quiet space of the cave, he awkwardly began to answer. Lee Sungmin shouted his sincere confession that he always thought she was very beautiful. Weiji Hoyon looked at her embarrassed friend with a meaningful smile. She gently placed her hand on Sungmin's cheek and whispered, "Friends. Huh." Pulling him closer, she asked if that was all that truly existed between the two of us. Weiji Hoyon pulled Lee Sungmin closer, looking straight into his eyes. She asked if their relationship was merely friendship. Leaning in, she began her confession. Then she kissed him, saying that she had always had feelings for him. Suddenly, Byok Wanpa roared, declaring that he had broken through the barrier. He lunged forward and punched Lee Sungmin directly in the stomach, angrily asking what he was doing. The shock knocked everyone unconscious, leaving only Rubia stunned and wondering what had just happened. When Lee Sungmin woke up, Rubia immediately asked about his condition. She explained that even though she had used an elixir to treat him, she was still worried about the eye injury caused by the black magic. She slowly removed the black bandage covering his eye. At first, Rubia sighed in relief, seeing that the wound seemed to have healed completely. But immediately after, she froze in astonishment. A loud scream echoed everywhere. The whole group stared at Lee Sungmin, confusing him even though he could see everything clearly. Rubia stammered that his eye color had changed. One eye had now turned a brilliant golden color. A few days later, members of the unorthodox demonic alliance arrived to pick up Weiji Hoyon. As planned, she agreed to go with them to receive treatment. On the way, Weiji Hoyon smiled, recalling the precious days she had just spent with Lee Sungmin. She told herself that the next time they met, she would definitely face him with pride. En route, Weiji Hoyon accepted the necessity of parting once more, believing this was the best choice for now. She watched the road ahead, as the carriage carried her away from Lee Sungmin. Their promises of "see you again" and the instruction "don't die" still echoed. Inside the carriage, she recalled the lock of hair she had given him. Weiji Hoyon thought to herself that there were still too many things she hadn't done with Lee Sungmin. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, Lee Sungmin began his own journey. Hihoju noticed that he still held Weiji Hoyon's lock of hair, and Sungmin silently admitted it. Hihoju revealed that the leader of the unorthodox demonic alliance had instructed them to keep it, perhaps for some kind of magic. Sungmin asserted that he would have kept it even without instructions, then irritably brushed off Hihoju's teasing. He had outlined a clear plan: head south, find a way to break Weiji Hoyon's curse, and learn to control the demonic energy. Suddenly, Lee Sungmin's golden right eye contracted as he sensed something. He was astonished to see a stream of red energy stirring in the dark forest. Heoju explained that it was demonic energy, and Sungmin could see it because he had tasted his power. He revealed that Sungmin's eye had been permanently mutated by his demonic energy. Lee Sungmin desperately realized he was slowly losing his humanity, but Heoju merely said that was a cheap price to pay. Heoju confirmed that seeing the demonic energy meant they were getting closer to the south. He explained that demons are born from things that evoke fear in humans. The south, a land lacking the light of civilization, is a particularly fertile ground for demons to breed. Heoju concluded that demons are born, sow fear among humans, and grow stronger by feeding on that very fear. As Lee Sungmin ventured deeper into the forest, a gigantic snake demon appeared, confirming that this was the nature of a demon. The monster hissed, questioning the intruder who had violated its territory and remarking that his human shell looked very convincing. In its eyes, Lee Sungmin appeared as a true demon, causing it to laugh loudly and assume he was one of its own kind. Without a word, Lee Sungmin charged forward, his spear piercing the demon's head, ending it instantly. Heoju was astonished by the sight, while Lee Sung-min pondered the nature of a demon. With his right eye glowing yellow, he roared in anger, adamantly denying he would become such a thing. A sinister and twisted smile flickered in the darkness. Afterward, Haeoju and Rubia happily enjoyed the demon snake's meat, praising its deliciousness. From afar, Weiji Hoyeon observed Lee Sung-min's image, and commented with amusement that the foolish kid was trying to look cool. Returning to reality, Neville of Erebrisa explained that beyond the forest lay the city of Devon, home to a talented mage named Aladur. Byok Wanpei eagerly asked if they just needed to go there to break the curse on the little heavenly demon. But Neville warned that things were not that simple. He explained that Devon was under the control of the Jaegal clan of the Martial Alliance, and this timing could not be worse. Neville revealed that the flying silver dragon Jaegal Taeryung and the snowflower Moyong Sojin were about to celebrate their child's first birthday. Therefore, warriors from all orthodox sects were gathering in Devon to attend the event. Lee Sung-min was stunned as he remembered Moyong Sojin was the woman his sworn brother, Namgung Hee-won, had unrequited feelings for. A brief flashback recalled Namgung Hee-won's failed love and his sworn brotherhood with Sung-min. Sung-min suddenly realized Namgung Hee-won might also be in Devon, but Neville advised him against entering the city as he was a wanted man and considered a demonic human. Despite the danger, Lee Sung-min was determined not to delay and asked if there was a safe way to enter and exit the city. Neville smiled, replying that there was always a way if one had enough money. Neville introduced the Erebrisa special disguise, providing Sung-min with a new identity as Helmut Sebastian Kraus, but he only felt disgusted by the terrible portrait of himself. Meanwhile, on another road, the rattling of wheels could be heard as a carriage moved along. Inside, a man wearing a golden mask looked out the window with a pensive expression. The man's amber eyes gleamed with deep contemplation. The masked man turned to Weiji Hoyeon and asked if she was thinking about that boy. Weiji Hoyeon recognized the person before her as the powerful leader of the unorthodox demonic alliance. She sarcastically remarked that the alliance leader was quite idle to keep appearing in her carriage via clones, but he merely replied that she still grumbled, even when he showed concern. When he asked if his presence bothered her, Weiji Hoyeon coldly stated that no kindness was without purpose. She added that this was especially true for someone who always hid their face, but the leader denied that the mask was for hiding anything. Weiji Hoyeon questioned the reason for his mask, and the leader casually replied that there was no particular reason. He playfully explained that the mask simply gave him an air of mystery. Weiji Hoyeon could only remain silent with a completely unimpressed expression. She commented that the mysterious effect would wear off if he kept appearing like this, causing the leader to burst into hearty laughter. The leader's tone suddenly turned serious as he admitted she was right about kindness and motives. He explained that her narrow worldview was due to only encountering impoverished individuals with no room for generosity. Weiji Hoyeon was stunned by his sharp and weighty words. She realized that this man was not joking at all. The leader continued, suggesting her ego was too large from always being the protagonist of her world, but reassured her that he had no interest in her. He revealed that the one he was truly interested in was the Demon Spear Kid, leaving Weiji Hoyeon completely shocked. Weiji Hoyeon questioned the leader about his intentions, but he merely mocked her killing intent. Despite her cursed state, she asserted that she was still herself. She clenched her fists, affirming she was doing this for her promise to Lee Sung-min. The leader found her actions pathetic. He told her to calm down, confirming his interest was indeed in the Demon Spear. Then he declared he was considering taking Lee Sung-min as a disciple. Weiji Hoyeon was stunned by the unbelievable offer. She couldn't believe that Yang Il-cheon, the strongest in the demonic path, would want to do such a thing. She reiterated that he was known for never taking disciples, but he simply brushed it off. He explained that he simply hadn't found anyone to his liking. The leader stated plainly that this was also why he wasn't interested in her. He preferred those who worked hard over innate geniuses who relied solely on their talent. Weiji Hoyeon retorted, arguing that Lee Sung-min was not ordinary, having progressed immensely in just 10 years. Yang Il-cheon scoffed at the concept of 10 years. He said that a genius like her would never understand. He began to explain the true weight of time. The weight Lee Sung-min carried was far greater than 10 long years. Yang Il-cheon concluded, "That's why I like him." The scene shifted to another location, where Lee Sung-min asked a cloaked figure, "Are you Aladur?" The cloaked man introduced himself as the mage Aladur, asking if he was the guest. Lee Sung-min, still in his cloak, replied that he was looking for someone. Byok Wanpai, accompanying Sung-min, said that finding people was this old man's specialty, then inquired about the cost. Byok Wanpai looked annoyed at Lee Sung-min's innocent expression. Lee Sung-min placed a lock of hair on the table, explaining he wanted to find the one who cursed its owner. Aladur took the lock of hair and confidently stated that it wouldn't be difficult. His hands emitted a bright red energy as he began the ritual. Within the energy, an image appeared, surprising Lee Sungmin. Aladur concentrated and said he saw a forest. The vision continued to show elves, and Aladur concluded that the caster of the spell was in the elf forest. He commented that it was an extremely vicious curse, so much so that even the caster couldn't escape the backlash. Byok Wonpai reasoned that if the caster was also suffering, the hunt would be easy. Lee Sungmin confirmed the elf forest as their next destination, while Byok Wonpai muttered that he hated common prey. Suddenly, Jegal Taryung of the Jegal clan appeared and asked for their identities. He stood blocking their path. Jegal Taryung remarked that Lee Sungmin and Byok Wonpai didn't seem like ordinary civilians. A masked man, the leader of the Black Hound Squad, reported that Ma Thung was in Devon. Jegal Taryung recalled meeting Ma Thung and was surprised by his progress, then asked if the Black Hounds needed help from the Jegal clan. The squad leader confirmed, but admitted they lost track of their target immediately after arriving in Devon. Jegal Taryung thought to himself that the two fugitives had started using disguise techniques. He asked the Black Hound squad leader again if they didn't look like civilians, and received a firm affirmation. The squad leader began to explain, giving a prime example of a fallen noble named Helmut Sebastian Kraus, who had to disguise himself as a hunter to hide his identity. Jegal Taryung looked confused by the lengthy explanation. The squad leader pointed at Byok Wonpai, suggesting he looked like someone of noble standing and hiding. Conversely, when describing Lee Sungmin, the squad leader recounted that he introduced himself as Gai Dong. Jegal Taryung grimaced in disgust at the ridiculous name. An image of Lee Sungmin with a bizarre face appeared in his mind. Jegal Taryung broke out in a sweat, completely unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Byok Wonpai's image exuded an aura of dignity and trustworthiness. Jegal Taryung gritted his teeth. This contrast made him even more annoyed. Lee Sungmin's face reappeared, looking utterly ridiculous. He thought that Byok Wonpai might be somewhat acceptable, but no one in real life could look like Lee Sungmin. Jegal Taryung tried to convince himself that Lee Sungmin must be wearing a human skin mask. However, the powerful aura emanating from both of them made him hesitate. Realizing that starting a fight now would be suicidal, Jegal Taryung decided to back down and let them continue their journey. Lee Sungmin and Byok Wonpai calmly walked away. Lee Sungmin wondered if Jegal Taryung had realized anything, and Hehoju on his shoulder replied indifferently. Byok Wonpai turned to scold Lee Sungmin, asking why he had to act so hard with such a bizarre appearance that even he wanted to hit him. Lee Sungmin thought to himself that the expensive disguise Byok Wonpai impulsively bought was indeed more costly than expected. He had to buy the cheapest version. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had enough money to pay the sorcerer. While leaving, Lee Sungmin suddenly stopped. He realized why someone like Jegal Taryung would seek out a sorcerer in a small alley. Sungmin concluded that, naturally, his target was them. Meanwhile, Jegal Taryung and the Black Hound squad had entered the sorcerer's residence. Aladur confirmed through magic that the two people they were looking for had indeed just left. Jegal Taryung was angered by being a step behind, and decided to quickly report to the pursuit team. Just then, Namgung Heewon unexpectedly appeared and greeted them. He directly asked Jegal Taryung if he was planning to pursue Ma Thung. Jegal Taryung reminded him that Ma Thung was Namgung Heewon's sworn brother. He applied pressure, asking Heewon to join them and not go against the will of the martial alliance, which greatly confused Aladur. Namgung Heewon declared he would not retreat, because if his brother strayed, it was his responsibility to bring him back. Hearing this, Jegal Taryung immediately asked Heewon to summon his Heavenly Light Squad to form a pursuit team. Namgung Heewon remained silent, his eyes showing determination. Elsewhere, outside the city walls, Lee Sungmin and Byok Wonpai were ready. Byok Wonpai commented that the people gathered to pursue them were just mediocre, and Sungmin agreed that they didn't have enough time to assemble elites. Regardless, Sungmin thought they had accomplished everything they needed to in this city. Byok Wonpai urged them to break through at maximum speed, and Lee Sungmin prepared to fight for his clan's glory. Hehoju recalled his promise to guide them to a place where his old treasure was hidden. Lee Sungmin recounted that they had arrived at this place while fleeing from pursuers. However, upon arrival, he was horrified by the bizarre scenery of the forest and questioned Hehoju. Hehoju himself felt uncomfortable with the atmosphere of the place. Then, an explanation was given. Sungmin asked in surprise, "You're saying this forest was transformed by its fear of you?" Hehoju confirmed that, after his death, the fear, having lost its subject, had deeply ingrained itself into this forest. He was smug about his influence, while Sungmin silently acknowledged how impressive it was. When Sungmin asked about safety, Hehoju admitted that not everything here obeyed his will. He warned them not to let their guard down, but at least they could let the imps that obeyed him lead the way. Hyeoju gloated that the pursuers must be terrified, and Sungmin agreed. Sungmin laid out the plan. Follow the imps to the treasure, ditch the enemies, and then leave the forest. But suddenly, Rubia noticed the imp in her hand, trembling in fear. Hyeoju also sensed a strange presence, warning that something was here. He recognized it immediately. This aura. It's him. A mysterious dark figure appeared, greeting Hyeoju and surprising him as he thought the person had died 400 years ago. At the same time, Rubia panicked upon discovering a drawing of herself, realizing they were just going in circles. Byokwanpai also roared in frustration. His vortex blood demon god's secret art couldn't even scratch a tree. Rubia despaired, announcing that the mana was too chaotic for her to map. Hyeoju concluded thoughtfully. This was no longer a normal forest. Someone had cast a barrier encompassing the entire area. Hyeoju wondered who had created the barrier, an act far beyond the capabilities of any human mage. He concluded that something utterly disgusting must have taken root here. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, a young swordsman with green hair screamed in horror. He collapsed as a giant vengeful spirit made of dark energy materialized before him. Another black-haired swordsman yelled angrily, questioning the identity of the demonic entity. He charged forward to attack, his sword slashing directly at the vengeful spirit. However, the swordsman was stunned to realize his attack was completely useless. Both men faced the vengeful spirit in terror, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a muscular man in a hooded cloak pushed the swordsman aside and yelled for him to get out of the way. The man began chanting an ancient incantation, confronting the demonic entity head-on. His eyes glowed as a powerful seal was formed. He unleashed a torrent of energy towards the vengeful spirit, causing it to dissipate. After the danger passed, the giant vengeful spirit dissolved into dust. The swordsman asked in shock what it was, and was told it was a vengeful spirit. The muscular mage grabbed his companion, warning angrily that normal martial arts couldn't counter the spirits here. He began to panic, saying he wouldn't have come here even for 10 million gold, causing the swordsman to try and calm him. The swordsman forced a smile, asking why his companion was so stressed. At the same time, Sword Dragon Namgung Heewon and his Heavenly Light Squad had also entered the forest. Flying Silver Dragon, Jagal Taryung, and his Illusionary Sword Squad were also present, boasting that the elites of the clans had gathered. Finally, Poison Butterfly Dang Ahi and her Shadow Knight Squad appeared, signaling that a major event was about to unfold. The narrator announced that even the elite pursuit squad of the Martial Alliance, including Snowflower Moyong Sojin, had joined the fray. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, a muscular mage screamed in panic, warning that they were all on the verge of a massacre. The narration flashed back to the past, explaining that demons were born from fear, and 400 years ago, there was a demon that instilled terror in the entire world. A young swordsman listened, knowing that the residual fear from that demon's death had warped this forest with dark energy. The swordsman asked in disbelief, just what it left behind, causing the mage to be stunned by his naivete. The mage yelled angrily that even that remnant was enough to wipe them all out with ease. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the group held their breath as the demon's name was about to be revealed. It was the Void Monarch, a great demon with a terrifying form. Returning to the present, Lee Sungmin noticed that the demonic spirits in the forest were strangely friendly towards him. Hyeoju spoke in his mind, telling Sungmin not to get angry and to listen to his explanation, which confused him greatly. Hyeoju sheepishly admitted that perhaps his own existence had turned this entire forest into what it was. Lee Sungmin was stunned to realize Hyeoju was one of the 5 kings of the notorious Predator organization. Suddenly, a large demon with red hair and a hole in its chest appeared, announcing that the position of Demon King was now vacant. Hyeoju recognized an old acquaintance, wondering what had happened, and noting that he had become much weaker. The red-haired demon revealed the horrific wound where its heart once resided. He confirmed his condition, stating that his heart had been ripped out. Hyeoju mocked him as a parasite absorbing residual energy, and the red-haired demon bitterly admitted it. He recounted his failure, expulsion, and hiding here, then hesitantly asked if Hyeoju would punish him. Hyeoju dismissively waved him off, saying he didn't care about a loser and was only here to retrieve an item. The red-haired demon breathed a sigh of relief, but then added, however, signaling an impending problem. Hyeoju asked the red-haired Demon King, "Who defeated you?" The red-haired Demon King stared, preparing to reveal the identity of his enemy. He uttered the name Yana, and an image of a 9-tailed fox appeared. Hyeoju confirmed it was indeed the 9-tailed fox currently ruling Ormery. The flashback ended, returning to the gloomy forest. Lee Sungmin suspiciously asked if Hyeoju's treasure might have been stolen, but Hyeoju dismissed it. Hyeoju confidently declared they had arrived at the treasure's hiding place. He smirked smugly, his eyes glowing with power. Lee Sungmin was completely overwhelmed by the magnificent subspace that appeared. Heoju boasted that no one could steal from this subspace, and urged Lee Sungmin to open the chests. As Sungmin opened a chest, he curiously examined the gemstone inside, surprising Heoju. Heoju revealed it was the heart of a dragon. Lee Sungmin cried out in utter astonishment at the legendary treasure. There were also 10,000-year-old snow ginseng and human-faced spider essence, along with precious dragon bones and scales. Countless chests of gold and jewels were piled into a small mountain. Heoju belittled an endless wine bottle, but Lee Sungmin secretly thought it was a great item. Suddenly, a stranger approached. A martial artist with a thick mustache appeared, his face filled with shock. Lee Sungmin stood there, exuding a powerful and chilling aura. The mustached martial artist was astonished to feel his internal energy surge, wondering if this was another fated encounter. Lee Sungmin simply looked at his hand, which was radiating blue energy, in silence. He thought to himself, while knowing Heoju was powerful, he never expected the Void Monarch to have hunted dragons and collected such absurd treasures. Lee Sungmin wondered how someone like that could die, then grew suspicious that Heoju was only here for a gourd bottle. As they ventured deeper, Rubia anxiously asked about the pursuit party that had entered the forest some time ago. Lee Sungmin explained that without a guide like them, those people were probably in big trouble. He confidently stated he could guess what had happened, surprising his new companions. The mustached martial artist concentrated his senses, saying he could only faintly feel the forest's energy. Before them lay pools of blood staining the ground. The group was horrified to discover a bloody battlefield, with corpses scattered everywhere. The mustached martial artist firmly asserted that these were the people from the Martial Alliance who had been tracking them. Lee Sungmin suddenly saw the image of a muscular mage dead with a fatal chest wound. He wondered if this was the work of the red-haired Demon King, but then immediately dismissed it. With pupils as sharp as a reptile's, he felt that theory was incorrect. He looked down at the corpse of the red-haired Demon King itself lying on the ground. Lee Sungmin reasoned that even fallen, a Demon King and a Predator wouldn't be defeated so easily. Suddenly, a voice called out his title. Demon Spear? Lee Sungmin turned, facing two men, one of whom was the Dark Blade, Wang Pai. Wang Pai looked at him with tension, and said it had been a long time. With his heterochromatic eyes, Lee Sungmin coldly asked what was happening here. Wang Pai began to explain that a red demon had attacked them, saying it wanted to devour the fear of the entire group. He pointed at Lee Sungmin, and said the one approaching had torn the red demon to shreds. Heoju's giant purple demonic entity appeared behind Lee Sungmin. Heoju chuckled sinisterly, and said it seemed this was the kid's final stop. He said there was nothing he could do. It was a shame. But what stood before you now? The other survivors looked in Wang Pai's direction with horror. Lee Sungmin remained standing, completely calm in the face of the threat. Heoju's demonic entity fully manifested, holding the torn head of the red-haired Demon King. Lee Sungmin wondered what kind of monster it was, while Heoju just giggled. Heoju explained it was a dense mass of demonic energy, formed from fear and his own residual energy. The demonic entity danced strangely behind Lee Sungmin, who remained unfazed. Heoju muttered to himself that this guy was too calm, unlike before when he always erupted with demonic energy when facing strong opponents. He realized that after the fight with the blood-heavenly demon, Lee Sungmin's mind and body had stabilized, and thanks to his spiritual connection with the Void Monarch, his internal energy had nearly doubled. Lee Sungmin took a deep breath, focusing his mind. He gripped his spear tightly, believing he could handle the situation. In Wang Pai's flashback, a red demon suddenly appeared, and destroyed everything. Immediately after, another demon appeared to confront it. The new demon tore the monster to shreds in an instant. Wang Pai realized in horror that Lee Sungmin was fighting that very demon. Lee Sungmin charged at the demonic entity, creating a violent clash of energies. Wang Pai realized with horror that Lee Sungmin was not only on par, but even surpassed him. The demon roared, unleashing a fierce torrent of energy, but Lee Sungmin was truly overwhelming it. Wang Pai couldn't believe the immense disparity in power. From within, the Void Monarch scoffed, claiming his energy clone was merely an empty shell. He confidently declared that the child he personally forged would never lose to such a thing. The demon roared as its body began to regenerate from the attack. Lee Sungmin noticed his opponent's energy far surpassed his own, and it was recovering rapidly. However, he easily dodged a powerful strike from it. He analyzed that despite its immense power, its attacks were too simplistic. The Void Monarch watched the battle silently from another space. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose within him. Why did he feel disgusted seeing Lee Sungmin defeat his clone? The battle quickly reached its conclusion. The demonic entity dissolved before Lee Sungmin's power. He smiled, admitting it wasn't an easy opponent, prompting Heoju to grumble that he was enjoying the fight too much. After dealing with the demon, Lee Sungmin turned to face the survivors. He coldly asked them what they planned to do next. Wang Pai looked at him, calling out Sungmin. Lee Sungmin clenched his fist, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. A man named Namgung Mo pleaded with the demon spear for his life, promising never to oppose him again. Lee Sungmin coldly accepted his plea. After being spared, Namgung Mo hastily departed. Sungmin was also preparing to leave when a voice called out, stopping him. A muscular mage begged to accompany him. Sungmin was surprised, having thought the man was dead, but he revealed that faking his death was his specialty. The mage explained he was tricked into coming here and didn't want to join the pursuit party due to the extreme danger. He offered his tracking abilities in exchange for help, and Sungmin agreed. Sungmin asked about their plans after escaping the forest. The mage replied that their first destination was Ormery, leaving Sungmin stunned. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, angry shouts echoed. A member of the pursuit party yelled Namgung Hwon's name, furious that he had abandoned them to follow a demonic human. Mo Young Sojin tried to remain calm, stating that escaping the forest was the top priority. The deputy gritted his teeth in frustration, lamenting that they had been trapped here for days. While he was losing his temper, the Black Hound squad leader suddenly appeared and apprehended Mo Young Sojin. The deputy stared in shock as blood splattered onto his face. He was stabbed in the back by his own Black Hound squad leader. The traitor revealed that from the beginning, they never stood a chance against the demon spear and the berserk heavenly demon. He asserted that the entire pursuit party were merely pawns sent to die. Amidst the chaos, Wang Pai oversaw, confirming to his subordinate that the cleanup was complete. The Black Hound squad leader ordered a retreat after completing their mission. Meanwhile, in the Legro forest, a secluded place, Weiji Hoyon was greeted by the unorthodox demonic alliance leader, Yang Ilcheon. He revealed this was their first face-to-face meeting. He addressed her by the title, Little Heavenly Demon. Weiji Hoyon appeared confused by his presence. Yang Ilcheon suddenly burst into laughter, lamenting that he had ruined the solemn entrance, drawing Weiji Hoyon's attention to the small creatures flying around him. He explained they were fairies, rare beings found outside the elf forest. He stated the forest was filled with natural energy because it was home to the fairy queen. Weiji Hoyon thought to herself that this was a good place to recover, and that she might have to wait half a year for the demon spear. Yang Ilcheon cheerfully suggested they get along, and Weiji Hoyon reluctantly agreed. At the same time, Lee Sungmin and his group continued their journey to the village where the berserk heavenly demon learned to control demonic energy. Lee Sungmin and Biok Wanpai led the way into the dense forest. He asked the accompanying mage if he knew the exact location of the village. The mage asked Biok Wanpai if he had received anything from that tribe, as he could use it to locate the village. Prompted, Biok Wanpai looked extremely embarrassed. Finally, he sheepishly presented a bracelet woven from string. The mage took the bracelet and wondered why Biok Wanpai seemed so flustered. He immediately guessed it was a gift from a woman, causing Biok Wanpai to blush furiously. After performing a ritual, the mage announced that he had pinpointed the village's location. Upon identifying the location, Lee Sungmin decisively said, "All right, let's get going." Upon arrival, an elderly man named Pervas, a member of the Void Monarch's worshipping tribe, was astonished to recognize Biok Wanpai. Biok Wanpai joyfully greeted his old acquaintance, never expecting to meet Pervas again after 10 years apart. He explained that he returned because of the mana-controlling breathing technique he learned in this village. However, Pervas suddenly fell silent in a disturbing manner, making Lee Sungmin feel that something was amiss. Suddenly, Pervas announced shocking news. Dersha is dead. To Biok Wanpai's bewilderment, Pervas continued with a broken voice, saying it wasn't just Dersha. He confirmed that everyone in the tribe was dead, and he was the sole survivor. Lee Sungmin immediately asked Pervas what had happened to them. Pervas began to recount his horrifying tale, stating that the culprit was a demon. In a flashback, a giant fire demon appeared 3 years ago, searching for someone who could control mana before incinerating the entire tribe. Pervas wept in regret, blaming his tribe for associating with demons and believing in a long-dead monster. The image of the Void Monarch appeared, symbolizing the misguided faith that led to their punishment. When Lee Sungmin asked how he survived, Pervas revealed it was thanks to a 9-tailed fox. The flashback showed the fire demon fleeing as soon as a golden 9-tailed fox appeared. The fox promised to protect and escort the survivors, but Lee Sungmin wondered why Pervas didn't go with her. Pervas screamed in panic, believing it was just a deceitful demon, and that those who followed it were surely eaten. Amidst this, Biok Wanpai suddenly let out a piercing scream, pointing at a bush and exclaiming that there was a demon there. Hihoju commented to Lee Sungmin that the woman named Dersha must have been Biok Wanpai's lover, and he truly looked devastated. Lee Sungmin coldly retorted, pointing out that the tribe that once served Hihoju had also perished. Lee Sungmin deduced that the fox who escorted the tribe members was likely Yana, whom the red-haired Demon King had mentioned. He recalled Yana defeating the Demon King and becoming the ruler of Armory City. Sungmin also remembered that she was protecting those who knew the special breathing technique, even though they had only intended to pass through on their way to the elf forest. Byok Wanpei clenched his broken necklace, asserting that the nine-tailed fox must know something about the fire-breathing demon. With burning resolve for revenge, Byok Wanpei declared they would go to Ormary. The sorcerer Aladur was initially horrified and refused to go to the demon city, but eventually, he reluctantly agreed. Lee Sungmin then presented Aladur with a magic gem as a reward for helping them find the tribe, much to the sorcerer's delight. Sungmin chuckled inwardly, while Hyoju grumbled irritably about him generously giving away his treasure. Well compensated, Aladur happily revealed that his master was also in Ormary. He stated that simply mentioning his name would lead his master to assist them in the demon city of Ormary. Lee Sungmin suddenly had a bad feeling about the master's residence. The group entered a bustling red light district, where various demons and demi-humans congregated. A demoness with a seductive smile beckoned to passers-by. Sungmin was stunned when Aladur confirmed that the place they needed to go was indeed a brothel. He blushed in embarrassment at the lewd scene, while Hyoju whispered with amusement about the wildness of the demon city. Arriving in front of a building, Sungmin asked again if this was Aladur's master's residence. A voice from within asked if they were customers. A woman with a flower in her hair warmly welcomed them and promised to serve them to the best of her ability. Hyoju suddenly spoke in Sungmin's mind, saying there was one more thing he needed to know. He warned that the people in green attire within this establishment were actually all men. Lee Sungmin was speechless at Hyoju's warning. A seductive voice from inside called out, asking if they were referred by Aladur. Sungmin confirmed, and the woman commented that he was more useful than she thought. She mocked Aladur as a foolish disciple, but admitted he could occasionally be useful. She then assessed Byok Wanpai and Rubia, stating they weren't her type, but a little change would be fun. Grand Sorceress Frau, Aladur's master, revealed herself and invited Sungmin inside. Sungmin exclaimed in panic that they weren't there for that purpose, surprising Frau. Frau's demeanor changed, and she asked if he had saved her disciple's life. She admitted it was a debt and directly asked what he wished to be repaid with. Sungmin seriously refused Frau's inappropriate offer and stated that he wanted to meet Yana. Frau was surprised to hear the name of the nine-tailed fox Yana, but agreed to arrange the meeting, on the condition that Sungmin explain his reason. He explained that he was seeking a way to control demonic energy, which was unusual for a human. Frau saw through Sungmin's true nature and realized he wasn't merely seeking to use demonic energy. She remarked that he should have gone mad long ago but still retained his humanity. Frau speculated that it was due to the fate force bound to him, and asked Sungmin about it. She explained it was a force that compelled destiny to follow a predetermined path. Frau stated that his destiny was not solely his own. Regardless of any variables, the outcome remained unchanged, and even if he was supposed to die, he would live, and he would meet the people he was destined to meet. Frau concluded that someone with a bound fate force had an inevitable mission, and she had never seen anyone with such a powerful force as him. Frau says Lee Sungmin's confusion is understandable. She agrees to arrange a meeting with Yana, her old friend, and mentions it will take about 4 days. Frau's suggestive invitation, while waiting, made Lee Sungmin break out in a cold sweat. 4 days later, they arrived at a place called Hoa Lao. Accompanied by Byok Wanpai, Lee Sungmin asked the person in front if she was Yana. A woman with fox ears confirmed she was. Yana, the nine-tailed fox who rules Ormary, revealed she had been waiting for him. Lee Sungmin was stunned when Yana asked about the Void Monarch. Hyoju was surprised to be discovered, while Yana asserted she could sense his presence. Lee Sungmin hesitantly asked about their relationship, but Hyoju inwardly thought he didn't know her. Yana explained that the Void Monarch had saved her life 500 years ago, leaving even Hyoju bewildered. She said he wouldn't remember her, as she was just an ordinary fox back then. Yana offered to speak directly and extended her hand, channeling a surge of magic. That energy suddenly pulled Hyoju's spirit form out of Lee Sungmin, much to the surprise of both. Yana watched the scene with a joyful and slightly embarrassed expression. Hyoju's spirit form fully manifested, and he looked down at Yana, asking for his title. Hyoju coldly declared he didn't know her, and asked her not to act familiar, leaving Yana a bit disappointed. Yana smiled, remarking that he was still as arrogant as ever, and recalling her own past uselessness. Her eyes gleamed with fierce determination. Emitting a powerful aura, she declared that this time, she would be the one to help him. Suddenly, Hyoju's spirit form was pulled out of Lee Sungmin by an invisible force. Yana watched with determined eyes. A colossal surge of energy erupted violently. Lee Sungmin was sent flying backward, unable to react. Yana, mistaking the situation, accused Heihoju of possessing a human body and promised to help him. She touched the spirit form, saying that even if this body wasn't his prime, it was enough to recover some of his strength. Heihoju smirked sinisterly, confirming she was absolutely correct. He slowly stood up, his demonic feet planted firmly on the ground. Heihoju's mighty void monarch form appeared, towering over Lee Sungmin. Lee Sungmin gasped in astonishment, uttering the name of the legendary demon. Heihoju's eyes held a complex gaze, as if containing an entire galaxy. Witnessing the scene, Yana's eyes welled up with tears, and she emotionally said, "Finally." The colossal demon exuded an overwhelming aura, facing the young man. Without warning, Heihoju unleashed a devastating punch towards Lee Sungmin. Lee Sungmin braced himself to resist, and a dark demonic energy began to spread across his body. Yana was utterly stunned by the unbelievable sight. The tense atmosphere suddenly turned into a joke as Heihoju playfully slapped Lee Sungmin while saying this was interesting. He turned to call Yana, causing her to startle and respond. Heihoju looked down at Lee Sungmin with disdain, asking Yana if she truly wanted him to possess such a weak body. He continued sarcastically, asking if she was insulting him by giving him a body that she herself could subdue. Heihoju roared at Lee Sungmin, ordering him to behave properly. Lee Sungmin mumbled his acceptance, but also declared he would find Heihoju's body himself. Yana respectfully called out the demon's title, causing the Void Monarch to turn and look at her. When Lee Sungmin asked about the past, Yana seemed confused about being saved. In a flashback, a powerful Heihoju stood atop a slain monster, with a small, injured fox at his feet. Returning to the present, Heihoju turned away silently, seemingly lost in memories. He bluntly told Lee Sungmin he didn't know and didn't remember anything. A metaphorical image showed Lee Sungmin's and Heihoju's powers merging and clashing within him. Lee Sungmin smirked, slyly replying that, of course, their plan was to take his body. Heihoju flinched at Lee Sungmin's terrifying expression, saying he looked truly horrifying. Suddenly, in a distant forest, another event was unfolding. Purvas, the chieftain of a tribe, felt a familiar surge of energy in astonishment. They recognized it as the energy of the god they worshipped, cheering that he had returned. Lee Sungmin turned to ask Yana about the newcomers, and she confirmed. Yana explained they were the survivors of a tribe that once served the Void Monarch, who had been attacked by a demon named Chu Sung. Heihoju let out a sinister laugh upon hearing the name Chu Sung, while Lee Sungmin wondered about their connection. Byuk Wanpai immediately stepped forward, asking Yana to tell him about Chu Sung. His eyes blazed with determination and a thirst for revenge. Yana understood his intent and agreed to lead the way. Byuk Wanpai and Yana departed together, leaving Lee Sungmin to watch from behind. Purvis, a member of the tribe, hesitantly approached Lee Sungmin. He wanted to ask him a few things. Purvas wondered if messengers couldn't control divine power, and Lee Sungmin replied that he would give him a manual. Lee Sungmin was confused, while Heihoju explained that this tribe truly considered him a god, making him realize they weren't entirely wrong. Heihoju explained that the tribe's worship over hundreds of years had turned his residual terror into divinity. He warned that an outsider would be consumed by demonic energy and go mad if they tried to use this power. However, Heihoju reassured Lee Sungmin that he would be fine, as he was there and he himself was not entirely human. Lee Sungmin gave Purvas the manual on using divine power and was thanked profusely. Yana came to ask if Sungmin had completed his goal, and he confirmed he had. She smiled happily, then announced that she needed to be away for about half a month. Yana explained that she needed to return to the mountain where she had trained. She revealed that it normally took 2,000 years to transform into a nine-tailed fox, but she had used a special method to shorten it to 500 years. Heihoju appeared behind Lee Sungmin in confusion as Yana looked in their direction. He grumbled that Sungmin would take longer to learn to control his spiritual energy, and he would stay to watch him. Yana smiled, saying she didn't remember the favor Heihoju had bestowed, but she would acknowledge his loyalty and repay him. Heihoju awkwardly thanked her, prompting Lee Sungmin to tease him, and was gruffly told to leave. Afterward, Lee Sungmin turned to Byuk Wanpai. He asked if he had gotten information about Chu Sung from Yana, and Byuk Wanpai confirmed. Byuk Wanpai's eyes burned with seething hatred. Yana's explanation echoed, revealing Chu Sung was a demon, a mutated Imugi who failed to become a dragon. The great demon Chu Sung wondered if Yana had left Ormuri. Another purple-skinned demon confirmed that she would be away for at least half a month to perform a ritual to commune with spirits. Chu Sung immediately proposed a deal. The other demon would fulfill his request, and in return, he would let the demon into the Armory Fortress. The purple-skinned demon burst into delighted laughter, realizing that without Yana and the Red Demon King, he would be the strongest. His purple eyes flashed with wicked excitement as he imagined the fox spirit's contorted face. He joyfully declared he would set out to slaughter all of Ormuri's great demons. A flash of crimson energy flared, signaling an impending event. In another space, Lee Sungmin sat in meditation, his entire body enveloped in a powerful aura. He wondered if he could combine the Zihei divine skill with this breathing method. Sungmin admitted that this was incredibly difficult without innate talent like Weiji Hoyon's. Just as he resolved to keep trying, a strange voice suddenly echoed, asking him to stop. A stranger appeared, asking if Sungmin had heard the warning he had asked his disciple to convey. The man reiterated the warning, "Do not stray from the path of humanity." Lee Sungmin looked up in astonishment, a name flashing in his mind. The man revealed that it was his master, Grand Mage Lloyd, who had asked him to deliver the message. Sungmin whispered the man's name, realizing it was Enverus. The narrator confirmed his identity, Enverus, one with twisted karma and Lloyd's master. Lee Sungmin spoke first, saying they had finally met, and he thought this meeting would have come sooner. Enverus coldly replied that he had never intended to meet Sungmin. Confused by his distant attitude, Lee Sungmin immediately asked about Rubia's whereabouts. Enverus explained that Rubia had gone to the night market with Sungmin's companion, Byuk Wanpai. Lee Sungmin grew impatient, directly asking about Yana's whereabouts, and questioning why Enverus was being so evasive. Enverus bowed his head, silently looking at his hands, which were emitting magical energy. He bitterly admitted that he had done everything to defy fate, but in the end, it was all meaningless. Enverus compared his efforts to an ant that had just escaped a trap, only to be swept away by a storm. Lee Sungmin angrily brushed it aside, calling his words meaningless. Enverus retorted that these were the laments of a foolish mortal, and from the moment he met Sungmin, he had sensed his immense fate force. Sungmin asked in confusion what fate force was. Enverus revealed that the god of time, Denir, had also told him he was in existence with twisted karma, and only Sungmin could answer his question. After a moment of silence, Enverus began to explain. He defined fate force as the power that makes everything happen according to a predetermined script. Enverus continued to speak about the direction Sungmin's fate force was pulling towards. Upon hearing this, one of Lee Sungmin's eyes turned yellow, while the other turned red. Enverus simply watched the change in silence. Sungmin asked what he meant, but Enverus brushed it aside, saying he hadn't come to satisfy Sungmin's curiosity. When Sungmin asked why he was there, Enverus revealed he had come to seek Yana's cooperation, the ruler of this city. He warned that a great threat was approaching Ormuri, and he had come to prevent it. Sungmin was surprised that someone of Enverus's caliber would need help, and he admitted it was an old enemy. Enverus explained that since Yana was absent, he had no choice but to rely on Sungmin's strength to prevent an impending disaster. Lee Sungmin replied that he also had a request. Enverus appeared impatient, reminding them of the urgent situation they were facing. In response, Lee Sungmin presented a brilliant red gem, surprising Enverus. The old mage was stunned to recognize the rare item. He exclaimed in astonishment, confirming it was a dragon's heart. Sungmin calmly stated he wanted to absorb it, causing Enverus to frantically call him insane. Enverus warned that the immense mana would cause Sungmin's body to explode, but he replied that this was precisely the problem he needed to solve. The mage admitted he couldn't find anyone capable of refining the dragon's heart into an elixir. Though he himself could, he was still hesitant. Noticing this, Sungmin smiled and set a condition. If Enverus didn't make a mana pledge to help, he would also stand by and watch. Meanwhile, at Ormuri's night market, chaos erupted as smoke and flames billowed from a building. Rubia screamed in horror at the appearance of the giant demon Chusung. She watched in shock at the chaotic scene as people fled in panic. A one-eyed, yellow-skinned giant was also running for his life, screaming for help. In desperation, the Cyclops cried out that Chusung had returned. Chusung let out a cruel smile, reveling in the destruction he was causing. He unleashed a destructive energy blast, incinerating the fleeing Cyclops. As the smoke cleared, Chusung's voice echoed with satisfaction. He exhaled a stream of black gas, gleefully stating that the feeling of burning everything was wonderful. His gaze then fell upon Byuk Wanpai, a worthy opponent, and he issued a haughty challenge. Byuk Wanpai faced the demon, directly asking for his name, which surprised Chusung that someone dared to call him by name. As Chusung looked down with anger, Byuk Wanpai assumed a stance, ready for the upcoming battle. Byuk Wanpai declared his name boldly. Berserk Heavenly Demon. Byuk Wanpai. The two giants stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. With a grim smile, Byuk Wanpai proclaimed, "Remember the name of the man who will tear you to death." Meanwhile, another force was revealed. Arbus, who held the Lich's throne among the 5 predators. He had once been a great mage for centuries, but upon reappearing as a Lich, countless traces of his horrific magical experiments were exposed. The world was shocked and outraged, but but his survival despite being hunted was a testament to his boundless power. Arbs praised Freskin for creating a masterpiece, to which the Lich humbly expressed his honor. But Arbs added that what was more astonishing was that the ingredients used were mere child's play, calling Freskin an indescribable pervert. Suddenly, Arbs's expression turned serious. He announced that 2 rats had infiltrated through the barrier, making Freskin wonder if it was Yana. Arbs dismissed the idea, explaining that Yana's power came from a pact with a demonic spirit, and she was far from completing the ritual. He ordered Freskin to stall them, which greatly surprised the Lich. After a moment, Freskin accepted the order and immediately set off. Elsewhere, on a quiet rooftop, Lee Sungmin heard a familiar voice greet him. Freskin appeared, roaring in fury, upon recognizing the heart thief, the intruder. Freskin mentioned he heard of 2 intruders, but Sungmin confirmed the other one had gone to the center. Sungmin commented that both were pushed down to clean up the small fries. Freskin agreed, while Lee Sungmin stood there, ready for battle. The Lich declared that today would be the day he finally reclaimed his heart. Lee Sungmin recalled powerful enemies from the past, like Dok Bijun. He reminisced about Zeon, an existence he could never have hoped to contend with before. But now, Lee Sungmin was different, and he prepared to attack with a powerful aura. He swung his spear, striking Freskin, and causing the Lich to cry out in pain. Freskin wondered in disbelief how Lee Sungmin could have grown so much stronger in just a few months. Lee Sungmin continued his assault, unleashing an energy slash towards the Lich. In an instant, he moved with terrifying speed. Freskin called him a heart thief, and summoned 2 dark magic orbs. The Lich roared, "Die!" and fired a massive destructive energy beam. Lee Sungmin once again saw this as a good opportunity to test the combination of internal energy and demonic energy. He began to envelop his arm and spear with blazing red demonic energy. Utilizing the foundation of the Zihei divine skill, he combined the 2 energy streams. Lee Sungmin spectacularly pierced through Freskin's attack. He prepared to unleash the Vortex Blood, Demon, God's Secret Art, 3rd form. His eyes blazed a fiery red as energy accumulated. He unleashed the Blood Slaughter, a ferocious attack. The red energy stream shot directly towards the stunned Freskin. Freskin hastily erected a magic shield for defense. However, his shield shattered instantly against the power of the attack. Freskin was completely shocked, unable to believe what had just happened. Lee Sungmin stood firm, blocking Freskin's attack with his spear. He exclaimed in surprise at the power he had just unleashed. Sungmin thought to himself that he only intended to use a little strength, but the destructive power was far greater than expected. With determined eyes, he realized the potential of this power, as his training images appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Freskin lay motionless in a deep pit, completely defeated. His purple fire skull narrowed, showing extreme anger. Freskin roared in indignation and disbelief. In despair, he screamed that if Aine were here, someone like Sungmin would be nothing. Lee Sungmin taunted, asking where that chimera girl had gone. Freskin screamed madly, calling Aine his beloved daughter, who had been taken by the great Lich King. In a flashback, the Lich King of Predators commented on Aine's incredible power. He had trapped Aine in a magic circle, amazed as she absorbed unlimited demonic energy. The Lich King revealed his plan to have the chimera absorb all the city's demonic energy once the circle was complete. Afterward, he would use a secret art to implant his soul into that body. His ambition was to become a legendary predator, the devouring slayer. But a mysterious voice echoed, declaring that this would not happen. A man with brown hair appeared, confronting the Lich King and mocking his lust for power. The Lich King irritably asked the identity of the stranger, who seemed to know his past well. The man revealed his name was Arbas, and the magic tattoos on his hands began to glow. The Lich King was stunned to recognize those tattoos, seemingly knowing who Arbs was. Cain was shocked to recognize his opponent, whom he thought had disappeared a century ago, and called out the name of the sword Laplace. In another scene, a mysterious mage was engulfed in dark energy as a man in a brown robe turned and walked away. Elsewhere, Neville was summoned and deduced that the purpose was to reclaim what had been entrusted to Erebrisa. He exhaled smoke and stated definitively that it could not be reversed. Cain accepted the answer with a grim expression. Saying he understood, he decided not to ask further questions, and the magic seals began to glow on his arm. Meanwhile, the mysterious black-haired mage began to recount the past, stating that he had a predetermined fate of ruin. To escape, he had abandoned his power, his identity, and had been in hiding for 100 years. But an unexpected encounter brought back the fate he had tried to escape. Returning to the present, Cain accepted it as karma for fleeing his duty, and resolved to save the world. The Lich King roared, calling Cain Arbus and declaring that the power he had just regained was his destiny and his mana. Cain responded with an explosive burst of magic fire, challenging whether the Lich King truly knew who he was. The Lich King's face contorted in horror as he recognized his opponent's true identity, stammering out Kane's name. Kane confirmed his identity, the most powerful mage in legend. After dealing with Freskin, Lee Sungmin rushed to the central plaza. He gasped, horrified by the apocalyptic scene unfolding before his eyes. It was a world-shattering duel between two grand mages. Elsewhere, the Lich King roared in anger at Freskin's failure, but knew Freskin wouldn't truly die as long as his life vessel remained. He frantically searched for the one who caused the chaos, then disappeared, and Neville's silhouette appeared. Meanwhile, the man in the brown robe met a woman with pink hair, who was delighted to see him. Kane happily declared that the situation had been rebalanced with reinforcements, though he regretted Rubia's absence. Lee Sungmin showed annoyance at Rubia's name, but confirmed he would join the fight. The Lich King despaired, realizing that with Lee Sungmin's participation, his chances of victory were gone. With no other choice, he roared madly and decided to unleash his final trump card. He summoned Aine, who appeared amidst a massive and intricate magic circle. The mysterious black-haired mage was horrified to recognize the summoning ritual taking place. Meanwhile, a giant earth golem charged at Kane and the man in the brown robe. The battle devolved into chaos with explosions of fire magic and dark energy. Lee Sungmin moved quickly, blocking Aine's mutated monstrous arm attack with his spear. He told the pink-haired woman he would handle this side, and received her thanks. With a confident smile, Lee Sungmin challenged Aine to attack. Aine stood motionless, her giant monstrous arm bleeding after the impact. Lee Sungmin noticed Aine was even more emotionless than before, and paid attention to a strange mark glowing on her forehead. He realized it was a subjugation mark, causing the Lich King to scream in horror that Kane dared to place it on his daughter. Lee Sungmin attacked with swirling purple energy from his spear. He admitted Aine had become much stronger since their last encounter. Nevertheless, he confidently gathered dark energy into his spear, preparing for a finishing blow. With eyes glowing in two colors, Lee Sungmin roared a challenging question. Suddenly, a mysterious girl with pink hair and 6 large tails appeared on the battlefield. Her arrival stunned the Lich King into utter terror. Amidst the ruins, the mysterious dark mage lay unconscious after being defeated. Lee Sungmin and Kane watched, Kane inwardly marveling at the immense power just unleashed. Enverus looked up at the sky, realizing with horror that he had made a mana pledge too hastily. Lee Sungmin gripped his spear tightly, assessing that the true danger wasn't Arbs, but something far more deadly. Enverus flinched as Arbas appeared from afar, emitting a pillar of purple demonic energy. Kane broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe Arbs would choose to surrender himself when facing such overwhelming power. In a desperate act, Arbs knelt before a grotesque demon king, offering himself to beg for power. This was Arbs's final trump card, a gamble for life and death. He accepted the demon king's power into his body, the one he had made a pact with, regardless of the price. Kane explained in horror that the souls of those who summoned this power would be eternally claimed and tormented by the Demon King after death. Arbas, have you lost your mind? Kane shouted as Arbas began to transform amidst the dark aura. Arbas coldly replied that he was perfectly sane, and if death was the issue, he simply wouldn't die. Having completed his transformation, he declared himself the king of predators, reborn through slaughter and consumption. Lee Sungmin narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the newly reborn enemy. The Lich King unleashed his power, making Lee Sungmin question the meaning of slaughter and consumption. Kane screamed in terror as he realized it was soul-destroying magic. He hastily warned Lee Sungmin that even a single touch would cause his soul to vanish. Lee Sungmin channeled his power into his hand, forming an energy sphere to prepare for a counterattack. He swung his spear, ready to face the Lich King's assault, but a powerful blow struck Lee Sungmin, forcing him to retreat in pain. Aine, with her arm transformed into a tentacle weapon, delivered a devastating strike towards Lee Sungmin. Kane caught the injured Sungmin, assessing that the Lich King's borrowed power wouldn't last long. He decided their only option now was to buy time and hold out. The Lich King scoffed, declaring that buying time was precisely what he wanted. He revealed that the magic circle used to gather Ormuri's demonic energy was nearing completion. The Lich King thought to himself that if his subordinates and Chusung had arrived on time, he wouldn't have had to resort to the Demon King's power. He angrily wondered where his subordinates were. Meanwhile, at Ormuri's night market, the attack had left Rubia collapsed, while Byok Wonpei and another demon stood amidst the chaos. Byok Wonpei growled, announcing his identity as the Berserk Heavenly Demon. He and Chusung stood facing each other, a battle about to erupt. With eyes blazing, Byok Wonpei roared, vowing to make Chusung remember the name of the one who would tear him apart. Chusung merely responded with a bewildered expression. He mocked Byok Wonpei's words as meaningless, just as the berserk heavenly demon lunged to attack. A thunderous punch from Byok Wonpai landed squarely on Chusung's face. Byok Wonpai questioned his opponent if he remembered the people he had killed. He followed up with another punch, this time engulfed in raging flames. The attack created a massive explosion, engulfing Chusung in a sea of fire. Chusung's demonic companion realized, shouting that the berserk heavenly demon had come for revenge. Chusung stood amidst the flames, nonchalantly asking about the people he had killed, and mocking Byok Wonpai as a fool. With a determined gaze, Byok Wonpai confirmed his thoughts. He unleashed his full power, utilizing the Vortex Blood Demon God secret art and vowing to rip out Chusung's heart to carve the names of the deceased onto it. Chusung was astonished to see his opponent still standing after enduring his demonic flames. Byok Wonpai charged forward with incredible speed. His fist glowed with demonic energy, ready for a devastating blow. Sensing the immense power, Chusung panicked, realizing he couldn't withstand a direct hit. Byok Wonpai's punch collided with Chusung, creating a violent shockwave. Chusung's eyes widened in horror the moment he was struck. The brutal punch landed directly on Chusung's face. Byok Wonpai's fist sank deep into the demon's jaw. However, instead of shattering, Chusung's head distorted into a mass of darkness with a glowing green mouth. The recoil sent Byok Wonpai flying backward. From a distance, Rubia watched the battle with a worried expression. Byok Wonpai landed solidly, letting out a savage laugh amidst the smoke. Through the mist, Chusung's green eyes lit up as he admitted something. He acknowledged that for a human, Byok Wonpai was truly impressive. To honor that small power and reckless courage, Chusung began to reveal his true nature. He, a failed Imugi who couldn't ascend to dragonhood, threatened to incinerate Byok Wonpai until not even ashes remained. Unfazed, Byok Wonpai smirked and said that in the end, they were both the same. Lee Sungmin gripped his spear tightly, preparing for a fierce confrontation. He realized he was facing an extremely potent dark aura from his opponents. The Lich King's magic could destroy everything with a single touch, while Ine was a chimera with infinite regeneration capabilities. Lee Sungmin knew that his stamina would be depleted if the battle continued to drag on. He sarcastically asked if he was being dragged into this meaningless fight just for a dragon's heart, and Kane admitted it was a valid point. The Lich King coldly added, considering the circumstances. He flashed an evil, wicked grin. Kane declared the magic circle complete. As it flared up with brilliant purple light, he ordered Ain to step into the center of the circle. Lee Sungmin immediately rushed forward, determined to stop Aine at all costs. He told himself that even if he didn't understand what was happening, he still had to stop this ritual. He leaped and swung his spear, aiming directly at Aina to block her path. Kane merely watched with a smug expression, thinking Lee Sungmin was foolish for rushing after Ain himself. Kane's plan was revealed. The magic circle would draw an enormous amount of demonic energy into its center, precisely where Lee Sungmin had just stepped. This energy surge was so powerful that even Kane himself would explode if he tried to absorb it. However, Ain could withstand that power, thanks to her unique heart. This heart was a grotesque creation capable of containing infinite power, something neither great demons nor dragons could match. Kane sneered that although Lee Sungmin had fought well, he was about to be torn apart by the energy surge without Kane having to lift a finger. Die in an explosion, Kane decreed. But he had no idea he was completely mistaken. Kane was stunned when a sudden burst of light erupted from the center of the magic circle. Inside the vortex of energy, Lee Sungmin strained himself, enduring the skin-tearing, flesh-ripping pain. Unbeknownst to the Lich King, Lee Sungmin also possessed Fresken's heart, identical to Aina's. Inside his mind, Hihoju screamed in terror, unable to comprehend why Lee Sungmin intended to absorb all the city's demonic energy. He frantically urged Lee Sungmin to destroy the magic circle immediately, because his own demonic energy was also being drained. Hihoju warned that this was a power no human could possibly control, while Lee Sungmin continued to struggle. From afar, Kane sneered, believing Lee Sungmin's attempt to break the ritual was futile and that he would simply explode and die. He casually began a countdown, preparing to enjoy the fireworks display of the obstructionist's death. 2. The Lich King smirked, his smile full of malice and arrogance. 1. As the final count echoed, Lee Sungmin poured all his strength into the decisive moment. A loud sound rang out as an explosion of brilliant yellow light, instead of demonic purple, erupted. The magic circle shattered into pieces under Lee Sungmin's power, leaving Kane speechless with astonishment. One of Lee Sungmin's mage allies stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. The mysterious black-haired mage also collapsed to his knees from exhaustion, exclaiming in shock, "It broke?" The colossal demonic energy that had accumulated in the ritual began to dissipate into the air. Lee Sungmin's glasses-wearing ally teared up with relief upon seeing the mana dissipating. Kane completely collapsed, black tears of despair streaming down his distraught face. He bitterly looked at Lee Sungmin's back, realizing his lifelong ambition had vanished into thin air because of a mere brat. Suddenly, a gigantic, grotesque eye appeared behind the Lich King, and a voice boomed, asking, "Is it done?" Cain screamed in despair. He could feel the Demon King coming to claim his soul. In a panic, he decided to execute a soul exchange and called Ain's name. Under Cain's command, the mark of submission on Ain's forehead glowed. He shot his soul stream towards Aine, hoping to seize her body for a chance to start over. However, an insidious voice echoed from the shadows, declaring that it would take that soul. Kim Jong-hoon suddenly appeared, raising his hand to intercept the soul stream meant for Aine. The Lich King screamed the traitor's name in horror. Kim Jong-hyun? He couldn't believe it. The one who had vanished after recruiting Chu Sung had suddenly reappeared. Kim Jong-hyun effortlessly manipulated the stream of soul energy he had just stolen. Facing Cain's fury, Kim Jong-hyun merely sneered at the question regarding his motives. He revealed that cooperating with the Lich King was only ever meant to serve this very moment. And Varys watched in astonishment from afar, while the narration stated that Cain could only watch helplessly. The Lich King body of Arbs, Cain's true name, began to crumble into dust as his soul was stripped away. Kim Jong-hyun extracted Arbez's trembling soul, causing it to instantly vanish. With a triumphant smile, he witnessed the demise of the once-renowned Lich King Arbez. A massive surge of dark energy enveloped Kim Jong-hyun, signaling the birth of an even more terrifying evil force. Cain, in his human form, could only watch in horror as everything unfolded, unable to intervene. Kim Jong-hyun smugly announced that he had completely drained all the mana and knowledge from Arb's soul. His eyes flashed, indicating that his plan did not stop there. A mysterious voice declared that Lee Sungmin's fate had also begun to shift. The reason was that a far greater evil had begun to rise. Inside his mind, Hyoju writhed in agony from the fury of the demonic energy surge. The demonic energy absorbed through the magic circle is transforming Lee Sungmin into something completely different. Witnessing this sight, Kim Jong-hyun burst into maniacal laughter. He exclaimed in astonishment that this ominous aura truly exceeded all imagination. With a look of delight, Kim Jong-hyun decided to stand back and watch the next development. From another location, Varys was also silently observing the horrifying event unfolding. He watched intently to see how Lee Sungmin's fate would unfold. Varys was stunned to realize that he could feel it with his entire body. He concluded that this was an entity that should never be released into the world. Meanwhile, Cain, in the form of Arbes, lamented that his mana was depleted and his body was shattered by the backlash. He knew that even though Arbes was dead, the dark mage who had absorbed everything was still there. Cain offered a bitter and desperate smile. He cursed his own cruel fate. At the same time, Kim Jong-hyun looked up, reverently calling out the name of the great mana source. Far away, ancient runes began to glow on Enverus's arm. He raised his hand to the sky, declaring the dedication of this life. A powerful surge of energy immediately erupted from his ritual, and Varys whispered a final apology. Simultaneously, the mysterious black-haired mage also unleashed a fierce attack. It was a mage's final fortress, exchanged for his own life. Kim Jong-hyun watched the scene in astonishment. Ain declared that no one would be able to leave this place. Cain roared in fury, releasing all his energy in response. "It's terrifying how a grand mage would throw away his life like that," Kim Jong-hyun calmly remarked. He wondered if that plan could truly succeed when facing a completely transformed Lee Sungmin. And Varys couldn't believe that the creature was unharmed after the horrific explosion. His strength was depleted, and his body began to disintegrate after exhausting his life force. Suddenly, Lee Sungmin found himself in an unfamiliar space. He floated amidst an empty dimension, filled with strange constellations. Where am I? This place. It's like Daenerys' trial, he wondered. He recalled the final moment, facing the enemy alongside Varys amidst a magic circle overflowing with demonic energy. Demonic energy? Lee Sungmin was stunned as a realization flashed through his mind. A fierce headache struck, forcing him to clutch his head tightly. Inside his mind, the image of a ferocious demon began to materialize. He turned, facing the demon that resided within him. The demonic entity let out a savage roar, revealing its destructive nature. Lee Sungmin was bewildered, wondering what was happening. He was astonished to see something reflected in his own eyes. Suddenly, the Void Monarch Hyoju appeared and roared furiously, making him scream in shock. Hyoju briefly explained that this was Sungmin's inner world, while his body outside was going berserk. Seeing Sungmin still dazed, Hyoju grew impatient and stressed that the situation was urgent. He pointed toward a gruesome monster and said that was the demonic consciousness controlling Sungmin's body. Hyoju admitted that it was already a miracle that Sungmin still retained his human form after absorbing so much demonic energy. He encouraged Sungmin, saying that he wanted power but didn't want to become a monster, so he just needed to fight and win. Regaining his composure, Lee Sungmin smiled and thanked the Void Monarch for the guidance. He confidently stated not to worry, as he couldn't receive direct assistance in this fight. Purple dark energy surged around Lee Sungmin's fist. He declared that he had plenty of experience fighting alone when facing his demonic self. Hyoju merely chuckled softly at his confidence, but then, his smile abruptly vanished as he noticed something unusual. From Hyoju's perspective, a third entity made of blue crystal suddenly appeared between Sungmin and the demon. The muscular entity with the mysterious smile stood towering inexplicably. "The Void Monarch," exclaimed in shock. Unable to understand what it was, he realized that neither Lee Sungmin nor his demonic self could perceive its existence right beside them. With an expression of utter horror, Hyoju tried to scream a warning. Hyoju was utterly terrified by the mysterious presence. From above, he looked down at a small figure shining beneath a halo. He roared in his mind, wondering who dared to take root in a child's inner world. The mysterious entity stood at the end of an endless path of light. It pointed a finger toward Hyoju and spoke. "You have just taken a step," the entity said, as its gigantic hand appeared right in front of Hyoju. "I am at the end point," it declared, its entire body radiating purple light. With a wide, ear-to-ear grin, it asked, "Do you want to come to this side?" Hyoju trembled under an invisible, irresistible pressure. He was stunned to realize he was kneeling, an unimaginable act for the Void Monarch. Powerless, Hyoju collapsed to his knees on the ground, completely subdued. He looked up toward the distance, where Lee Sungmin's consciousness was still standing on the path of light. A terrifying truth flashed in Hyoju's eyes. The entity merely raised a finger silently to its lips, signaling for silence. Returning to reality, Lee Sungmin regained control and analyzed his opponent, realizing its movements were like those of a beast. His demonic self lunged forward with utter ferocity. Lee Sungmin calmly raised his spear, preparing to block the strike. He easily deflected the monster's attack. In other words, Lee Sungmin concluded, its movements are very easy to read. Lee Sungmin realized that in this inner world, he could not use internal energy or demonic mana. However, that didn't mean he would concede defeat. He used the shaft of his spear to block the fierce attack of the demonic self. Lee Sungmin asserted that there was no reason for him to lose to a mindless beast. The demonic self roared as it was overwhelmed by his pure martial arts experience. He told himself that the long years spent pursuing the essence of martial arts would not simply vanish as he stood firm against the dissolving opponent. "All right," he calmly decided. "See you next time," Lee Sungmin said to his demonic half, acknowledging this was only a temporary victory. Returning to the main inner space, he muttered that next time wouldn't be so easy. "It's over, Void Monarch," Lee Sungmin declared, and asked how to get out. He called out again when he saw Hyoju was completely unresponsive. Hyoju just stood there, sweating profusely, his face horrified as if he had just witnessed something terrible. At the same time, elsewhere, a sacrificial ritual was coming to an end. Enverus, bound by chains of energy, looked at the result of his sacrifice. He gasped in exhaustion. "Fortunately, before my life force completely burned out, we managed to subdue it." He realized he had just faced a dangerous force of fate, with limitless potential for growth. "I'm just glad I destroyed it before it could get stronger," Enverus consoled himself. With a final apology, his body dissolved into the void. Lee Sungmin, breaking his chains, responded to Enverus's apology that had dissolved into the void. Immediately after, his demonized body transformed into a giant, stomping down before the terrified Kane. Kane desperately recalled the reason he helped Sungmin, all for a promised worthy reward. In the recollection, Kane had made a mana pledge to assist Lee Sungmin in absorbing the dragon's heart. Back in reality, Lee Sungmin, with blazing yellow demonic eyes, coldly demanded that Kane keep his promise. Kane realized that both of Sungmin's eyes now bore the mark of the demonic eye. He questioned Sungmin, reminding him that only moments ago he was rampaging wildly, asking if everything was truly resolved. Pitying his own fate, Kane feared that once Sungmin grew even stronger, no one would be able to stop him. He warned that Sungmin retaining his humanity was a miracle, but he could become the world's destroyer at any moment. Making a final decision, Kane turned away and declared that Sungmin was not allowed to gain any more power. A fleeting image in Sungmin's mind showed Kim Jong-hyun looking down at him, like a warning from the past. Lee Sungmin clenched his fist, resolutely rejecting Kane's judgment. He asserted that he would take the dragon's heart and threatened Kane to step aside if he didn't want to die for breaking the pledge. Kane calmly accepted, declaring that his life was already forfeit. His body began to crack and glow, revealing that he had burned everything to stop Sungmin, making the breaking of the pledge meaningless. Cain roared that he could at least drag this world's calamity along on his final journey, causing Sungmin to scream in astonishment. A gigantic pillar of green light suddenly erupted from the ground. Lee Sungmin was stunned by the terrifying magical power that had just been unleashed. Yet, Cain was the one utterly horrified, his dissolving face looking at something and exclaiming, "No, why would you?" Kim Jong-hyun laughed maniacally, exclaiming that he never expected to live to witness this sight. He cried out in astonishment at the descent of a transcendent entity. Meanwhile, Enverus' dissolving soul asserted that he would not allow fate to dictate Cain's death. Suddenly, a glowing spiritual entity appeared before Lee Sungmin and called him human. The entity introduced herself as the Spirit Queen and declared she would fulfill the pact on behalf of the other person. Kim Jong-hyun realized that was the Spirit Queen, the ruler of the spirit realm. Another mage in the group was also stunned to learn that Enverus had received the Queen's favor and controlled many high-ranking spirits. Lee Sungmin asked about the pact, confirming that Enverus had agreed to help him absorb the dragon's heart. Cain frantically tried to intervene, but the Spirit Queen coldly ordered him to be silent. The Queen revealed that she didn't care about the destruction of the world or Cain's mana pledge, because, according to the covenant, he already belonged to her. Lee Sungmin also growled, declaring that he would not tolerate Cain's death. Realizing he had absorbed Arbs's power and even captured a chimera, Kim Jong-hyun decided it was time to retreat. He flashed a satisfied smile. As he vanished, he wondered what form Lee Sungmin would take when they met again. He also pondered his own future transformation. Kim Jong-hyun vanished in a flash of light. In the silent space, the mage in the green coat stared at the Spirit Queen in astonishment. The Spirit Queen suddenly showed signs of pain, bound by an invisible chain of energy. A mysterious man appeared, urging the Queen to return to the spirit realm because the air here was toxic to her, but she asked him to accompany her instead. The man in the long coat desperately shouted, asking why the Spirit Queen would risk her life for him. She simply turned her back silently, her white-blue spiritual hair gently swaying. Then the Spirit Queen turned back and smiled gently, despite the trace of blood on her lips. The man firmly declared, "As long as you are here, I don't care if I lose my life." In the symbolic space, he drifted into the darkness as her light gradually faded. The scene shifted to Cain, who lay unconscious on the cracked ground. The other man's vow echoed as a plume of black smoke rose from the ground. Byuk Wonpai, injured, looked up disdainfully and wondered about his enemy's words. The gigantic Chusung stood over him, mocking, "Is that all you've got?" The monster continued to provoke, asking who of Byuk Wonpai's he had killed to incite such hatred. Byuk Wonpa silently stood up, unfazed by his enemy. He began recounting the past, about a woman named Dersha, who had left the tribe with him. In the memory, he struggled with his own madness, while Dersia watched in horror. Fearing he would harm her, Byuk Wonpai painfully recounted that he had persuaded her to return home. Rubia, witnessing the battle, covered her mouth in horror at the tragic story. Chusung burst into delighted laughter, mocking that the woman had died by his hand and promising to send Byuk Wonpai to join her soon. Byuk Wonpai looked up with a cold expression, revealing, that was a lie. Immediately, he unleashed a destructive punch directly into the stunned Chusung's torso. Byuk Wonpai stood firm, his fist blazing, while the purple-skinned demon accompanying Chusung disintegrated into ash. Chusung roared in astonishment at Byuk Wonpai's sudden burst of power. In his mind, Byuk Wonpai recalled the past, when he had to leave Dersha to pursue the martial path. He told himself that to reach the transcendent realm, he had endured countless agonies. Interrupted by an angry roar, Byuk Wonpai couldn't react in time to Chusung's attack. He was thrown back, but quickly got to his feet. Byuk Wonpai admitted that his lamentations were meaningless. He decided to discard everything, burning his life force to take down Chusung. The Vortex Blood Demon, God's secret art, erupted, more brilliant and fierce than ever before. It allowed him to completely overwhelm Chusung, who had seemed invincible. But a martial artist who burns their core energy, no matter how brightly they shine, is certain to die. Byuk Wonpai cried out a desperate prayer, hoping that this life would not perish before he achieved his revenge. Hope can bring sweet miracles, but the world often imposes cruel endings, and Byuk Wonpai's power quickly faded. Chusung, looking older, burst into maniacal laughter. He mocked Byuk Wonpai's final effort as nothing more than a brief, useless outburst. "Die," Chusung commanded, as Byuk Wonpai lay helpless on the ground. Byuk Wonpai looked up in surprise when nothing happened. In front of him, Lee Sungmin and Rubia stood blocking the way, facing Chusung. Lee Sungmin softly called Rubia's name. She stood beside him with a worried expression.